Chapter 1. Restarting Life. What is this place? Where am I? A sharp pain pierced through Lin Chen's head, prompting him to open his eyes. He found himself lying on a hospital bed, memories of a car accident flooding back to him. Lin Peng, a familiar voice echoed, "Ah, you? Thankfully, you're all right. By the way, your salary for this month hasn't been paid yet." Lin Peng turned to see it was De Zhuang. A chubby figure with a round face approached him, his small eyes squinting behind black round glasses. Though not particularly tall, he weighed nearly 300 pounds, resembling a living ball. "Wait, why do you look so much younger? What are you rambling about? You're lucky to be alive. You were hit by a truck weighing over 10 tons and emerged without even scratch." De Zhuang stepped closer, examining Lin Peng's body. "It's a good thing you're fine otherwise. What would happen to the team tryouts the day after tomorrow?" Team tryouts. Lin Peng's mind struggled to catch up, quickly grabbing his phone. May 15th, 2022. Have I traveled through time? To his astonishment, not only had the accident spared his life, but it had also sent him back in time. Such a phenomenon is difficult for anyone to accept, yet Lin Peng, having weathered many storms in life, soon regained his composure. 2022. That's my rookie year. His heart raced with excitement. This is a divine opportunity to reignite my basketball dream. He reflected on his NBA career, overwhelmed by a sense of regret. In 2022, Lin Peng was selected by the Philadelphia 76ers as the 23rd pick in the first round, embarking on his basketball journey. Once in the NBA, his talent gradually shone through, earning him a spot in the all-rookie first team with an impressive debut season at that time. The 76ers boasted a star-studded roster with superstars Harden and Embiid, yet chaos reigned within. General manager Morey was inconsistent, and coach Doc Rivers struggled under pressure. Harden and Embiid constantly vied for dominance, while Lin Peng's 4 rookie years saw the 76ers fail to advance past the first round. In one regular season game, the notoriously flopping Embiid accidentally landed his hefty frame on Lin Peng's lower leg, an incident that would have lasting repercussions. Having made a name for himself with the 76ers, Lin Peng chose to join the Los Angeles Lakers upon his contract's expiration. After LeBron's retirement, he teamed up with a waning yet formidable Davis, ushering in a new Lakers dynasty, rivaling the Spurs led by the 2023 first overall pick, Wembanyama. As veteran stars like Curry, LeBron, and Durant exited the league, the NBA was in dire need of fresh representatives. With the league's fervent support, Lin Peng and Wembanyama swiftly ascended, becoming the new luminaries of the NBA, heralded as the next generation of its titans. The 23rd pick. The 2023 draft Double 23 has swiftly become synonymous with the new era of the NBA. However, during the 2028 finals against the Spurs, led by Wembanyama, Lin Peng suffered a ruptured Achilles tendon due to an old injury inflicted by Embiid during his time with the 76ers. The Lakers, deprived of their pivotal player, faced a regrettable defeat. Upon his return from injury, Lin Peng's resurgence was as fleeting as a shooting star. Once hailed as the next Kobe, he unexpectedly found himself likened to the second coming of Tracy McGrady. Yet, all that has been upended, and his basketball journey is poised to commence anew. Don't just remain silent. Move your body and see if anything hurts, urged De Zhuang. "I'm fine," Lin Peng replied. "How can you possibly be fine?" De Zhuang began to chatter incessantly. De Zhuang, whose real name is Song Xiaoyu, has grown accustomed to being called by his nickname due to his imposing stature. He is Lin Peng's college mate and a basketball agent. Apart from his robust physique, his most notable trait is his incessant talking, yet his business acumen is commendable. Under his guidance, Lin Peng's endorsement contracts flourished, eventually positioning him alongside the likes of LeBron and Jordan in the sneaker realm. However, De Zhuang remains, for the time being, an underdog. Having exhausted his chatter, De Zhuang grabbed a nearby water bottle and drank heartily, granting Lin Peng the opportunity to speak. "De Zhuang, you mentioned the team tryouts are the day after tomorrow?" De Zhuang's expression morphed into one of astonishment. "You haven't lost your mind, have you? We're heading to Philadelphia for the 76ers tryout the day after tomorrow." Lin Peng slapped his thigh in realization, momentarily disregarding De Zhuang as he began to ponder. Prior to the official draft, scouts from various NBA teams conduct comprehensive evaluations of the participating rookies, with performance in the NCAA being a crucial metric. Alongside the arrangements for team tryouts, the significance of these tryouts cannot be overstated. It was during a Lakers tryout that Kobe dazzled and ultimately compelled the team to trade the all-star center Vlade Divac to acquire him. According to Lin Peng's recollection, at the University of Southern California, the head coach's adherence to equality hindered Lin Peng's potential, resulting in unimpressive statistics and a projected second-round selection on ESPN. Nevertheless, shortly thereafter, teams like the 76ers and Raptors Positioned at the end of the first round, extended tryout offers to Lin Peng. His outstanding performance caught the attention of the 76ers, leading to his selection at the 23rd pick in the first round. The tryouts are for the 76ers? Lin Peng mused inwardly. His career with the 76ers had undoubtedly begun on a tumultuous note, as a disordered team dulled what should have been a shining gem for many years. Particularly concerning was general manager Daryl Morey's past, which included controversies that strained relations with Chinese fans, culminating in CCTV's ban on NBA broadcasts, leading to Morey being derogatorily dubbed M.O. Dog by the Chinese basketball community. M.O. Dog has always prioritized profit, often manipulating player contracts to exploit their value. During Lin Peng's time with the 76ers, he suffered numerous setbacks due to the contract provided by M.O. Dog. Big Zhuang, cancel the team's trial tomorrow, Lin Peng instructed. Cancel the trial? What? You want to cancel the trial? Say that again, Big Zhuang exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, I intend to cancel the trial, Lin Peng grinned. Not only the 76ers trial, but I will cancel all trials. This is madness, you must be out of your mind. Big Zhuang's squinted eyes widened in disbelief. Don't ask too many questions, I have my own plans. Aren't you my agent? You can handle this, right? Seeing Lin Peng's serious demeanor, Big Zhuang, having known him for many years, understood that Lin Peng would never make a hasty decision. Very well, he conceded. With that, Big Zhuang begrudgingly accepted the decision. He donned a face of resentment and left to make calls for the team. Lin Peng smiled, confident that despite Big Zhuang's impatience, he was reliable. He picked up his phone and opened social media. The Lakers acquired a second-round pick for $5 million, specifically the third pick in the second round. Lin Peng felt a surge of excitement. It aligned perfectly with his recollection. Lakers, here I come, he resolved internally. Indeed, Lin Peng was prepared to forego the opportunity to enter the first round and instead join the Lakers as a second-round pick. This was undeniably audacious to the average person. Such a decision posed significant risks, and dropping from the first to the second round would likely cost Lin Peng nearly $1 million or $2 million. Yet, in reality, this was precisely Lin Peng's opportunity. Last year, after the Lakers made a grand entrance by acquiring Westbrook to form a trio, the incompatibility among the three stars, compounded by a relentless wave of injuries, led to a dismal record of 33 wins and 49 losses, ultimately missing the playoffs. The current Lakers find themselves in a precarious position. On one hand, the trio's salaries have locked up their salary cap, and on the other, they relinquished all their draft picks to the Pelicans in the Davis trade. The Lakers desperately need a second-round pick to bolster their immediate roster, making Lin Peng's potential addition invaluable, possibly even elevating his tactical standing. Above that, in the 76ers, as time unfolds, the waning peak of LeBron James will see him relinquishing ball control, and Westbrook is likely to be traded, which will leave a void in the backcourts. Ball handling capabilities. This scenario presents Lin Peng with the perfect opportunity to showcase his talents. Moreover, on one hand, the Lakers remain the most prominent franchise, offering the broadest platform, and it was with the Lakers that Lin Peng once reached the pinnacle of his career. On the other hand, first-round contracts span 4 years, while second-round contracts are merely 2 years. If Lin Peng can perform well, he could swiftly exit his rookie contract and secure a lucrative new deal. Thus, it now appears that Lin Peng has suffered a direct loss of $1 to $2 million, but in a few years, he stands to gain several tens of millions. Initially, Lin Peng was projected to be the 23rd pick in the first round, a position considered to be at the tail end of the first round. Now, having declined all joint workouts, the current predictions from ESPN suggest a significant likelihood of being selected by the Lakers in the second round. Chapter 2. Lakers or 76ers. Los Angeles, private GYMAS evening descended. A solitary bright light illuminated the gym, leaving Lin Peng as the sole occupant of the vast, dimly lit arena. Beyond the three-point line, Lin Peng held the ball, executing a swift breakthrough followed by a sudden deceleration. With his legs coiling with power, he soared into the air for a graceful fadeaway jumper. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the iron, soaring out of the court. Once more, Lin Peng dashed to retrieve the ball that had bounced out, continuing his monotonous training. With each errant shot and each failed breakthrough, he remained undeterred. After suffering a ruptured Achilles tendon, Lin Peng's athletic prowess had significantly diminished. Even running and jumping became arduous, leaving him with scarce opportunities to play. During those days of confinement away from the court, he drowned his sorrows in drink. Now, as he once again sweats profusely on the basketball court, each failure invigorates him rather than discourages him. Phew! After successfully sinking another three-pointer, he completed a set of 500 stationary three-point shots, hands on hips, panting heavily. Having arrived at the gym at 4 in the afternoon, he had now trained for a solid 4 hours. The intensity of his training had drained Lin Peng's stamina. His shirt was drenched in sweat. Beads of perspiration dotted his face, trickling down his chin onto the floor. Yet, Lin Peng felt exhilarated through this rigorous training. He was gradually rediscovering his former self, confident that it would not be long before he regained his previous level of performance. Let's call it a day. In his youth, Lin Peng, buoyed by his physical prowess, would play recklessly, unable to stop himself. However, such unscientific training would, in truth, hinder a player's development in the long run. Now, Lin Peng is evidently well-versed in the art of scientific training, avoiding the haphazard practices of his past. Following an intense workout, he maintained an exhilarating state, yet he knew it was wise to rein in his enthusiasm to prevent the risk of injury. After replenishing himself with water, Lin Peng prepared to leave. He opened his social media, navigating to the Lakers' Instagram account, keenly monitoring the team's recent developments. It turned out that the Lakers had spared no expense in acquiring a second-round pick, indicating they had long had a specific player in mind, someone who had even garnered first-round projections. After fulfilling tactical requirements, a commitment to join had been made in a bid to secure his selection by the Los Angeles Lakers. Lin Peng, having withdrawn from multiple team tryouts, enlisted the help of Dajwang to contact the Lakers' scouting manager, Jerry West, to express his earnest desire to join the team. He even extended an invitation for a clandestine tryout. Lin Peng, a familiar voice echoed. Dajwang? Lin Peng turned to see Dajwang arriving, breathless, and a sense of foreboding filled him. What's the matter? Phew. I just spoke with Daryl Morey, the general manager of the 76ers. He expressed significant interest in you and wishes to meet this afternoon in Los Angeles. Lin Peng was taken aback. His earlier decision to cancel tryouts had evidently altered the trajectory of events in this timeline. He had intended to lower his draft position to be chosen by the Lakers, but it had backfired. It turned out that teams at the tail end of the first round are often established powerhouses with less pressing needs for new players, leading to a mentality akin to a lottery. In this context, Lin Peng's strategic withdrawal was misinterpreted as a ploy of seduction, prompting numerous teams, after reviewing his college footage, to consider drafting him, as if they were taking a chance on a lottery ticket. Notably, Daryl Morey himself had even arranged a personal meeting to assess him. This doesn't feel right. Could this be the butterfly effect? The unfolding events were evidently beyond Lin Peng's expectations. If this were indeed the butterfly effect, many of the occurrences he remembered could be altered, thrusting him into an entirely uncertain realm. However, Lin Peng quickly regained his composure. Since fate had granted him a chance to rewrite his narrative and rectify the regrets of his NBA journey, why should he fear the potential for change? Lin Peng, you truly are impressive. With a mere strategy of feigned retreat, you've elevated your draft stock to the end of the first round without lifting a finger. Dajwang exclaimed with enthusiasm, though he noticed Lin Peng's demeanor was somewhat disquieted. What's wrong? You wouldn't intend to skip this, would you? The general manager bypassed the scouting manager to meet a rookie. That's quite a compliment. This time, being selected in the first round seems all but assured. Lin Peng pondered thoughtfully. Dajwang, how did the Lakers tryout go? He inquired. Oh, Jerry West has already agreed, Dajwang replied, perplexed. Lin Peng's agent. He was accustomed to making decisions unilaterally, yet recently Lin Peng had been harboring his own thoughts. Are you planning to attend? What about the meeting with the 76ers? I shall attend both the Lakers and the 76ers, Lin Peng replied with a mysterious smile. Los Angeles. 2 days later, Lin Peng met Daryl Morey, the general manager of the 76ers, along with the scouting manager, Williams, in an office building in Los Angeles. The room housed only the three of them. Lin Peng sat across from Williams, while Morey observed from a corner, adopting the demeanor of a spectator. Without further ado, the scouting manager unexpectedly presented a contract. However, this was not a formal signing agreement, but merely a sample that it was evident that the Philadelphia 76ers were demonstrating their sincerity to Lin Peng. When one is still in college, being offered a multi-million-dollar contract can evoke unparalleled excitement, yet it is often at such moments that one becomes most complacent. Upon examining the contract, Lin Peng immediately recognized the ulterior motives of the cunning Morey. After all, there are inherent risks associated with lottery draws, and Morey had cleverly safeguarded his interests. Morey is indeed an expert at exploiting the loopholes within the league's regulations, skillfully extracting benefits for both the league and the players. In the realm of NBA players, he has garnered a rather infamous reputation. The contract in Lin Peng's hands contained a multitude of additional clauses, all of which were onerous stipulations. He was all too familiar with Morey's tactics. Crafting a predatory contract using NBA salary regulations was an effortless endeavor for him. Previously, during the transition to the Lakers following his rookie season, Lin Peng had suffered considerable hardships due to the oppressive clauses he had signed during his rookie period. However, this time, Lin Peng, embarking on a fresh chapter of his life, would not fall into the same trap again. "Morey, you old dog. I wonder what tricks you still have up your sleeve," Lin Peng murmured to himself. Typically, fledgling college athletes, when presented with a lucrative contract worth millions, would eagerly commit to signing, relinquishing all control to the team. Yet Lin Peng set the contract aside, his expression remaining inscrutable, offering no indication of his intentions. The meeting proceeded. After a brief introduction to the Philadelphia 76ers and their purpose, scout manager Williams delved into the main topic. "Lin Peng, you graduated from the University of Southern California, correct?" he inquired, consulting a prepared script. "I see you're not originally from Los Angeles, but rather Miami. What prompted your choice to attend USC?" A smirk of derision flickered in Lin Peng's mind. It seemed that to ascend to the position of scout manager, one must possess a modicum of acumen. Lin Peng remained remarkably composed. He was thoroughly familiar with this routine. The meeting between the scout manager and the rookie often involved dismissing the player's agent and never commenced with basketball discussions. Instead, they would engage in indirect dialogue, exploring various aspects of the player's life. This approach not only allowed the player to relax quickly, but also facilitated an assessment of their character and eloquence for a comprehensive evaluation. Moreover, without the assistance of an agent, players often found themselves at a disadvantage in front of these seasoned professionals. However, what they did not anticipate was that Lin Peng was also a veteran who had navigated the league for many years. Chapter 3. The secret tryout begins. Tap tap. The meeting lasted for an entire hour, during which De Zhuang paced anxiously outside, waiting impatiently. Bang! The door swung open, and Morey emerged swiftly, his rotund figure almost rivaling that of De Zhuang, who promptly approached him. "Head back and await news." De Zhuang was momentarily taken aback. The implication of those words was painfully clear. Without a draft promise, he would not be selected. Without giving De Zhuang time to inquire further, manager Morey hurried away. What on earth is Lin Peng up to? De Zhuang pondered, perplexed. Abandoning a first-round position to pursue the Lakers? De Zhuang, the Lakers tryout is this afternoon, isn't it? Lin Peng finally stepped out from the private room. Yes, at the USC gym, De Zhuang nodded. I can understand not wanting to sign with the 76ers. But what exactly did you do to leave that old fox, Morey, empty-handed? His insight is notoriously sharp. I won't tell you. Lin Peng replied with a mysterious smile, leaving De Zhuang in a state of bewilderment. In truth, Lin Peng had not employed any intricate tactics. He merely spoke sparingly. If a thought could be conveyed in a single word, he would not use two. He answered all inquiries succinctly, never elaborating unnecessarily. With a touch of nervous stammering as part of his act, he crafted the persona of a taciturn individual. During the scouting process, a player's character is a crucial aspect. A volatile personality can wreak havoc in the locker room, while an introverted demeanor can disrupt team chemistry. Following the cautionary tale of Simmons and his psychological issues leading to an indefinite hiatus, the 76ers placed significant emphasis on a player's psychological resilience, in addition to their physical attributes. Thus, Lin Peng successfully dissuaded the 76ers with this strategy. Lin Peng, after receiving a phone call, De Zhuang hurriedly approached him. "We received a call from Little Base. The secret tryout can take place tomorrow. However, he has declined our proposed tryout content and insisted on determining the specifics himself." Lin Chen was taken aback, for it is typically the prerogative of players and agents to determine trial sessions, allowing for the optimal display of a player's strengths while concealing their weaknesses. Could this perhaps be a manifestation of the butterfly effect? Nevertheless, Lin Chen quickly came to terms with it, ready to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. In the afternoon, Lin Peng and De Zhuang drove towards the gymnasium of the University of Southern California. Los Angeles seemed to have recently experienced a downpour, leaving the air refreshingly humid. Nestled in the southwestern region of California, Los Angeles rarely sees rain throughout the year, except for the months of December, January, and February, resulting in a predominantly arid climate. Thus, rain during the season is a rarity, yet it brings a delightful sense of comfort. Lin Peng and De Zhuang arrived at the USC gymnasium. Returning to the University of Southern California, Lin Peng felt a whirlwind of emotions. Strictly speaking, USC is where his basketball dreams began, and he spent an unforgettable time here. However, after entering the NBA, he seldom had the opportunity to return. It was only when he received his first MVP award that he made his long-awaited return to his alma mater, retiring his college number 6 jersey. Hey, hey. De Zhuang waved his hefty hand in front of Lin Peng's face. What's wrong? Are you daydreaming? Little bus is waiting for us inside. Lin Peng came to his senses and said, It's nothing. Let's go. As they entered the arena, they spotted a group of individuals clad in attire adorned with Lakers motifs, who were carrying various recording equipment. Lin Peng surveyed his surroundings and noticed that the video equipment, originally intended for broadcasting, had been removed from the arena. Aside from themselves, there were no spectators present, and the venue was devoid of any unrelated individuals. It seemed that the Lakers' efforts in maintaining secrecy were indeed commendable as rumored. His attention then shifted to a man in the distance, appearing to be in his 40s, clad in light-colored jeans and a polo shirt, bearing a striking resemblance to the world's wealthiest individual, Elon Musk. Lin Peng was well aware that he was known as the modestly prominent little bass within the scouting community. Although his tenure as general manager was fraught with challenges, his subsequent role as the scouting director for the Lakers allowed him to unearth potential stars like Zubac and Horton Tucker. Showcasing his remarkable eye for talent, De Zhuang approached Little Bass, exchanging words that remained unknown to Lin, before returning with an expression of evident gravity. What did he say? Little Bass informed him that they were to conduct a shooting stability test on him. Basketball, at its core, is a game of shooting. Scoring occurs by placing the ball through the hoop, and shooting stability is the paramount indicator of a player's offensive prowess. Thus, the capacity to maintain shooting accuracy amidst intense defensive pressure and to preserve shooting touch during strenuous physical exertion are essential measures of shooting stability. In today's league, elite offensive virtuosos such as Curry, LeBron, Durant, and Lillard consistently occupy the upper echelons of the scoring leaderboard, all possessing unparalleled shooting stability that distinguishes them from their peers. After several days of training, Lin Peng had fully regained his abilities and felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. All right, I shall proceed as they instruct. The practical training commenced. The test comprised 3 rounds, with the first task requiring Lin Peng to execute 3-point shots from various positions. Much like the 3-point contest in the NBA All-Star Game, he would start from one corner and shoot to the opposite corner, returning to complete a total of 5 3-point attempts. The precision of his final shots would serve as his performance report. Clad once more in his school team jersey, Lin Peng felt an unusual lightness, brimming with confidence as he faced this inaugural challenge of his rebirth. Lin Peng received the ball in the corner, exerting force through his legs. Channeling the power from his core, he leaped into the air. With a flick of his wrist, the basketball was released with precision. The fluidity of his movement allowed the ball to trace a graceful arc through the air. Swish, accompanied by the crisp sound of the ball passing through the net. The basketball declared the true commencement of the trial. What an exhilarating sensation. The surge of vitality coursing through Lin Peng's body was astonishing, prompting him to marvel internally. Without further hesitation, he took a step forward, positioning himself at a 45-degree angle. Receiving the ball, he shot again. Swish. Another successful attempt. After consecutively sinking 2 3-pointers, Lin Peng's confidence soared as he repeatedly executed the actions of receiving the ball, shooting, and stepping into position with remarkable fluidity, as though he had become one with the basketball. A rhythmic chorus of swishes echoed throughout the gymnasium, and with a scorching touch, Lin Peng opened the trial by sinking 11 3-pointers in a row. What a shot, Lin Peng! Exclaimed De Zhuang, exuberantly cheering from the sidelines. It was assumed that Lin Peng would feel the pressure in such a significant moment, yet the current Lin Peng was no longer the naive freshman he once was. He had already delivered countless game-winning shots in front of superstars. This situation was merely a minor challenge. The testing lasted a full 40 minutes. In the initial 20 minutes, Lin Peng maintained a shooting accuracy of approximately 65%. However, as fatigue set in, his accuracy gradually declined, yet he still managed to sustain it at 50%. Beep. With the sound of a whistle, the first round of the shooting stability test concluded. Lin Peng gasped heavily, his jersey thoroughly soaked with perspiration, while the exposed skin was enveloped in a fine sheen of sweat, reflecting the arena's lights. De Zhuang hurriedly approached, offering a bottle of energy drink and 2 energy gels for a swift replenishment of strength. How are you holding up? Can you manage? De Zhuang, shedding his usual lighthearted demeanor, adopted a serious expression as they were to commence the second round of testing after a brief 5-minute respite. Lin Peng took the energy drink and steadied his breath, affirming, Yes, no problem. Chapter 4, Will Battle. One-on-one. The second round of the trial training commenced. The content of the trial involved a back-and-forth shooting test, wherein the player would retrieve the ball from the backcourt, advance to the frontcourt to make a layup, and then return the ball to the opposite side of the court to attempt a three-point shot. Should the player fail to score, they were required to retrieve the ball and shoot again, continuing this process until they successfully made a basket. Lin Peng's assessment entailed completing 50 sets of such back-and-forth shooting drills within the stipulated time. This training regimen was not particularly advanced. It bore resemblance to the rules of the All-Star Skills Challenge and was fundamentally rooted in basketball basics. However, unlike the Skills Challenge, which placed greater emphasis on a player's technical prowess, this test focused more on assessing the player's physical endurance. Previously, Lin Peng had engaged in such practice daily. However, following the exhaustive first round of three-point shooting, his stamina had significantly waned, and his arms had grown sore from the prolonged exertion of shooting. After finishing the energy gel in one swift motion, Lin Peng ascended onto the basketball court, where a coach passed him a basketball. Upon grasping the ball, Lin Peng was immediately infused with vigor, skillfully dribbling it to the front court, reaching the free throw line, and executing a beautifully graceful slow three-step layup. Swish. With a delicate flick of his fingers, Lin Peng effortlessly guided the basketball into the hoop, wasting not an ounce of energy. The ball cascaded through the net, landing securely at Lin Peng's side. Lin Peng immediately retrieved the ball he had just caught and began to dribble it as he sprinted towards the opposite side of the basketball court. While running, he focused on calming himself and regulating his breath. Lin Peng was acutely aware that excessive excitement and impatience on the basketball court could significantly deplete dopamine levels in the nervous system, thereby accelerating physical fatigue. Having navigated the NBA for several years, he possessed a profound understanding of the rhythm of the game. An overly hasty approach often led to errors and increased physical exertion, while excessive caution could hinder the completion of drills within the allotted time. Thus, Lin Peng was unequivocally clear about when to exert himself and when to ease off. He maintained a forward-leaning posture, ensuring stability as he dribbled the ball to the three-point line. Utilizing the momentum from his movement, he rhythmically released the ball with precision, sinking a three-pointer. With this auspicious start, Lin Peng's confidence surged, yet he remained vigilant, promptly retrieving the ball to repeat the exercise. In less than half the allotted time, he had completed 30 sets of return shooting tests. Great shot. No need to rush, shouted Dajwang from the sidelines, his earlier concerns about Lin Peng's stamina gradually dissipating. Excellent, remarked the observant Xiaobus, noting Lin Peng's composed demeanor. Now adorned with a hint of a smile, he appeared to exceed their expectations. Phil Handy, the Lakers' esteemed assistant coach, nodded in agreement, though he believed true assessment awaited the final results. Renowned for his expertise in guiding players' footwork and shooting, Handy had previously mentored luminaries such as Kobe Bryant, Kyrie Irving, LeBron James, and Kawhi Leonard, playing a pivotal role in the Lakers' 2020 championship victory. His expectations for star players were notoriously high, and he had not anticipated witnessing anything remarkable during this trial of a Chinese player. However, Lin Peng's performance began to shift his perspective. I follow NCAA games, yet I had not noticed a player who so adeptly controls the tempo of the game. With the final three-pointer swishing through the net, the sound of a whistle jolted Coach Handy back to reality. Lin Peng, his jersey dampened by sweat yet drying in the breeze, maintained an unwavering expression. Dajwang rushed over, exclaiming, "You were incredible. 50 sets of return shots. And you finished 5 minutes early. Quick, hydrate. If you ace this last round, success is virtually assured." Handing Lin Peng an energy drink from his waist, Dajwang's excitement was palpable. "Hold your enthusiasm. I know Xiaobus. Given his nature, passing this final hurdle won't be simple." Lin Peng took the drink, gulping it down with a smile. "However, I am not an easy target." At that moment, Little Bass and Phil Handy approached from the sidelines, eager to witness Lin Peng's final round of testing up close. Little Bass summoned 3 players from the Development League. The third round of testing involved a one-on-one battle in a wheel battle format. Lin Peng will engage in a wheel battle, facing off against 3 players from the Development League. After each offensive play, the player will be substituted. The wheel battle is played to a total of 50 points, with the first to reach this score declared the victor. Any violation of rules results in a reserve for the offensive player, with no free throws awarded. The defensive player may apply pressure on the offense, but must do so judiciously, avoiding intentional fouls. This is the essence of the shooting stability test meticulously devised by Little Bass. The first 2 rounds are designed to assess whether Lin Peng can maintain shooting accuracy despite physical exertion, while the third round evaluates his ability to sustain shooting stability under the dual pressures of fatigue and intense defensive pressure. How do you feel? If you believe your current physical condition cannot support you further, we can conclude the trial now. Little Bas felt a tinge of anxiety, as this was the inaugural implementation of such a rigorous testing protocol. Upon hearing the severity of the test, Big Zhuang grew anxious. But Lin Peng gently patted him on the back, reassuringly whispering, "It's all right, trust me." Though Big Zhuang felt indignant, reasoning that even his players, they had proposed this trial, the testing content seemed excessively harsh. However, knowing Lin Peng well after years of camaraderie, he understood that if Lin Peng lacked confidence, he would not voice it lightly. "All right, let us proceed with the trial. I'm fine." With just 5 minutes remaining before the one-on-one commenced, Lin Peng slowly inhaled, striving to recover his stamina while keeping his body in an alert state. Although the previous 2 rounds included rest periods, Lin Peng's body fluctuated between light aerobic, anaerobic, and vigorous aerobic exertion, leaving his muscles and lungs insufficient time to adapt to the existing respiratory intensity. This intermittent exertion not only failed to ease his strain but also compelled his body to mobilize a significant portion of muscle groups rapidly, thereby accelerating fatigue. This explains why intermittent running often proves far more exhausting than a steady-paced run. Such a test seems excessively stringent, Phil Handy whispered to Little Bas. Even he, who was meticulous about details, found this unprecedented trial to be rather extreme. Chapter 5. Deceit. The rest period swiftly concluded, and Lin Peng took a deep breath as he stepped onto the basketball court. American one-on-one. This will battle adopts the commonly used American one-on-one rules, wherein the offense must operate within a 10-second time frame, eliminating unnecessary movements once the offense commences, and disallowing back-to-the-basket plays, effectively diminishing the advantage of size. However, in a distinct variation, the one-on-one cannot be paused. It must be completed in a single sequence for the total of 50 points. Thus, the wheel battle officially commenced. The first player stepped forward, introducing himself as Jesse. Jesse? In all fairness, the prevalence of this name in Africa rivals that of Zhang Wei in China. Jesse embodies the archetype of a robust and formidable athlete, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet 5 inches, possessing the quintessential physique for a forward position. His exaggerated wingspan and muscular build evoke a sense of intimidation. However, in Lin Peng's eyes, this imposing figure is merely a favored delicacy. After all, among the multitude of powerful athletes in the NBA, he has effortlessly managed to assert his dominance, let alone against a player from the development league. Lin Peng was the first to initiate the play. With a resounding thud, he received the ball and positioned it at his waist, guarding against any attempts from his opponent to snatch it away. However, Jesse did not approach closely. Instead, he maintained a distance of nearly half a step, extending his formidable arms, which, combined with his height advantage, completely obstructed Lin Peng's line of sight. Nevertheless, having once been a top-tier defender, Lin Peng could effortlessly score even with the slightest glimmer of space, let alone the nearly half-step he was afforded. To him, this opening felt as expansive as the ocean. Without any hesitation, Lin Peng bypassed the three-threat stance, opting instead for a straightforward jump shot. His elongated and muscular frame soared like a fierce black mamba, propelled by the power of his legs, elevating him over 30 centimeters above the ground. At that moment, despite the considerable fatigue he had already endured, he exhibited astonishing leaping ability. Phil Handy, witnessing Lin Peng's incredible vertical leap, was left utterly astounded. With his remarkable spring, Lin Peng transcended Jesse's reach. For the sky was indeed his true stage. Lin Peng's course seamlessly propelled the movement of his upper body, executing a fluid motion that sent the basketball soaring through the air with precision. The essence of a jump shot lies in the power of the abdomen and waist, a facet of his prowess in which Lin Peng takes immense pride. Realizing too late, Jesse sprang into action, arms outstretched in an attempt to disrupt or even block Lin Peng's shot, but it was evidently too late. The basketball glided effortlessly past his outstretched hands. A graceful arc formed in the air, culminating in a flawless swish. With this auspicious start, Lin Peng's confidence surged, and he mimicked Uncle Moo's iconic gesture, taunting Jesse by wagging his finger, asserting that he was simply not worthy to challenge him. Lin Peng's banter ignited the atmosphere among the players on the court. In the realm of one-on-one competitions in America, a lack of trash talk undeniably diminishes the flavor of the game. The provoked Jesse was eager to step forward for another exchange, but according to the rules, he was now required to be substituted. Lin Peng pointed at the floor, grinning with a smile. "Here. I am waiting for you right here." Next up was a Caucasian point guard and a Caucasian forward, the point guard named Tony, which elicited a chuckle from the nearby strongman. After all, just as one African Zhang Wei had departed, another European Zhang Wei had arrived. although Tony's name was rather commonplace. His skills were anything but ordinary. As a quintessential Caucasian point guard, Tony exhibited remarkable ball handling techniques, possessed a consistent shooting ability, and demonstrated excellent ball control. However, his weakness lay in his physicality, resulting in a lack of defensive prowess. In the NBA, defensive capability is often of paramount importance for role players. Otherwise, with his skill level, he could at least secure playing time on some underperforming teams. The other Caucasian forward, named Jones, stood nearly 2 meters tall. A sizable figure in the basketball realm, Jones boasted a soft shooting touch and commendable athleticism, as European players seemed to effortlessly blend height and finesse. Much like the Gasol brothers in the league, one being the illustrious Mark, who was once Kobe's most reliable ally during his championship reign, and the other, the former king of Memphis. In comparison to Lin Peng's height of just 1.96 meters, Jones indeed held a physical advantage. Yet, under the rules of American one-on-one play, this advantage could conversely become a disadvantage. European players like him often possess a gentle shooting touch, yet it lacks finesse. Their physical attributes are commendable, yet insufficient. In essence, they are well-rounded but not exceptional. Lin Peng first confronted Tony's defense. Whoosh! Lin Peng executed a stunning dribble, swiftly changing direction to evade his opponent with remarkable finesse, creating an expansive opportunity for himself as he charged towards the basket. The velocity. Tony, taken aback, refused to concede defeat, leveraging his physical advantage. He endeavored to close the gap. Yet, this played directly into Lin Peng's scheme. With a disdainful scoff, Lin Peng observed as Tony, scrambling to regain his position, lost his balance entirely. Suddenly, Lin Peng decelerated sharply, pulling the basketball back with his right hand and seamlessly transitioning into an exquisite behind-the-back maneuver. Hiss. Tony, who had lowered his center of gravity, was caught off guard by Lin Peng's abrupt halt, causing him to instinctively attempt to break. The sound of Tony's sneakers screeching against the polished court echoed throughout the arena. Subsequently, Tony stumbled, losing his footing and landing unceremoniously on the ground. My goodness. He was utterly bamboozled. This move left the nearby bystander, Da Zhuang, utterly astonished. Lin Peng, seizing the moment, executed a flawless jump shot. Swish. A mid-range basket added 2 points to his score. What a remarkable play, exclaimed Da Zhuang, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This impressive maneuver also caught the attention of the scout sitting courtside, who felt a tremor of anticipation as he held the scouting report in his hands. This player from China has truly exceeded my expectations. Huh? What does this mean? He handed the report to Phil Handy and pointed to a specific section. Ball handling possesses a certain degree of ability, though not exceptionally remarkable, potential for development. Phil Handy recognized this as Lin Peng's college scouting report, albeit one from several months prior. This cannot be right. How can his ball handling be deemed inadequate? In my estimation, his power, rhythm, and dribbling awareness are all impeccable, placing him among the top 3 in this draft class at the very least. Phil Handy gasped in astonishment as Lin Peng, this enigmatic Chinese player, once again redefined Handy's perception within a single practice session. Chapter 6. Could there be more surprises? Perhaps he has developed his ball handling skills in just a few months. Haha. Little BAS spoke in a tone bordering on jest, yet Phil Handy could not help but notice the uncontainable joy in his eyes. Indeed, in this draft stage, those selected are typically functional players, either gritty blue-collar workers or versatile 3 and D players. Lin Peng's role during his training with the Lakers was precisely as a 3 and D player. This was the reason Little BAS had devised the shooting stability drills. 3 and D players must remain close to superstars, nailing those crucial three-pointers. However, Lin Peng had unexpectedly showcased exceptional ball handling skills. Players with such abilities can undertake significant responsibilities on the court, such as initiating offense. These players are worth far more than their current draft position. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. A player capable of shooting, defending, and handling the ball is a rare gem among this year's rookies. Phil Handy had a faint sense that this player could indeed play a substantial role within the Lakers. What Phil Handy and Little Ba were unaware of was that, although Lin Peng's physique had not yet reached the peak condition he enjoyed during his MVP days due to developmental issues, the exquisite feel for the game he had honed through his experiences in the NBA had elevated his technical proficiency and the integration of skill and physique to an unfathomable level. What appeared to be merely an ankle-breaking move was, in Lin Peng's eyes, just the tip of the iceberg. Double, scoring consecutively over Jesse and Tony. Lin Peng showed no signs of slowing down, following up with 2 rapid-fire 3-point jump shots, successfully hitting them and igniting an impressive 11-0 start. Incredible! Lin Peng. You truly are exceptional. Dazhuang cheered from the sidelines, a master of creating an electrifying atmosphere. Despite the absence of an audience, his presence alone could rival a crowd. This cheeky lad, I was worried about your stamina, but with those 3-point shots, you could easily overwhelm them. Sensing an impending threat, the trio from the development league swiftly adjusted their strategy. After all, if Lin Peng got into a rhythm, scoring 50 points would merely require a dozen three-pointers. The third player, Jones, was substituted off the court, reluctantly passing the ball to Lin Peng, his frustration evident. However, as he exited, he whispered to the incoming first player, Jazzini, for a few moments. The words were inaudible, but Lin Peng sensed something amiss. True to his instincts, as soon as Lin Peng received the ball, he found himself stripped of any opportunity to execute a dribble or a shot. Jazzini's imposing foot wedged firmly between Lin Peng's legs, while his large hands effectively obstructed Lin Peng's vision and the trajectory of his pass. This defensive approach effectively curtailed both the options for a breakthrough and a direct shot. Lin Peng found himself deprived of any space for a direct jump shot, fervently seeking an opportunity to pass the ball. The intense pressure was so palpable that he could almost hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. With a decisive move, he seized the moment, slamming the ball against the floor in an attempt to create an opening against Jazzini, seamlessly stepping to the right to execute a breakthrough. Regaining his focus, Jazzini promptly pursued him, his taut nerves propelling his swift footsteps as he successfully closed the gap on Lin Peng. Lin Peng, with unwavering resolve, executed a sudden stop and launched a mid-range jump shot, while Jazzini leapt desperately to contest the shot. Alas, he obstructed his own vision. Dazhuang exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Jazzini, recognizing his own inferior jumping ability compared to Lin Peng, resorted to the cunning tactic of shielding his opponent's sight with his palm. Thud. The basketball clanged against the rim, missing its mark. Jazzini exuberantly shouted, Here, I'll take you down. Subsequently, the trio from the development league executed their defense with remarkable adherence to the principle of relentless pursuit. The three players took turns, employing vigorous scrambles and tenacious confrontations to incessantly deplete Lin Peng's stamina. This defensive style finds its epitome in the NBA through the likes of the tenacious Patrick Beverley, whose physical exertion often surpasses that of the offense. Consequently, those who thrive under such relentless pressure are typically offensive maestros like Curry and Lillard, who need not fret over fatigue in the context of a rotational strategy. As the match progressed, Lin Peng's shooting accuracy began to wane. Moreover, Jazzini and his teammates were all exceptional players within the development league, characterized by their offensive prowess and defensive frailties. Thus, Lin Peng was compelled to divert a portion of his focus towards defending against them. This, in turn, accelerated the depletion of his energy. Bang, thud, clang. The sounds of missed shots and the ball hitting the backboard reverberated through the USC gymnasium, akin to a symphony of pulsating notes. 40 minutes had elapsed. In order to conserve his energy more effectively, Lin Peng primarily focused on three-point shooting during the offensive phase, employing a defensive strategy that alternated between allowing drives and preventing shots, depending on his opponent's physique. However, his adversaries were equally committed to fulfilling the objectives set forth by Coach Bass for this practice session, showcasing relentless resistance on both offense and defense. The rotation of three players ensured that everyone enjoyed ample rest, allowing them to unleash their vigor upon entering the court. Lin Peng, however, found himself gasping heavily. Having lost count of the numerous shots he had taken in the USC gymnasium that day, the repetitive motion had exerted a tremendous strain on his arm muscles, resulting in a rapid accumulation of lactic acid. This buildup rendered his shooting increasingly rigid. Initially, he managed to maintain a shooting percentage exceeding 60%, keeping him in the lead. Yet, as time progressed, his shooting form began to falter, and the distraction of defensive pressure allowed his opponents to close the gap. In a shocking turn of events, Lin Peng, who held match point, was suddenly outscored 8-0 by the G League trio. The final score settled at 48-47. With Lin Peng clinging to a slender lead. Lin Peng, just 2 points left. Hold on. Dazhuang felt a wave of unease as he watched Lin Peng, hands on hips, panting heavily on the court. This was an ominous sign, although he was not a basketball player himself, as a basketball agent. He recognized that such a posture indicated that one's physical limits were being reached. Do you think he will win? Philhandy also perceived Lin Peng's predicament. Perhaps the outcome was no longer of utmost importance. His performance had already surpassed expectations. Let us wait and see. He might still surprise us. Coach Bass mused with a mysterious smile. Perhaps what sets him apart is his identity as a Chinese player, leading to different standards of evaluation. However, if we were to measure him against a Lakers player, there remains considerable room for his development. Phil Handy found himself at a loss for words, opting for silence as he observed Lin Peng with heightened focus. Chapter 7. Elite Defense Match Point. Coach Bass immediately signaled to the camera operator nearby, "Hey, Jack. This is a crucial moment. Make sure to capture the upcoming action. I want to present it to owner Jeannie Buss." The daughter of the late Lakers owner Jerry Buss holds a significant position as the current president of the Los Angeles Lakers. She is also the sister of Jim Buss. Notably, her former husband is the esteemed coach Phil Jackson, who once led the team to glory. Jeannie's role as president is paramount, as all operations of the Lakers ultimately fall under her purview, a position she ascended to after considerable struggle. Bold in her approach, Jeannie Buss successfully navigated the complexities of partnerships with the Staples Center and various television networks during her tenure as vice president. However, doubts lingered regarding her ability to manage independently, leading to her brother, Jim Buss, initially wielding the majority of control over the team's management. Unfortunately, as Kobe Bryant's career neared its twilight, Jim's decisions became increasingly questionable, resulting in a decline in the team's performance and plunging the franchise into dire straits. This turmoil ultimately paved the way for Jeannie Buss to rise to prominence. Upon assuming the role of basketball president, she enlisted Magic Johnson as the operations president, successfully recruiting LeBron James and culminating in a championship victory in 2022, which solidified her standing. Nonetheless, her unilateral decision to acquire Russell Westbrook resulted in a dysfunctional trio, and the team failed to secure a playoff spot this season, once again facing adversity. With the pressing need to achieve success in the upcoming season and win back the support of fans, Jeannie Buss places immense importance on the results of the upcoming draft to bolster the team's immediate capabilities. The atmosphere in the arena is thick with anticipation, as the only sounds are the heavy breaths mingling with the rhythmic thud of basketballs against the floor, leaving even the most boisterous of fans silent in eager expectation. Lin Peng diligently sought opportunities to regulate his breathing, sensing that his rhythm had become somewhat disordered. However, it was evident that his opponent was unwilling to grant him a moment's respite. This time, it was Jessini, who had previously engaged in a fierce exchange of trash talk with Lin Peng. As the offensive player, the instant Jessini received the ball, he forcefully slammed it down with both hands. Boom. The intensity of the play surged immediately. "Here, I shall bring this to an end," Jessini declared, pointing robustly at the floor. Lin Peng remained silent, contemplating. He lacks the finesse. Yet, he also recognized that Jessini, robust and unyielding, was not devoid of a fierce competitive spirit. As the defender, choosing a defensive strategy based on the opponent's offensive characteristics is a testament to one's basketball intelligence. However, at this critical juncture of the match, Lin Peng could not afford to be careless. "Ha!" Jessini shouted, before executing a series of intricate dribbling maneuvers, seamlessly transitioning with swift changes in direction. Yet, the limited range and his rigid touch failed to grant him any offensive space against Lin Peng, a master of defensive countermeasures. "Damn it!" Jessini cursed in frustration, yet his relentless movement continually drew Lin Peng's attention. With fatigue weighing heavily upon him, Lin Peng felt as though a fire was raging within his chest, nearly rendering him breathless. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Jessini suddenly dashed toward the gap in Lin Peng's defense. Lin Peng instinctively moved to cover, but as Jessini closed in, he muttered under his breath, "What the hell?" Time was swiftly running out. Near the free throw line, panic surged within him, causing him to lose control of the dribble. In his haste, he launched the basketball with a forceful throw, desperate and unsteady. Lin Peng was acutely aware of Jesse's abysmal shooting skills. His shooting form varied drastically, with a dismal 9 out of 10 attempts looking utterly different, his touch remarkably stiff. This stark contrast between his explosive physical prowess and his inability to shine as a standout player in the development league was evident. Thus, when confronted with such a clumsy opponent, Lin Peng, after applying defensive pressure that forced a hurried shot, could not be bothered to extend his hand. Instead, he opted to let it go. In the face of immense defensive pressure, Jesse's shooting form had transcended the known parameters of basketball technique. His hands contorted in a manner that was almost unwatchable. It resembled a chaotic flurry of misfires. Witnessing this, DeJuan could hardly contain his delight. If that shot were to find its way through the net, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. The basketball ricocheted off the rim, bouncing erratically before, by sheer misfortune, sliding into the hoop. Goodness. Zhuang exclaimed, incredulous that such a shot could possibly score. This stroke of outlandish luck left Zhuang seething, his face turning a shade of green as worry crept into his mind. 2 points awarded. The referee raised 2 fingers, signaling to the officials on the sidelines, who promptly updated the score. Jesse, brimming with excitement, shouted towards Lin Peng, "Come on." He then showcased an exuberant display of traditional African-American artistry, performing an impressive rap, while his large hands playfully shoved Lin Peng. His exuberant celebration suggested he believed he had already triumphed in the game. Lin Peng forcefully pushed aside Jesse and I, displaying not an ounce of alarm, and with a grin, remarked, "Let us wait and see." The score stood at 48-49. "Lin Peng, give it your all," Big Zhuang shouted, observing the weariness etched on Lin Peng's face. Lin Peng nodded towards Zhuang, surprised that Jesse managed to score with such an oddly contorted shooting style. Luck was indeed on his side. However, he did not concede defeat. The intense atmosphere and palpable tension only ignited his competitive spirit. "I shall prevail." The offensive play remained in the hands of the Development League trio, while Lin Peng continued his defense against the second player, Tony. Tony approached to receive the ball, aptly named for his agility, as he deftly maneuvered with hesitation dribbles, searching for opportunities. His technical prowess lay in his strong ball handling and shooting abilities. Yet he was notably weak in physical confrontations. In this context, Lin Peng employed his signature move, the death grip. This technique, learned from the Defensive Player of the Year, Leonard, was part of Lin Peng's efforts to balance his influence on both offensive and defensive fronts through specialized training alongside Leonard. As the match progressed, Lin Peng's death grip became widely recognized among Chinese fans, and his large hands earned him the moniker of Chinese ghost hands. With his hands lowered, Lin Peng maintained a defensive stance, ensuring that his large hands remained in front of him. When the opponent accelerated, this defensive approach imposed a formidable challenge on Tony, whose impressive shooting and ball handling skills became irrelevant as he struggled to find any shooting space. Tony continued to dribble, repeatedly executing behind-the-back dribbles in the signature crossover move reminiscent of Allen Iverson. As the 10 seconds gradually dwindled, in a moment of desperation, he spotted a slight opening against Lin Peng. He immediately surged forward, attempting to exploit the gap, only to fall into Lin Peng's trap. Suddenly, seizing the moment, Tony lowered his center of gravity, pivoted, and executed a swift between-the-legs dribble. The basketball seamlessly transferred from his right hand to his left, his core strength propelling his body into motion as he accelerated towards Lin Peng's opening, aiming to outmaneuver him. "Do you think you can outmatch me? You still have much to learn." Smack! With a vigorous sweep of his hand, Lin Peng forcefully struck the basketball with 3 fingers of his right hand, sending it soaring from Tony's grasp. The expression on Tony's face contorted in disbelief. How could this be? In an instant, he realized his palm was empty, and panic surged through him. Where was my ball? Alarmed, Tony instinctively thought to reclaim possession. However, Lin Peng's speed in intercepting the ball was unparalleled, as he adeptly predicted Tony's trajectory. With a decisive stride, he positioned his body squarely in front of Tony, bereft of his advantageous position. Tony faced an inevitable outcome. He was left vulnerable to the steal. Lin Peng stepped forward, swiftly seizing the basketball with one hand, and directly handed it to the referee. What a splendid steal. Chapter 8, The Ultimate Pull-Up. What? He actually managed to steal the ball. This Tony was the only point guard among the top 10 scorers in the Development League last year. Lin Peng's performance astonished Phil Handy. How many more surprises could he possibly bring? Grasping the ball with one hand was undeniably impressive. Upon witnessing Lin Peng's successful steal, Zhuang couldn't contain his laughter, his tone brimming with pride. It appeared that the exhaustion had not entirely diminished Lin Peng's prowess. Those large hands were truly remarkable. They reminded me of Jordan and Kobe. Such hands could indeed be a formidable weapon in defense. Even Little Bass couldn't help but marvel at Lin Peng's extraordinary abilities. Those hands are truly large. However, they also reminded me of Leonard, as their defensive styles bore a striking resemblance. Having worked in the industry for over a decade and trained Leonard, Phil Handy was somewhat familiar with his techniques, yet he remained perplexed by Lin Peng's rebirth. Perhaps he had diligently studied Leonard's defense? However, that could only be through watching tapes. To learn to this extent, could he truly be a genius? Phil Handy refrained from pondering further, for the critical moment of the game was about to commence. Lin Peng has finally gained possession of the ball. This time, he finds himself up against player 3, the Caucasian forward Jones, who happens to be the most formidable defender among the trio. With commendable lateral movement, robust physicality, and a proactive defensive approach, he demonstrates an impressive ability to manage fouls. Perfectly, you shall serve as the concluding challenge for this trial. Lin Peng caressed his lips as dopamine surged through his mind, completely replacing the exhaustion in his body with exhilaration. Though Jones was a versatile defender and had once been awarded the DPY in the Development League, he remained merely a player from that league. In contrast, Lin Peng had once dominated the NBA, relying on his unparalleled offensive prowess that left no angle unexploited. He now faced an exceptionally rare defensive talent, the prodigious Wembanyama. Jones appeared somewhat anxious, lacking the bravado of a trash talker like Jessini, seemingly embodying the docile nature often associated with traditional European big men. However, in the arena, one's gentleness would not elicit mercy from adversaries. Lin Peng, with his large hands, completely enveloped the ball. This shot was undoubtedly his to claim. In an instant, Lin Peng executed a sweeping change of direction, accelerating to secure a position. Jones, who was the first to be outmaneuvered, appeared somewhat flustered, but he quickly took a large lateral step to keep pace with Lin Peng. Confronted by an incoming defender from behind, Lin Peng remained unperturbed. His footwork, almost ghostly, seemed to slow down at that moment. Positioned near the free throw line, Lin Peng abruptly decelerated, intending to exploit the inertia created by the speed differential to slip past the approaching Jones. However, this tactic was anticipated by Jones, who shouted out emphatically, "Don't even think about scoring." Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Lin Peng utilized his left hand to shield the ball from Jones's imposing presence, while his right hand propelled the ball forward with determination. Jones attempted to disrupt the trajectory of the basketball, but was thwarted by Lin Peng's deft protective maneuver. With remarkable swiftness, Lin Peng dribbled the ball to the vicinity of the hoop, executing a one-handed slam that firmly seized the ball rebounding from the ground, akin to a ferocious beast charging forth with explosive energy. As Lin Peng exerted tremendous force through his legs, he fixed his gaze upon the ground and leaped with all his might. Jones, in a desperate bid to contest Lin Peng's layup, sprang into the air, extending his arms in an effort to thwart the impending shot. Yet, despite his valiant effort, the inadequacy of his jump was overshadowed by his towering height. With shoulders as broad as the Pacific Ocean, Jones's reach seemed to eclipse Lin Peng's, causing a pang of anxiety in the heart of Dejuang. Meanwhile, Jessini and Tony watched with gleaming eyes, envisioning their opportunity to seize the moment should Jones successfully defend against the shot, as they were eager to capitalize on the momentum to conclude the match. After all, the reward for victory in this contest far surpassed the meager earnings from their time in the Development League. Under the oppressive weight of Jones's defense, Lin Peng appeared to momentarily suspend in midair. He withdrew his protective hand and grasped the basketball with both hands, lifting it upward from beside the rim, deftly evading Jones's block. In an instant, as the block was eluded, a surge of fury ignited within Jones. However, the weight of his own body continued to draw him downward, and as he descended, he could only behold Lin Peng soaring beneath the hoop, with his core muscles engaging. Lin Peng unleashed a second burst of power through his arms, as if time had momentarily frozen. His robust arms maneuvered the basketball to the opposite side, rendering any further attempt by the descending Jones to block the shot utterly futile. Lin Peng deftly flicked the basketball with his left hand, sending it soaring toward the hoop. The spinning ball struck the backboard, rebounded, and teetered on the rim, rotating several times due to centrifugal force. Swish! The basketball settled smoothly into the net. Jones, having landed first, watched in astonishment as the ball cascaded into the hoop, the sound of the net brushing against it resonating in his ears like a thunderclap. In the next moment, Lin Peng also touched down, gazing contentedly at his masterpiece. An aerial layup, executed flawlessly to clinch the game. Jones was momentarily speechless. This was the essence of timing, jumping before you and landing after you. Lin Peng, you truly did not make me wait in vain. The surprise you delivered at the end was nothing short of monumental. This exquisite layup was simply breathtaking. It left Little Bass in a daze, as if his thoughts drifted back to 2 years prior, in the 2020 Western Conference Finals, during the clash between the Lakers and the Nuggets. Young Murray had executed an astonishing layup in midair, evading the block of superstar LeBron James, saving his team from the brink of defeat. What a remarkable hang time. What a stunning layup. Big Zhuang immediately erupted in excitement, charging toward Lin Peng like a freight train, his hefty weight delivering a jolt to Lin Peng. Damn, that's incredible. I knew I wasn't mistaken in you. Indeed, this layup proved we were no match for him. On the sidelines, Tony bore witness to this extraordinary display of skill and was thoroughly impressed, though Jesse couldn't resist a quip. It's just good luck. I could do it too. Tony, unyielding, shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, if you have the ability, why don't you show us? Humph. Jesse, feeling chastened, fell silent. As Jones walked back, the trio from the G League trailed behind, their spirits utterly deflated, as though they had lost their very essence. Having been accustomed to being the stars in the G League, today they faced a complete and utter defeat. Chapter 9. Wealth breeds indulgence. Clap. Clap. Phil Handy and Little Bass approached, and after an intense trial session, they finally offered the most enthusiastic applause. Lin Peng, you have brought me so many surprises, exclaimed Little Bass, who, upon being released by Big Zhuang, beamed with joy. He walked directly up to Lin Peng, disregarding the sweat on his jersey and arms, and embraced him tightly. Ha ha ha. If we have you on the Lakers next season, I truly believe we can make a swift return to the playoffs, Little Bass declared with palpable excitement. Subsequently, at a signal, the G League trio, after acknowledging Lin Peng, could only leave in disgruntled silence. Upon hearing this, Big Zhuang became energized. The implication of a promised contract was unmistakable. Hey, General Manager Little Bass, you did say that. Haha. Little Bass released Lin Peng and said to De Zhuang, in China, there is an ancient saying, a gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. When I make a promise, I shall undoubtedly fulfill it. Lin Peng nodded excitedly, for he understood that once he joined the Lakers, he would have truly taken the first step towards reviving his life and achieving success. Lin Peng, you have truly impressed me. Even the notoriously stringent Phil Handy could not help but exclaim. However, Mr. Buss, I have a small request. Lin Peng understood that the abilities he had just demonstrated had captivated Little Bass, making this the opportune moment to seize the advantage. With a beaming smile, he turned to Little Bass and inquired, my request is to ensure my tactical position upon joining the team. Little Bass, with a slight flicker in his eyes and an awkward smile, replied, this is not within my purview to decide. We can discuss this matter further when we finalize the contract. His words were impeccably crafted. However, having suffered the consequences of the earlier playoff season in 2021, where they had been at a disadvantage due to the starting contracts of Schroeder and Drummond, it was clear that he could not guarantee such a request. Was there truly no feasible solution? At this moment, Lin Peng's expression was somewhat amiss, his face adorned with a semblance of a smile that failed to reach his eyes. This prompted a sense of alertness in Xiao Bas. Clearly, the results of Lin Peng's trial had exceeded his expectations. Based on the current level of performance displayed, a backcourt player who possesses a stable shooting ability, can initiate offense while handling the ball, demonstrates fierce defense, and boasts physical advantages, is an invaluable asset in any draft class. Even in this year, Lin Peng's prowess undoubtedly qualifies him for a position in the lottery picks. Should he be allowed to join another team, it would indeed be a monumental loss. Xiao Bas found himself in a state of inner turmoil and then cautiously remarked, I cannot single-handedly guarantee your standing within the team, but I will convey this matter to owner Jenny. Furthermore, you may propose another request that I can fulfill, and I shall comply unconditionally. Lin Peng felt a surge of delight within. His true intentions were now revealed. With the security of his team's status assured, he had unwavering confidence in his abilities. This was never a cause for concern. However, Lin Peng's genuine aim lay in the pursuit of wealth. The esteemed writer Lu Sun once penned a brief tale illustrating that when one seeks to create a window in a room, opposition arises. Yet, if one proposes to remove the roof entirely, the notion of opening a window suddenly gains unanimous approval. This principle holds true in negotiations as well. By initially presenting an extravagant and unattainable demand, one can subsequently introduce their actual request, significantly enhancing the likelihood of success. Lin Peng pretended to ponder for a moment, then inquired, may I perhaps request an advance on my salary? This inquiry left everyone present utterly bewildered. Had he not yet participated in the draft or signed a contract, yet was already asking for money? Lin Peng's audacity caught De Zhuang completely off guard. However, this was not merely a case of Lin Peng being blinded by the prospect of money. Rather, he genuinely found himself in dire financial straits. He was indeed impoverished. Firstly, Lin Peng could no longer be considered a college student and, consequently, was unable to reside in university dormitories. Thus, he had opted to share an apartment in downtown Los Angeles with De Zhuang, incurring a monthly rent exceeding $8,000. Additionally, he needed to purchase a vehicle to facilitate his daily training and maintenance. In America, public transportation is often insufficiently convenient, and taxi fares can be exorbitantly high, particularly in Los Angeles. Otherwise, the young Giannis Antetokounmpo would not have run several kilometers to the gym during his rookie season to save on cab fare. Moreover, Lin Peng's training necessitated substantial financial resources. Unlike the reckless youth he once was, he now placed great emphasis on taking care of his body. Many elite athletes are exceedingly attentive to their physical well-being. It is said that NBA's executive vice president, the legendary LeBron James, at the age of 38, still soars through the air like a rocket, executing impressive blocks and acrobatic maneuvers. Such remarkable physical prowess is largely attributed to his annual expenditure of $1.5 million on personal maintenance. In youth, one may defy gravity, but with age or injury, in a league perpetually filled with youthful talent, one can swiftly find oneself obsolete. This is a lesson Lin Peng has learned well. Furthermore, it was only May, and the NBA playoffs had yet to conclude, with nearly 2 months remaining until the draft. Lin Peng needed to organize his training and undergo specialized workouts during this period to enhance his skills in the off-season. Should he wait until after signing a contract post-draft to arrange for training, he would effectively squander 2 months of valuable preparation time. Hence, it was imperative for Lin Peng to begin mapping out his career trajectory, starting with hiring a nutritionist, a trainer, and securing various maintenance equipment, all of which amounted to a significant sum. Typically, such expenses would be covered by an agent. However, De Zhuang was not a professional in the field. While he claimed to be Lin Peng's agent, he had never actually provided him with a salary, and he had been covering the cost of the apartment and daily training out of his own pocket. Thus, it was not a matter of being overly demanding. He genuinely required funds. Nevertheless, in the 70-plus years of the NBA's existence, Lin Peng might well be the only rookie to request money prior to signing a contract. Yet, with a smile, Little Bush showed no hesitation. He summoned his assistant and, with remarkable generosity, signed a check for $500,000 and handed it to Lin Peng. Indeed, if money can resolve an issue, then it is no longer a problem. If you truly have no demands, then I need not worry about you leaving. With you here requesting something, I feel considerably more at ease. Little Bass smiled, clearly indicating that this amount of money was of no concern to him. Lin Peng was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Xiao Boss's unexpected straightforwardness. The Los Angeles Lakers, situated in a veritable treasure trove, truly embodied the notion that wealth begets opportunity. Indeed, having money breeds a certain audacity. Chapter 10. Chinatown, Los Angeles. De Zhuang had yet to fully comprehend the situation when his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. He seized the check from Lin Peng's hand and, with his squinting eyes, began to meticulously tally the figures. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, $500,000. They had struck it rich. Goodness. Ha. De Zhuang enveloped Lin Peng in a tight embrace, akin to a wild boar encountering the wonders of the world for the very first time. Lin Peng remained notably composed. After all, he had signed a contract worth millions. Let us wish for a pleasant collaboration, he smiled, tucking the check into his pocket and extending his hand. To a fruitful partnership. Little Bass reciprocated, firmly grasping Lin Peng's hand. As they journeyed back to the apartment, Los Angeles, like all major metropolises, unveiled its splendor as night fell. Cars weaved between towering skyscrapers, pulsating like the very heartbeat of the city. Gazing towards the distant iconic structures of Los Angeles, particularly the Golden Gate Bridge, one could not help but feel a sense of insignificance. Yet, at that moment, curled up within the confines of the taxi, Lin Peng resembled a nascent star, poised to ascend. However, Lin Peng was acutely aware of his own physical discomfort. His body was riddled with aches, his calves, thighs, and arms heavy with lactic acid, rendering him incapable of finding solace even on the back seat of the car. Meanwhile, De Zhuang was busily toying with the check, losing track of time while counting the zeros, his fixation bordering on obsession. Yet, Lin Peng understood him well. De Zhuang's father was the chairman of the renowned Song Group, a prominent name in domestic real estate development. As the youngest son, he was showered with affection by his father, who prioritized his happiness above all else, neglecting the path of academic achievement. At the age of 18, De Zhuang was sent to the United States with the singular task of obtaining a diploma, only to return home to inherit the family business. A fate he met with trepidation. However, after being sheltered by his father all his life, the opulence of America, especially after befriending Lin Peng, ignited in De Zhuang a grand vision. Stubbornly, after completing his studies in North America, he insisted on remaining in the United States to carve out his own destiny. This decision nearly provoked a heart attack in his father, who could not fathom why his son would choose to forego a fortune securely deposited in the bank, opting instead to chase dreams on the opposite side of the Pacific. Consequently, his father mobilized a group to retrieve him, but De Zhuang resolutely refused to return, establishing a 2-year pact. Should he fail to make a name for himself within that time frame, he would dutifully return to inherit the family fortune, a prospect he dreaded. Ultimately, his father returned empty-handed, and De Zhuang became Lin Peng's manager, marking Lin Peng as his first investment. Thus, whenever Lin Peng faced financial hardships and was unable to provide for his living expenses, it was De Zhuang, the laborer, who came to the aid of his employer. Lin Peng often feels a sense of guilt. However, De Zhuang would directly shout at him, "Lin Peng, do you still have dreams?" Lin Peng smiled. "My dream is to enter the NBA and represent China on the grandest stage of basketball." Haha. Indeed, I believe in you and your aspirations. I, Songduoyu, have invested in your dream, and when I invest, I do so wholeheartedly. I am determined to propel you into the NBA. At long last, this investment is beginning to yield some returns. To De Zhuang, $50,000 is merely a trifling sum. Yet this may well mark the first step towards becoming a distinguished basketball agent. "Hey, Lin Peng." There was no response from Lin Peng. De Zhuang, seated in the passenger seat, carefully tucked away the wrinkled check dampened by sweat and oil, glancing through the rearview mirror at Lin Peng, who lay languidly in the back seat. "Lin Peng, are you all right? How do you feel?" De Zhuang inquired with concern. "Hiss." Lin Peng winced as he pinched his calf, the pain causing him to gasp. "I'm fine. It's just that today's tryout was incredibly exhausting. You can't let this continue. The lactic acid in your body must be expelled promptly, or you won't be able to get out of bed in a few days." "Yes, but at this hour, it's impossible to find a massage therapist." Lin Peng gasped for breath. His body was undeniably full of vitality, yet still too youthful, indicating that he would require some time to acclimate. De Zhuang's eyes sparkled with inspiration. "I have thought of a splendid destination," he exclaimed. "Where?" Lin Peng inquired. "Once we arrive, you shall see." Master, we shall not head to the city center. Please turn around. We are bound for Los Angeles Chinatown." De Zhuang declared with enthusiasm, prompting the taxi driver to change direction without delay. Los Angeles Chinatown? What on earth did De Zhuang have in mind? After approximately 30 minutes, Lin Peng and De Zhuang finally arrived at their destination. Upon settling the fare, Lin Peng was eagerly pulled from the vehicle. As he stepped out, he was greeted by the iconic symbol of Chinatown, a magnificent archway adorned with traditional Chinese motifs, prominently inscribed within Chinese characters, accompanied by the English translation, Chinatown. Los Angeles. The archway was predominantly painted in a vibrant red, embellished with lantern-like fixtures that illuminated the entire structure, exuding a quintessential Chinese charm. Lin Peng even spotted paper-cutting art reminiscent of his hometown in Shandong, stirring a wave of nostalgia within him. Indeed, it was true that for a Chinese person long residing abroad, stepping into Chinatown inevitably awakened a deep longing for home. Lin Peng was taken aback when he caught sight of De Zhuang loosening his belt and retrieving a Car P9 semi-automatic pistol from his waist. His eyes widened in astonishment, resembling two glaring light bulbs. The Car P9 is a compact 9mm self-defense handgun, measuring approximately 15 centimeters in length. Its diminutive size renders it exceptionally portable. However, its compactness does not equate to diminished power. As a pocket-sized firearm, it boasts commendable firepower and accuracy. In a society where firearms are ubiquitous and the notion of mutual fear is absent, the Car P9 has gradually become an essential self-defense weapon among American civilians. De Zhuang inspected the pistol before replacing the magazine with a new one. "Goodness, you carry a gun with you? When did you acquire your firearm permit?" Lin Peng was taken aback by the imposing aura of De Zhuang. To be honest, it truly resembled the commanding presence of a gang leader from a Hong Kong film. In the United States, acquiring a firearm is easier than stealing an electric scooter. Obtaining a gun license is less complicated than securing a driver's license for a motor vehicle. Isn't it astonishing how accessible firearms are? Chapter 11. Is this what they call connections? Lin Peng scratched his head and spoke a truth that was hard to refute. In the United States, acquiring a firearm is often more straightforward than purchasing a kitchen knife. However, why would one carry a handgun at all? De Zhuang was taken aback, questioning whether he was genuinely naive or merely feigning ignorance. Have you forgotten how chaotic it can be at night in America? Especially in Chinatown, if you venture in adorned with gold and silver without any form of protection, you might exit in a rather precarious state. Is it really that exaggerated? I've never experienced such chaos in downtown New York. That's a different story. In a place that ostensibly appears to be populated solely by Chinese, many of the individuals you encounter are, in fact, undocumented immigrants from Southeast Asia. The intricacies of the local power dynamics cannot be easily articulated. Lin Peng nodded, having heard of the security issues in Chinatown. Ultimately, it is still in the United States. If it were in his hometown in northeast China, strolling out with money in the dead of night would pose no problem at all. Wait, that's not right. When did you ever visit New York City? Have you been sneaking off to have fun behind my back? Lin Peng awkwardly scratched his head and said, No. I haven't been there. I heard about it from others. How could I have been to New York? Let us hurry inside. Didn't you promise to take me to a wonderful place? Surely, it isn't just here to endure the chilly breeze? Lin Peng hastily diverted the conversation, fearing that if he spoke too much, he might inadvertently reveal the details of his rebirth, which would be difficult to explain. Why the hurry? Let us proceed. Indeed. De Zhuang, with his reloaded firearm slung at his waist, marched boldly forward. This is what one might call poise, Lin Peng noted, realizing De Zhuang truly embodied the aura of a gang leader. Wait for me, De Zhuang. In Los Angeles Chinatown, one can find an array of structures imbued with Chinese elements, showcasing the distinctive cultural heritage of China in a foreign land. For instance, the Tiantai dedicated to the worship of Mazu, which they had just passed, was established by the Fujianese expatriates. Currently, they stood before the iconic Chinese theater, a hallmark of Chinatown. The performances at this theater predominantly feature Peking opera, a national treasure that has been passed down through millennia, embodying the essence of Chinese culture and resonating with its profound heritage. Consequently, the audience here comprises not only Chinese individuals, but also numerous visitors from the United States who are drawn by its reputation. Had it not been for the evening hour and the absence of performances, Lin Peng, who had been away from his homeland for quite some time, would have relished the opportunity to hear a performance. Hey, Lin Peng, stop dawdling. Let us go. We are nearly there, De Zhuang urged impatiently. Snapped back to reality by De Zhuang's insistence, Lin Peng, momentarily entranced by the grandeur of the Chinese theater, was suddenly confronted by a shadow that darted past under the dim streetlights. Ding, ding, ding. Make way, make way. Lin Peng focused his gaze and noticed a man riding a bicycle hurtling towards him. He quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the oncoming cyclist. With a screech, the rider slammed on the brakes, coming to a halt at the corner of a nearby wall. Once he regained his composure, he dismounted and, visibly agitated, strode towards Lin Peng and De Zhuang. Hey, what on earth are you two doing wandering around this alley in the middle of the night? Lin Peng, aided by the illumination, focused his gaze and realized that the individual was a police officer clad in a black uniform. No wonder Lin Peng had overlooked him moments earlier. However, as a strikingly handsome police officer, it was quite peculiar that he did not drive a patrol car but instead rode a bicycle. One wonders if this is one of the unique characteristics of Chinatown. For goodness sake, this is merely walking under the streetlight, Lin Peng thought. As a police officer, why are you not upholding public order? What purpose does your aimless cycling serve? Before Lin Peng could respond, the hot-tempered De Zhuang charged forward, exclaiming, I am maintaining public order. Wait, what did you just say? Are you implying that riding a bicycle disqualifies me from being a police officer? Should a police officer never ride a bicycle? Upon hearing the accent, Lin Peng discerned that it was evidently not a local American dialect, but rather reminiscent of a Mexican one. Observing the man's appearance, his large head, elongated neck, short stubble, pronounced cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and darker complexion, he unmistakably resembled a Mexican individual. In the United States, the presence of Mexicans often evokes associations with drugs and illegal border crossings. Indeed, many have crossed over from Mexico into the States, and their backgrounds remain a mystery, rendering them somewhat perilous. Here I am, in this Chinatown, where the police still recognize me. Song Yi, which precinct do you belong to? De Zhuang approached with intentions to confront him, but fortunately, Lin Peng intervened and restrained him. Lin Peng understood that in America, being a police officer is an extraordinarily intriguing profession, particularly for white officers who seem to draw their weapons at the slightest provocation. The officer paused, recognizing Lin Peng. You are Song? Song Xiaoyu. Oh, no. I misspoke. Brother Song? Brother Song? Ah, it is indeed you, Brother Song. My apologies for not recognizing you. The officer, towering at over 6 feet, bowed to the much shorter Brother Song, creating a rather comical sight. Ah, it's nothing. What is your name? What brings you here? The officer's demeanor softened considerably. Oh, I am Ceres, just patrolling the area on my bike. I didn't expect to run into you, Brother Song. Ceres' tone shifted dramatically, leaving Lin Peng somewhat taken aback. Ahem, I preferred your earlier rebellious attitude, Lin Peng remarked. Ceres chuckled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Brother Song, you jest. How could I ever offend you? By the way, do you and your companion have any business in Chinatown at this hour? If you need any assistance, I am at your service. Siri spoke with an earnestness that nearly made Lin Peng burst into laughter, realizing that even Mexicans could discern their surroundings quite astutely. Brother Song dismissed him with a wave, urging him to leave. It's fine. It's fine. Off you go. Defeated, Siri's had no choice but to return to his bicycle. Yet before departing, he cautioned, Brother Song, be aware that this area has many individuals with mental health issues and those indulging in marijuana. They tend to roam the streets at night, so please exercise caution. Understood. Now off you go, Brother Song urged. With that, the towering officer resumed his night patrol on his small bicycle, a scene that was surprisingly heartwarming. Brother Song. Once Siri's departed, Lin Peng playfully slapped Brother Song's back. Laughing heartily. Not a big deal. I know this area well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought you here, Brother Song replied proudly. The chief of police here is a friend of my father, so everyone is quite familiar. Is this what they call connections? Lin Peng mused, bemused. Brother Song. You seem to have acquaintances in both the underworld and the law. Brother Song continued walking, urging Lin Peng to keep up. We are almost there. After navigating through this amusing interlude, Lin Peng and Brother Song walked for a few more minutes and finally arrived at the destination Brother Song had mentioned. Brother Song. Is this truly the wonderful place you spoke of? Chapter 12. The realms Brother Song is involved in are indeed quite extensive. Lin Peng stood dazed in place, his gaze fixed upon a sign that proclaimed, Los Angeles Chinatown Foot Massage Parlor in bold letters. Is this esteemed establishment you speak of merely a foot massage shop? Nestled within a narrow alley, the parlor radiated a vibrant, almost decadent aura, emanating a soft pink glow. From outside, the air was thick with the scent of various perfumes worn by women. This scene indeed provoked an array of thoughts and associations. Surely, this foot massage parlor must have migrated from Dongguan to find its place here, even in Chinatown. De Zhuang chuckled mysteriously. It's not what you imagine. Come on in. With your odor of sweat, they might even offer you a shower. With that, Lin Peng was pulled inside. Upon entering, a Chinese gentleman in a suit, standing around 5'6", approached them. If it isn't Brother Song, what an esteemed guest we have here. Please, this way. His small eyes darted around, exuding a shrewd demeanor. Well, Xiao Wang, business has been thriving lately, hasn't it? Lin Peng inquired. You flatter me, sir. Were it not for your patronage, this place wouldn't see such success. Xiao Wang replied, bending over in a fawning manner that almost suggested an eagerness to disappear beneath De Zhuang's trousers. This is my brother, Lin Peng, who will soon be a star in the NBA. De Zhuang declared, patting Lin Peng on the shoulder as he introduced him. Hello, Brother Lin. Xiao Wang greeted enthusiastically. What services would you and Brother Song like today? Let's start with a shower for Lin. Then, arrange for a professional masseur to give him a full-body massage. He has exerted himself greatly today, and we must relieve him of that accumulated lactic acid. As for oils or massage creams, simply charge them to my account, De Zhuang instructed, gesturing toward Lin Peng. As for me, just find me a lass to massage my legs. I've truly worn myself out today. Absolutely, Brother Song. Please, take a moment to relax while I arrange for your services, Xiao Wang replied, leading De Zhuang and Lin Peng to a lounge. Though termed a lounge, it resembled a KTV room, adorned with an array of alcoholic beverages on the table. Lin Peng casually picked up a bottle to inspect. A 500 milliliters limited edition of polka vodka, expensive and quite suited to the Chinese palate. I never would have guessed, De Zhuang. How is it that I had not noticed your diverse ventures before? Even in this land, you managed to operate a foot massage parlor, Lin Peng remarked. De Zhuang picked up a bottle of vodka, poured himself a glass, and savored it slowly. No, it's all rather chaotic. It's hardly worth mentioning. Lin Peng leaned in and asked, De Zhuang, is this place legitimate? What do you think? De Zhuang replied with a mysterious smile. This left Lin Peng utterly perplexed. Was it legitimate or not? Do you actually desire something less than legitimate? Lin Peng retorted earnestly, I assure you, I am as pure as jade. I believe that. De Zhuang replied. Let me tell you, there exists an unparalleled secret in the basketball realm, known as the virgin skill. Have you heard of AC Green from the NBA? He is the quintessential example. Lin Peng was somewhat familiar with AC Green. If one were to characterize his career, it would undoubtedly be with the word iron. He made an astounding 192 consecutive appearances, the highest in NBA history, earning him the moniker Iron Man out of his 281 career games over 16 years. He played in 278, boasting an impressive attendance rate of 99.8. Even more astonishing, the 3 games he did not play were not due to injury, but because the head coach at the time, Pat Riley, chose not to field him. AC Green retired in 2001 and was inducted into the Oregon Sports Hall of Fame in 2003. His career was illustrious, winning 3 NBA championships 1987, 1988, 2000. Being selected for the NBA All-Star Team in 1990 and making the NBA All-Defensive Second Team in 1989. Typically, NBA players, with their youth, wealth, and fame, led tumultuous personal lives epitomized by figures such as Magic Johnson and the legendary Wilt Chamberlain. Yet AC Green was a remarkable exception throughout his NBA career until retirement. He remained celibate, upholding his virginity until 2002, a year after retiring, when at the age of 39, he finally married, residing in the vibrant metropolis of Los Angeles. Resisting the allure of beautiful women was no small feat, especially with a teammate like the ever-playful Magic Johnson. In the 1980s, the Lakers' locker room was often filled with various blonde beauties after every game. However, AC Green remained unfazed on one occasion. When a teammate playfully tossed a woman into his hotel room, the virtuous Green promptly retreated and spent the night in the hotel lobby. Such formidable self-discipline and conviction allowed him to sustain a 16-year career, which is certainly no surprise. Lin Peng curled his lips in disdain. But if life were to resemble that of AC Green's, it would hold little meaning. Brother Lin, brother Song, everything has been arranged for you, De Zhuang declared as he downed his vodka in one swift motion, the potent spirit jolting his senses awake. Let us go. Subsequently, Lin Peng was escorted into a bathing chamber. Upon entry, he was greeted by a haze of steam and a perfectly regulated temperature. The wooden floor ensured a non-slip surface, adding a thoughtful touch. A grand bathtub awaited him, along with an array of shower amenities. Considering Lin Peng's physique, standard-sized bathtubs had always been inadequate. Yet this oversized one was just right. Wow, I thought I was in for a Japanese bubble bath. Lin Peng chuckled at his own jest, secretly apprehensive of immersing himself in bubbles that might compromise his pristine composure. Yet, upon reflection, was it fear he felt, or perhaps a tinge of anticipation? After his bath, Lin Peng was guided by the staff of the foot massage parlor into another room for a full-body massage. The masseur, an unseen Chinese man of advanced age, nearing 50, possessed an undeniable skill. His technique was impeccable, neither excessive nor lacking. Within moments, Lin Peng sensed a significant alleviation of his muscle soreness. The amalgamation of discomfort and comfort brought forth by the massage sent shivers through Lin Peng's body. Well, this massage is incredibly soothing. Chapter 13, An Unexpected Encounter with Harden? Ah, how delightful. Such exquisite technique could only be found with the bathhouse masters from northeastern China. It would be a rarity to find such talent on the other side of the Pacific. During the massage, Lin Peng felt as though subtle currents of electricity danced within him, an extraordinary sensation. Gradually, the comfort enveloped him, and he succumbed to slumber. When Lin Peng awoke, he found himself still reclining in the massage room, but the masseur had vanished. The temperature in the room was perfectly adjusted, suggesting that upon noticing Lin Peng's deep sleep, the masseur had chosen not to disturb him. Lin Peng stretched his body languidly, only to be greeted by the delightful crackling sounds of his joints, eliciting an involuntary sigh of pleasure. It was simply exquisite. Lin Peng felt that his body was no longer burdened by aches and fatigue. He was invigorated and refreshed, prompting him to once again marvel at the prowess of Chinese massage techniques. As he found himself in a state of ennui, Lin Peng picked up his phone. It was already 11 o'clock in the United States, indicating that he had at least been asleep for 2 hours. Nevertheless, he had not anticipated that the massage would be so delightful. Lin Peng then opened social media, checking the front page news in the NBA section on Instagram. The Fervent Legion. The Philadelphia 76ers have been eliminated, while the Miami Heat have successfully advanced to the conference finals. Lin Peng was somewhat taken aback. It appeared to be news from the day before yesterday. He clicked to take a closer look. In the Eastern Conference semifinals of the 2021-2022 season, the Miami Heat triumphed over the Philadelphia 76ers with a score of 99-90, advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals once more after a year's hiatus. Throughout the match, the Heat star player, Butler, delivered an impressive performance with 32 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 assists. The unexpected hero, Struss, excelled as well, contributing 20 points, 11 rebounds, and 5 assists. Additionally, Tucker added 12 points and 9 rebounds, while Adebayo and Harrow both contributed 10 points each, with Adebayo also securing 8 rebounds. In contrast, the 76ers saw their star player, Embiid, score 20 points and pull down 12 rebounds, while the promising young talent, Maxey, added 20 points and 4 assists. Unfortunately, James Harden struggled during this game, managing only 11 points, 4 rebounds, and 9 assists, thus failing to lead his team to advancement. Consequently, since departing from the Rockets, Harden has yet to reach a conference finals. Lin Peng has withdrawn from the news, and a sense of melancholy inevitably envelopes him. The defeat of James Harden in this match seems to encapsulate the tumultuous journey of his professional career, from the trio of the Thunder days to the epic scoring prowess during his time with the Rockets. And subsequently, the roller coaster of team changes. James Harden remains a name deserving of utmost respect, yet he always appears to be just a fraction short of fortune. Before his rebirth, Lin Peng spent several years as a teammate of Harden, possessing one of the rare kind and amiable temperaments in the realm of NBA stars. He was notably protective of the rookie Lin Peng. Yet, this generosity was not merely a facade of fervor and glamour. Behind it lay countless hardships. Lower-tier players fought tooth and nail for a meager livelihood, while the upper echelon of stars often squandered their wealth. This stark disparity between rich and poor, set against the backdrop of the NBA, is akin to a vivid ukiyo-e of American basketball. However, Harden stood out as an anomaly amidst this landscape. Alas, sometimes choices indeed outweigh effort, Lin Peng lamented. He pondered that had Harden not insisted on transitioning from the Rockets to the Nets, he might not have suffered injuries due to the insufficient depth of the Nets roster. Without those injuries, internal discord would not have erupted. Nor would the significant trade involving Simmons and Harden have occurred, sending Harden to Philadelphia. Had he not ventured to Philadelphia, he would not have encountered the likes of Mogu, who persuaded him to take a pay cut to remain with the team, ensnaring him with a draconian clause. There were countless what-ifs, all stemming from that initial choice, propelling one through the labyrinth of life. Thus, this may very well be the reason why Lin Peng was willing to forfeit a first-round pick, even a lottery selection, to join the Los Angeles Lakers as a second-round pick. Throughout Lin Peng's career, he had faced numerous regrets and missed opportunities in this new chapter of his life. He yearned to forge a truly unique basketball journey. Reflecting on this, Lin Peng sighed, feeling both sympathy for Harden and gratitude for his own circumstances. After putting away his phone, he found himself once again engulfed in ennui. Rising from his seat, he decided to take a stroll. Upon stepping outside his room, he discovered that the seemingly ordinary establishment was, in fact, a hidden treasure. The foot massage parlor was arranged like a hotel, devoid of the overpowering scent of cosmetics and alcohol typical of similar venues in his homeland. Could it be that this foot massage parlor was genuinely respectable? Lin Peng chuckled at his own irony, realizing that a place where one might need to carry a firearm at night could also house such a legitimate establishment. Lin Peng placed a call to De Zhuang, but all he heard in response was that the number he dialed was temporarily unavailable. He was advised to try again later. Consequently, he strolled out alone, unwittingly finding himself at the door, as he had intended to step outside for some fresh air. Damn it, pay up. If you don't pay, you shan't leave. In the distance, he could faintly hear the sounds of an argument. Lin Peng followed the sound through several turns until he located its source. From a distance, he observed a group of 4 or 5 individuals surrounding a burly man. It appeared that this man had fallen victim to a robbery or a scam. Although he seemed to be an athlete, towering over the others, Lin Peng knew that in this place, no matter how strong one appeared, one could never be certain of what weapons the assailants might possess. Zhuang was indeed right. Los Angeles' Chinatown was quite chaotic. Lin Peng mused as he continued to sit outside, feeling the chilly night breeze of Los Angeles. Isn't this extortion? For such a minor scrape, you demand $200,000. You can't even buy a car with that much. Suddenly, Lin Peng was taken aback, pondering why the voice sounded so familiar. Upon closer listening, he realized the voice bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Harden. I don't care who you are. It's a flat fee of $200,000. If you don't pay, you won't be leaving. All right, let me be honest with you. I am Harden. You should recognize me. Let's call the police first, and my agent will contact you. I assure you, we will handle this matter appropriately. Damn it, I don't care if you're Harden or whoever. Just give me the money now. If you don't pay, you won't be walking away. The group threatened menacingly. Chapter 14, The Simple Folk of the Beautiful Country. Could it truly be Harden? Lin Peng crouched at the corner, leaning in for a closer look. Despite the dim lighting, he immediately recognized the iconic mustache. Goodness, it truly is Harden. The argument raged on. Did I not tell you? Let us report this to the police directly. I'll have my agent contact you. Whatever the amount, it shall be settled. Damn it, you just don't understand, do you? Hand over the money, and you can leave. Can't produce $200,000. Can you? The man speaking was clearly the leader of the group, brandishing a dagger as he sneered at the apparent poverty of his target. Just give a measly 10,000 and scram. Lin Peng, unfazed, retorted, "Oh, how brazen. Wielding a mere dagger, you really think you're some sort of Navy SEAL?" At that moment, a man of East Asian descent, nearly 2 meters tall, emerged from the shadows, revealing himself to be Lin Peng. "Who the hell are you? This is none of your concern. Get lost." Lin Peng approached with an air of nonchalance, regarding the battered vehicle before him, a Ford Mustang Cobra SVT. Even driving it felt uncomfortable, like sitting on a rock. The audacious seller demanded a staggering $20,000. "Have you all lost your minds over money?" With that, he delivered a forceful kick to the car. Bang. Oh. The impact was so tremendous that it left a deep dent in the door. "Good grief. Are you trying to court disaster?" a young thug exclaimed, drawing the daggers from their belts in unison. Lin Peng's heart raced in alarm. Indeed, De Zhuang's words held truth. The night in this beautiful land was surprisingly unsophisticated. Just as the tension escalated, a spark of ingenuity ignited within Lin Peng. Hey, don't move." He placed his hand on his waist, challenging them, "If you dare, come at me." This bold stance momentarily stunned the group. A young American in a yellow shirt stealthily approached his leader. "Boss, he's got a gun. We've encountered a tough opponent. So you lot are backing down? What else there to be afraid of?" The leader retorted. "What do you mean, not afraid? I'm terrified." Lin Peng smiled mysteriously and said, "Come on." Hardin approached Lin Peng from behind and whispered in his ear, "Big brother, you are my fan, right? Fortunately, you are here to lend a hand. Later, I shall give you an autograph. But let us first overcome the current predicament. What is there to fear? After all, do you not possess a gun?" Lin Peng ceased to respond. The leader stepped forward, sheathing his dagger, and remarked with a hearty laugh, "My brother, you jest. Such trivial matters are of no consequence. As the saying goes, one must engage in conflict to foster acquaintance. Let us take a step back." Upon observing the situation, Lin Peng felt a surge of concealed delight at the success of his intimidation tactics. However, he maintained a facade of calmness. "Very well, you may leave," he commanded. The group, realizing their defeat, could only respond with forced laughter, and at Lin Peng's shout, they scurried away, tails between their legs. Once they had departed, Lin Peng finally exhaled in relief and murmured to himself, "Zhuang was absolutely right. In this land of opportunity, possessing a firearm grants one power. When both parties are armed, the outcome is uncertain, but when one is unarmed, the situation becomes dire. My friend, indeed, you are quite impressive, carrying a weapon with you. You must be well acquainted with the underworld." Lin Peng wore an expression of helplessness, as he realized that Hardin was precisely as he had remembered him, unchanged. On the surface, he appeared to be a formidable gang leader, yet beneath that facade lay an unexpectedly naive disposition. "What? I was just pulling their leg. Where would I even get a gun?" "What? You mean you don't have a gun?" Hardin's voice rang out, startlingly loud, echoing in the ears of the nearby thugs. "What did he say?" the leader inquired of his subordinate. The subordinate hesitated before replying, "Boss, it seems they claimed they don't have a gun." "No gun." The realization that he had been deceived struck the leader like a bolt, and after uttering a curse, he swiftly armed himself and charged towards Lin Peng and Hardin. "Run!" Lin Peng, incensed by Hardin's foolishness, slapped his thigh and yanked Hardin into a nearby alley. However, Hardin appeared to still be in a daze, and the brief moment of indecision allowed the thugs to catch up to them before they could escape. "Don't run, you towering idiot. You dare to deceive me." The thugs surrounded Lin Peng and Hardin, with the leader brandishing a knife menacingly before them. "Weren't you supposed to have a gun? Show it." Lin Peng thought to himself. What a predicament. In that moment, he could not conceive of a solution. Just as he pondered, a familiar voice reached his ears. Ding, ding, ding. What on earth is that? Even at this late hour, someone is riding a bicycle. The delinquents were equally perplexed, and upon following the direction of the sound, they indeed spotted an individual cycling. Lin Peng was filled with ecstatic joy as he shouted, "Series, we are here." From beneath the bicycle emerged a robust man clad in uniform, approaching with a resolute stride. The ruffians, blinded by the light, failed to discern Series at first. But upon drawing closer, they were struck with astonishment. Was that not a police officer? Before they could gather their wits, Series brandished a flashlight and directed its beam towards them, demanding, "What are you all doing?" Recognizing Lin Peng, the ruffians felt their legs weaken. They had truly encountered a formidable obstacle, as this fellow was acquainted with the law. "Stay right there. Do not move," Series bellowed authoritatively. In a state of sheer terror, the ruffians scattered in all directions, abandoning even their prized Mustang Cobra SVT without a second thought. Series hurried over and inquired, "Brother Lin, are you all right?" Lin Peng nodded. "It's nothing. Just now, When I saw you and Brother Song walk into this area, you vanished. I thought this place seemed a bit chaotic. It might not be safe for you. So I decided to patrol around here. Unexpectedly, I actually ran into you. To be honest, the Mexican police had their own understanding of safety. And Lin Peng's admiration for him increased significantly. It's all right, you were quite considerate. Just as they were talking, Siri suddenly shouted, startling Lin Peng. You are Harden. Yes, indeed, I am James Harden. The NBA superstar felt a bit shy at that moment. Wow, I can't believe I am seeing a living NBA star. Siri exclaimed, his excitement causing him to lose his composure, flailing his arms in delight. Harden, did you know that I am your diehard fan? As he spoke, Siri hurriedly took out a pen, requesting Harden to sign his police uniform. To be honest, Harden had signed countless jerseys, but this was indeed a first. After the signature was completed, Lin Peng finally remembered to ask, Harden, what are you doing in Los Angeles Chinatown at this late hour? Where are you headed? Oh, I almost forgot. I'm going to that place called Los Angeles Chinatown Foot Massage Parlor. Chapter 15. Harden really likes little electric scooters. Wow. You are also going to the Los Angeles Chinatown Foot Massage Parlor? What? Harden was taken aback. You are also headed to the massage parlor? I just came from there. What are you doing there? A swimsuit party? Didn't you attend? Came to the foot massage parlor for fun? Lin Peng was quite astonished. Last time I was in China, I discovered how enjoyable it is here, with a variety of delicious food and fun activities, especially after visiting a foot massage parlor. The techniques of their masseurs are simply phenomenal. Harden's eyes lit up with excitement when he spoke about China. However, after returning to the United States, I haven't experienced that feeling again. I heard there is a foot massage parlor in Los Angeles Chinatown, so I came here. Upon hearing this, Lin Peng found it quite amusing. Wait a moment, he said. Didn't you just conclude the playoffs? You finished the game in Philadelphia 2 days ago. And now you're in Los Angeles? He chuckled. The flight from Philadelphia to Los Angeles only takes a few hours. In fact, I arrived in Los Angeles this morning. Harden grinned sheepishly. A game is a game, and life is life. Although I lost the match, life must go on. My name is Harden. Given your stature, you must also play basketball. Surely you've heard of me. What is your name? Lin Peng smiled, for indeed. The optimistic Harden within him had remained unaltered by the butterfly effect of his rebirth. My name is Lin Peng, and I pursued my studies at the University of Southern California in Los Angeles. This year, I shall partake in the NBA draft. How remarkable. I had not noticed any Asian players among this year's newcomers. Given your recent gallant act of assistance, I have high hopes for your entrance into the NBA. Lin Peng felt a surge of delight. The bearded man was as affable as ever. In stark contrast to many prominent stars in the league who often exhibited a harsh demeanor towards rookie players. Let us go. I'll treat you today, laughed Harden, playfully draping an arm over Lin Peng's shoulder, devoid of any airs typical of an NBA superstar. All right. The next time I visit China, I will take you to experience authentic foot massage. Lin Peng rubbed his forehead, replying, but I am Chinese. I just came to America from there. You're Chinese? This is Chinatown. Come on. Oh, right. My apologies, Harden responded, bowing slightly in jest, clearly having picked up a few things during his travels in China. Let us not dwell on the details. I'll go get the car. You brought a car? Of course. With that, Harden went to retrieve his vehicle. Upon its arrival, Lin Peng and Siri were left astounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Isn't that just a small electric scooter? Lin Peng exclaimed in surprise. Honestly, after so many years in America and Mexico, I have never seen a vehicle like this, but it does look rather appealing. The little electric car was an enigma, resembling neither a bicycle nor a motorcycle, and Siri's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Upon closer inspection, Lin Peng discerned that this small electric scooter was evidently not authentic. It bore neither a license plate nor a logo, clearly indicating it was not produced by a reputable manufacturer, but rather assembled by an individual. Lin Peng. How is it that you are familiar with the term little electric donkey? My American friends are oblivious to what this is called. It seems this contraption exists solely in China. Lin Peng found the situation exceedingly amusing, recalling that during Harden's last visit to China, he had ridden a small electric scooter in Shanghai. At that time, Harden was apprehended by the traffic police for riding against the flow, resulting in a fine. This incident swiftly ascended to the top of hot searches on the platform, with netizens humorously remarking that only the police in Shanghai could outsmart Harden. To Lin Peng's surprise, Harden, having learned little from this misadventure, returned to the United States and procured one for himself. I must tell you, despite its diminutive size, This contraption is quite delightful to ride. Upon hearing that Ceres was intrigued, Hardin eagerly began to elaborate on it. It indeed appeared to be quite entertaining. However, such vehicles would likely be prohibited on American roads. As a police officer in the United States, Ceres was well aware that operating such an unregulated vehicle could lead to severe penalties. Precisely. That is why I ride it at night, when the police presence is minimal, especially on these narrow paths. Once he began speaking, Hardin animatedly continued without pause. You cannot fathom how enjoyable this is. Riding it with the wind in my hair is exhilarating. After driving sports cars regularly, I sometimes yearn for a breezy ride on this little scooter. Ceres and Lin Peng exchanged incredulous glances. They certainly did not have the luxury of driving sports cars. Yet, it truly validated the old adage, after savoring gourmet delicacies, one might long for the simplicity of humble fare. Hey, Hardin. You didn't happen to crash this vehicle into someone else's Ford Mustang Cobra, did you? Indeed, you are not mistaken. Just look at the damage to my scooter, he replied. It was at this moment that Lin Peng noticed the front half of Hardin's scooter bore a noticeable dent. Lin Peng could not help but give him a thumbs up. Impressive. Your vehicle must have been modified. Otherwise, there is no way it could have sustained such damage even with the throttle fully engaged. You are absolutely right. He replied with a hint of pride. I specifically asked a friend to add 2 extra batteries for me, if I really wanted to speed up. Not even a conventional motorcycle could compare, let alone the Dodge Tomahawk produced by Chrysler. As he spoke, Hardin's mouth ran away with him. The Dodge Tomahawk is renowned as the fastest motorcycle in the world, equipped with a 500-horsepower V10 engine from the Dodge Viper, boasting 10 cylinders and a maximum output of 507 horsepower. If the Tomahawk were to accelerate, it could reach 0 to 100 kilometers in just 2.5 seconds, with a top speed of 676 kilometers per hour, achieving a Mach number around 0.55. If Hardin's modified bike could actually reach such speeds, one could only imagine that the tires would vaporize instantly. Hardin spoke of his modified vehicle with great enthusiasm, completely oblivious to the attractive police officer standing nearby. Lin Peng looked at Ceres with an awkward expression, and Ceres immediately understood. All right, I didn't hear anything, nor did I see anything. Lin Peng smiled knowingly and proposed. Why don't you join us at the foot massage parlor? It's on me. No way, Hardin exclaimed, suddenly agitated. You absolutely cannot treat. It must be my treat. Upon witnessing his youthful idol offering to treat him to a foot massage, Celis was overwhelmed with excitement. All right. I am already immensely satisfied to have received Hardin's autograph today. If I can also enjoy a foot massage alongside him, it would truly be a stroke of fortune. Okay. It's settled then. Let us go, brothers. Let's south hit the road. Chapter 16. This foot soak is quite delightful. Come on, Lin Peng. Hop in. At such a joyous moment, Hardin was sure to invite Lin Peng to ride on his little electric scooter. However, upon observing the state of the vehicle, with its front end resembling a bear's mishap, Lin Peng couldn't help but wonder if the engine was intact. What is the matter? Hardin noticed Lin Peng's gaze lingering on the front of the scooter. Despite its current appearance, as you Northeasterners would say, it's merely a bit shabby. There is absolutely nothing wrong with it. Lin Peng understands Hardin's personality. He is truly a lively spirit. If he were not seated, he would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Lin Peng ultimately took the passenger seat beside Hardin, while Ceres mounted his bicycle. 2 towering figures, nearly 6 feet tall, rode a diminutive electric scooter, accompanied by a police officer on a bicycle. The trio, with their 2 vehicles, traversed the alley, a sight that was surprisingly picturesque. Remarkably, this scene unfolded in none other than Los Angeles' Chinatown. Under Lin Peng's guidance, they turned several corners and walked approximately 200 to 300 meters until they arrived at a foot massage parlor in Chinatown. Upon entering, Lin Peng spotted the burly figure of De Zhuang standing outside. De Zhuang, what brings you here? Lin Peng exclaimed as he alighted from the vehicle, brimming with enthusiasm. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that De Zhuang's expression was decidedly off. Damn, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Where have you been? Lin Peng inquired. I was merely taking a stroll to catch some fresh air, and besides, I haven't been gone long, De Zhuang replied. You could have at least sent me a message. You called, and when I returned the call, you didn't answer. Given the chaos in Chinatown, I genuinely thought I had encountered a robbery. Listening to the concern and urgency in De Zhuang's tone, Lin Peng felt a surge of emotion. This was the essence of brotherhood among men. Lin Peng glanced at his phone and noticed over a dozen missed calls, all from De Zhuang, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Oh dear, my phone was on silent. I didn't notice. He remarked, you know, I stepped outside for some fresh air and made quite the discovery. With that, Lin Peng led Dazhuang out, just in time to spot the bearded James Harden parking his car. Goodness, is that not the bearded one? Clearly. Dazhuang's reaction mirrored Lin Peng's disbelief at the sight of Harden. After parking, Harden called out, "Hey, Lin Peng." Dazhuang was utterly astonished and, in the next moment, dashed over with fervor. Harden, I'm your fan. It's been 10 years since I began watching your games back in your Thunder days. I can't believe I'm seeing you in person today." Dazhuang's excitement was akin to a colossal creature intent on devouring Harden whole. "Songgu." Dazhuang turned around. "What are you doing here again? You rode your bike over here, and now you've come to my side?" It was apparent that Dazhuang was still irked by the earlier encounter with Ceres. Upon hearing Dazhuang's tone, Ceres immediately shrank back, looking pitifully at Lin Peng. Despite being a towering Mexican police officer standing at nearly 6 feet tall, with a stubbly face, Lin Peng hurriedly stepped forward to explain, "Dazhuang, just now, Harden and I encountered some thugs attempting to rob us. Thanks to Celeste's assistance, we managed to escape from danger. Which is why I specifically invited him here for a foot massage." Upon hearing this, Dazhuang's tones softened considerably. He was pleasantly surprised that Lin Peng had indeed met Harden. It was a rare occasion to casually encounter a wild NBA superstar in Los Angeles. "Let us go. Allow me to treat you all to a foot massage. I'll cover the entire bill." The manager of the foot massage parlor immediately approached with a beaming smile, eager to accommodate the additional guest of Brother Song. However, as his gaze swept across the room, it landed on Harden's signature bushy beard. "Why you are Harden." The manager was so astonished that he stumbled over his words. Observing Harden's slender, bamboo-like physique, Lin Peng couldn't help but worry that he might faint from the shock. Harden responded with a smile. He had already encountered such reactions 3 times that day. He couldn't help but think to himself, "What can I say? My charm and popularity are simply that immense." After accommodating the manager's request for an autograph, he arranged a private sauna and foot massage room for Lin Peng and his companions. As soon as Lin Peng entered the foot massage room, he was greeted by a sea of red, the red sofas, red foot baths, and even the lighting cast a pink hue. It truly embodied the essence of Dongguan foot massage. However, the room was twice the size of the usual establishments, with a wall adorned with an array of alcoholic beverages. Lin Peng approached and picked up a few bottles to examine. Well, Chinese mitai, Japanese sake, Korean soju, French wine, and even Russian vodka, various brands and types of liquor are all here. "This place is indeed a colorful assortment," Lin Peng exclaimed in astonishment. This foot massage parlor in Los Angeles, aside from having Chinese techniques and staff, is clearly striving for internationalization. "Bring me a bottle of vodka." Dazhuang instructed a nearby server. "Whatever you desire to drink, we have it all here. Feel free to indulge." Ultimately, Harden opted for a fine whiskey, while Celeste sought a renowned Mexican corn liquor but could not find it. He ended up choosing a bottle of mitai alongside Lin Peng. "This mitai is a valuable commodity back in my hometown. It's my first time seeing it here in the beautiful country," Lin Peng remarked, caressing the bottle of mitai with a sense of wonder. Soon, several servers in suits delivered 4 oversized foot baths filled with a milky white liquid. Upon closer inspection, a rich aroma of milk intertwined with an indescribable hint of vanilla wafted through the air. According to the parlor's customary procedure, they would first soak their feet before receiving the massage. Eagerly, Dazhuang plopped down onto the sofa, immersing his feet into the foot bath, finally freeing his mouth to explain to the other 3 bewildered companions. Lin Peng and his companions, emulating Dazhuang, immersed their feet into the foot bath. In an instant, a delicate current surged from the nerve endings of their toes, directly stimulating their brain neurons. Oh, what bliss! This sensation was utterly irresistible. The profundity of Chinese culture is truly remarkable. Who would have thought that a simple foot soak could be so exquisite? Having traveled from Mexico to America, I have yet to encounter anything so delightful. Yes, that's precisely the feeling I experienced during my last visit to China. Pure ecstasy. The 4 of them exclaimed in unison. Honestly, this foot soak is extraordinarily comfortable. The sheer pleasure of the soak prompted Lin Peng, a young man from the Northeast residing in the beautiful country, to spontaneously utter expressions in Sichuan dialect. A profound silence fell over the group. No one wished to break the tranquility, as the entire space seemed to hush, with everyone tacitly relishing this long-lost joy. Chapter 17. No JK allowed. Ah, this is heavenly. After soaking for approximately 10 minutes, the water in the foot bath had cooled considerably, and Lin Peng finally extricated himself from this delightful tingling sensation. Turning his head, He noticed that De Zhuang and Ceres had succumbed to slumber, leaving only Harden staring blankly ahead. Hey, Harden, the game just ended. And you've already made it to Los Angeles? Why not attend a few swimwear parties first? That would be far more entertaining. Lin Peng truly admires the title of Night King bestowed upon Harden. On the court, he dribbles past opponents with one hand, while off the court, he hones his skills with both hands. During their time as teammates, Harden often invited Lin Peng to swim parties. However, due to differing tastes, Lin Peng found himself lacking interest in the Western girls, even when clad in swimwear. Consequently, after attending 2 or 3 times, he ceased his participation. And Harden no longer extended further invitations. Following a loss in the game, he preferred to soak his feet in relaxation rather than attend the parties. That, indeed, was the true pleasure. A hint of melancholy was evident in Harden's tone. Lin Peng understood that, despite James Harden's overwhelming presence on the basketball court, averaging 30 points per game, he is, off the court, an epitome of an optimistic spirit. However, his thirst for victory is akin to that of every athlete striving in the NBA. For Harden, the triumph of the game always surpasses individual statistics. His season average of 36 points, a historically significant scoring performance, is a testament to his relentless pursuit of victory. As he repeatedly rises to the occasion and delivers crucial shots. Hey, Lin Peng, you mentioned that you are a rookie in this year's NBA. How's it going? Do you have a team in mind? Harden inquired with genuine concern. I'm not sure. What about you? Would you consider joining our Philadelphia 76ers? I could recommend you to our scouting manager. I just watched your performance at the University of Southern California, and I believe you possess great potential. Upon hearing this, Lin Peng hastily gestured. No, that's unnecessary. I prefer to rely on my own hard work. He had just completed a tryout with the Lakers and had turned down an invitation from the 76ers, having narrowly escaped the fire pit. He certainly did not wish to leap back into it. Harden smiled and replied, Indeed, it is essential that one takes control of their own career. How can one allow others to dictate their path so easily? Upon hearing this, Lin Peng felt an inexplicable sadness, not only for Harden but also for his former self. Ah, I truly envy you, Lin Peng admitted. What? Lin Peng exclaimed in surprise, convinced he had misheard. Harden, a legendary scorer of historical caliber, an MVP-level player, with wealth in the millions. Was he truly envious of a rookie in the NBA who hadn't even been drafted? Envy me? Please. I am merely a college basketball player who has yet to enter the draft, while you are already an MVP. Harden let out a deep sigh, offering no response. And the silence lingered for a considerable time in the dimly lit room, broken only by the slow sound of their breathing. Lin Peng seemed to be transported back to the past during the era of the 76ers, where, in the face of repeated defeats, the leader Harden always rallied his teammates, offering encouragement and solace to the perpetually tearful Embiid. Yet, amidst the collective sorrow, Harden often preferred solitude, quietly nursing his wounds like a wounded beast. It hurts so much, Lin Peng murmured inwardly, unable to suppress his sympathy for Harden. In truth, I am not free, despite the wealth that surrounds me, the throngs of affluent fans, and the advances of numerous admirers. My NBA career has never been a path I could choose. I have been propelled by life as whims. From starting as a bench player with the Thunder, to claiming the MVP with the Rockets, joining forces with my brothers at the Nets, and now collaborating with the Emperor. Not a single choice has been one I genuinely desired. At this point, Harden could not help but let out a sigh, his entire being sinking into the couch. Lin Peng empathized deeply. Although there was an unmistakable element of ostentation in Harden's words, Lin Peng, having traversed the peaks and valleys of life himself, could truly comprehend that sentiment. Do not worry, I firmly believe you will secure an NBA championship, Lin Peng reassured him. As Harden absorbed Lin Peng's words, he tightened his grip on the whiskey, his heart a tumult of emotions. How can one be so certain? The 11-point performance in a Game 7 playoff is undeniably subpar, and my thigh injury has rendered me incapable of maintaining such a high-scoring efficiency. In the decisive Game 7, facing the formidable Butler, his opponent delivered a comprehensive display with 32 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 assists, leaving Harden utterly defeated. A far cry from the epic version of himself who once battled the Warriors in 7 grueling matches. For a superstar of Harden's caliber, the most daunting fear is to witness the fading of youth and vitality, for not everyone is endowed with the physical prowess of a LeBron James. I fear I shall never attain a championship in my lifetime, Harden lamented. Lin Peng felt a pang of sympathy in his heart, for in his previous life, Harden had indeed never secured a championship and had ultimately retired with a sense of regret. The O'Brien Trophy represents the ultimate aspiration for every individual who enters the NBA. No, once I join the NBA, I will lead you to victory. Harden was momentarily taken aback, but then his face lit up with joy. All right. I am eager to see how far a basketball player from China can go. If you truly make a name for yourself, I will follow you to the championship. Absolutely. I will lead you to victory. After a few minutes, DeJuan and Ceres awoke, and the water in the foot bath had cooled considerably. At that moment, 4 beautiful young women entered the room. Each of them embodied the quintessential appearance of an Eastern factory girl, although they may have appeared less than radiant in the daylight. The dim lighting of the room accentuated their natural allure. DeJuan beamed at the sight of these young ladies. Wait, why are you all wearing JK uniforms? This is a Chinese foot massage parlor. Why are you dressed in Japanese JK attire? This simply won't do. DeJuan's peculiar focus was rather amusing. Amidst the foot massage, his patriotic sentiments seemed to have erupted unexpectedly. The 4 young Chinese women, all in their early 20s at most, donned JK outfits. The short skirts perfectly accentuated their long, fair legs, while the low-cut tops exquisitely highlighted a deep cleavage reminiscent of the Great Rift Valley in East Africa. The allure was tantalizing, a delicate play of seduction executed with finesse. Lin Peng mused to himself, it is indeed true that if one were to ponder which 3 types of individuals understand men the best, the first would undoubtedly be fellow men, the second would be those green tea sellers on the internet, and the third would be the foot massage parlors. This is hardly the essence of JK style. It is undeniably reminiscent of the pure prison aesthetic of Dongguan. DeJuan, however, was quite agitated, insisting that she change out of the JK attire, which Lin Peng naturally understood. After all, DeJuan's previous girlfriend was Japanese and also adored wearing JK outfits. He was utterly smitten at that time. Chapter 18. Let it begin today. In Los Angeles' Chinatown, Brother Song presented a stark contrast in demeanor before that Japanese girl, instantly transforming from a boss into a subordinate. Back then, DeJuan was no different from a lovesick Tom, pursuing her with unwavering determination, embodying the teachings of their revered ancestor, Fei Yang'an. And what was the outcome? After 3 years of diligent effort, he was ultimately left heartbroken, forced to watch her return to her home country. It was only then that DeJuan truly grasped the poignant lesson encapsulated in the phrase, swallow. How could I possibly live without you? A lesson etched deeply in the memories of his predecessors. Thus, whenever DeJuan encounters someone in JK attire, he feels a profound disdain. In this moment of nostalgia, it is only natural for him to feel a twinge of anger. However, he must not allow his emotions to affect his brother's appreciation for JK fashion. Indeed, this attire is not at all reminiscent of Japan. It is blatantly from Dongguan. Just look at how low the neckline is and how short the skirt is. It bears no relation to Japan whatsoever. Lin Peng chuckled heartily to diffuse the tension. Not quite. I would argue that this doesn't resemble the Dongguan style. It is indeed Japanese, but more akin to Hashimoto Yuna's style. Oh, wait. This size seems more reminiscent of Mikami Yua's aesthetic. Harden leisurely interjected. Goodness, under normal circumstances, don't foreigners typically frequent P sites and the Little Bluebird platform? Yet, they actually appreciate East Asian style? Harden grinned mischievously. Isn't there a plethora of works by the masters on the Little Bluebird? Teachers Mikami, Hashimoto, and Bodo all have their accounts there. Lin Peng sighed, realizing that in this regard, he was indeed less experienced than Harden, that seasoned veteran of the nightlife. Meanwhile, Elder Song's ire had not yet subsided, as he vociferously insisted that the young lady change out of her JK uniform. However, Lin Peng felt a sense of empathy for those who toil in a foreign land, recognizing their struggles. Thus, he interjected, this is her work attire. Moreover, what do you propose she wear instead? A cheap Hao representing China, kneeling to massage your feet, or perhaps a JK uniform representing Japan, also kneeling to serve you? You ought to consider your request carefully. Upon hearing Lin Peng's words, a surge of patriotic sentiment welled up within DeJuan once more. All right, let it be. Thus, after numerous twists and turns, Lin Peng and his companions finally found themselves experiencing the pinnacle of foot massage on the other side of the Pacific. Ah, yes, indeed. That's the one. Exquisite. The sensation was simply heavenly. No wonder the big boss often frequented Dongguan. They truly possessed a certain level of skill. Moreover, there was not only the massage, but also a visual treat. Upon raising his gaze, Lin Peng was met with the sight of the delicate silhouette of the foot massage attendant, a delightful view indeed. However, for Harden, he harbored little interest in the appearance of Asian women, as his preference lay with the voluptuous curves reminiscent of the Kardashians. The foot masseuse's physique seemed rather modest in comparison. Yet, as a Chinese man, Lin Peng could not help but steal a few glances. Though this moment was inadvertently caught by Hardin. With a playful grin, Hardin leaned in, saying, "Stop looking. Your eyes are about to pop out. Next time, I'll take you to a swimsuit party. Now that's where the real fun lies." Lin Peng, however, remained unfazed and promptly declined, saying, "No. I am still quite young, and I have no interest in that. I am indeed preserving my purity." Hardin was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. And he incredulously asked, "My friend, are you still a novice?" To which Lin Peng retorted, "What of it? I am safeguarding my virtue. I have mastered the art of chastity." This remark elicited laughter from Ceres, who, upon catching Lin Peng's gaze, quickly stifled his amusement. While Ceres's laughter was one thing, the 4-foot massage attendants also found it amusing. What could this possibly mean? "All right, Lin Peng, you truly are a remarkably unique friend. I am glad to have you as a companion." Lin Peng's expression softened as a large hand rested on Hardin's shoulder. "Wow, that hand is quite substantial. I never realized your talent was so remarkable. Had you not declined, I would have genuinely considered you as my teammate. But you once stated that you did not wish for your life to be dictated by others, and I too desire to take charge of my own career." Hardin raised his glass, and Lin Peng followed suit. A glass of whiskey clinked against a glass of Mao Tai, symbolizing their friendship that transcended borders, beautifully encapsulated in their toasts. "Nonetheless, my friend, as a rookie, I must still offer you some guidance. Rest assured, with my connections, I will undoubtedly help you find someone to your liking." Hardin lowered his voice, speaking earnestly. "Get lost." As the night deepened, Lin Peng and Hardin engaged in casual conversation. Meanwhile, the small-town officer series from Chinatown cautiously conversed with Dazhuang, their dialogue resembling a work report, reminiscent of naive university students updating their superiors during internships. At some point, fatigue overtook Lin Peng, and he succumbed to slumber. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating Lin Peng's face, rousing him from his drowsy state. Struggling to rise, he discovered that only he and Dazhuang remained in the room, the latter still sleeping soundly, resembling a lifeless pig. Lin Peng unlocked his phone and discovered messages left for him by Hardin and Ceres. "Hardin, damn it, Lin Peng. You didn't tell me this was a legitimate foot massage parlor, where one sells skills but not their body. Although the technique is indeed impressive, it's a pity it's not that kind of technique. It has left me yearning, so I truly must attend the swimsuit party now." "Ceres, brother Lin Peng. I truly have no choice. I must leave first. Damn it, I have an early shift to attend." Sighs in resignation. Hardin, "Lin Peng, remember to practice basketball diligently. I have high hopes for you. I shall be waiting for you in the NBA. With enthusiasm. Additionally, I must also practice my ball handling skills, particularly focusing on dribbling with both hands and breaking through tight defenses. Hiki." With a mischievous grin. Ceres, "Please tell Song-gun not to carelessly keep checks in his pants pocket that can easily be swiped away. $50,000, you know." With a thumbs up. "Also, remember to say a few good words on my behalf to Song-gun." Upon reading this, Lin Peng was taken aback and immediately turned over to rummage through Dazhuang's pocket. Phew. Lin Peng let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the check was still there. Feeling the comforting texture of the check and inhaling the distinct scent of copper, he found himself immensely satisfied. Lin Peng gazed helplessly at Dazhuang, who was sleeping in such a manner that one could hardly be certain whether his checks had been pilfered. After securing his check, he exchanged pleasantries with the manager, ensuring that Dazhuang would be well taken care of before hailing a cab back to his apartment. Upon returning, Lin Peng took a brief moment to recuperate and, noticing the splendid weather outside, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He opened his phone's calendar, noting that there were nearly 2 months remaining until the draft event. While this period often represented a time of relaxation for other newcomers, for Lin Peng, it was an opportune moment for self-improvement. His specialized training would commence today. With a focus on the significance of the occasion, Lin Peng meticulously retrieved a beautifully crafted notebook to begin documenting his plans. First and foremost, he would need to hire a nutritionist, followed by the search for a trainer. Chapter 19. The arrival of Westbrook at 4 in the morning. The sound of a ringing alarm echoed through Lin Peng's apartment in downtown Los Angeles. He promptly silenced the alarm and sprang from his bed. A beautiful day was set to begin with rigorous training. He enjoyed a hearty breakfast consisting of a generous slice of peanut butter on French bread, complemented by a multivitamin and niacinamide, igniting his body's vitality from the very start of the day. This had been Lin Peng's standard dietary regimen. Lin Peng has reverted to the dietary regimen he adhered to during his NBA career, modeling it after that of the elite superstar, LeBron James. After all, they were once teammates, and since Lin's transfer from the Philadelphia 76ers to the Los Angeles Lakers, he has diligently followed James' guidance on nutrition and self-care. Thus, in this regard, he is quite adept. At 4 in the morning in Los Angeles, the sun has yet to rise. The air remains crisp and cool. Due to the local topography, rain is infrequent, and the coastal breezes do not reach this area, leaving the atmosphere quite arid. Lin Peng drove to the training facility of the University of Southern California. As he gazed out the window, he observed the burgeoning traffic of Los Angeles at 4 o'clock. The scene of vehicles flowing like a river resembled the city's slow, rhythmic breathing, encapsulating the very essence of this metropolis. The Lakers emblem, once witnessed countless times by the legendary Kobe Bryant, bore witness to such moments. Lin Peng arrived at the arena. The morning training commenced with the execution of 200 three-point shots. Swish. Following the ascendance of the Warriors, led by Curry, who vanquished the once magnificent Spurs, the NBA officially heralded the dawn of the small ball era. In this epoch, the significance of the three-point shot is self-evident. In a time that emphasizes extreme spatial dynamics, the absence of three-point shooting implies a lack of spatial leverage. When space cannot be created, the entire offensive scheme of the team becomes utterly dysfunctional, colloquially referred to as offensive constipation. The previous season, the Lakers' downfall was attributed to the incompatibility of their star trio, a discord that stemmed from spatial issues. Although they were labeled a Big Three, the combination of LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and Russell Westbrook resulted in a trio that collectively lacked a reliable three-point shooting capability. Thus, acquiring a player with exceptional three-point shooting skills is of paramount importance for the Lakers, and this presents a significant opportunity for Lin Peng. Lin Peng naturally extended his arms and core muscles, each shot falling seamlessly within his meticulously crafted plan. He grasped the ball, released it, reclaimed it, and shot again, all in one fluid motion. Before long, the rigorous training session of 200 three-point shots came to a close, leaving Lin Peng in a state of exhilaration. At this juncture, he needed to temper his enthusiasm, taking a moment to replenish his energy with a single energy gel. Lin Peng steadied his breath. Next, it is time for breakthrough training. The breakthrough layup is one of the simplest scoring methods in the NBA, epitomized by the illustrious LeBron James. James's most formidable offensive weapon is the breakthrough layup. In terms of both technique and physical prowess, he stands as an unparalleled figure in the annals of NBA history. Despite the fact that James may take only a handful of shots in a game, with just a few successful breakthroughs and fast breaks, he can effortlessly amass over 20 points. At the zenith of his career with the Miami Heat, James boasted a shooting percentage that even exceeded 80%, a statistic that surpassed the peak performance of Shaquille O'Neal. Such astounding figures render James a veritable monument in the realm of breakthrough layups within the NBA. A breakthrough entails employing techniques such as changing direction, physical confrontation, and footwork to successfully evade an opponent's defense, thereby approaching the basket to either score or create shooting opportunities for teammates. The relationship between breakthroughs and layups is symbiotic. Without the ability to break through, one cannot score. And if one breaks through but fails to convert, it is equally futile. Therefore, dissecting the components of basketball for targeted training is the most effective means of enhancement. In the brightly lit gymnasium, Lin Peng trained in solitude. He seized the basketball, swiftly initiated a move beyond the three-point line, executed a sudden crossover, raised his protective hand, and charged toward the basket, successfully scoring. Lin Peng furrowed his brows, shaking his head in disbelief. This sensation felt amiss. Unyielding in his resolve, Lin Peng seized the ball once more. This time, he eschewed his previous maneuvers, opting instead to commence with the most fundamental of approaches, a straightforward drive, employing sheer brute force to bypass his opponent. It was all about unadulterated speed. As the adage goes, in the realm of martial arts, only speed is invincible. In the face of absolute velocity, defense becomes futile. Much like the illustrious Thunder era Kevin Durant and the Finals MVP Dwayne Wade, their breakthroughs were unwavering, never veering from their path. Bang! As Lin Peng dribbled the ball, he abruptly halted, a testament to his sluggish response. In an instant, the basketball rebounded off the floor and landed securely in his palm. With the ball now in his right hand, he propelled himself forward, deftly placing the basketball through the hoop. The satisfying swish of the net echoed in his ears. However, Lin Peng felt no thrill, for he sensed a lingering absence of connection. What could be the cause of this dissonance? He pondered silently within himself. In truth, during his trial with the Lakers, while facing the trio from the G League, Lin Peng had already sensed this disquiet. It was hardly surprising, considering that he had nearly lost his ability to penetrate the defense following a severe Achilles tendon injury. By the twilight of his NBA career, he had been reduced to a mere stationary shooter. Thus, in this new chapter of his life, Lin Peng struggled to recapture the elusive sensation of breaking through defenses. Although every step of his drive was etched into his muscle memory, the disjunction between his mind and body rendered him incapable of reclaiming that original feeling of breakthrough. Consequently, while his current driving technique still held an advantage against developing players, he was acutely aware that facing the defensive prowess of NBA-level opponents would present a far more formidable challenge. Lin Peng let out a deep sigh, his heart weighed down by a sense of perplexity. Where, indeed, lay the crux of the issue. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed behind him, a cacophony in the vast expanse of the gymnasium. It is a matter of your rhythm. The words reverberated through the spacious arena. Lin Peng hurriedly turned around, momentarily taken aback. Coach Phil Handy stood before him, and to his utter disbelief, there was also Westbrook. That iconic hairstyle, that endearing demeanor, that face reminiscent of a turtle. Who else could it be but Westbrook? Westbrook! Lin Peng exclaimed, scarcely able to believe his eyes. He had not yet stepped into the NBA. And here he was, first encountering Harden and now unexpectedly running into Westbrook. To be fair, Los Angeles, as a major basketball city, is indeed vibrant. A mere turn to the left could lead one to an NBA star. Coach Phil Handy approached, and Lin Peng quickly stepped forward to greet him. Coach Handy, it's been a while. Lin Peng could hardly fathom the serendipity of encountering both Phil Handy and Westbrook at this particular time and place. Haha. Didn't we just see each other yesterday? Lin Peng smiled awkwardly. Phil Handy turned to Westbrook and introduced, Hey, Westbrook. This is the basketball prodigy I mentioned to you. Hailing from the distant land of China. Chapter 20, like a full moon, striking the bow. What? Lin Peng was taken aback, unable to fathom that Coach Phil Handy had spoken of him to Westbrook. Upon hearing this, Westbrook instantly broke into his signature turtle-like smile, which was profoundly uplifting. Lin Peng hurriedly stepped forward, extending his hand to shake with Westbrook. Westbrook, a name that resonates with legend. He is adorned with countless monikers, the Triple-Double King, the Brody, and many more, each etched in the hearts of fans. For countless admirers, Westbrook stands as an idol. The season that most vividly lingers in their memories is undoubtedly the 2016-17 season, where he averaged 31, 6 points, 10, 7 assists, and 10 for rebounds, earning the coveted MVP title. The 2016 NBA regular season was unequivocally Westbrook's domain. However, it was his attainment of the title of the NBA's all-time leader in triple-doubles that truly catapulted his fame, intertwining the concept of the triple-double with his identity, becoming his most defining trait. In the many years to come, while discussions of MVP may not immediately conjure Westbrook's name, the mention of triple-doubles will invariably evoke thoughts of him. In fact, when Lin Peng transitioned from the 76ers to the Lakers, Westbrook was no longer part of the Lakers. Yet Lin Peng's admiration for him remained undiminished. From the moment Westbrook donned traditional Chinese attire, he amassed a legion of fans in China. During his time with the Thunder, he single-handedly propelled the struggling team into the playoffs, averaging a triple-double that echoed through history. Nevertheless, what Lin Peng admires most is Westbrook's authenticity and the innate confidence that radiates from him. Hello, Lin Peng, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have encountered numerous Chinese players, each leaving a profound impression on me. Coach Phil Handy, what brings you here? After our last training session, Manager Little Bus asked me to remain at USC to scout players, hoping to unearth some immediate assets through two-way contracts. Phil Handy exchanged a knowing smile with Westbrook. Westbrook wanted to work on his shooting skills today, so I invited him to the USC gym, not expecting to run into you here. Lin Peng smiled. Indeed. This is a form of fate. Westbrook gazed intently at Lin Peng, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Peng noticed his gaze and asked earnestly, Westbrook, what is the matter? Am I different in some way? Westbrook laughed heartily. Indeed, you are quite different. What is your height? 196, came the reply. No wonder, that truly sets you apart. At 4 in the morning in Los Angeles, training at the gym, your height reminds me of Kobe. A significant part of my decision to join the Lakers was also influenced by Kobe. Lin Peng was acutely aware that Kobe also stood at 6 feet 6 inches tall. Having toiled in the arenas of Los Angeles countless times at the early hour of 4 in the morning, this realization stirred a profound sentiment within him. As an ardent admirer of Kobe, he recognized that every player in the league shared this admiration. From the legendary onslaught of 81 points to the final flourish of 61 points. From the relentless pursuit of victory to the determination to secure a playoff ticket despite a devastating Achilles injury. Each performance of the Black Mamba became a cherished memory for an entire generation. Alas, with a hearty laugh, Philhandy deftly sidestepped the melancholic topic. Since we are all gathered here, how about this, Russell? Let us engage in specialized training with Lin Peng today. Russell's face instantly lit up with joy, clearly intrigued by this player from China. All right, absolutely no problem, he replied. Philhandy smoothly transitioned the conversation, addressing Lin Peng. I noticed that your recent drive seemed slightly amiss. Lin Peng was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed. It appears that Coach Philhandy possesses an exceptionally keen eye. Haha, I am flattered, Philhandy replied with a smile, though his expression soon turned serious. During your trial training session, I sensed it. Intellectually, your basketball awareness is sufficient, and physically, your technical integration is commendable. However, when the two elements converge, there seems to be a dissonance. Upon hearing this, Lin Peng felt a surge of astonishment. After all, he was speaking with a coach who had trained the likes of LeBron James and Kawhi Leonard. Yet, Philhandy could hardly fathom that the root of the issue stemmed from Lin Peng's extraordinary rebirth. What should I do to improve? Lin Peng inquired. Rhythm. It all comes down to rhythm, Philhandy replied. The mere mention of those two words detonated in Lin Peng's mind, leading to a sudden epiphany as he murmured, Rhythm? Rhythm. Your breakthroughs still lack a distinct rhythm of your own. Rhythm, while somewhat elusive in basketball, is of paramount importance. Consider elite scorers like LeBron James and James Harden. Their breakthroughs embody a slow tempo. In contrast, Allen Iverson, known as the Answer, epitomizes a fast pace. Your rhythm, however, remains undefined and feels rather peculiar, Philhandy remarked thoughtfully. Suddenly, an impatient Russell Westbrook could no longer remain seated as Philhandy elaborated. With a burst of speed akin to lightning, he dashed onto the court, retrieving the basketball from the backcourt and charging forward with fervor. Thud. The resounding impact of his powerful strides echoed throughout the arena as Westbrook barreled toward the hoop, exuding the ferocity of a wild beast, utterly unstoppable. Eurostep. Lin Peng could not help but exclaim. The scissor step is a distinctive breakthrough maneuver. During the dribbling process, it relies on a brief moment of suspension, allowing the player to cross their legs in midair, thereby obscuring the opponent's judgment. As the opponent's focus wanes, the player accelerates forward with remarkable speed, deftly bypassing them. Unlike the drag step or hesitation step, the scissor step demands exceptional core strength, for not everyone possesses such an extended moment of suspension. Consequently, its application in the NBA is relatively rare, almost exclusive to the likes of Russell Westbrook, particularly when he is in full flight. In his prime, once Westbrook secured a rebound in the backcourt and surged forward, he would unleash the scissor step with breathtaking velocity. In that fleeting moment, no NBA player could effectively thwart his advance. As he approached the free throw line, with a powerful thrust of his legs, he would execute a thunderous one-handed dunk, offering his entire being to the heavens beneath the rim. In midair, he would stretch his body freely, resembling an eagle soaring high. With one hand gripping the ball overhead, he would swing it with fervor, launching a ferocious assault on the basket. His robust physique tensed in a bow-like arc, exuding boundless strength. This scene left Lin Peng utterly astounded, his mouth forming an O shape in disbelief. Bang! It was as if a bomb had detonated on solid ground, delivering a dunk brimming with power. One must concede that while one could critique Westbrook on a technical level, his fast break dunks are undoubtedly among the most spectacular in the league. Even the typically stern Philhandy could not resist applauding. This breathtaking moment evoked in Lin Peng a line of poetry by Su Shi, drawing the carved bow like a full moon. After landing, Westbrook exhaled forcefully, instantly feeling invigorated and refreshed. On a bright morning like this, one should indeed engage in such vigorous activity, awakening every part of the body. Upon hearing this, Lin Peng felt a tinge of embarrassment, his mind conjuring the image of Westbrook's bow-like tension in midair. He pondered, is this the physical prowess of an MVP? A normal person attempting such a dunk would surely risk spinal injury. Chapter 21. What? The historical triple-double king misses an open layup. Lin Peng, do you see? Every elite NBA player possesses their own rhythm, and Westbrook epitomizes the quintessential fast pace. Philhandy remarked. Lin Peng pondered deeply. In truth, his most pressing issue lay in the discord between speed and slowness, which consequently resulted in a dissonance between the rhythm of his mind and that of his body. Lin Peng currently perceives that following his significant Achilles injury, he has lost the explosive power that once allowed him to effortlessly outmaneuver opponents on the court with sheer speed. Instead, he has now transitioned to a more grounded style of play, relying on his technical skills to navigate past defenders. However, after his rebirth, he has regained a youthful and vigorous physique, which inadvertently led to a dissonance between his awareness and physical capabilities. In simpler terms, the soul of this nearly 30-year-old man has yet to fully acclimate to the body of someone not yet 19. Having identified the crux of the issue, the path to resolution becomes clearer. Come, Lin Peng, follow my lead. Allow me to demonstrate, Phil Handy proposed with a smile. Upon hearing this, Russell Westbrook's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? I've waited so long for my turn, and now you won't teach me? Phil, with a mischievous grin, replied, Hey, just warm up on the side for a bit. I'm not saying I won't teach you. Now, let's go, Lin Peng. Lin Peng felt quite perplexed. Nevertheless, it was ultimately a positive development. After all, Phil Handy's reputation precedes him. Not only has he mentored numerous elite athletes, but he also possesses a unique approach to interpersonal relationships, earning him considerable respect within the player community. Many team presidents have previously sought to lure Phil Handy away, but it was only through the Lakers' fervent efforts and generous compensation that he was retained. Westbrook quietly approached Lin Peng and remarked, You have no idea how difficult it is to secure an appointment with this old-timer. I pursued him for quite some time before he finally agreed to conduct specialized training with me today. To my surprise, he greeted me with such disdain right from the start. Lin Peng appeared quite embarrassed. However, Westbrook immediately sensed Lin Peng's discomfort and hurriedly clarified. My words were not directed at you. I was referring to that old man. Westbrook wore a disgruntled expression, thinking to himself how peculiar it was for anyone to claim he had a good temperament. He truly could not fathom their reasoning. Could it be that they had a penchant for sadomasochism? Lin Peng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, Westbrook was much like Harden, eternally immature, resembling a child in demeanor. However, he found himself quite intrigued by Phil Handy. When Handy transitioned from the 76ers to the Lakers, Lin Peng missed the opportunity to experience the guidance of this NBA sage. Today, however, fate granted him the chance to receive Phil Handy's mentorship. As Phil Handy led Lin Peng to the opposite end of the basketball court, he tucked the ball at his waist and turned to find Lin Peng standing rigidly upright, which struck him as amusing. Why are you so tense? I observed your relaxed demeanor during practice, yet now you seem anxious. Relax. Training is meant to allow your body to unwind, Handy remarked with a warm smile, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards this guard hailing from China. Lin Peng took a deep breath. Upon hearing Coach Phil Handy's words, his tense body began to relax. Come on, Lin Peng, come over and defend against me. Lin Peng nodded and immediately positioned himself defensively in front of Phil Handy. Despite Phil's prominent belly and graying beard, his lower limbs were remarkably long and powerful, indicative of a professional basketball athlete. Had it not been for his lack of height, he might have graced the NBA courts. Placing the ball at his waist, Phil suddenly thrust it to the right, exploiting the insufficient defensive pressure from Lin Peng, who inadvertently left a gap. With a swift motion, Phil released the basketball from the right side, then paused as if time itself had come to a standstill. Lin Peng found himself momentarily perplexed, uncertain of Phil's intended direction for his breakthrough. In that instant, Phil executed a quick double cross, shifting the ball from right to left, then back to the right, while simultaneously leaning his body toward Lin Peng to create contact. Realizing something was amiss, Lin Peng instinctively reached for the ball, only to be deceived once more by Phil's enigmatic rhythm. As Lin Peng's hand, reminiscent of Leonard's, stretched toward the basketball, Phil did not evade. Instead, he skillfully capitalized on Lin Peng's movement to find his breakthrough space. Seizing the opportunity, Phil advanced towards the basket. However, he did not rush his shot. Instead, he leaned back against Lin Peng, who was attempting to block him. Utilizing the momentum, Phil held the ball with both hands and, from beneath the rim, struck it against the backboard, allowing it to ricochet into the hoop. Swish. The ever-curious Russell Westbrook, who had been practicing nearby, could no longer resist the allure of the spectacle and became an audience member. That old-timer, impressive indeed. With such a deliberate demeanor, he managed to score against the fierce defense of a young athlete. In Lin Peng's heart, an involuntary marvel arose. Phil Handy, despite his seemingly languid pace and lack of apparent strength or explosiveness, exhibited a remarkable attention to detail with each step. From discerning the opportune moment to release the ball based on his opponent's reactions, to employing rhythmic pauses that diverted his adversary's focus, to adeptly maneuvering into position and ultimately leveraging his own force to execute a soft yet effective bank shot, everything resonated with the truth of the rumors. Every NBA basketball trainer is indeed a connoisseur of minutiae. Lin Peng couldn't help but express his admiration. In truth, Lin Peng's defensive efforts had not been exerted to their fullest extent, after all. Phil Handy's physical prowess paled in comparison to that of NBA players. Were it a matter of physical confrontation, Lin would have had little chance of allowing a basket. Basketball, at its core, remains a sport for the tall. Yet, it is undeniable that Handy's array of dribbling techniques already showcased the caliber expected of a premier NBA trainer. Lin Peng, do you comprehend now? I understand. Before Lin Peng could respond, the exuberant Westbrook eagerly interjected. As he spoke, he seized the basketball and clumsily attempted to mimic Coach Handy's recent demonstration. He began with an awkward double cross, resembling a zombie, barreling toward the basket. Upon reaching the rim, he leaned back and took a bank shot. Smack. Bang. The ball ricocheted off the backboard, colliding harshly with the rim and soaring into the air. Oh dear. The historical triple-double king, Russell Westbrook, astonishingly missed an open layup. Chapter 22. Hardened streetball game. Lin Peng gazed at the vacant hoop as Westbrook failed to score, dreading the sudden silence that enveloped the arena. The only sound reverberating through the venue was the rhythmic thud of the basketball against the polished floor. Ahem. Westbrook wore an expression of embarrassment, urging everyone to pretend they had not witnessed the blunder. It is quite commonplace for NBA players to miss open shots. Such occurrences are entirely normal. Lin Peng bit his lip with great effort, striving to suppress his laughter. The missed layup was not genuinely amusing, as Westbrook is indeed a frequent guest of the top 5 blunders. However, his embarrassed reaction to the missed opportunity truly provoked a chuckle. Hey, Lin Peng. What do you mean by that? Do you understand the concept of respecting your seniors? Lin Peng felt an urge to stifle his laughter, performing an exaggerated bow as he exclaimed, Greetings, senior. Ah, you cheeky rascal, are you mocking me? Replied Westbrook, with a childlike spirit, as he raised his fist, ready to deliver a playful punch to Lin Peng, hoping to impart a lesson about the treachery of human nature. Ah, I said nothing. I made no insinuations. Lin Peng quickly retreated in haste. Observing the two individuals, whose combined psychological ages barely reached 10, Phil Handy wore an expression of exasperation. Hey, this is special training. Upon hearing Phil's remark, the duo dutifully returned to attention, though the earlier awkwardness of missing an open basket had nearly dissipated. Lin Peng, did you see that? Why do you think Westbrook couldn't score on that open shot? Coach Handy inquired, fixing his gaze on Lin Peng. Oh, you old rascal, why do you cling to that? Westbrook retorted with wide eyes, it was just a mistake. There's an old saying in China, if you walk by the river often, how can you avoid getting your shoes wet? Handy merely smiled, not upset by Westbrook's outburst. The sight of his calm demeanor made Westbrook feel a tad embarrassed, prompting him to fall silent. Perhaps it's a matter of rhythm? Lin Peng cautiously suggested. Snap. Phil immediately snapped his fingers. Exactly, it's a rhythm issue. Westbrook's penetration rhythm is fast, exceptionally so, and earlier he forced himself into a slower tempo. Consequently, his physical movements felt awkward, resulting in a stiff layup. Missing an open shot without any defense is indeed quite absurd. All right, fair enough, you can put it that way. Everyone has their share of blunders, Westbrook grumbled, realizing Handy was indirectly criticizing him. However, Lin Peng suddenly grasped the essence of the matter, recognizing the solution. The truth is simple. Every basketball player who has suffered a significant injury tends to be overly cautious during their first game back, fearing re-injury. This cautiousness hinders their ability to fully harness their innate vigor. Thus, it becomes imperative to enhance training in physical confrontations and desensitize one's thought processes. Noticing Lin Peng in deep contemplation, Phil Handy understood he had discerned the path to resolving his issues, and he smiled with satisfaction. Haha, let's go, Westbrook. Weren't you eager for my specialized training? Westbrook, looking bewildered, retorted. Didn't you say you needed to teach Lin Peng first? I'm not forcing you to train me. You should focus on Lin Peng. I've already finished with him, Phil replied, waving his hand with a smile. Finished? You merely taught him how to make a layup and called it a day? To be fair, you shouldn't be so hard on a newcomer. I must inform you that Lin Peng is a true Chinese individual, which makes him my brother. If you continue to be so dismissive, I shall not comply, declared the remarkably assertive and enigmatic Westbrook. Lin Peng smiled and quickly remarked, in truth, I have come to realize that basketball is something one must comprehend through personal insight, complemented by relentless training. Phil Handy immediately gave Lin Peng a thumbs up, saying, just look at his awareness, and then consider yourself, you play like a mere brute. Charging towards the basket with the ball, Lin Peng felt a flush of embarrassment and mused to himself, if one could achieve an average triple-double and secure the MVP title through sheer brute force, he would gladly embrace that path. However, while he acknowledged his own lack of finesse, he contended that few in the league possessed a greater basketball IQ. Phil Handy added his commentary. Even the least astute of players, Russell Westbrook, could not be bothered to engage in petty disputes. Instead, he placed a robust arm around Lin Peng's shoulder and stated, "Lin Peng, from now on we are teammates. Feel free to share any requests with me. There will be no trouble at all." Okay, I assure you, I won't hold back. Lin Peng was taken aback by this unexpected kindness. Perhaps this was the reason Westbrook enjoyed such a stellar reputation throughout the league, his encouragement of young players, loyalty to his team, and respect for veteran players showcased his genuine character. Eventually, Westbrook and Handy exchanged banter as they made their way to the other side of the arena for practice. Observing their harmonious figures, Lin Peng recalled the tumultuous moments of the previous season when media outlets in the United States fervently reported on supposed discord between Westbrook and the Lakers' lead assistant, Phil Handy, attributing the team's struggles entirely to Westbrook. He wondered how these unscrupulous media would react upon witnessing such camaraderie. Thus, with the guidance of Handy and Westbrook, Lin Peng revised his specialized training regimen, placing greater emphasis on driving and layups while focusing on enhancing his physical resilience. Recently, Westbrook and Handy had been conducting intensive training sessions at the University of Southern California gym. During this period, they showered Lin Peng, the soon-to-be Laker, with care and support, further solidifying his belief that joining the Lakers was indeed the right choice. Exhausted, Lin Peng leaned against his waist, panting heavily after practice. Today marked yet another day of pushing his limits. Training was invariably monotonous and tedious. Yet, witnessing the improvement in his basketball skills and rhythm filled Lin Peng's heart with joy. Suddenly, as he sat on the sidelines, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He glanced at the screen. James Harden. "Hey, what's up, brother Harden?" he answered. "I've got something fun planned. Want to join? Last time you treated me to a foot massage. So this time, I'll take you out for some fun." "Are you in Los Angeles right now?" Lin Peng inquired. "Of course. Why else would I be inviting you?" Harden replied. Come on. I really don't like swimwear parties. I've been focused on my training lately, and if I overdo it, I might ruin this month's progress." "Training. Now that's fantastic. I've been in touch with Lin Peng lately, and he sounds rather rough around the edges. I've organized a pickup game this afternoon, right here in Los Angeles. Are you in? Pickup game?" Chapter 23. Another player from the Middle Kingdom? To everyone's astonishment, Harden extended an invitation to participate in a pickup basketball game. It is well known that such gatherings, attended by elite athletes like him, are typically exclusive to NBA players. Lin Peng mused to himself, surprised at Harden's thoughtfulness. "What? A pickup game?" Startled by a voice from behind, Lin Peng turned around to find Westbrook eagerly approaching. Where are we playing?" "Hey, is that you, Ergo?" Harden exclaimed excitedly from the other end of the phone. "Wow, Sandy, why wasn't I invited to your game?" The familiar terms of endearment, Ergo and Sandy, echoed a time when the trio of Thunder Warriors battled fiercely together, nearly a decade ago. Time has passed, and the three young men, once united under the Thunder banner, have since evolved into MVP-caliber stars capable of standing on their own. All right, this afternoon in Los Angeles. Will you join?" "Of course, I will," Westbrook replied, glancing at Lin Peng. "Lin Peng, are you coming along?" Lin Peng smiled. After a month of intensive training, his skills had surged remarkably. His ball handling and breakthrough abilities had significantly improved. Although he had yet to face the rigors of NBA-level competition under Westbrook's guidance, he was quite confident in his prowess. Ultimately, basketball is not solely about relentless training. It also relies on one's intuition, which can be regarded as a unique talent. A month may seem neither long nor short, yet genuine talent can indeed lead to great achievements. Otherwise, how could the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon, after merely 2 years of playing basketball, surpass Jordan to become the #1 pick in the NBA? Thus, with the dual support of diligence and innate talent, Lin Peng's capabilities had advanced tremendously compared to a month ago during his training with the Lakers. He now felt fully prepared to adapt to the intensity of the NBA and provide the much-needed immediate impact for a team currently struggling. However, this was merely self-assessment. Real evaluation would come through actual competition, and this occasion presented an excellent opportunity to test the fruits of his recent training. After all, it is often challenging to measure one's own skill level during training, as this narrative is a reincarnation tale rather than a system-based one. There is an old saying in China, to determine whether a donkey is a horse, One must take it out for a run. All right, I shall go. In the afternoon, Westbrook and Lin Peng made their way to James Harden's private gym in Los Angeles. Upon entering, Lin Peng noticed numerous players, including those from the NBA, the G League, and even several rookies from this year. Among them were the Thunder's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the 76ers' Montrezl Harrell, and the Pacers' Tyrese Halliburton, all NBA players. Was this really a pickup game? Lin Peng couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, Lin Peng. From a distance, Harden spotted Lin Peng, as his distinctly Chinese visage was hard to miss. Hey, Harden, Lin Peng responded, approaching with Westbrook. The atmosphere in the gym shifted slightly, the sounds of dunks, three-point shots, and dribbling became sparse as many eyes turned toward Lin Peng, the Chinese player. Impressive. It seems this Asian player is quite familiar with Harden. What is his background? Is he of Asian descent? Not quite. If he were, his appearance wouldn't match this. Could he be from Japan? Probably not. I believe he is Chinese, as most Japanese NBA players tend to have a darker complexion. He reminds me more of Yao Ming than Jeremy Lin. And it looks like he has a good rapport with Harden, accompanied by Westbrook. Such connections are not to be taken lightly. So what? Even if he leverages connections to enter the NBA, whether he can remain there depends solely on his abilities. He is a player from China? In recent years, it seems that no players from the Huaxia nation have entered the NBA, yet today I unexpectedly encountered two, centered around Lin Peng, Westbrook, and Harden. The air was filled with a cacophony of discussions, clearly indicating the public's keen interest in these athletes from Huaxia. Two players from Huaxia? Lin Peng was taken aback, for he had not noticed any other members from his nation present. Observing Lin Peng's puzzled expression, Harden hastily clarified, Indeed, there is another player from Huaxia here today. Though it appears he has stepped out for a moment, you should be able to meet him shortly. Upon hearing this, Lin Peng could not help but feel a surge of excitement within. The NBA represents the pinnacle of basketball for athletes worldwide. However, it is a rarity for a player from the land of Huaxia to grace such a grand stage. Thus, the prospect of witnessing a compatriot in this illustrious arena filled him with anticipation. Hey, Lin Peng, look over there. That's the Huaxia player I mentioned, Harden remarked, surveying the surroundings before abruptly pointing to a corner of the arena. Lin Peng followed Harden's and observed a forward towering at least 2 meters 5. Upon closer inspection, Lin Peng could unequivocally discern that he was neither of Chinese descent nor from Japan, but a true descendant of the Han people. As the saying goes, when compatriots meet, emotions run high. Feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity, Lin Peng hurriedly approached, extending his hand in greeting in the Han language. Hello, you are also from the Han nation, right? The yellow-skinned center merely nodded in acknowledgement, indifferent to Lin Peng's outstretched hand. Lin Peng's hand, suspended in midair, was on the verge of stiffness, as an awkward atmosphere enveloped the air. Just then, Westbrook approached, clasping Lin Peng's hand in a large grip, alleviating the delicate tension. However, the ever-carefree Lin Peng paid little heed to such minutiae. All that resonated within him was a heartfelt familiarity upon encountering a fellow countryman. With exuberance, he introduced himself. I am Lin Peng, and what is your name? It is unnecessary to disclose my name. I believe you will come to know it in due time, came the coolly dismissive response, steeped in a tone of aversion that left Lin Peng feeling distinctly uncomfortable. More significantly, while Lin Peng had posed his inquiry in pure Mandarin, the reply was rendered in a polished dialect. Noticing Lin Peng's disconcerted expression, Harden promptly moved to his side. With a keen emotional intelligence, he smiled and diffused the situation by saying, This gentleman here is named Li Longhu, a student at the University of Michigan, playing as a power forward. He has exhibited remarkable prowess in this year's NCAA tournament, and for certain teams, he may even have a shot at the first round of the upcoming draft. Wait a moment, Lin Peng, aren't you also competing in the NCAA? Surely you must have seen Li Longhu, Westbrook inquired with curiosity. Oh, during the NCAA season. Our training at the University of Southern California was quite insular, so I did not pay much attention to other teams' matches. Additionally, I seldom engage with social media. Hence my lack of awareness, Lin Peng admitted, his discomfort evident in his demeanor. Reborn, Lin Peng found himself oblivious to this year's NCAA games. Although he distinctly recalled the draft, where he alone represented his homeland, no other Chinese players participated. It seemed that his rebirth had subtly altered the world he inhabited. Indeed, that's quite normal. Initially, Li Longhu did not receive ample playing time in the NCAA, but later his performance was so outstanding that the coach took notice. Harden interjected, eager to lighten the mood in response to Lin Peng's awkwardness. Li Longhu, upon hearing Harden's introduction, felt a twinge of displeasure. University of Southern California, you say? I understand. Perhaps it is due to your team's lack of opportunity to advance in the tournament that you remain unaware of me, which is quite understandable. Li Longhu appeared to have thoroughly researched the intricacies of Chinese Tai Chi, mastering the art of yin and yang, thus extinguishing any semblance of goodwill Lin Peng had harbored towards him as a fellow compatriot. Ah, that is indeed true. The University of Michigan has been exceptionally formidable this year, historically renowned for its prowess. Harden responded to Li Longhu's remarks, asserting that he was indeed correct. Historically, the University of Michigan has been a formidable force, widely recognized for its iconic M logo and the legendary Fab Five. The Fab Five, comprising Chris Webber, Juwan Howard, Jalen Rose, Ray Jackson, and Jimmy King, represented the university from 1991 to 1993. Although this quintet never secured the coveted NCAA championship trophy during their collegiate careers, they are regarded as the most fearsome assembly of talent during those 3 years. The most talked about moment remains the 1992 NCAA championship game against the University of North Carolina. With just 11 seconds left on the clock and Michigan trailing by 2 points at 71-73, Chris Webber called a timeout, only to realize that Michigan had exhausted its allotted timeouts. Consequently, the university was assessed a technical foul, granting North Carolina free throws that ultimately led to Michigan's elimination. Perhaps soon, we shall have the opportunity to compete. Li Longhu gazed at Lin Peng, flanked by Russell Westbrook on his left and Harden on his right. 2 MVP-caliber players standing like sentinels beside him. A smile adorned his face, yet his heart was filled with discontent. After speaking, Li Longhu turned and walked to the center of the court, practicing his shooting. Li Longhu's name, embodying both dragon and tiger, exuded a certain grandeur, fitting for his persona. Westbrook remarked. However, he couldn't quite fathom why he harbored such animosity towards him. I had assumed that as fellow countrymen, there would be ample conversation to share. Yet here we were, 2 true sons of Huaxia, conversing in English in this beautiful land. Clearly, Lin Peng was not pleased with the reaction from his compatriot. You must be unaware of his identity? Westbrook exclaimed in surprise. Identity? What identity? Lin Peng inquired, puzzled. The starting power forward for the University of Michigan, he replied. Didn't the Los Angeles Lakers spend a fortune acquiring a second-round pick this season? Westbrook lowered his voice intentionally, revealing that this pick was originally meant to select Li Longhu. He should have had the market value of a late first-round pick, but after committing to join the Lakers, the subsequent events you are already aware of unfolded. Westbrook relished sharing this gossip, clearly feeling well-informed on such matters. So the Lakers had originally reached an agreement with him, only to be caught off guard by your involvement, Lin Peng. Li Longhu intended to lower his draft position to join the Lakers, but now that you have participated in their training and reportedly performed exceptionally well as a rival, how could he possibly be at ease? Harden interjected sharply from the side. Lin Peng offered an awkward smile. Indeed. There is a saying that resonates well. Every player entering the NBA is, in their own narrative, akin to Jordan. When a first-round player is relegated to the second, it is a rejection that one with a proud spirit naturally finds hard to accept. All right, let us kick things off and gather a game, Harden suggested, deftly diverting the topic. Sure, let us go. At the mere mention of a game, Westbrook's eyes sparkled with excitement. Harden gathered the players in the gym and, through a draw, divided the dozen or so participants into 2 teams. Is drawing lots the norm for American street ball? It's far simpler to just pass the ball to divide teams, like we do in China, Lin Peng mused, both amused and bewildered. The teams were organized based on positional needs. Lin Peng's squad was led by Westbrook and included guards such as Westbrook from the Lakers, Shamet from the Suns, Payne, and the rookie Lin Peng. The forwards comprised Harrell from the 76ers, Huff from the Lakers G League team, and Allen from the Cavaliers. Conversely, Harden was assigned to the opposing team, which featured guards like Duncan Robinson from the Heat, Mann from the Clippers, and Harden himself. Their forwards included House from the Jazz, P.J. Tucker from the Heat, Biyombo from the Suns, and Li Longhu from the University of Michigan. As this was a private game, the gym was modest in size, devoid of spectators or cameras, allowing everyone to feel at ease. Most players wore casual athletic attire, with some, like Harrell, opting for the ruggedness of bearskin. The starting lineup for Westbrook's team consisted of Westbrook, Shamet, Payne, Harrell, and Allen, while Harden's team featured Harden, Mann, House, Tucker, and Li Longhu. Naturally, Lin Peng, being a substitute, took a seat on the bench, enjoying a front-row view of the impromptu match led by the MVP. Lee Long-hoo, upon entering the game, cast a glance toward Westbrook's bench, pointing directly at Lin Peng, transforming into a mockingly disdainful figure, his face etched with derision and provocation. Lin Peng felt a surge of indignation, convinced that this individual must be suffering from some grave affliction. However, he couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. In his previous life, Lin Peng was indeed a first-round player, and given his current meteoric rise in skill, breaking into the lottery picks was well within his grasp. Thus, he was taken aback to discover that 2 first-round players were willing to drop to the second round, eagerly vying for the opportunity. Perhaps this was indeed a unique occurrence in the annals of NBA history. Was this the allure of a major basketball market? Now, he found himself understanding LeBron's decision to join the Lakers towards the twilight of his career. That said, Lin Peng now harbored no fondness for him and turned away dismissively. Seeing Lin Peng ignore him, Lee Long-hoo was successfully provoked. "Just you wait, I shall soon demonstrate my true prowess." Those clueless scouts from the Lakers will undoubtedly regret their misjudgment this time. Chapter 25, Harden's team versus Westbrook's team. In response to Lee Long-hoo's provocation, Lin Peng, who had navigated the league for many years, was not easily riled by such petty tactics. Nevertheless, he was keen to engage with him, not for any particular reason, but merely to evaluate the fruits of his training over the past month. As the game commenced, Westbrook's team gained possession first. Harrell, having secured the ball, swiftly passed it to Westbrook in the backcourt. Without hesitation, Westbrook advanced over half-court. Given the makeshift nature of the teams and the casual atmosphere of the pickup game, the defensive intensity was notably low. On the other side, Harden's team seemed to lack communication regarding their defensive matchups, as all 5 players inexplicably sank to the baseline, leaving Westbrook at the arc completely unguarded. With a clear path ahead, Westbrook charged towards the paint. Lee Long-hoo, the starting center for Harden's team, rushed forward to provide help defense, inadvertently leaving Harrell, who was cutting towards the basket, wide open. "Hey!" Harrell shouted, raising his hand to signal Westbrook for the ball. Faced with the approaching 2-meter-tall center and Harrell's eager demand for the ball, Westbrook didn't rush his decision. Instead, he paused momentarily, decelerating his pace. As he had anticipated, Lee Long-hoo was successfully baited out, granting Harrell ample space for his cut. Seizing the moment, Westbrook executed a subtle leap, performing a feint shoot while delivering a precise pass. The basketball soared gracefully into the air. Thud. Harrell, with an intuitive sense, leaped high, expertly securing the ball above the rim, and with both hands, he delivered a powerful dunk. Cheers erupted from the sidelines, as spectators, including high school players, amateur league athletes, and even professionals from overseas, were fortunate enough to witness a match rivaling the caliber of the NBA, stirring excitement within their hearts. Harrell, releasing his grip, let the basketball fall to the ground, only to slap it back to the opposing player with a provocative flair. Such antics were unsurprising, as Harrell was known for his fiery temperament and brashness. This very nature had contributed to a less-than-stellar stint with the Hornets. P.J. Tucker passed the ball to Harden, who, in a swift display of his keen instincts, seized the moment. With the opposing team still settling into position, Harden initiated a fast break. Charging towards the left side of the three-point arc, unfazed by Shamet's staunch defense, Harden moved with an air of tranquility that was almost mesmerizing. He executed a series of under-the-leg dribbles, seamlessly transitioning into a step-back jumper. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air before swishing through the net. In just a single play, the audience was captivated by this spectacle. Observing Harden step back closely revealed why he was indeed an MVP. If one were to liken Harden to a character, the most fitting comparison would be Huang Yaoshi from Jin Yong's The Legend of the Condor Heroes. On the sidelines, Lin Peng couldn't help but exclaim, "Harden plays effortlessly, yet he scores with ease. His aura is simply regal." While Westbrook embodied a style of extreme physicality, Harden represented the epitome of rhythmic elegance, their contrasting styles igniting fierce sparks on the court. Due to the informal nature of the game, players refrained from exerting their full strength to protect their bodies, resulting in a symphony of booming dunks and long-range shots. The sound of sneakers squeaking against the wooden floor melded into a harmonious melody. As the first quarter neared its conclusion, Harden's team led Westbrook as 35-28. After a hard-fought foul, it was finally time for substitutions. A drenched Westbrook exited, replaced by Lin Peng, who had been waiting idly for nearly 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Harden appeared relaxed, treating the intensity of the match as mere warm-up, while Westbrook, drenched in sweat, seemed to struggle, possibly due to his predisposition to perspiration. Lee Long-hoo, "You should substitute for Bai Yonghua," Harden casually remarked. "No, I still want to play," he insisted, his gaze fixed firmly on Lin Peng, following his line of sight. Harden smiled enigmatically and replied, "All right, finish this quarter." "Hey, what is going on? It's my turn now. I've waited an entire quarter," Youngboy hastily protested. "Just wait a moment. What is the rush?" Since Harden, the leader, has spoken up, it is certainly inappropriate for Biyombo to say anything. Yet, as he sits on the sidelines, I can feel my body growing increasingly stiff. Poor Biyombo, shrouded in darkness, muttered softly to himself. "Hey," Harden quipped, handing Biyombo a bottle of energy drink. "Haven't you been warming the bench in the NBA all this time? Aren't you afraid of stiffening up?" He had a point. However, Biyombo retorted, "If the NBA 1T let me play, I'd rather hit the courts for a pickup game." He was visibly frustrated. Meanwhile, Li Longhu was unconcerned with their banter. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Lin Peng, newly substituted onto the court, immediately made his presence felt. He sprinted to the front court, received a pass from point guard Payne beyond the three-point line, and without hesitation, launched a three-pointer that swished through the net. Harden's team took possession but missed. With fiery momentum, Lin Peng secured the ball in the backcourt, advanced it himself, executed a pick-and-roll with Allen, creating space, and confidently sank a mid-range jumper just inside the three-point arc. His efforts directly propelled Westbrook's team to score 5 consecutive points, leveling the score at 35-33. Outstanding. On the sidelines, Westbrook wiped the sweat from his brow while cheering for Lin Peng, witnessing Lin Peng's hot streak. The teammates of Westbrook were eager to share the ball with him. In the next possession, Lin Peng again took control, decisively calling for a right-side pick-and-roll. As Harrell effectively blocked his defender, Lin Peng swiftly maneuvered in the direction of the screen, yet soon found himself confronted by Harrell's defender, House, who advanced rapidly, intent on executing a switch. However, at that moment, Lin Peng unexpectedly opted for an alternate route, breaking through from the left side with the ball in hand. Skillfully dribbling to create space, Lin Peng pierced towards the basket like a finely honed blade, while Duncan Robinson, lurking in the corner, aimed to make a swift move to provide support beneath the rim. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Peng's explosive speed, Duncan Robinson, considering the risk of injury, chose to halt his advance. Observing the absence of defenders near the basket brought a surge of delight to Lin Peng, and his guard diminished significantly as he promptly dribbled forward for a layup. In an instant, Li Longhu, who had been positioned near the free throw line, surged towards the basket. The 2-meter-tall center raised his arms high, akin to a ferocious beast, lunging towards Lin Peng. Chapter 26, A Tense Atmosphere. Goodness. In the context of street basketball, the sight of Li Longhu charging in for a defensive block caught Lin Peng completely off guard. A wave of alarm washed over him as he hurriedly adjusted his body's center of gravity. As Lin Peng made his way to the basket, he leapt powerfully into the air, utilizing force against Li Longhu's imposing body in a fierce confrontation for a layup. Taking advantage of the space created by their clash, Lin Peng adjusted his angle mid-air, flicking his wrist to release the basketball. However, he gravely underestimated Li Longhu's capability as a quintessential Chinese player, whose prowess at the power forward position had warranted discussions about first-round draft potential. In an instant, Li's formidable wingspan and massive hands loomed like a net, ensnaring the basketball that Lin Peng had launched. With a resounding smack, Li's hand struck the airborne ball, sending it soaring away. This was an unequivocal and devastating block. Lin Peng lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground, causing a pang of anxiety to surge through Westbrook, who was seated on the bench. "Lin Peng!" Westbrook exclaimed in distress, unable to contain himself. Today, he had brought Lin Peng to play street basketball, and if he were to sustain any injury, Phil Handy would surely tear him apart. Having successfully blocked the shot, Li Longhu completely disregarded Lin Peng, who lay sprawled on the floor. As he soared to seize the rebound, swiftly, he propelled the ball forward, executing a long pass to his teammate Duncan Robinson, who had already positioned himself in the backcourt. With no defenders in sight, Duncan Robinson swiftly advanced and effortlessly sank the ball into the open hoop. Block, counterattack, layup, each action flowed seamlessly into the next. The players on the sidelines erupted in cheers, engaging in animated discussions. "What a shot! Is that center also an Asian player? I wonder if he hails from Japan or China." "China. The one he just challenged at the rim is also from China." "Well, does that mean it's a derby between Chinese players? How intriguing. This is the first time I've witnessed 2 NBA-caliber players from China competing on the same court. I sense that this Chinese center might possess even greater prowess, exceptional lateral movement, fierce defense, and a reliable three-point shot. A Chinese derby? That block was devoid of any mercy. To be candid, that last maneuver was rather perilous. In street basketball, it was entirely unnecessary. As Li Longhu overheard the discussions below, most of the remarks were filled with admiration for him, leading to a sense of pride swelling within. The center from Westbrook's team, Hu Fu, rushed forward to help Lin Peng up. "How are you?" Lin Peng shook his head, indicating that there was nothing amiss. However, his heart was ablaze with fury, and his gaze sharpened with intensity. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of the NBA for so many years, he was acutely aware of the intricacies of the game and the necessity of silence in certain situations. Clearly, the Chinese center before him possessed a rather low emotional intelligence. The camaraderie of their shared origins had dissipated in an instant, and he found himself quite eager to impart a lesson to this fledgling newcomer. Only 15 seconds remained in the first quarter. Lin Peng advanced the ball from the backcourt into the frontcourt, deliberately allowing time to dwindle. At this moment, he intentionally summoned Harrell, the player in the 5 position, to set a screen. Following the screen and defensive switch, he successfully maneuvered Li Longhu right in front of him. Confronted by Li Longhu's defense, Lin Peng continued to dribble at the top of the arc, searching for an opportunity. Li Longhu's focus was intensely fixed, yet he wore a disdainful and defiant expression reminiscent of a crooked-mouthed dragon king. "Is that all you've got? You're still so green." Lin Peng scoffed internally. Having navigated the NBA for numerous years, he had encountered a plethora of player types, including those with fiery tempers and one-dimensional skills. A rookie like Li Longhu hardly warranted his concern. Only 5 seconds remained on the clock. Lin Peng's gaze remained fixed on the hoop and his teammates in motion. His center of gravity elevated as he deftly maneuvered the ball with his hands. Observing the dwindling time, Li Longhu unexpectedly advanced to apply pressure. It is indeed a rarity to witness such aggressive tactics on a street basketball court, particularly during the off-season, where even NBA athletes, wary of injury, gather to play. Furthermore, Li Longhu's defensive habits leave much to be desired. He seemed to focus solely on the ball, with his large hand nearly obscuring Lin Peng's face. Goodness! Such an excessive display seems unwarranted. As the clock wound down, a bit of pressure is to be expected, but this fellow appears to be overly zealous. The spectators on the sidelines murmured amongst themselves, for they are ever eager to witness the unfolding drama. Lin Peng remained calm and unhurried, casting a sidelong glance at the timer perched atop the hoop. 3 seconds. He drove to the right, and as Li Longhu swiftly closed in, he executed a deft pullback, creating ample space for his shot. Lin Peng leapt high into the air, executing a magnificent 3-point shot. Li Longhu made a desperate jump, yet his agility allowed him to maneuver effortlessly beneath the basket. However, once at the 3-point line, he became a mere target for his opponents. Swish. The basketball soared through the air and swished through the net. Instantly, a wave of exuberant cheers filled the entire basketball court. This buzzer-beater 3-pointer was undoubtedly the finest goal of the day, securing a place among the top 5 plays. Most importantly, it was a last-second shot. Yet, this defender from China remained remarkably composed, exuding a distinctive charisma. Following Lin Peng's successful 3-pointer, only 0.6 seconds remained for Harden's team, and House executed a baseline inbounds pass, allowing the time to expire. The first quarter concluded with Westbrook's team trailing Harden's team 37-31, thanks to Lin Peng's buzzer beater. Though it was merely the first quarter, the intensity of competition was palpable. The catalyst for this fervor was the derby between these two players from the Celestial Empire, showing no mercy to one another. The players on the court sensed the unusual atmosphere. If they truly wished for a fierce confrontation, it would be best to reserve that for the official NBA arena, as there was little need for it in such a casual setting. However, the spectators had a different perspective, clearly appreciating the rarity of witnessing such an exhilarating street ball match. The game swiftly transitioned into the second quarter. Westbrook and Harden expertly staggered the playing time of Li Longhu and Lin Peng, which infuriated Li Longhu, who clenched his massive fist, vowing to give Lin Peng a taste of his wrath. Lin Peng remained indifferent. Ultimately, the informal basketball game grew increasingly tedious, devoid of any defensive engagement, reduced to mere long-range shots and explosive dunks, rendering it rather monotonous. As the game progressed, players abandoned any semblance of positional play. Anyone wishing to participate simply took to the court. The atmosphere among the spectators gradually waned, with many players vacating the bench to join other courts for their practice sessions. With a sigh, Lin Peng rose from the bench. At this moment, although the game had yet to conclude, the outcome felt inconsequential, for the scoreboard had remained unchanged for quite some time. Chapter 27. The Golden State Warriors, a legacy continues. Westbrook approached Lin Peng, stretching lazily. his body slick with sweat yet showing no signs of fatigue. After all, in his youth, Westbrook was a physical marvel. Even now, with age, he remained a formidable presence. So, what do you think? Was it worth coming today? Lin Peng nodded, though there were certain displeasing aspects. He had ultimately achieved his objective, to assess the fruits of his training over the past period. Moreover, it appeared that he had largely acclimatized to his current physical condition, demonstrating steady improvements in both breakthroughs and shooting. He firmly believed that upon entering the NBA, he would at the very least attain a level suitable for consistent rotation within the league. As the matchup between Westbrook's team and Harden's team unfolded, the outcome seemed to garner little interest or awareness. Yet, within Lilonghu's heart, a profound sense of frustration brewed. Immediately following the conclusion of the pickup game, he exited the gym without exchanging pleasantries with anyone. Despite having secured 16 rebounds, his scoring barely reached double digits, compounded by the fact that he committed a game-high 5 fouls and recorded 6 turnovers. More critically, while Lin Peng's scoring also hovered just above double digits, he clearly exhibited a far greater command of the court than Lilonghu. Confronted by an NBA-caliber center like Allen, Lilonghu's physical disadvantages and lack of awareness were starkly exposed. The unsatisfactory statistics weighed heavily on his mind, as he felt he was performing far below the standard of an NBA player, resembling more a high school athlete competing in the NCAA. Observing his own performance fall short of Lin Peng's, he found it difficult to swallow the bitter pill of inadequacy. Westbrook scanned the surroundings but could not locate Lilonghu. Where is Lilonghu? The center from Huaxia? Lin Peng shook his head, stating, I did not see him. Perhaps he left early. In the past, Coach Phil Handy paid considerable attention to him, as he undoubtedly possesses first-round talent. However, his temperament leaves much to be desired. In the NBA, which gathers the world's most exceptional basketball athletes, every player is bound to encounter formidable opponents. There will always be someone stronger, after all. You are not Michael Jordan or LeBron James. Thus, mental fortitude is paramount. Lin Peng nodded, fully aware that in the aftermath of the Simmons psychological incident, future NBA scouting reports would place significant emphasis on the evaluation of players' character and mental fortitude. However, he had not anticipated that the Lakers would initiate this process so soon. I suspect that he and I might be the only two in the arena who diligently recorded the shooting statistics of all the players, Westbrook remarked enigmatically. Lin Peng was taken aback, exclaiming, Oh, you possess such talent? Otherwise, how could I achieve triple-doubles in every game? Westbrook chuckled, and upon seeing his expression, Lin Peng understood he was engaging in self-deprecation. Often dubbed the triple-double machine, Westbrook is frequently portrayed by the media as a basketball mathematician, meticulously calculating statistics while playing. As an optimistic individual, Westbrook naturally disregards such outlandish claims. Noticing the lively exchange between Westbrook and Lin Peng, Harden approached them, teasingly remarking, Are you two bonding as potential teammates? Lin Peng shot him a disdainful glance. You should really consider which swimwear party to attend tonight. Oh, by the way, would you like to visit the foot massage parlor in Chinatown again this evening? Lin Peng quickly waved his hand, declining the offer. However, this action piqued Westbrook's curiosity. A foot massage parlor? What is that? Lin Peng shrugged his shoulders, displaying an expression of utter helplessness, and swiftly exited the court, leaving Westbrook in a state of bewilderment. Hey, Lin Peng, stop right there. Realizing the situation, Westbrook immediately pursued him, feigning an intention to confront the young man. Time passed swiftly. During this interval, Lin Peng remained diligent, adhering to a rigorous training regimen designed under the guidance of Coach Phil Handy. His basketball prowess steadily ascended throughout this period. Simultaneously, the NBA was undergoing tumultuous transformations. Curry, where is Curry? At this moment, Curry was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. As the impassioned commentary of Coach Wang Ming resonated, the camera shifted to the tearful eyes of Curry seated at the sidelines. On June 17, 2022, during Game 6 of the NBA Finals, Curry played for 40 minutes, shooting 12 of 20 from the field, including 6 of 10 from beyond the arc, amassing 34 points, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists. This marked his 4th championship victory and his inaugural accolade as Finals MVP, making him the first player in NBA history to be unanimously voted as both regular season and Finals MVP. Following the championship triumph, Curry sat on the floor, overwhelmed with emotion and tears. Despite having won 3 championships prior, he had never shed tears after a victory until this moment. Fully aware of the myriad challenges the Warriors had faced over the past 3 years, From Durant's departure and Thompson's injuries to Curry's own fractured hand and a playoff exit at the hands of the Grizzlies, culminating in a formidable return this year. They had endured so much. From their meteoric rise in 2015 to the glorious peaks of 2017 and 2018, and finally to their resurgence in 2022. The core group led by Curry and Thompson has continued the NBA's saga into the 21st century, reaffirming the Warriors' status as one of the premier teams in history. Meanwhile, Wiggins, nicknamed Goji Brother, has experienced a renaissance with the Warriors, once a model of a lackluster playing style alongside Towns in Minnesota. Where his game resembled that of an NBA civil servant merely clocking in, he had disappointed many fans with his overly cautious approach. However, in this year's playoffs, he has fulfilled the promise of his #1 draft pick status. Wiggins showcased nearly flawless defensive prowess and stable offensive performance, compensating for the Warriors' shortcomings in the absence of Durant. As for the Celtics, their formidable young squad still requires further seasoning. For their star player Tatum, this year has been a tapestry of highs and lows. At merely 24 years of age, he has already led his team to the finals. Yet his performance therein revealed his immaturity when faced with the seasoned leadership of Curry and Thompson. Over 6 games, Tatum averaged 47 minutes, contributing 21.5 points, 6.8 rebounds, 7 assists, 0.7 blocks, alongside 3.8 turnovers, with a shooting percentage of 36.7. Such statistics are undeniably dismal for a franchise player in the finals. However, his greatest asset remains his youth, and he has emerged as a leading figure among the new generation of American forwards. Although the Celtics fell short of capturing the O'Brien Trophy, the 24-year-old Tatum, a prodigy of the Mamba mentality, will undoubtedly position the Celtics as formidable contenders for the championship in the years to come. Chapter 28. The Draft. However, this year has also been incredibly frustrating for Durant. In the previous season, following the acquisition of Harden, the formidable trio of Harden, Irving, and Durant was formed, creating a premier offensive powerhouse. At that moment, the Nets were riding high, emerging as formidable contenders for the NBA championship. Unfortunately, in the second round of the Eastern Conference playoffs, they faced the eventual champions, the Bucks. With Irving sidelined due to injury and Harden struggling with a leg issue, the Nets battled fiercely with the Bucks, culminating in a decisive Game 7. In the dying moments of regulation, Durant executed a crucial shot. He, who does not believe in the arrival of a long night, for the torch is firmly in his grasp. This iconic commentary perfectly encapsulated Durant's unparalleled performance in the match. Yet, fate had other plans. His shot inadvertently grazed the three-point line, resulting in a mere 2 points, transforming a potential game winner into a game-tying shot, thus allowing the Bucks to force overtime. During the extra period, the Bucks seized the opportunity, ultimately eliminating the Nets, led by Durant, and advancing to the Eastern Conference Finals. In this riveting contest, Giannis Antetokounmpo delivered an impressive performance, shooting 15 for 24 and amassing 40 points, 13 rebounds, and 5 assists, leading his team to victory. On the Nets side, Durant recorded an impressive performance with 17 out of 36 attempts, amassing 48 points, 9 rebounds, and 6 assists. However, the essence of the NBA remains a competitive sport. Once a team fails to secure ultimate victory, individual statistics become utterly inconsequential. Despite boasting a trio of superstars, the Nets faltered in the second round. Initially believed to be the dawn of their dominance, only to find themselves at the peak, followed by a swift decline. Mid-season, Harden was traded to the 76ers in exchange for Simmons. The Nets' triumvirate had not even coalesced for an entire season before its abrupt dissolution. The acquired Simmons faced intense backlash from fans due to his errant passing during the playoffs, leading to his withdrawal from competition owing to psychological issues. Durant and Irving guided the Nets, encountering the formidable Celtics led by Tatum and Jaylen Brown in the first round. The Nets, ensnared in an endless cycle of isolation plays, struggled against the relentless pressure from the Celtics. Durant's performance faltered, and ultimately, the Nets were eliminated in a clean sweep. For Durant, his 4-year tenure with the Nets culminated in a mere second-round appearance, which undeniably marks a failure. Adding to his frustration, the elite duo of Curry and Thompson has perpetuated their Warriors dynasty, thereby completing the cyclical nature of the green formula. It appears that, as many online commentators, including the notable Su Jingyu, have suggested, Durant was merely a driver on the bus of the Warriors dynasty. As the league's most formidable isolation scorer and mid-range shooter, the enigmatic Durant now stands at a crossroads in his career. Next in line is the league's reigning monarch, LeBron James. Following the Lakers' acquisition of Westbrook, The trio struggled with spacing issues, leading to an inability to establish consistent three-point shooting. The chemistry among the three was lacking, and the exorbitant salaries of the superstars severely limited the team's capacity for reinforcements, forcing the Lakers to rely on minimum contracts to fill the roster. They brought in aging players such as Howard, Jordan, Anthony, Ellington, and Ariza, resulting in a slow and unwieldy lineup. Ultimately, despite the star-studded ensemble of James, Davis, and Westbrook, they failed to even qualify for the play-in tournament, a mere 2 years after their championship season in 2020. At 37, James finds himself at an age where many stars have long since retired, yet he continues to extend his legendary career. No wonder even Wang Ming exclaims, "How old are you?" Currently, the most pressing concern among fans revolves around when LeBron James will surpass Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's long-standing NBA scoring record, as well as the future trajectory of the Lakers under his leadership in the upcoming season. James has now reached a pivotal juncture in his illustrious career with the Lakers. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Clippers are grappling with their own challenges this season. Despite boasting elite forwards Paul George and Kawhi Leonard, injuries have thwarted their aspirations year after year, rendering them perennial contenders yet consistently falling short. This year is no exception, as the Clippers face a crucial decision regarding Leonard's contract in the offseason. Fans harbor immense expectations for the duo of Leonard and George, yet the question lingers, when will this beleaguered vessel truly reach its destination? Throughout the year, numerous narratives have unfolded within the league, destined to become cherished memories for future generations. Two-time MVP Nikola Jokic, hindered by the injuries of Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr., was unable to lead his team deeper into the playoffs, prompting increasing skepticism regarding the legitimacy of his MVP accolades. The Utah Jazz, featuring the dynamic duo of Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert, once again found their postseason journey curtailed. How much further can their partnership extend? Meanwhile, Luka Doncic, possessing undeniable talent, still finds himself lacking adequate support, leaving fans to ponder when the Mavericks, under his guidance, will effectuate meaningful change. Trae Young, who shares the same draft class and has a profound connection with him, is also grappling with a similar predicament. The tenacious Butler battled fiercely against the Celtics in the Eastern Conference Finals, pushing the series to a decisive Game 7. In that climactic match, Butler played the full 48 minutes without a moment's respite, scoring an impressive 35 points. Yet, in the final moments, he failed to capitalize on a crucial three-point opportunity, resulting in a heartbreaking exit. This left behind only a solitary hero, shrouded in melancholy. Numerous tales of young talents are unfolding. It remains to be seen how far Edwards can lead his team in the playoffs, whether Alexander can continuously surprise fans with the Thunder, and if the duo of Ingram and the Fat Tiger can truly realize their immense potential. These narratives are certainly worth anticipating. The conclusion of the 2022 NBA season marks a pivotal juncture in the league's evolution, with emerging young stars, fading legends, and the resurgence of others. This moment signifies transformation and heralds the commencement of Lin Peng's journey in the NBA. In 2022, the NBA draft finally commenced as scheduled, taking place at the iconic Madison Square Garden, home of the New York Knicks. Consequently, Lin Peng and his companion, Daj Wang, had flown from Los Angeles to New York a few days in advance. On the day of the draft, Lin Peng rose early in their rented apartment, his demeanor remarkably calm and composed, in stark contrast to Daj Wang, who was visibly anxious. Daj Wang had an unfortunate tendency to feel an urgent need to relieve himself in high-pressure situations, which explained why his father believed he was ill-suited for the business world. The pressure of inheriting a billion-dollar fortune seemed to weigh heavily on him. Daj Wang, really, this is a draft, not a wedding. What are you so nervous about? Besides, it's my turn to be chosen, Lin Peng remarked, observing Daj Wang fumbling with his zipper. Oh, I'm only nervous for you. Don't mind me, just get in the car. Don't be late. I'll take a cab later, Daj Wang urged Lin Peng before hurriedly dashing to the restroom. Lin Peng had no choice but to take a taxi to the audition venue himself. Upon arrival, familiar memories flooded his mind. It had been such a long time since the last audition that he could scarcely remember it. Lin Peng couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 29. A difficult choice. Lin Peng distinctly recalls that during the last draft, it was Daj Wang who accompanied him home. To his astonishment, in this new life, at yet another draft event, it is once again this insufferable loser by his side. Lin Peng observed the fellow players vying for selection around him, most accompanied by their parents or siblings. Some even had their wives, more accurately, girlfriends, along with their children, as the majority of these collegiate athletes hailed from the African American community. Yet, for these players, who are often labeled as those who quickly abandon their commitments, it is commendable that they bring their families to the draft event at a moment when they are poised for success. After all, for these athletes, the draft signifies the commencement of their professional careers, and for many, it represents one of the most pivotal moments of their lives. Inside the venue, the players exchanged greetings and engaged in conversation, creating an atmosphere brimming with excitement and cheer. However, beyond the draft proceedings, the general managers of the teams exhibited a starkly contrasting demeanor, meticulously evaluating each prospect to make their final decisions. This singular choice could drastically alter the trajectory and fate of their respective teams. In the Los Angeles Lakers locker room, Rob Pelinka, the team's operational manager, paced back and forth, grappling with a challenging decision. Before him lay two scouting reports, one for Lin Peng and the other for Li Longhu. Basic data. Name: Lin Peng University year, sophomore at the University of Southern California Honors. 2021 National 4-star high school player. Freshman season average: 10. 2 points, 3. 6 rebounds, 4. 0 assists, 1. 1 steals, 0. 6 blocks. Nationality: China. Age: 19. Position: shooting guard. Small forward. Measurement data: height: 1. 96 meters. Weight: 92 kilograms. Wingspan: 2. 0.3 meters. Hand size: 25 centimeters. Standing reach: 2. 58 meters. Strength: maximum bench press 110 kilograms. Vertical leap: standing jump 69 centimeters. Running jump 1.08 meters. 3/4 court sprint: 3.10 strengths. Lin Peng possesses the quintessential physique of a wing player, with sufficiently large hands and an impressive wingspan, showcasing the potential to evolve into an elite-level defender. His athleticism is remarkable, complemented by abundant stamina and a reliable shooting consistency. Possessing a keen intellect and agility, he demonstrates a high basketball IQ and a formidable desire to score. In the era of small ball, his exceptional three-point shooting ability as a guard allows him to effectively create offensive space. His awareness of movement and cutting is exemplary, providing significant assistance to his team without the ball. On the defensive end, he reaches an average standard, exhibiting notable awareness and possessing the requisite physical attributes for effective defense, particularly his extraordinary 25-centimeter hands. Moreover, his positive attitude imbues him with a vibrant energy on the court. However, he faces certain drawbacks. His emotional stability is lacking, evidenced by disagreements with his coach regarding egalitarian principles during NCAA competitions while representing the University of Southern California. Although he harbors the potential to become an elite defender, he still falls short in defensive positioning and awareness. His scoring arsenal is limited, lacking the capacity for autonomous offensive creation. Primarily relying on cuts to the basket and outside three-point shots, his breakthrough techniques are underdeveloped. His ball handling skills are insufficient, rendering him incapable of initiating plays. And his passing tends to be haphazard, leading to a somewhat elevated number of turnovers. Despite his youth and impressive physical attributes, which afford him the potential for continued development, he requires substantial time and refinement to emerge as a competent NBA player. Draft template: Ray Allen. In contrast, here is the scouting report for Li Longhu. Basic information: name: Li Longhu. College year: senior at the University of Michigan. NCAA season average statistics: average playing time of 27 minutes, averaging 10. 2 points, 9. 8 rebounds, 1. 2 assists, 0. 8 steals, and 1. 3 blocks. Nationality: China. Age: 21 years. Position: space-oriented defensive power forward. Physical measurements: height: 2.05 meters. Weight: 103 kilograms. Wingspan: 2.24 meters. Hand size: 25.2 centimeters. Standing reach: 2.72 meters. Strengths: standing at 2.05 meters. He possesses the innate rebounding instincts expected of a player in the paint, effectively safeguarding the rim and capitalizing on scoring opportunities. His awareness is remarkable, and he consistently excels at creating fouls against opponents while contributing a notable number of blocks. Offensively, he exhibits a soft shooting touch and possesses commendable dexterity. Li Longhu has large hands, and many scouting experts, after evaluation, have remarked that his hand size is elite. Whether it be battling for rebounds, finishing plays in the paint, or assisting teammates, he performs exceptionally well. He also showcases solid shooting abilities, with a shooting form and release that are highly refined. Although his three-point shooting percentage was only 32.0 last season, he achieved a free throw percentage of 77.4. indicating promising shooting potential that can create space for his teammates. On the defensive end, his physical attributes allow him to play as a center in smaller lineups, exhibiting significant versatility. He can briefly guard perimeter players and displays a very active lateral movement defensively, whether defending the ball handler or off-ball players. In addition to being quite proactive in rebounding, as a slightly older rookie, Lin has honed his skills through collegiate competition, demonstrating a high degree of integration between technique and physicality, making him an exceptional immediate impact player. Weaknesses: while Lin possesses commendable leaping ability, his awareness still leaves much to be desired, limiting his defensive capabilities. Despite his enthusiasm, his defensive performance may present challenges when faced with experienced forwards in the league. As a power forward, his attacking prowess is insufficient. Although he possesses shooting potential, his three-point shooting ability is inconsistent and susceptible to external factors. His mental fortitude is lacking, with emotional stability being a concern. Maintaining composure during extreme situations can prove difficult. Most importantly, his age presents another challenge. While he currently exhibits solid immediate impact potential, enabling him to influence both offensive and defensive aspects upon entering the NBA, his technical characteristics are largely established, indicating limited growth potential. Draft template: Alperinning in. From the two scouting reports, it is evident that Lin Peng and Lin are both players with pronounced strengths and weaknesses. Both possess the potential to enter the first round of the draft and have ultimately committed to joining the Los Angeles Lakers. In previous years, for smaller markets, being able to select either Lin Peng or Lin in the first round would have been considered a significant stroke of luck. This year, however, the Lakers have the opportunity to choose between them with a second-round pick. Perhaps this is the advantage of being in a major city like Los Angeles. Consequently, there exists a considerable divergence within the team's management regarding the selection of Lin Peng and Lin, as this second-round pick is a vital component for strengthening the team this season. Pelinka has just received a call from team president Jeannie Buss, who expressed her preference for Lin. However, Little Buss staunchly advocates for Lin Peng, placing Pelinka in a difficult position. Chapter 30. The undercurrents before the draft. The rationale behind Jeannie Buss's insistence on Lin is abundantly clear. He possesses immediate impact potential and can serve as a competent interior pillar to alleviate the pressure on Davis. The Lakers' current core objective is to make the most of LeBron James's waning prime while supporting Davis and shouldering the team's responsibilities. Following a decade of darkness for the Lakers, control of the team ultimately fell to Jeannie Buss due to the abysmal performance of Little Buss. After the Lakers clinched the championship in the 2020 season, Jeannie solidified her position within the Buss family. However, the persistent injuries in 2021 led to the contemplation of acquiring a third star. Ultimately, to bring a smile to old Buss's face, Jeannie orchestrated the trade for Westbrook, parting ways with Kuzma, Pope, Harrell, and a first-round pick. The outcome, however, was a humiliating failure to even reach the playoffs, a dismal record, and the current predicaments faced by the team. After a brief period of glory, it seems the Lakers are on the brink of yet another decade of darkness. Jeannie Buss will not allow this situation to unfold. Next season, the Lakers must achieve something significant, or else the fate of Jerry Buss may soon befall her. Thus, for team owner Jeannie Buss, immediate impact is paramount. What the team requires now is immediate impact. Yet, it is evident that scouting director Little Buss holds a different perspective. Pelinka: choose Lin Peng. Trust me. Pelinka appears deeply conflicted. What exactly draws you to Lin Peng? If you had witnessed his training sessions at the University of Southern California, I believe you would be resolutely inclined to choose him. This scouting report merely documents his collegiate performance. He possesses the potential for continuous improvement. Little Bass couldn't help but smile wryly, yet his subsequent words were imbued with gravity. After the last training session, as the scouting manager, he was utterly captivated by Lin Peng's displayed prowess and had already made a commitment to draft him, even advancing his salary. He had assumed that this promising Chinese defender was a secured asset for the Lakers. However, unexpectedly, his sister Jeannie, a stunning beauty, interjected, failing to remain in her own splendid realm. Typically, such assessments are not the responsibility of team owners, but rather fall to managers like Pelinka. Yet, once Jeannie Buss, as the owner, issued a command, it became the will of the proprietor. They were merely laborers. Little Bass, are you certain? You must understand that Jeannie Buss places immense importance on this draft. If we make a misstep, we shall all suffer the consequences, Pelinka lamented, slumping into the sofa with a rueful smile. Before Pelinka lay an undeniable choice. Should they seek immediate impact or potential? Should they pursue a three-point sharpshooter capable of spacing the floor or a reliable power forward to bolster their urgently needed wing strength? In matters of basketball, Jeanie Buss is utterly uninformed. You and I are immersed in this realm. You should recognize this. Seeing Little Bass venting his frustration directly at the owner amused Pelinka. Yet, Little Bass spoke a truth. Last year, Jeanie Buss had intervened in team operations, insisting on acquiring a clearly declining Westbrook solely to bring a smile to her father, Jerry Buss. Both Little Bass and Pelinka recognized that although Westbrook had diminished, he remained a dependable NBA player. However, the crux of the issue was that his $40 million salary would severely limit future enhancements. And Westbrook's lack of shooting ability rendered him incompatible with LeBron James and Anthony Davis. Pelinka and Little Bass had both acknowledged this dilemma. Yet Jeanie Buss was resolute in her decision to bring in Westbrook. Once the owner had issued orders, they, as mere employees, had no choice but to comply. Pelinka. Trust me, he possesses the qualities to become a superstar. Do you remember Kobe from years ago? He truly aspired to be like Kobe. He has a genuine opportunity to evolve into a player of that caliber. Upon hearing this, Pelinka fell into deep contemplation. Before he became the president of basketball operations for the Lakers, he had been Kobe's agent. In the early stages of Kobe's career, he too faced skepticism from many, yet ultimately, the Lakers gambled on then All-Star center Vlade Divac to acquire Kobe. The outcome of that trade not only transformed the Lakers, but also elevated Kobe himself. After a prolonged silence, Pelinka opened his eyes and said, "Quick, get me the owner on the line." Meanwhile, at the draft venue, Lin Peng remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil permeating the Lakers' locker room. "Dezhuang, are you ready yet?" Lin Peng was holding his phone, dialing Dezhuang. "I'm almost there. Just a little longer. Damn it, I encountered a traffic jam the moment I stepped out. Who would have thought I'd face such misfortune even in New York?" On the other end of the line, Dezhuang was screaming in despair. Listening to Dezhuang's agonized wails, akin to a pig being slaughtered, Lin Peng couldn't help but smile wryly. All right, hurry up." Well. If it isn't Lin Peng. A familiar voice called from behind. Lin Peng turned around to see Li Longhu, a towering figure standing over 2 meters tall, embodying the archetypal athlete. "Lin Peng, it seems you're quite confident about the draft." Hearing Li Longhu's sarcastic tone made Lin Peng feel decidedly uncomfortable. "Not really," he replied nonchalantly. Li Longhu smirked disdainfully, leaning closer to Lin Peng and whispering, "That day on the basketball court, we didn't settle anything. Today's draft will be our rematch. I will emerge victorious." Lin Peng was filled with astonishment and perplexity. Victory or defeat? What victory or defeat? Could it be that the Lakers might not choose Lin Peng? Confused, Lin Peng found himself grappling with the implications of Li Longhu's words, which instilled a sense of urgency within him. However, with Little Bass having already advanced him $50,000, would this sum be rendered meaningless should they opt for Li Longhu instead? Lin Peng let out a cold laugh, saying, "Let us wait and see." Once Li Longhu had departed, Lin Peng's phone rang again. It was a call from Dezhuang. Lin Peng's expression darkened. "My father has connections with the Lakers. I just received word that Jeanie Buss is insisting on selecting Li Longhu." In the Los Angeles Lakers locker room, Jeanie Buss erupted. "How dare you defy my orders? Don't you realize whose team this is?" Clearly, the crux of the matter was not the incident itself, but rather Jeanie Buss's fury at her employees for disobedience. Pelinka broke into a cold sweat, while Jim Buss, upon witnessing the situation, promptly ended the call. Pelinka sank into the sofa, utterly defeated, as if his soul had departed. The coffee left untouched on his desk had gone cold. "This is bad. We've truly offended the boss." Jim Buss, despite his initial surprise at his sister Jeannie's rage, understood they had to see this through. "Don't worry, with me around, we have nothing to fear." Chapter 31. The infighting of the Buss family. Damn it. A woman who knows nothing about basketball insists on meddling in team affairs. Did she have anything to do with the Lakers championship in 2020? Was it not we who brought in the players? Faced with Jeanie Buss's hostile demeanor, Jim Buss struggled to comprehend and couldn't help but vent his frustrations. Pelinka covered his face. "You must understand, her anger is not merely about that. It's your defiance that irks her. You are not just her brother, more importantly. She's your boss, and you are her employee. Wealthy and powerful owners despise disobedience from their subordinates." Pelinka sighed deeply, especially considering Jeanie Buss had recently taken command and was a woman lacking authority within the family. Jim Buss fell silent. Indeed, Jim Buss was the former president of the Lakers. Due to his exceedingly poor decisions during his tenure as general manager, he was ultimately forced to resign from his position and was relegated to scouting duties. However, in this role, he inadvertently discovered his true strengths. Among the Bus siblings, Jeannie Buss possessed the most capability and talent, yet she continually faced doubts due to her gender and choices, even in the so-called land of freedom. Nepotism is often viewed as the root of familial discord. Thus, compared to Jeannie, the elder Buss clearly favored his youngest son, Jim. Have you considered? You were just removed from the presidency. Now that the team is in trouble, you insist on recommending a player she does not endorse. What do you think she will feel? She does not trust me, Little Bass exclaimed with indignation. Do not forget. If she were not a woman with an insatiable thirst for power and an overwhelming desire for control, how could she have ascended to her current position? Palenka replied slowly. Indeed, Little Bass now finds himself akin to a deposed heir apparent, while the newly enthroned empress is none other than Jeannie Buss. Any hint of dissent from Little Bass will undoubtedly set off alarm bells for Jeannie Buss, who is particularly sensitive regarding matters of authority. Thus, she advocates for the selection of Li Longhu instead of Lin Peng, whom Little Bass has vouched for. This choice stems from her understanding of the team's immediate needs and a desire to augment their competitive strength. Additionally, it serves as a demonstration, a warning to Little Bass to refrain from meddling in significant team decisions. After all, the Los Angeles Lakers remain Jeannie Buss's team. So what now? My intentions are rather simple. I merely wish for the Lakers to improve. Palenka could not help but sigh, realizing that his recent phone call had inadvertently entangled him in the internal power struggle of the Buss family. Although Jeannie Buss's acquisition of Westbrook had indeed been ill-conceived, the financial losses were not his to bear. He was merely an employee, and it was unnecessary for him to exert himself to such a degree. However, in comparison to his job, his passion for basketball and his devotion to the Lakers and Kobe Bryant weighed heavily on his heart. Do you truly believe in that Chinese player named Lin Peng? Palenka inquired earnestly. Little Bass nodded without hesitation, asserting with conviction, trust my judgment. While I may not excel as team president, I am confident in my ability to evaluate talent. Lin Peng undoubtedly possesses the potential to become a superstar. Now that the rift with Jeannie had been irreparably widened, their hopes rested solely on Lin Peng. They could only anticipate his performance. Only through the team's improvement would Jeannie's position be further solidified, rendering her less inclined to act against them. You mean we should choose Lin Peng? Little Bass's eyes brightened. Palenka picked up the cold cup of coffee resting on his desk and affirmed, Indeed, we shall select Lin Peng. The venue of the draft is abuzz with anticipation. As the draft is poised to commence, the elite prospects who have entered the green room are filled with excitement, while other participating players occupy the central area, each enveloped in their own distinct emotions. Some, having received draft assurances from teams, are unable to contain their exhilaration, eagerly awaiting a historic moment in their lives. Conversely, those positioned towards the end of the draft harbor uncertainty about their selection, feeling a mix of anxiety and trepidation. At this moment, Lin Peng's feelings are equally intricate. Seated alone in a corner, he awaits the arrival of De Zhuang, who has been delayed by traffic. During a phone call, Lin Peng learned that Jeannie Buss had insisted on selecting Li Longhu, a revelation that left him perplexed, despite having received a draft promise from Xiao Buss. Even to the extent of an advance of $50,000, the outcome has turned unexpectedly. De Zhuang subsequently explained the internal dynamics within the Buss family, illuminating Lin Peng's unwitting involvement in their familial strife. He cannot help but let out a bitter laugh. It seems that since his rebirth, he has altered the very order of this timeline, triggering a butterfly effect. Events have not unfolded according to his plans, causing him a sense of disquiet. However, with the draft about to begin, he can only place his hopes in Xiao Buss. As Lin Peng contemplates, the lights of the venue flicker, and NBA Commissioner Adam Silver steps onto the stage. The 2022 NBA Draft is officially underway. As the event commences, basketball enthusiasts worldwide are closely monitoring the proceedings. The draft is broadcast live across the nation, igniting fervent discussions among countless fans on social media regarding who among Paolo Banchero, Chet Holmgren, and Jabari Smith will secure the coveted first overall pick. Supporters of various teams eagerly anticipate the selection of genuine potential stars for their franchises. Meanwhile, across the Pacific, numerous Chinese fans are glued to their phones, for this draft features 3 Chinese candidates, Lin Peng, Li Longhu, and Xing Fanbo from the G League. While Xing Fanbo's chances of selection are slim, both Lin Peng and Li Longhu stand a viable chance of being chosen, possibly even in the first round. Even Lin Peng, who has encountered countless grand occasions, cannot help but take a deep breath. In the 2022 draft, the first overall pick goes to the Orlando Magic. The crowd holds its breath. From Duke University, the forward, Paolo Banchero. Banchero ultimately resolved the months-long debate surrounding the first overall pick, triumphing over Holmgren and Smith to secure the title of the 2022 NBA Draft's #1 selection. The arena erupted in applause as the elegantly attired Banchero struggled to contain his tears, rising to embrace his parents beside him. He extended his hand to acknowledge the audience's ovation, also responding to the viewers watching from their screens. In a corner, Lin Peng observed Banchero donning the Magic's cap after receiving it, followed by a handshake with Commissioner Adam Silver, prompting a wave of sentiment within him. The draft continued without a hitch, as expected. Holmgren, hailing from Gonzaga University, was selected second overall by the Oklahoma City Thunder. Jabari Smith from Auburn University followed, being chosen third by the Houston Rockets. Subsequently, talents such as Keegan Murray, Jaden Ivey, and Shaedon Sharpe were picked consecutively within the top 10. The draft unfolded with fervor, showcasing Branham, who was selected 20th by the San Antonio Spurs. This robust forward seemed to embody the Spurs' understated style perfectly. At that moment, Lin Peng received a message from Dajwang. Damn it. Little Bus is no longer responding to my messages, and there's been no word from Genie Bus either. I am utterly uncertain whether the Lakers will indeed select us. Chapter 32. Selected by the Los Angeles Lakers. What? Lin Peng frowned slightly, a wave of concern washing over him. He picked up his phone and slowly typed, "It's impossible. I trust Little Bus's character and judgment." Lin Peng, having navigated the tumultuous waters of the NBA for many years, is acutely aware of the disarray that Little Bus has brought to the team management. Nevertheless, in terms of personal character, he is held in high regard within the industry. At this moment, Dajwang remains ensconced in a taxi, ensnared in a traffic jam that feels interminable, leaving him in a state of despair. With a mounting sense of urgency, he reflects on his situation and, after a moment's contemplation, decides to respond via his mobile device. The likelihood of the Lakers selecting us may now be merely 50%. Caught as we are between Little Bus and Genie Bus, one a current owner, the other a former one. It all hinges on how Pelinka decides. At the 2022 NBA Draft, with the 23rd pick, the Philadelphia 76ers selected a name Lin Peng had just seen on his screen, the forward from the University of Michigan, Lee Long-Hu. Lin Peng was suddenly filled with both astonishment and joy, having experienced the tumultuous ups and downs of life within just a few minutes. Lee Long-Hu rose to his feet, and after insisting with his friends and family, his gaze shifted towards the corner where Lin Peng was situated. His eyes brimmed with confidence and defiance, a declaration of his triumph. Lin Peng smiled, realizing that the so-called victory proclaimed by Lee Long-Hu was indeed this. Meanwhile, in the locker room of the Los Angeles Lakers, Pelinka and Genie Bus breathed a sigh of relief as they gazed at the large screen. After training Lin Peng, Lee Long-Hu immediately altered his draft strategy and reached out to the Philadelphia 76ers, who held the 23rd pick. However, he merely contacted the 76ers without formally notifying the Lakers. This boy is far too cunning. He has deceived us as well. It was evident that Genie Bus was furious over Lee Long-Hu's treachery, which had led to a rift between them and the owner, culminating in a farcical family feud. In truth, had Lee Long-Hu informed the Lakers in advance that he would not be joining them, this situation could have been entirely averted. Nevertheless, this misfortune bore a silver lining. Since Lee Long-Hu opted to join the 76ers, it would also be easier to explain the situation to owner Genie Bus. So, should we select Lin Peng? Since the Philadelphia 76ers have chosen Lee Long-Hu, we must indeed select Lin Peng. Pelinka smiled, clearly feeling much more at ease. Should we call Genie Bus to explain the situation? Genie Bus tentatively inquired. After all, once we make our selection, we will understand his stance. The draft finally progressed to the second round. The Indiana Pacers selected Andrew Nembhard, a swingman from Gonzaga University, with the first pick of the second round. As Nembhard took the stage, Lin Peng felt a twinge of anxiety, for the next pick belonged to the Los Angeles Lakers. Lin Peng called Dajwang. "Have you arrived?" Dajwang replied in frustration, "Damn it, I'm still in the taxi. I swear I will never ride a New York cab again in my life." His anger boiled over as he vowed that once he had the means, he would acquire a helicopter to land directly on the helipad above the draft venue. "What can we do then?" Lin Peng reassured him. "It's fine. I'm watching your live stream from the taxi. It's just the same." Dajwang let out a sigh. Okay, understood." Bang. At that moment, the spotlight once again illuminated NBA Commissioner Adam Silver, who stood center stage. A staff member approached, holding an envelope, revealing it to be the 32nd letter of the evening. Just moments ago, Lakers general manager Rob Pelinka had finalized the team's sole draft pick for this year via phone. Adam Silver adjusted his glasses and extracted a card from the envelope, his expression subtly shifting as he read the name, seemingly caught off guard by the selection. At the 2023 draft, with the second pick of the second round, the Los Angeles Lakers selected Lin Peng from the University of Southern California. In that moment, Lin Peng was more focused than ever. Lin Peng. Okay. We did it. We did it. Lin Peng exhaled deeply. Although he had been aware that his selection was a foregone conclusion, the moment had arrived, and he could not help but feel a surge of excitement within. Selected second in the second round, Lin Peng knew he could have performed even better. Yet he firmly believed that it was with the Los Angeles Lakers that he could fully realize his NBA aspirations. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers and applause. Across the ocean, countless Chinese fans waiting in front of social media stood up in jubilation. Since Yi Jianlian and Sun Yu were chosen in the same NBA draft back in 2007, there had been immense anticipation for another Chinese derby. After a span of 15 years, Lin Peng and Li Longhu had achieved this feat once more. Furthermore, seated off the court was Fanbua, who had a reasonable chance of being selected towards the end of the second round. To date, only 7 Chinese players have been chosen by the NBA. If Fanbua were to be selected, it would mark a historic moment for the Chinese team in this draft. Congratulations, my friend. Lin Peng's former teammates from the University of Southern California sat beside him, offering their heartfelt congratulations. Thank you. Your turn will come soon. Lin Peng rose to cheer them on. Lin Peng excitedly ascended the stage, and upon reaching the recently selected Li Longhu, exclaimed, "Hey!" Lin Peng came to a halt. The 2 Chinese players selected at the draft naturally drew the attention of the entire arena, with countless cameras focused intently on their faces. Li Longhu immediately rose to his feet, embracing Lin Peng tightly. In a voice inaudible to the cameras, Li Longhu whispered in Lin Peng's ear, "You truly are fortunate. However, do not let your pride swell too soon. Even though you've arrived in Los Angeles, I am the one who ultimately triumphed. You are merely a second-round pick. Thank you for your reminder, but perhaps you should be more concerned about yourself. Let us see if, in a month's time, you will still be with the 76ers. Lin Peng retorted. Upon hearing this, Li Longhu felt a surge of indignation, yet he did not allow it to show. Instead, he flashed his trademark insincere smile for the cameras. Welcome to the NBA. Adam Silver offered his congratulations to Lin Peng. Although, as a consummate businessman, Lin Peng appeared to him as nothing more than a stack of dollar bills. Furthermore, Adam Silver himself was not particularly admirable, nonetheless. Lin Peng felt compelled to maintain a facade of decorum, smiling in response. Lin Peng took the cap emblazoned with the Los Angeles Lakers logo and placed it atop his head. From this moment forth, he was a bona fide NBA player. Chapter 33. The draft concludes. Damn it. At that moment, De Zhuang, seated in a taxi traversing the streets of New York, could not contain his expletives. He was watching the live broadcast of the NBA draft, filled with anticipation. However, much to his dismay, the utterly incompetent director inserted an advertisement right at the pivotal moment of Lin Peng's selection. As he gazed at the advertisement for Mexican chicken wraps on his phone, De Zhuang's frustration boiled over. To add insult to injury, this just happened to be the favorite of Lin Peng's future teammate, LeBron James, whose Instagram posts about Taco Tuesday had become a secret handshake among his fans. Damn it, De Zhuang exclaimed, shaking his fist in anger, inadvertently startling the driver ahead. Given De Zhuang's imposing physique and fierce demeanor, one could easily mistake him for a member of the New York mob. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll take you down. This threat sent the driver into a state of panic, causing him to avoid glancing through the rearview mirror again. The atmosphere in the draft venue was charged. Lin Peng descended from the stage and received a message from De Zhuang. It was a screenshot. The image depicted the recent draft conference live broadcast. However, it was not a scene of Lin Peng standing at the center of the stage, but rather an advertisement for a Mexican chicken wrap. Furthermore, at the bottom, in small print, it read, "In the 2022 draft conference, the Los Angeles Lakers selected Lin Peng from the University of Southern California with the second pick in the second round." Lin Peng offered a wry smile. The moments when certain individuals determine their fate, in the face of overwhelming popularity, seem rather insignificant. Nevertheless, Lin Peng had grown accustomed to such occurrences. He picked up his phone and replied to De Zhuang. Wasn't Jokic once in a similar predicament? Look at him now. He has secured the MVP title. The draft concluded amidst the cheers of the crowd. Naturally, some rejoiced while others lamented. In this draft, the trio from China, Lin Peng, Li Longhu, and Fanbua, made their mark. Li Longhu was selected at the 23rd pick in the first round, while Lin Peng was chosen second in the second round. Unfortunately, Zheng Fanbo was left without a selection, leaving Chinese fans disappointed at not witnessing the simultaneous selection of all three players. Soon after, Lin Peng received a call from the team president, Pelinka. Lin Peng. Welcome to the Lakers, Pelinka exclaimed excitedly from the other end of the line. Bang. His companion, Little Bass, eagerly snatched the phone away. Hey, Lin Peng. Don't forget, I was the one who championed your cause. And remember to pay me back. After hanging up, Lin Peng received messages from Westbrook and Harden. Westbrook. Hey, we're going to be teammates. Man, this is simply too cool. Harden. Lin Peng, you are a true man. I look forward to facing you on the NBA court. By the way, when are we visiting the foot massage parlor in Los Angeles Chinatown again? As Lin Peng was about to respond to a message, he found himself surrounded by a throng of reporters. Clearly, even as a second-round draft pick, his popularity had surged immensely due to the considerable attention drawn by the Los Angeles Lakers. Among the journalists, a stunning reporter with strikingly long legs positioned herself in a way that effectively blocked the advancing reporters. Lin Peng. Congratulations on being selected as the second pick in the second round by the Los Angeles Lakers. What are your current feelings regarding this achievement? Lin Peng could faintly discern the Lakers logo adorning the blouse of the beautiful reporter, which shimmered under the lights. Yet, it was not merely the logo that caught the eye, but also her long, radiant legs that gleamed with a dazzling whiteness. Lin Peng felt an uncanny familiarity with the stunning blonde beauty from the United States. At this moment, he was filled with excitement. Having long been an admirer of Kobe and LeBron, the prospect of joining the Lakers and playing alongside James was undeniably the pinnacle of coolness. Although this sentiment was rehearsed, it also reflected Lin Peng's genuine feelings. Following this, a series of conventional pleasantries ensued, which, for Lin Peng, who had endured countless interviews in his previous life, felt like a mere trifle. He navigated each question with eloquence and ease, yet upon reflection, it became apparent that his responses were largely devoid of substantive content. Alas, such is the nature of interviews. As the interview approached its conclusion, the journalists, sensing a lack of captivating material from Lin Peng, were ready to call it a day. Suddenly, however, the tall beauty from earlier spoke up again, raising her voice to be heard over the others. We have received information indicating that the Lakers management places great importance on this draft, and there are significant disagreements among team president Jeannie Buss, general manager Rob Pelinka, and vice president Jim Buss. It is rumored that Jeannie Buss, the primary decision-maker for the Lakers, is not in favor of selecting you. Lin Peng gazed into the shining eyes of the female journalist, his brow slightly furrowed. To his surprise, the draft conference had not yet concluded. Yet this matter had swiftly come to the media's attention. Clearly, an employee who fails to garner the boss's favor occupies a rather precarious position within the team. Moreover, he had yet to officially join the squad, and the boss had already positioned himself in opposition to him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Peng responded. The answer to this question should not merely be a few casual words, but rather a tangible performance on the court. All I can do is exert myself to the utmost to assist the team, striving to deliver an exemplary performance that leads us to victory and back into the playoffs. Clearly, Lin Peng's words were heartfelt, yet such sincerity is often unwelcome in the media. The tall, elegant beauty felt a twinge of disappointment. Breathless and exhausted, the robust figure of De Zhuang arrived at the venue after enduring numerous trials and tribulations. He searched the crowd for Lin Peng's familiar silhouette and, to his surprise, spotted Lin Peng's strikingly handsome face, surrounded by a throng of journalists. Goodness, there are beautiful female reporters too. De Zhuang, brimming with eagerness, approached but suddenly found his feet rooted to the ground. What a coincidence! In the next instant, flustered and panicked, De Zhuang turned and fled. Meanwhile, Lin Peng had also noticed De Zhuang and, eager to greet him, was taken aback to see him dash away. Lin Peng was perplexed. Yet upon observing the long-legged reporter glancing in the same direction as De Zhuang, a familiar sensation surged within her. It was none other than Monica. Lin Peng was taken aback. Upon confirming that the long-legged beauty was indeed Monica, he couldn't help but marvel at how small the world truly is. It is no wonder that De Zhuang fled in embarrassment upon encountering her. Previously, it was mentioned that De Zhuang had bravely pursued a Japanese girl, boldly charging forth for love, only to become a mere sycophant in the process. However, following that, a kind-hearted elder sister from the beautiful country had once warmed De Zhuang's wounded soul. Chapter 34. The Detriments of Fame. Indeed, she is Monica. The self-proclaimed Casanova, De Zhuang, asserted that he would never seek out a foreign woman, yet upon meeting Monica, he was utterly captivated. To be fair, it is not surprising. as Monica possesses a distinctly East Asian appearance that aligns beautifully with the aesthetic preferences of Huaxia. Nevertheless, this brief romance ultimately came to an unremarkable end. Zhuang remained at the University of Southern California while Monica, for years a senior, graduated and ventured to New York to chase her dreams, becoming a journalist. Lin Peng found himself in a state of bemusement. He truly had not anticipated encountering Monica in this place. Moreover, what was even more significant was the sight of the Los Angeles Lakers logo emblazoned on her attire. She was indeed a reporter for the Lakers. Monica cast her gaze in the direction where Zhuang had departed, uncertain if she had recognized him. After concluding the interview, in accordance with tradition, Lin Peng and the other selected players gathered at the center of the stage for a group photograph, marking the assembly of the 2022 draft class. The basketball journeys of a generation commenced from this pivotal moment. Following the draft, domestic forums erupted with fervor. In the Tencent Sports live broadcast, we observed that in this NBA draft, 2 players from China were ultimately selected. The last occurrence was in 2007 with Yi Jianlian and Sun Yu, who, regrettably, did not achieve the anticipated success in the NBA. However, for the current Lin Peng and Li Longhu, we are filled with anticipation for their rapid development in the NBA. Throughout the Tencent broadcast, the esteemed commentator Wang Meng delivered his final reflections, and even though the draft had concluded, his excitement remained palpable. Lin Peng and Li Longhu, one an interior player and the other an exterior player, have both been selected by the NBA, which is of paramount significance for the Chinese national team. This selection signifies that the Chinese team now possesses 2 players of NBA caliber for the future. Since the pinnacle of Chinese men's basketball in 2008, the national team has never boasted such a luxurious roster. It is well known that in recent years, the performance of the Chinese national team in international basketball has been lackluster, while the neighboring nation of Japan has rapidly advanced, eyeing the competition. The inclusion of Lin Peng and Li Longhu has undoubtedly provided a much-needed boost of confidence for the Chinese team. Seated beside Wang Meng, Yang Yi promptly offered his commentary. The following morning, Lin Peng was roused from his slumber by Zhuang's fervent calls. Lin Peng, awaken. You must swiftly check your social media. Zhuang exclaimed with palpable excitement. Lin Peng opened his social media, surprised to find that even after a day, his popularity had not waned. Rather, it had sparked discussions on multiple topics. The first thing he noticed was a photograph of him alongside Li Longhu. Below, fans of Huaxia began to generate excitement surrounding the Huaxia National Derby, envisioning the victorious scenes of their representatives dominating the international arena. This made Lin Peng reminisce about the moment the photo was taken, recalling Li Longhu's mockery and faint smile. One wonders if this is the persona Li Longhu seeks to establish. In addition to the substantial attention drawn by the Huaxia National Derby, Lin Peng is also backed by the Los Angeles Lakers, a premier powerhouse in the realm of sports. Although he is a second-round pick, Lin Peng's recognition far surpasses that of Li Longhu, and he even stands shoulder to shoulder with some lottery picks. However, an increase in prominence often invites controversy and disparagement. The president of the Los Angeles Lakers is not particularly optimistic about rookie Lin Peng, holding significant disagreements with scout manager Jesse Buss. Is it confidence or arrogance? In the face of skepticism from team president Jeannie Buss, rookie Lin Peng asserted that he would not make empty boasts. Instead, he would let his performance speak for itself to win over the team. With the lack of faith from the team owner, how far can second-round rookie Lin Peng truly go? He confidently proclaimed that in the upcoming season, with his assistance, the Lakers would assuredly return to the playoffs. Lin Peng chuckled wryly, unable to suppress his lament. Am I simply having a streak of bad luck lately? Despite all precautions, I still fell prey to these unscrupulous media. During an interview, Lin Peng expressed his determination to deliver a tangible performance, which has since transformed into a fearless stance against the scrutiny of President Jeannie Buss. His aspiration to assist the team in reaching the playoffs has been exaggerated into a guarantee of their postseason qualification. It is evident that media coverage has taken Lin Peng's statements out of context, selectively editing and manipulating them to create conflict and division for the sake of attracting viewership. Consequently, the myriad of highly endorsed conspiracy theories circulating are indeed quite eye-catching. Some have revealed that Lin Peng is acquainted with both Harden and Westbrook, leading numerous internet users to speculate wildly based on these connections. Others have proposed that Lin Peng is a pivotal figure in the internal strife of the Buss family, a pawn strategically placed within the team by Johnny Buss. Astonishingly, some users have even suggested that Lin Peng is Jeannie Buss's paramour, and that their fallout prompted the public doubts about his selection for the team. Observing these conjectures from internet users, accompanied by a plethora of likes and affirmations, it becomes clear that notoriety often invites controversy. Lin Peng's face turned pale as he could not help but press his forehead in exasperation before promptly shutting down his computer. However, he quickly regained his composure, recognizing that aspiring to become a superstar inevitably entails confronting skepticism and slander. He did not dwell on the potential impact of such reports and critiques on his future. The talent selection event had concluded, and tomorrow Lin Peng would be flying back to Los Angeles, though his companion, De Zhuang, had no intention of accompanying him on the return journey. Lin Peng gazed at De Zhuang, who was clad in a suit that did not fit him well, and could not shake off the feeling of discomfort. This bespoke suit, costing several tens of thousands, was undoubtedly tailored to perfection, enhancing both his demeanor and attractiveness. Yet, in Lin Peng's eyes, it simply appeared ill-suited for De Zhuang. Lin Peng could not help but let out a sigh. "Oh, please don't make me look. To be honest, you look quite charming in sportswear. Why must you insist on donning a suit?" Monica, who had little fondness for slovenly gentlemen, had now become a journalist. "I must make a positive impression on her when we meet again," De Zhuang declared earnestly. Lin Peng wore an expression reminiscent of a grandfather perusing his smartphone. It was rather peculiar that he had fled in disarray upon encountering someone at the draft conference, particularly since De Zhuang felt underdressed at the time. After all, the individual in question was a traveling reporter from Los Angeles. He would certainly be heading to Los Angeles, so why the urgency to arrange a meeting in New York? You see, in New York, there exists a sensation of an apex rendezvous. Back in the day, she harbored dreams of studying in New York and becoming a journalist, while I was merely a university student poised to inherit a vast fortune. Yet, the tides have changed. She is now a traveling reporter in Los Angeles, and I am on the cusp of becoming a premier sports agent for future superstars. As I ponder this, De Zhuang reclined on the sofa, an indescribable expression gracing his face, his body writhing like a worm. Our reunion felt predestined. Observing the love-struck De Zhuang, Lin Peng was left speechless, a shiver running down his spine. "All right then, I shall return to Los Angeles on my own. After all, the airfare is not my concern." Chapter 35. Signing the contract at 8 in the morning, Lin Peng boarded a flight at Kennedy International Airport. Before embarking, he received a message from De Zhuang, a photograph of him clad in a crisp, elegant suit, holding a splendid bouquet of roses, with the iconic Flatiron Building of New York in the background. Upon returning to the long-missed Los Angeles, Lin Peng immediately sensed the stark contrast between the atmosphere of Los Angeles and that of New York, the unique essence of the West Coast enveloping him. The scorching, arid air was a far cry from the relatively humid conditions of New York, making this environment more suited to him. After disembarking, Lin Peng returned to his apartment in Los Angeles to unpack his belongings. Shortly thereafter, he received a call from Pelinka, the Lakers operations manager. "How's it going? Are you all set? If so, please arrive punctually to sign the contract." "Yes, indeed. The weather today was pleasant, not oppressively hot." Perhaps this was a harbinger of good fortune. "I believe so as well," Lin Peng responded, although he did not receive the favor and recognition of Lakers president Jeannie Buss. His journey with the Lakers has officially commenced. In the afternoon, Lin Peng arrived at the home of the Los Angeles Lakers, the Staples Center. This multifunctional sports complex is situated in the heart of downtown Los Angeles, near the Los Angeles Convention Center. Not only is it the home arena for the NBA's Los Angeles Lakers, but it also serves as the shared venue for the Los Angeles Clippers, WNBA's Los Angeles Sparks, NHL's Los Angeles Kings, and the NBDL's Los Angeles Defenders. Indeed, the Staples Center is currently the only NBA arena that hosts two teams. However, due to the Lakers' illustrious history and immense popularity, the Clippers often feel like outsiders. The Lakers are truly the revered team of this locale. Should the Clippers and Lakers meet in the playoffs, it is needless to say that, even if the Clippers banner were to hang above, every game would undoubtedly be a home game for the Lakers. Consequently, the Clippers have long endured the struggle of sharing a venue, though they will soon have a new arena of their own. After all, their principal owner, Steve Ballmer, is an exceptionally wealthy individual, previously the president of Microsoft, and his wealth ranks first among the owners of the 30 NBA teams. In terms of affluence, the Buss family pales in comparison to Ballmer. As one of the co-founders of Microsoft, he is never lacking in financial resources. Thus, the construction of a new arena for the Clippers has been prioritized. However, the new arena encountered numerous obstacles due to site selection issues, as its original owner was the Knicks owner, who initially prohibited Ballmer from building a new venue nearby. Consequently, The affluent Ballmer first spent $400 million to acquire the Forum and even donated $100 million to the Inglewood area to facilitate the construction of a new Clippers arena. Currently, the new arena, Intuit Dome, is still under construction, reportedly costing billions of dollars. Once completed and operational, it is set to become the most luxurious and technologically advanced NBA arena in the nation. In contrast to this top-tier billionaire, Lakers president Jeannie Buss appears considerably less formidable. Her wealth ranks sixth from the bottom among NBA team owners, even falling behind Michael Jordan, the owner of the struggling Charlotte Hornets. The elder Buss amassed his fortune in the last century, while other team owners treat the NBA as a side venture for the Buss family. The Los Angeles Lakers are currently their sole lucrative asset. Thus, the revenue generated by the Lakers is crucial to the family's livelihood, which explains Jeannie Buss's urgent desire to strengthen the team after a season of decline. In truth, had Li Longhu not been of Chinese descent, Jeannie Buss might have resolutely chosen Lin Peng. The presence of a player from China on the team would equate to capturing a vast market in the Chinese realm. It is worth noting that, in the past, Chinese fans fervently propelled the rookie Yao Ming into the All-Star game, surpassing even the peak Shaquille O'Neal, who was still with the Lakers at the time. Lin Peng entered the headquarters of the Lakers management at the Staples Center, feeling a sense of familiarity in this reborn chapter of his life. Typically, during contract signings in the NBA, team owners do not personally attend unless there are special matters at hand, especially for the Buss family, whose primary focus is on team operations. Moreover, Lin Peng is the highest drafted player by the Lakers in 3 years, and aside from Horton Tucker and Rivers, there are no other players with Lakers lineage on the roster. However, Jeannie Buss did not attend this signing event. Instead, Rob Pelinka and Joey Buss were there to welcome Lin Peng. A pleasant surprise was Russell Westbrook, who, having a favorable impression of Lin Peng, made the effort to attend the signing of a second-round pick, which deeply touched Lin Peng. "Congratulations! Soon, we'll be official teammates," Westbrook exclaimed with a broad smile, his expression radiating warmth. "Indeed, I believe we will undoubtedly have a strong chemistry." Pelinka, the Lakers operations manager, had prepared the contract, a standard second-round deal with full guarantees for the first year and a team option for the second year, totaling $45 million. $45 million in the first year and $2 million in the second. In fact, Joey Buss had previously suggested to Lin Peng the possibility of signing a 4-year contract, with full guarantees for the first 2 years and team options for the latter 2. However, Lin Peng promptly rejected this proposal. It is important to note that had Lin Peng been selected in the first round, his starting salary would have been $4 million, effectively equating to a single-year salary that surpasses his current 2-year earnings. Therefore, for him, the advantage of being a second-round pick lies in the shorter contract duration, allowing for a swift exit once he establishes his prowess. At that time, the Lakers would reassess Lin Peng's value, enabling him to quickly negotiate a new contract. Joey Buss's suggestion of a 4-year deal clearly indicates his confidence in Lin Peng's potential and a desire to capitalize on the rookie benefits. Lin Peng meticulously examined the details of the contract, and upon confirming that everything was in order, he affixed his signature. Xiao Bas immediately stepped forward and embraced Lin Peng, exclaiming, "You truly must strive for excellence. Our fates are intertwined. If you do not perform well, that old hag will surely find an excuse to cast me aside." Upon hearing this, Pelinka rolled his eyes in exasperation and retorted, "Don't forget about me. If it weren't for my momentary lapse in judgment, succumbing to deceitful words, I would never have boarded this ship of rogues." Author S. Note: the chubby fellow is off to university today. Even on the flight, I am diligently typing away. So please extend your support. Chapter 36. The feeble Summer League roster. Lin Peng scratched his head awkwardly. This is quite unfair, without having played a single match. The pressure is already mounting. However, Westbrook was quite considerate, saying, "Relax, don't burden yourself with excessive pressure. Under the dazzling lights of Los Angeles, it is entirely natural for others to have expectations of you. Moreover, if you occasionally underperform in the future, be prepared to endure online criticism." Lin Peng understood that Westbrook was engaging in self-deprecation. Last year, the team's performance was lackluster, and many netizens unfairly placed the blame entirely on the newly joined Westbrook. "Lin Peng, I am aware that you are likely in need of funds at the moment. If you can deliver a commendable performance, you will have the opportunity to repay that money gradually," remarked the affable little base. Lin Peng's salary is dispersed monthly, distributed over the 12 months of the year. Consequently, he is currently unable to repay the $500,000 that Xiao Bas lent him, although he has recently secured contracts worth several $1 million. he still finds himself in a state of financial hardship. By the way, the Summer League is approaching. Lin Peng, make sure to prepare diligently in the coming days. Pelinka advised. Lin Peng nodded, fully aware of the situation. The NBA Summer League serves as a prelude to the official NBA season, taking place primarily during the off-season. During this time, all NBA teams participate. However, it is customary for the key players and primary substitutes to abstain from participating, as they seize every opportunity to recuperate. The participants in the Summer League predominantly consist of fringe players from each team, G League athletes, players from international leagues, and undrafted prospects. Their singular aim is to leverage the Summer League to earn trust, avoid being cut, and strive for commendable performances in the upcoming season. Additionally, there are rookie players from various teams, though they represent a minor proportion. In essence, the Summer League serves as a platform for rookies to hone their skills, providing them with an arena to acclimate to the tempo of the NBA. Typically, the outcomes of the games hold little significance for these players. The rookie participants are generally in their first or second year, while the remainder consists of players who have yet to secure a spot in the NBA. As the second pick in the second round, Lin Peng can undoubtedly be regarded as the absolute cornerstone of the Lakers Summer League. By the way, Lin Peng, which jersey number will you choose for the Summer League? The whimsically eccentric Westbrook suddenly inquired. Lin Peng smiled, wearing the number 1. This was the number he donned since his university days. As for the reason, it could not be more straightforward. If one is to do something, one must strive for excellence. If one is to engage, one must aim for the top position. Very well, let it be so. Remember, just be present when the time comes to report. Pelinka responded, and then, with a busy schedule, he hastily departed. Lin Peng swiftly returned to his apartment. And upon opening social media, the entire Chinese basketball community erupted. He clicked on the trending headlines, where he saw images of himself signing his contract and a photograph with Pelinka in the younger bus. Even a shot of Westbrook attending to offer his congratulations was included. The labels of the Los Angeles Lakers, LeBron James, and Chinese national player affixed to Lin Peng instantly catapulted him to fame. However, the comments below varied widely, inevitably filled with sarcasm and skepticism. It was shocking that the team president, Jeannie Buss, was absent from the event, and not even a congratulatory tweet was sent. Even more audaciously, some Chinese fans directly messaged Jeannie Buss, questioning her absence at Lin Peng's signing ceremony. Such comments and actions proliferated. Yet Lin Peng had grown accustomed to it. In the era of information, playing in the NBA necessitates enduring such online pressure. Thus, he now comprehended the burden Westbrook spoke of. In the Los Angeles Lakers, the greater the exposure, the heavier the weight of expectation. Subsequently, the team's star players, LeBron James and Anthony Davis, both took to Twitter to congratulate Lin Peng on his joining the team. Gaining recognition from the team's top player was certainly exhilarating for Lin Peng. However, it was not truly an endorsement. Nevertheless, receiving attention from the team's leader was a positive sign. After distancing himself from the tumultuous online world, Lin Peng steadied his emotions and perused the roster for the Lakers' participation in the Summer League. Guards, 7-1 Lin Peng, 15 Austin Rivers, 17 Mason Jones, 55 Mark McLaughlin, 46 Javante McCoy, 38 Nate Pierre-Louis, 10 Scottie Pippen Jr. Forwards, 536 Sing Fanbois, 48 Vito Brown, 45 Sharif O'Neal, 20 Cole Swider, 49 Fabian White Jr. Center, 130 Jay Huff among them. The majority were fringe players, many of whom could barely afford a meal as professional athletes. They hoped to secure a livelihood based on their performances in the Summer League. Therefore, while playing alongside them might not match the caliber found in regular NBA games, the intensity of competition was undeniably fierce. Among the Lakers roster, a noteworthy player is Rivers. Excluding Lin Peng, Rivers stands as the true leader of this lineup. Last year, he went undrafted in the selection process and ultimately joined the Los Angeles Lakers on a two-way contract. Through his exceptional performance in the Summer League, he secured the final spot on the Lakers' regular season roster. Initially, Rivers saw limited playtime in the NBA, but as injuries plagued the team, he gradually began to shine. Positioned alongside the trio of stars, he serves as a perfect adhesive and a diligent role player, stepping up when not surrounded by superstars. On numerous occasions throughout the season, Rivers delivered remarkable performances during critical moments. One particularly memorable instance occurred mid-season during a game against the Mavericks, where Rivers received a pass from Westbrook and executed a dramatic buzzer beater to clinch victory. This decisive moment undoubtedly provided a much-needed boost to the struggling Los Angeles Lakers at the time. Additionally, there is Little Pippen. The name alone signifies his lineage. Being the son of legendary player Scottie Pippen, a celebrated teammate of Michael Jordan. As a second-generation player, he has undergone the most professional basketball training from a young age. However, he unfortunately did not inherit his father's innate talent. Although navigating the realm of professional basketball remains challenging, he can easily assume the role of a water boy within the Los Angeles Lakers, thanks to his father's renown. Moreover, we have Huff and Swider. Huff is the only center on this team, previously encountered by Lin Peng during Harden's casual games. Swider is an exceptional stretch four. Yet beyond his height and remarkable physical attributes, he falls significantly short in other areas compared to NBA standards, which has hindered his opportunity to formally enter the league. Most importantly, we must not overlook Xing Fanbua, another player representing the Chinese national team. Chapter 37. The Summer League commences. During the draft conference, 3 players from the Huaxian nation, Xing Fanbua, Lin Peng, and Li Longhu, simultaneously entered the selection. However, Xing Fanbua, hailing from the G League, unfortunately did not secure a spot. His fellow townsman, Lin Peng, was more than willing to assist Xing Fanbua. It is worth noting that in Lin Peng's previous NBA career, Xing Fanbua was indeed an exceptionally talented player, yet he did not receive the opportunity to shine in the NBA. Ultimately, he found his brilliance in the CBA, showcasing remarkable performances in various international competitions. Although he was still some distance from being a competent NBA rotation player during his peak, serving as a substitute was certainly within reach. Consequently, Lin Peng recommended Xing Fanbua to the affluent BAS, who without hesitation offered Xing Fanbua a two-way contract opportunity. It is important to recognize that two-way contracts are traditionally considered a treasure trove for teams, essentially serving as the reserves for the official squad, with each team limited to 3 such contracts per season. Thus, Boss's generosity in this instance could be deemed extravagant. Nonetheless, after Lin Peng's trial, Ba was exceedingly optimistic about Lin Peng's performance. However, when observing the composition of this roster, it primarily consisted of marginal players unable to secure significant playing time. Unlike teams such as the Thunder and the Magic, which boasted high draft rookies and were regarded as the true titans of the Summer League, Lin Peng turned off his phone and reclined on the sofa, unable to suppress a lament. This lineup is truly dismal. Yet, this circumstance aligned perfectly with Lin Peng's desires, for it granted him the autonomy to unleash his full potential. Although the players in the Summer League are all striving to support their families through the sport, each one is compelled to enhance their statistics, thus becoming fiercely competitive. However, if the ball were to find its way into Lin Peng's hands, he had no intention of passing it. After several days of intensive training, Lin Peng swiftly regained the form he was meant to possess following a brief respite. During these days, DeJuan was bravely pursuing love in New York. And to be honest, Lin Peng found himself somewhat unaccustomed to DeJuan's absence. Nonetheless, before the commencement of the Summer League, DeJuan managed to return. Lin Peng observed the expression on DeJuan's face as he entered, finding it perplexing. It did not convey the triumph of love gained. Yet it also did not suggest failure. What is the matter? What did Monica say? Lin Peng inquired tentatively. She mentioned that she is still single, DeJuan replied. Collapsing onto the sofa, still clad in his expensive suit, clearly having returned directly from a date. What does that imply? Lin Peng pondered, bewildered, as he struggled to comprehend the connection between her being single and DeJuan's romantic endeavors. She stated that she is currently in a phase of professional ascendance. Monica is deeply passionate about her career, and she wishes to reassess our relationship once she achieves a sense of stability, DeJuan elucidated. Lin Peng was immediately taken aback by the tone of the green tea girl. What does this mean? If we are together, we are together. If not, then we are not. Her words implied that she no longer had feelings for him. Hey, just teasing you. DeJuan suddenly changed his demeanor, bursting into laughter. What on earth does that mean? Lin Peng was puzzled. Monica has accepted my confession, and now we are in a romantic relationship. I must say, I have experienced the life of a journalist these past few days, and it is incredibly strenuous. After a day's work, I am utterly exhausted, collapsing into bed the moment I return home. Really? Young master, you can endure such hardship? Although Lin Peng felt something was amiss, he still respected DeJuan's choice. Of course, you have no idea, damn it. I'm so worn out that when I return to the hotel, I collapse onto the pillow and fall asleep instantly. Too lazy even to reward myself. Suddenly, DeJuan, who had been sprawled on the sofa, perked up. Upon hearing these words, Lin Peng could comprehend just how exhausting this job truly was. Nevertheless, Monica was also in Los Angeles, serving as the team reporter for the Lakers, which meant that he would have ample opportunity to spend time with her. Lin Peng raised his hands in exasperation. There is a saying that being a single person can be quite disheartening, but witnessing a close friend with a beautiful girlfriend can be even more disheartening. Oh, heavens! This chubby homebody has even found himself a girlfriend. Lin Peng wore a face of deep discontent, yet this only served to heighten De Zhuang's sense of triumph, prompting him to spontaneously perform the hula dance. Dong Biela, Dong a Dong Biela. Above Lin Peng's head, several crows floated by in silence. In the ensuing days, Lin Peng dedicated himself to intensive training, focusing primarily on enhancing his defensive prowess and shooting skills. He understood that within a team, as long as one has not yet ascended to the ranks of a true superstar, securing one's position and increasing one's significance requires catering to the team's needs by fortifying its weakest link. This Lakers team, in particular, lacked shooting on the offensive end and lacked energetic support on the defensive front. Thus, Lin Peng identified this as his area of development. Simultaneously, the NBA offseason unfolded like a dramatic series. The twin stars of the Jazz had publicly severed their partnership, leaving speculation about who would be traded. The Clippers, who were prepared to allow Leonard to recuperate for a year, continued to grapple with contract negotiations. What path would this top-tier NBA star take? Or would he remain a mystery? Certainly, the most significant buzz of the entire offseason emanated from the Los Angeles Lakers. Since the middle of last season, the Lakers had been intent on parting ways with Westbrook, but had yet to receive a satisfactory offer. Following a disastrous season, Westbrook's departure seemed inevitable. This realization struck Lin Peng with a sense of melancholy, particularly as he had not heard from Westbrook in quite some time. Yet, time did not afford Lin Peng the luxury of reflection. Before long, the Summer League commenced. According to the schedule, their opening match would be against the Miami Heat, a team known for its resilience. Although their Summer League roster lacked any high-profile rookies from this year's draft, this absence was even more daunting, as the Heat possessed an unparalleled ability to unearth undrafted talent. In the 2020 playoffs, this formidable squad from the South Coast triumphed over strong adversaries to reach the finals. Under Butler's leadership, the Heat boasted talents like none, who, after flourishing with the Heat, joined the Lakers only to become embroiled in scandal and Duncan Robinson. They further discovered players such as Martin, Struss, and Vincent. Clearly, no team possessed a keener eye for undrafted prospects than the Heat. Thus, for Lin Peng, this match was not merely a casual affair. It represented a splendid opportunity to commence his journey. The Summer League took place in Las Vegas. On the day of the game, Lin Peng and his companion De Zhuang arrived by plane for the first time. It must be said that the Summer League standards were quite modest. There was not even a fixed training facility in this location. Chapter 38. The continuous evolution of ball handling skills. This match also marked Lin Peng's first encounter with his teammates. Typically, such makeshift teams lack chemistry. However, victory has never been the ultimate goal of the Summer League. Hey, Lin Peng. That voice sounded familiar to Lin Peng. When he turned around, it was indeed Coach Phil Handy. Lin Peng immediately stepped forward to embrace Coach Phil Handy with great enthusiasm. Observing Lin Peng's playful demeanor, reminiscent of his previous self, it was evident that he had undoubtedly picked up some mischievous traits from Westbrook, which elicited a bemused smile from Phil Handy. Once upon a time, within the hallowed halls of the University of Southern California, Lin Peng, Westbrook, and Phil Handy forged a significant bond during their time together. Throughout that period, the trio, representing a blend of youthful exuberance and seasoned wisdom, developed a profound friendship. However, this display of camaraderie did not go unnoticed by the other Lakers players, whose eyes brimmed with envy and admiration, nearly spilling over. Lin Peng inquired and learned from Phil Handy that, typically, the coaches for Summer League teams are appointed from among the assistant coaches, and indeed, Coach Phil Handy is one of them. Reluctantly, Handy found himself selected for this rather tedious and demanding role in the Summer League. Initially, he was averse to taking on this coaching responsibility. However, the presence of Lin Peng piqued his interest. Upon reflection, with his family relying on him to earn some money by playing well, and considering that one of his teammates was a favored player of the head coach, one could hardly blame him for feeling envious. Moreover, this young lad was not yet 20, while they were seasoned veterans on the court, leading to a growing sense of rivalry. The Summer League venue was remarkably rudimentary. A rented high school gym that lacked a proper cooling system, starkly inferior to the prestigious facilities used for Lin Peng's recent Lakers tryout at the University of Southern California, which was infinitely more luxurious. The spectator stands were sparse, and remarkably, even those few seats went unfilled, given that there were no high-profile rookies in this game. Aside from Rivers, who had entered the Lakers' rotation last year, and Lin Peng, who was a selected player from China, there was limited draw for spectators. A few media outlets were in attendance, but the real media frenzy would occur during the lottery draft games. Before the game commenced, warm-up activities took place. At this moment, Lin Peng seized the opportunity to converse with Rivers, the leader of the Summer League team. In person, Rivers bore a striking resemblance to Tobey Maguire, the actor who portrayed the original Spider-Man. His on-court prowess was equally impressive. However, being two relatively young players and not teammates from the same draft class, their conversation was somewhat limited. Conversely, Lin Peng quickly found camaraderie with Zhang Fanbo. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the warm-up period, Lakers head coach Phil Handy arranged the starting lineup. Naturally, Rivers and Lin Peng were designated as starters, while it was unfortunate that Zhang Fanbo was placed on the bench. During the game, Lin Peng appeared quite at ease. In the context of the Summer League, winning was of little consequence. However, he was determined to make a memorable impression in his debut, aiming to leave a lasting impact on Genie Bus and evoke a sense of regret. As the game began, Lakers center Hu Fu was the first to secure possession for the team. Lin Peng exhibited no hesitation as he demanded the ball in the backcourt, skillfully advancing it across the halfway line. The Heat players approached, intensifying their defense from the outset of the match, yet Lin Peng remained unfazed. Meanwhile, Hu Fu, stationed at the baseline, intended to set a screen for Lin Peng, but the latter dismissively gestured with a wave of his hand, indicating that he required no assistance in the form of a pick. Lin Peng pulled the ball back, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as he seized the opportunity presented by a defensive lapse and deftly burst towards the right side. The Heat players swiftly positioned themselves, yet, with Lin Peng's exceptional ball-handling awareness, he successfully maneuvered to keep the defender behind him. Lin Peng skillfully maneuvered with one hand holding off the defender while the other guided the ball forward, his gaze fixed on the towering center of the Heat, poised to offer support. A cold snort escaped Lin Peng's lips as he approached the free throw line. Confronted by the imposing center, who stood over 2 meters tall with long arms, Lin Peng launched into a delicate jump shot. The basketball soared high into the air, its trajectory so perfect that even the Heat center could not reach it, no matter how far he stretched. The ball swished through the net, marking the first score for the Los Angeles Lakers. A look of surprise crossed Phil Handy's face as he observed from the sidelines. When did Lin Peng acquire the jump shot? This technique is a fundamental skill for ball-handling guards in the league. A point guard who lacks this ability cannot be considered technically proficient, unless, of course, one possesses the explosive speed of a prime Russell Westbrook, barreling through opponents with sheer force. Players like Trae Young, Isaiah Thomas, and C.J. McCollum, being smaller guards, rely on jump shots to finish their drives and avoid being blocked. However, for a player like Lin Peng, who leans more towards the wing position, mastering the jump shot seems unnecessary, especially since his role is primarily that of a 3D player. Yet, the elegance of Lin Peng's jump shot was undeniable, showcasing the potential to develop elite ball-handling skills. Nevertheless, it was merely the first shot, and Phil Handy took a moment to steady himself, eager to see what was next. Lin Peng continued to display his ball-handling prowess, executing jump shots, setting screens, driving to the basket, making wide-range passes, and delivering alley-oops with remarkable finesse. The result was that the team's established point guards found themselves sidelined, with even Rivers, who was supposed to be the team leader, barely touching the ball. However, as a legitimate rotation player for the Lakers, he willingly shared the ball. The sounds of dunks, drives, and net swishes filled the air, the Summer League's tempo relentless and fast-paced, with fast breaks occurring in the blink of an eye. These young players, though somewhat raw, radiated an undeniable vigor. "I feel so old in comparison," Coach Phil Handy mused to himself, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. Yet, it was Lin Peng who captivated his attention the most. This young man truly astonished him. In just a few days, it seemed his skills had advanced further. Had his ball-handling technique evolved again? If so, his capacity for growth appeared to be unceasing. Coach Phil Handy couldn't help but marvel internally at the young talent before him. A player capable of breaking through defenses, shooting with precision, and exhibiting defensive prowess, along with explosive athleticism, such a splendid basketball prospect surely delighted Phil Handy on the sidelines. Naturally, there was also the enthusiastic figure of Daj Wang, rallying the crowd with boisterous cheers. "Go! Incredible!" His voice boomed like thunder, truly embodying the spirit of an entire cheerleading squad. Chapter 39. A flawless debut in the Summer League. Daj Wang's presence was indeed formidable, capturing the attention of many onlookers. Lin Peng, amidst the game, felt a flush of warmth creep across his cheeks. This was undeniably a glaring display. No agent had ever been this conspicuous. Those in the know recognized him as an agent, while others might mistakenly assume he was a paramour. With Dazhuang's physique, one could easily entertain such notions. As the first half drew to a close, adhering to his principle of never passing the ball once it was in his possession, Lin Peng scored with effortless ease, amassing a remarkable total of 21 points by halftime, making all 3 of his 3-point attempts. However, the Lakers' overall strength paled in comparison to that of the Heat, as they managed to maintain a slender 1-point lead of 52-51, despite Lin Peng's blistering performance. With the commencement of the third quarter, Zhang Fanbo, who had spent the first 2 periods on the bench, finally got his chance to shine. Eager to assist his younger brother, Lin Peng was determined to create scoring opportunities for him. Moreover, the explosive display in the first half had prompted the opposing team to initiate intense double-teaming against Lin Peng. Lin Peng advanced the ball into the front court, yet before he could reach the arc, 2 players from the Heat swiftly approached to double-team him. Sensing the imminent pressure, the quick-witted Lin Peng immediately passed the ball to his side to Zhang Fanbo. Once the defenders shifted back, he deftly circled behind Zhang Fanbo to receive the ball once more. Lin Peng skillfully positioned the ball at his waist, his gaze fixed upon the hoop. Assuming a shooting stance, with a charming smile, he gently lofted the ball toward the basket. Meanwhile, Zhang Fanbo, who had made a seamless descent, comfortably received Lin Peng's pass and executed a powerful 2-handed dunk that reverberated through the arena. What a spectacle! Even coach Phil Handy could not suppress his admiration for the impeccably timed pass and the synchrony of the catch. To their surprise, the chemistry between Lin Peng and Zhang Fanbo was palpable from their very first interaction. However, as the opponent intensified their defense and teammates clamored for the ball, Lin Peng reduced his shooting attempts. If the first half showcased Lin Peng's extraordinary scoring prowess, the latter half revealed his aptitude for assisting. Leveraging his presence on the offensive end, he frequently facilitated opportunities for his teammates. Nonetheless, the intensity of the Summer League remained questionable. Throughout the second half, Lin Peng managed only 6 assists, 3 of which were directed to Zhang Fanbo. In the final 3 minutes of the game, under the relentless pressure of Lin Peng and Rivers' alternating one-on-one confrontations, the game devolved into garbage time, with the Los Angeles Lakers enjoying a 10-point lead. Consequently, both Lin Peng and Rivers were substituted. On the sidelines, Lin Peng replenished his energy with a sports drink, barely breaking a sweat. For him, adapting to the intensity of the NBA was already second nature, and the Summer League's challenges were well within his capabilities. As the game concluded, Lin Peng shot an impressive 11 out of 20, amassing 36 points, 5 rebounds, and 7 assists, leading his team to victory over the Miami Heat. Scoring 36 points in his debut match, especially in the Summer League, is no small feat while the intensity of the Summer League may be low. It is no easy task to rack up points among those who make a living through basketball. Observers would undoubtedly recognize Lin Peng's remarkable talent. His performance resembled a father dominating a son, with no chance for retaliation. Unsurprisingly, Lin Peng was crowned the MVP of the game. In contrast, Zhang Fanbo, sharing the same team, was not as fortunate. Apart from the time spent on the court alongside Lin Peng, where he benefited from his teammates' creativity, he struggled significantly during the rest of the game. It was evident that he had yet to fully transition from his collegiate role, managing to score only 9 points with limited shot attempts and playing time. Lin Peng observed the slightly dejected expression of Zhang Fanbo and approached him to offer words of comfort. "It's all right. The initial challenges of the NBA are always daunting. Trust me, you undoubtedly possess the talent to make it into the league." Zhang Fanbo, sporting a rather unconventional hairstyle reminiscent of tinfoil, felt a profound sense of camaraderie when the team leader, who also hailed from his hometown, came to speak with him. However, a lingering doubt nagged at him. Do I truly have what it takes to remain in the NBA? This Summer League represents my final opportunity. If I cannot secure a position here, I will have no choice but to return to the CBA to continue my career. Lin Peng smiled. Your perspective is evidently that of a student, characterized by a narrow-minded approach, akin to traversing a precarious single-log bridge. There exists a belief that overcoming this solitary challenge will lead to smooth sailing ahead. However, this is far from the truth. In reality, life is fraught with uncertainties. It often resembles a long march where uncertainty prevails, yet the only viable choice is to forge ahead. It is imperative that we cultivate a societal mindset, for it is this very mindset that will enable us to journey further. Upon uttering these words, Lin Peng instinctively felt a sense of misalignment. For to impart grand truths upon first acquaintance seemed akin to preaching. Alas, it appears that the reborn Lin Peng must indeed shed his antiquated ways. However, to his surprise, Zhang Fanbua did not express irritation. Rather, he appeared quite pleased. It seems that, in moments of adversity, individuals often yearn for merely a few comforting words whispered in their ears. After the conclusion of the competition, Lin Peng has once again captured the spotlight online. Is this truly our defender from Huaxia? At long last, we have a formidable defender. Is this the Lin Peng we know? The scouting report claimed he lacked ball handling skills. Yet he made an astonishing debut, scoring 36 points. My goodness! The media has been fervently reporting on Lin Peng's debut performance, and within Huaxia, fans on Hupu have already begun to fervently discuss the matter. If Lin Peng continues to deliver such stellar performances, Hupu might very well find itself on the stock market. Following the match, a heartwarming moment was captured where Lin Peng, as the team's linchpin, consoled Zhang Fanbua. Unintentionally, he has solidified his persona. Moreover, with his strikingly handsome visage and dynamic presence on the court, he has garnered a legion of fervent female admirers. On platforms like Douyin and Kuaishou, figures like Su Jie and Hu Mingxian have been cast aside, with everyone dreaming of bearing Lin Peng's children. Such explosive popularity eclipses even the likes of top draft picks like Chet Holmgren. However, amidst this fervor, one individual finds no joy, Li Longhu, who also made his debut in the Summer League. As he gazed at his phone, witnessing Lin Peng's meteoric rise on social media, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration, slamming his phone onto the table. At that moment, his agent, Hayden, called. The screen lit up, chiming persistently. Li Longhu, irritated, picked up the phone, only to realize it was his agent before answering. Li, how was your performance in today's Summer League? Before Hayden could finish, Li Longhu exclaimed. I know. No need to remind me, got it? Li Longhu did not fare well in his NBA Summer League debut. Eager to impress, he found himself unable to adapt to the game's intensity. With only 2 successful shots out of 6 attempts, he scored a mere 9 points, a stark contrast to Lin Peng's 36. Initially, Li Longhu had envisioned sending a bragging emoji to Lin Peng after the game, but now, he had to humble himself. On his computer screen, he saw a comparative data chart created by netizens, showcasing stats like playing time, points, rebounds, assists, and plus-minus values. Li Longhu was utterly outmatched. In this information age, netizens revel in the drama. Hayden, startled by Li Longhu's outburst, fell silent. Once Li Longhu regained his composure, he asked, "What's the matter? Did you call for something important?" The team president, Mori, sent us a message expressing his dissatisfaction with your performance, the agent uttered with trepidation. Although agents often dictate many aspects of a player's life, it is ultimately the players who are the true proprietors of their destinies. And considering the agent is merely a fledgling in the industry with only one client, Li Longhu, his words held little weight. Upon hearing this, Li Longhu's ire intensified. Yet he managed to compose himself and calmly addressed Hayden on the other end of the line. Tell Mori that I merely felt a bit unwell today and had not warmed up properly before stepping onto the court. In the next game, I shall demonstrate my true worth. The agent, Hayden, found himself at a loss for words. He understood that this was merely the first game, and it was not unusual for rookies to struggle. After all, Li Longhu was selected at the tail end of the first round. This call from the 76ers was evidently Mori's attempt to send a subtle message, and he regretted not considering the volatile temperament of Li Longhu before relaying it. After ending the call, Li Longhu gazed at the image on his phone, a photograph of Lin Peng and Zhang Fanbua. It recalled memories of his visit to Philadelphia before the draft, when he sought out General Manager Mori in the ensuing dialogue. What reason do you have for us to choose you? While you possess considerable talent, we already have Embiid. Mori scrutinized the young man before him, his eyes glinting with cunning akin to that of a fox. The market, Li Longhu asserted with conviction. Trust me, once I prove myself with the 76ers, the team will tap into the vast market of the Chinese nation. In response to Li Longhu's bold proclamation, Mori smiled faintly. Then you must show me your sincerity. You must understand that only the finest players from the Chinese nation can truly earn the recognition of the Chinese fans in the NBA, enabling them to willingly part with their money. No problem. Lin Peng now reclines in his rented apartment, indulging in the soothing ministrations of a professional masseur, seeking to relax his muscles and avert injury in future competitions and training sessions. After arriving in Las Vegas with his companion, Dezhuang, they decided to share this apartment. Initially, Dezhuang had no intention of coming, as his girlfriend Monica was employed in Los Angeles. Unexpectedly, however, Monica, serving as a team reporter, found herself assigned to the Summer League team. Consequently, Dezhuang hastily booked a flight and accompanied Lin Peng to Las Vegas. The rent for this month amounts to a staggering $8,000, a sum that feels rather exorbitant even by Los Angeles standards. Fortunately, their stay is brief. And with Lin Peng recently signing a contract and receiving his salary, he is indeed financially comfortable. Ah, the delightful sensation prompted Lin Peng to exclaim, as he could hear the creaking of his bones in response to the massage. The impressive performance of his debut did not lead Lin Peng to become complacent. Nevertheless, he felt an undeniable sense of joy. Lin Peng, Lin Peng. The boisterous voice could only belong to Dezhuang. What is the matter, Dezhuang? Lin Peng inquired. Haha. Dezhuang laughed heartily, unable to contain his excitement. He held up an iPhone laptop, and since Lin Peng was lying on the bed receiving the professional massage, he could not rise to see. Eagerly, Dezhuang thrust the computer before Lin Peng, revealing a cluttered inbox filled with documents. For a moment, Lin Peng was at a loss, recognizing only a series of familiar logos. Li Ning and Ta, 361 degrees, Burger King, Mengyo, and Juanjia, among others, predominantly well-known domestic brands. These encompassed a diverse range of products, including footwear, apparel, food, and sports equipment, featuring even the renowned sports protection brand, Jishibang. To Lin Peng's astonishment, even the game Jia Jia Hui, known for its playful allure, had a contract with him. Before Lin Peng could fully grasp the situation, Dezhuang eagerly explained, Wow, Lin Peng, you've hit the jackpot. These are all endorsement contract offers. Just look at this dazzling array of messages. It's incredible. Endorsement contracts? Lin Peng pondered inwardly. He was astonished that, without having played a single NBA game, he had received so many endorsement offers. Observing Lin Peng's mixture of joy, surprise, and bewilderment, Dezhuang urgently added, You have no idea how phenomenal your 36-point debut was. Even the first overall pick, Banchero, only managed to score 19 points in today's game. Lin Peng nodded, acknowledging the truth in the statement. Given your current performance, along with associations to the Lakers, the Chinese national players, and LeBron James, numerous brands are eager to rush in and claim a share of the pie. If you truly excel in the future, it will become quite challenging for them to enter the fray at that point. Lin Peng was acutely aware that this was a preemptive investment. However, as a player, he also recognized his own worth. Though he was indeed in dire need of funds, with specialized training sessions and nutritionists costing upwards of several $100,000, he could not indefinitely owe money to the likes of Little Bass. Yet, blindly fixating on immediate gains could lead to significant losses. After the massage therapist concluded his session, Lin Peng sent him home and began to scrutinize the endorsement contracts with Dezhuang. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the offers were not as advantageous as they had initially presumed. The proposed compensation was often below market value, with numerous demands attached. Was this not sheer exploitation? Fortunately, Lin Peng had previously navigated the cunning intricacies of the NBA with the shrewd general manager, Mo, gaining a wealth of experience in legal documents that surpassed even Dezhuang, who had graduated from the law program at USC. Chapter 41. Securing endorsement contracts. Among the myriad endorsement emails, it appeared that there were many, yet few were genuinely worthwhile, with hardly any companies showing sincere interest. It seemed these invitations were merely mass-produced. What a hasty approach. Even Dezhuang could not help but voice his disdain. Had the former Lin Peng received such an invitation adorned with a multitude of zeros, he might have hastily signed without a second thought. However, the present Lin Peng understood the importance of adopting a forward-looking perspective on opportunities. In the past, during LeBron James's rookie season with the Cavaliers, Reebok invited him to their headquarters and laid out $10 million in cash before him. Across the table was a shoe contract. The executive informed James that if he signed the contract, the $10 million would be his to take. A typical individual, faced with a mountain of dollars, would likely falter. But James, having grown up in poverty, firmly declined Reebok's offer. The subsequent events are well known. James ultimately secured a lifetime shoe contract with Nike worth hundreds of millions, turning that initial $10 million into an unimaginable fortune. This incident continues to be a topic of fascination and discussion. Lin Peng and Dezhuang diligently sifted through the endorsement contracts. Firstly, they categorically rejected all sneaker endorsements, dismissing brands like Step, 361 degrees, and Ta, and Li Ning without hesitation. This was not due to Lin Peng's disdain for domestic sneaker brands, but rather a reflection of their insufficient sincerity. More importantly, Lin Peng had yet to reach his peak. This was not the opportune moment to cast his net wide. Next, they encountered a slew of trivial offers, including a plethora of online games like Playful Blue Moon. Such ventures promised quick and easy profits, requiring no on-site filming, merely a few photographs sent, and millions of RMB would be deposited directly into the account. This allure had led many domestic celebrities, such as Zhang Jiahui, Sun Honglei, and Gu Tianle, to eagerly proclaim, "Brothers, come and take a slice of the pie." However, this pursuit of quick riches was fundamentally a case of losing more than gaining. A small sum earned could significantly tarnish one's reputation and standing. They then filtered out those requests that were excessively demanding. After sifting through numerous emails, astonishingly, only one remained. Fortunately, both Lin Peng and De Zhuang were highly satisfied with this final offer. "Is this the one?" "It's from a major corporation," De Zhuang inquired tentatively. Lin Peng nodded. "Finding all aspects to be in accordance with the requirements. Let us proceed with this," he declared decisively. Without hesitation, De Zhuang opened his email and promptly sent a reply to Xiaomi Technology Company, Limited in the capital. At the Staples Center, Palinka scrutinized the list of potential recruits, quietly contemplating various player meeting strategies. He sipped his bitter coffee, a steadfast companion through countless days and nights, before ascending to the role of the Lakers' general manager. He was the esteemed agent of Kobe Bryant, a prominent figure in the NBA. To provide his clients with the finest experience, he often toiled until the wee hours, ensuring his phone remained charged and operational to receive calls at any moment. His dedication was truly commendable. Even after advancing to his current position, he retained this habit. Last season, the acquisition of Westbrook and the addition of several aging players plunged the Los Angeles Lakers, who had once held the O'Brien Trophy just a year prior, into disarray. Faced with such a predicament, he was evidently troubled. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a Kobe poster affixed to the wall opposite him. A relic from the 2010 championship, a poignant reminder as it marked Kobe's final title. Once, that fiercely determined man, that unwavering competitor, relentlessly battled on the court. Alas, if only Kobe were still here, perhaps his job would be considerably easier. Nevertheless, Lin Peng's stellar performance, scoring 36 points yesterday, provided him with a much-needed boost of encouragement. Bang! With the sound of a door swinging open, Jeannie Buss entered, or more accurately, burst into the room. Despite Jeannie's not-so-young age, she approached her work with an exuberance that was infectious. "Hey, Palinka, did you watch Lin Peng's game yesterday? He was absolutely phenomenal," Jeannie exclaimed, animatedly gesturing. "Indeed. He possesses immense potential. His performance clearly demonstrated his strong capacity for learning. He is truly a fitting addition to our team," Jeannie interjected, adding her thoughts. "I must tell you, this young man is quite remarkable. The Chinese market is indeed vast. In just his first game, Lin Peng secured an endorsement deal and promptly returned the $50,000 I lent him," Jeannie declared, pulling out her phone to show Palinka the screenshot of the transaction. The zeros neatly stacking up to a total of $50,000. Palinka smiled and nodded, yet he remained acutely aware that even with Lin Peng on board, the Los Angeles Lakers were not yet out of the woods. After being doused with a bucket of cold water, Little Bass's excitement swiftly waned. Indeed, disappointment had become the norm throughout the last season, leaving the entire Los Angeles Lakers organization in a state of despondency. It was no wonder that Little Bass found himself overjoyed by the performance of a second-round draft pick in the Summer League. However, upon closer examination, the Lakers had yet to escape the clutches of crisis. "What a long and arduous journey lies ahead," Palinka murmured as he gazed at the championship poster of Kobe. Returning to Las Vegas after his debut, Lin Peng was granted a 2-day respite. He arrived at the training facility early, which also served as the gymnasium for a nearby high school, but had been commandeered by the Lakers. Coach Phil Handy, noticing Lin Peng's early arrival, couldn't help but exclaim internally, "Goodness. I've heard from the online community back in Huaxia that players from there are notoriously unmotivated and lethargic, constantly indulging in fast food like fried pancakes and fruit pancakes. Yet here is Lin Peng, brimming with enthusiasm." However, Lin Peng was, in fact, disappointing Coach Handy's expectations, for he was there to request leave. What? Leave? Coach Handy's disappointment was palpable. Lin Peng was indeed a remarkable talent for basketball, and he couldn't help but feel the urge to nurture him thoroughly. Lin Peng scratched his head. "I have a brand endorsement today that requires my personal attendance, and it's in Las Vegas," he explained. Upon hearing this, Phil Handy exclaimed, "Wow, this kid just played a game and has already secured an endorsement." One cannot help but admire the thriving market in China. However, if Lin Peng were to reveal that this endorsement was merely one among dozens of offers he meticulously selected, one might wonder if Coach Handy would be left utterly astounded. Chapter 42. Female Stars? Phil Handy composed himself, recognizing that earning money was paramount. especially since Lin Peng's skill and performance had clearly surpassed the standards of the Summer League. All right then, I'll begrudgingly grant you a day off. Despite Phil Handy's advanced age. With his beard now streaked with gray, he still spoke with an air of pride. Lin Peng smiled and, after expressing his gratitude, promptly departed from the training facility, heading towards the location designated by Xiaomi. In the taxi, you inquired, who exactly is this mysterious figure that Xiaomi has mentioned? To which De Zhuang responded enigmatically. Lin Peng shrugged, offering no response. It turned out that after accepting the endorsement, the representative from Xiaomi's American division expressed a desire for him to collaborate with a female star to shoot the advertisement. A female? A star? Lin Peng, on the other hand, is rather indifferent. He merely requests that there be no malicious imitation of celebrity couples and that no romantic films be produced. Aside from that, he is quite amenable. After all, although Xiaomi may be somewhat stingy with their phone pricing, they offer a commendable endorsement fee. However, De Zhuang has begun to grow increasingly excited. Lin Peng, he exclaimed, who is this female star you speak of? Is it Louis Fei? Or perhaps Gao Yuan? De Zhuang's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and his voice rose in pitch. Lin Peng gazed at him with a look of disdain, remarking on his lack of ambition. If you go, you'll understand, he scoffed. Truly pathetic. You're the one who's pathetic. De Zhuang retorted loudly. This statement elicited laughter even from the driver behind the wheel. What are you laughing at? I pay your salary for what purpose? Is it merely to sit here and laugh incessantly? Lin Peng hurriedly intervened, urging him to compose himself. To be cautious, lest I divulge this matter to Monica. You would find yourself in quite a predicament. The mere mention of Monica rendered De Zhuang listless and silent. It appeared that only this formidable figure could tame the wild boar that had escaped its confines. Amidst the banter, they finally arrived at the filming location. The site was an outdoor basketball court, flanked by several buses and RVs, clearly indicating the presence of the cast and crew. Lin Peng stepped out of the vehicle. Under the blazing sun, where the majority of the populace sought refuge beneath umbrellas or retreated into the air-conditioned confines of the bus. Hello, Lin Peng. Approached a man in his 30s, clad in a casual t-shirt and denim jeans, reminiscent of Lei Jun at first glance. Lin Peng was taken aback, as he had anticipated merely a promotional shoot, not the personal arrival of the president of Xiaomi, who had traversed the vast Pacific to greet him. Lin Peng extended his hand, a smile adorning his face. Hello, I am Chen, the representative for Xiaomi in the United States. You may call me Xiaowen. Xiaowen, when can we commence filming? De Zhuang inquired, diving straight into the matter at hand. Well, there are some issues with our leading lady. She hasn't arrived at the set yet. Even if she were to show up now, we couldn't shoot because the sunlight is too intense and the lighting is not ideal. Do you know who this is? It's Lin Peng, the powerhouse who scored 36 points in his debut at the Summer League. What a significant figure. You expect us to wait? De Zhuang immediately erupted with indignation, asserting his stance. No worries, waiting is perfectly fine. It's normal to have timing discrepancies. I can wait for her. After all, she is a lady, and it would be less appropriate for her to wait for me, Lin Peng interjected, smiling to ease the tension. Chen, the representative, promptly displayed his signature smile. After Chen departed, Lin Peng turned to De Zhuang, who wore a mischievous grin. What's the matter? How did I perform? De Zhuang leaned closer to Lin Peng and whispered. What do you mean by performing well? Those actions I just took, De Zhuang proclaimed, revealing a proud smile. You played the good cop while I played the bad cop. I initiated, and then you provided the resolution. Not only did we establish our assertiveness, but we also preserved your image. Observing De Zhuang's eager expression, reminiscent of a puppy seeking praise from its master, Lin Peng could only respond with exasperation. Hey, don't lean so close. He pushed the hefty De Zhuang away, feigning disdain. I must tell you, if you continue like this, the people from Xiaomi might mistakenly think I'm gay. That would be a breach of contract, and they would cancel it. Get lost. Lin Peng discreetly stepped aside. A stunning blonde staff member approached him and softly inquired, Mr. Lin Peng, would you please wait in the car? We have arranged the finest vehicle for you. Upon hearing her sweet, melodious voice, Lin Peng's initial reaction was one of surprise. After all, in the United States, women are generally quite open, and such a delicate manner of speaking is indeed rare. However, to be fair, her excellent service attitude made Lin Peng feel like an NBA star. Yet, he was acutely aware that his current popularity stemmed from the attention brought by the Lakers and LeBron James. To truly ascend to the ranks of an elite NBA star, he knew he must rely on his own efforts. Lin Peng hurriedly waved his hand and said, No need, truly unnecessary. It is quite pleasant for me to bask in the sunlight outside. Lin Peng speaks the truth. Basking in the sun is indeed beneficial. His appearance embodies the quintessential features of a classical Eastern gentleman, with long brows reminiscent of willows and a physique akin to a jade tree. If one were to proportionately reduce Lin Peng to a height of around 1.7 meters, he would undoubtedly be considered a handsome man. However, it is precisely this statuesque height that imparts an air of majesty to Lin Peng. Should he spend more time under the sun, he would transform into a striking beauty. Appealing to both Western and Eastern aesthetics alike, Lin Peng acquired a basketball, preparing to warm up on the court. He effortlessly dribbled the ball along the sidelines, finding himself the sole occupant of the basketball court. Even De Zhuang had retreated to the RV, indulging in exquisite fruits while enjoying the cool air conditioning, relishing the moment. Lin Peng was diligently honing his basketball skills in place. After completing the fundamental exercises, he transitioned into shooting practice, where his proficiency with three-point shots was nothing short of remarkable. Swish, swish, swish. His accuracy was nearly impeccable, captivating the attention of the surrounding staff, who hurriedly captured photographs and recorded videos to share on Instagram and TikTok. Lin Peng was engrossed in his shooting practice, oblivious to the gazes of the onlookers and the late-arriving van. Once the female star alighted from the vehicle, Chinwen hurried over, donning a professional smile. Mr. Lin Peng is currently shooting on the court. I will call her, and then we shall commence today's filming. The female star nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you for your assistance. I have some prior engagements and couldn't arrive on time. Have you been waiting long? Not at all. I will go over to greet him. After all, we are scheduled to shoot our endorsement together shortly, the female star suggested with initiative. Very well, Chinwen replied. Chapter 43. The charming war eagle. The female star stealthily approached, yet Lin Peng remained completely unaware. Lin Peng once again launched a three-point shot. Bang. This time, however, his aim was off. The basketball crashed heavily against the backboard, rebounding to the edge of the hoop. Clang. Another thunderous sound echoed as the immense force propelled the ball into the air. Ah! A hearty shout pierced the air, and Lin Peng turned to discover that the rebounding ball had struck someone. Flustered, he hurried over, scratching his head in embarrassment. My apologies, he exclaimed. Humph. Who would have thought that our nation's star in the NBA could falter so? The sound seemed oddly familiar. Lin Peng looked up and gasped. Before him stood a petite figure with skin that lacked radiance. Though she had distinct features, she could hardly be called a conventional beauty. However, the cherubic roundness of her cheeks lent her an undeniable charm. How do you know who I am? I'm hardly a celebrity, she remarked, amusement dancing in her eyes at Lin Peng's astonished expression. Zhaning, you truly know me? Indeed, it was Zhaning. If one were to ask who the foremost female Go commentator in China is, many names might surface. Yet, when it comes to the leading female streamer, Zhaning undeniably claims that title. From Weibo to Bilibili, and then to Hupu, her Go broadcasts have traversed various styles and formats, and she has grown increasingly adept, even creating a unique comedic style in Go that has led netizens to affectionately liken her to the comedic master Guodi Gang. Moreover, her name is a source of humor itself. Did you think Zhaning was merely a stage name? It is, in fact, her real name. And she remains a petite young woman. I am a devoted fan of yours. Lin Peng chuckled heartily, having anticipated a glamorous foreign star with little talent, one who might flaunt her superiority. Yet, to his surprise, it was Zhaning, and his interest was piqued. I've been your Go fan since childhood. Hello, I am Lin Peng. He extended his hand. Zhaning smiled, her crescent-shaped eyes twinkling. Hello, I am Zhaning. Though not conventionally beautiful, there was a familiarity and comfort in her presence, reminiscent of a childhood friend. In truth, Lin Peng could be considered a genuine admirer of Zhaning. Raised under his grandfather's guidance, he developed a profound appreciation for Chinese Go culture, maintaining the habit of playing a couple of games even after moving to the United States. Eventually, he stumbled upon Zhaning, whose commentary was refreshingly lively and engaging, perfectly suited for an amateur like him. Later, he discovered that Zhaning was not strictly a Go commentator, but her humorous demeanor endeared her to Lin Peng. You actually came to the United States? Lin Peng regained his composure and, astonished, inquired, I have come here to engage in some educational activities regarding Go, particularly on an international level, which is why I found myself in Los Angeles. Later, I received an invitation from Xiaomi to participate in a promotional shoot. He chuckled, all right. Let us proceed with the filming for the endorsement. Manager Chunwen, observing the lively exchange between Lin Peng and Zhaning, felt a sense of relief. At that moment, the weather turned pleasantly cooler, and the clouds gathered in the sky, conveniently shielding them from the harsh sunlight. Lin Peng and Zhang Ying commenced their filming together. Meanwhile, De Zhuang stood by, grumbling that Zhang Ying lacked the stature to collaborate with our illustrious NBA stars from the Huaxian nation, clamoring for an increase in fees. A flock of silent crows flew overhead Lin Peng, leaving him to ponder whether De Zhuang was casting aspersions on him or merely jesting. At 3 in the afternoon, Lin Peng and De Zhuang collaborated on a promotional shoot, which was rather unremarkable, a mere affair of capturing a few photographs with the newly launched Xiaomi sports camera. Lin Peng's recollection of Xiaomi remains anchored in the remarkable Xiaomi 6 from yesteryears. Subsequently, he procured a few Xiaomi home products, which offered a commendable experience, albeit lacking a certain technological flair. At that time, Lin Peng had just transitioned from a grand residence to living independently. The exceptional cost-performance ratio of Xiaomi products indeed rendered him considerable convenience. However, upon arriving in the United States, he found the Xiaomi brand virtually absent. With even domestic smartphones being scarce, perhaps his collaboration with Zhang Ying as a spokesperson is aimed at penetrating the American market? If so, that would undoubtedly be splendid, as it represents a crucial pathway to expansion and fortification, yet this journey is undeniably fraught with challenges. The filming persisted for approximately 3 hours, nearing its conclusion by the afternoon. Xiaomi certainly lives up to its reputation, being born for enthusiasts and adhering to the efficient principles characteristic of technology firms. Lin Peng and Zhang Ying, one embodying the essence of masculinity and the other a spirited woman, surprisingly harmonize remarkably well together. Despite their partnership resembling a couple, their bond is evidently one of brotherhood. Amidst laughter and camaraderie, the entire endorsement scene radiated joy, devoid of any stiffness. In the afternoon glow of Las Vegas, the sunset was particularly resplendent due to its geographical setting. Yet, while the sunset was breathtaking, it was fleeting. Soon, the advertising shoot concluded. At 5:30 in the evening, Lin Peng needed to hasten back to the Lakers training facility in Las Vegas. Without pretense, Zhang Ying, eschewing the airs of a star, directly invited Lin Peng to dinner. However, pressed for time, they exchanged contact information and hurried back with De Zhuang. As Lin Peng sat in the taxi, he received a message from Zhang Ying. "What a pity we couldn't share a meal together," she lamented, accompanied by a sad emoji. "No worries, next time you're in Los Angeles, the feast is on me," he replied. "Oh dear. I will be returning to my home country in a few days," she responded with a sigh emoji. "No problem, there will be other opportunities. I look forward to our next encounter. Remember to follow my Instagram. Just search for Zhang Ying is truly adorable, and you will find me. Don't forget to connect," she added, with a pleading emoji. Lin Peng chuckled, tapping on his phone's keyboard. "Haha, no problem. I used to watch directly on YouTube. But does anyone really watch go on Instagram?" After a while, Lin Peng received a response. "Why not just you? Even if you're the only one watching, I will continue to update." "What does this mean?" De Zhuang immediately leaned in, peering at Lin Peng's phone. Upon seeing their chat messages, he couldn't help but break into an amused grin, reminiscent of a doting ant. "What a sour smell. Truly disgusting." De Zhuang pretended to pinch his nose, making a comical face. "Get away." Lin Peng's large hand, measuring 25 centimeters, swiftly pushed De Zhuang's greasy face away from his phone. Lin Peng contemplated for a moment before responding with a simple acknowledgement. Chapter 44, The Clash of Virtue in Huaxia. Upon returning to their apartment, Lin Peng and De Zhuang were utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Lin Peng's face was nearly split with laughter today. He found it far more comfortable to immerse himself in the training facility. It seems that the remuneration for endorsements is not so easily acquired. After indulging in a warm shower, Lin Peng hurried to rest, as tomorrow marks his second game in the Summer League, where he will face the Phoenix Suns. Unbeknownst to him, while he was blissfully asleep, the domestic basketball forums were ablaze with excitement. Tomorrow's highly anticipated showdown, an epic clash between the Lakers and the Suns. A true spectacle reminiscent of a meteor colliding with Earth. The Lakers boast Lin Peng and Xing Fanbua, while the Suns feature Guohaowen and Zhang Zhenlin, resulting in an extraordinary scenario where 4 Chinese players grace the court in a single match. I am already looking forward to their collective journey to next year's World Cup, where they will surely bring intensity to our neighboring nation and beyond. Alas, it does seem rather premature for such a match, requiring an early rise. Otherwise, how could it be called American time? To the individual above, if you truly cannot wake up, you might as well pull an all-nighter. This morning at work, I developed a small application, a delightful tool for leisurely moments. For tomorrow's Chinese derby, even divine intervention could not deter me. Brothers, do share the leisurely tool with me. The Hupu forum buzzed with activity. The top trending topic was the fierce confrontation of the Chinese Derby, followed closely by the powerful resurgence of the War Eagles, with Hupu's goddess ranking just behind Louis Fei. What these netizens do not realize is that both trending topics today are intrinsically linked to Lin Peng. Yet the individual monopolizing the forum's attention is currently enjoying a deep slumber in his Las Vegas apartment. The following day, Lin Peng arrived at the training ground early for his warm-up, a customary practice of his to enter the court ahead of time, activate his body, and seize the opportunity to enhance his physical conditioning and increase his training volume. According to the schedule, Lin Peng anticipated that the court would be deserted at this hour. However, he was only partially correct. Indeed, he was the sole player present, yet a surprising number of fans had turned up, leaving Lin Peng astounded. After all, this is merely the Summer League. The venue, a rented high school gym for the Summer League, had attracted such a crowd. Moreover, the number of cameras surrounding the area seemed to surpass even that of the Lakers' debut. Lin Peng felt somewhat perplexed, until he took out his phone and discovered that today marked the derby match of the Huaxia national players. It was no wonder that a considerable number of Chinese spectators were present. Guo Haowen and Zhang Jinlin had both joined the Phoenix Suns for this summer league through a training camp contract, thereby securing their opportunity to compete. This, in essence, was a rather ruthless game. A training camp contract does not equate to a formal team contract, implying that if they fail to impress and attract the attention of NBA teams by the conclusion of the summer league, their only recourse would be to return home. There were whispers about a player from Huaxia aiming to conquer the NBA. Is he the one on the court? Quite the pretentious claim. Oh, yet he is indeed the strongest among the 4 Huaxia players, having been legitimately selected by the NBA and even by the illustrious Los Angeles Lakers. However, when compared to Li Longhu, he still seems to pale in comparison, especially considering that the latter is a first-round draft pick. One wonders if he could ever reach the heights of Yao Ming. The height of Yao Ming? I would be content if he could merely attain the level of Yi Jianlian. The spectators along the sidelines were engaged in lively discussions, yet Lin Peng, the protagonist at the center of the court, remained unfazed, diligently practicing his shots. The second summer league game of the Los Angeles Lakers was finally about to commence. CCTV. CCTV. This is the sports channel, and next, I shall bring you the NBA Summer League match between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Phoenix Suns. In this match, a total of 4 players from Huaxia appeared, namely Lin Peng and Xing Fanbo from the Los Angeles Lakers, as well as Guo Haowen and Zhang Jinlin from the Phoenix Suns. Notably, Lin Peng was selected by the Lakers as the second pick in the second round of this year's draft. Remarkably, CCTV provided live coverage of this derby battle for Huaxia, with the passionate commentator Yu Jia engaging all Huaxia fans watching at home. Both the Lakers and Suns brought forth their formidable talents for the Summer League. However, Coach Phil Handy, the head coach, arrived rather late. It was evident that in the context of the Summer League, one could even tie a dog to the coach's position without anyone noticing. Prior to the game, Zhang Jinlin and Guo Haowen, donned in Phoenix Suns jerseys, greeted Lin Peng, a moment successfully captured by the nearby cameras. According to Lin Peng's recollection, he had almost no impression of Zhang Jinlin and Guo Haowen, as they had not secured opportunities to remain in the NBA following this summer league. Despite their shortcomings in meeting NBA standards as domestic players, they had already surpassed many of their peers. Only by venturing outside could one truly comprehend the gap between domestic basketball and elite international basketball. It is only through experiencing this disparity that one can gradually improve and bridge the divide. Indeed, Lin Peng's journey of rebirth serves a dual purpose: to rectify the regrets of his NBA career and to make amends for not representing his country adequately on the world stage. He aims to lead Huaxia to the Olympics, striving for a place in the top 8, the Final 4, and even the championship. As the game commenced, the Los Angeles Lakers retained their core duo of Rivers and Lin Peng as starters, with Xing Fanbo on the bench. The Phoenix Suns fielded their regular starting lineup, while Zhang Jinlin and Guo Haowen, who had not seen any playing time in the previous match, wondered if they would have a chance today. Once the game began, a fervent cheer erupted from the crowd. The Lakers center, Hu Fu, capitalized on his height advantage to secure possession of the ball. After gaining control, he passed it directly to Rivers, who, after crossing half-court, smartly tossed the ball to Lin Peng, signaling for everyone to create space. What an electrifying moment! This act clearly ignited the entire arena. This is what it means to hold a position of power within the team. This is the essence of being the leader. Chapter 45. The Huaxia Derby unfolds. Lin Peng was momentarily taken aback as he observed River's expression, and he murmured to himself, "I never anticipated this. I must not disappoint his expectations." Shortly thereafter, Center Hu Fu approached for a screen, but Lin Peng waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was unnecessary and that he simply needed to create space. Witnessing Lin Peng's actions, his opposing player from the Suns became incensed. Huffing and puffing as he shouted, "Just wait and see if I don't deliver an earth-shattering block." Lin Peng responded with a mysterious smile, choosing to remain silent. He dribbled forward, eschewing any flashy maneuvers, relying solely on his sheer speed. Indeed, blazing speed, unparalleled in its intensity. The opposing player, feeling the urgency, hurriedly attempted to close the gap, but his footwork was regrettably sluggish. Lin Peng surged forward towards the paint, leaving his adversary behind. The Sun center attempted to rush in for a defensive block, yet he was woefully undersized and frail, positioned just inside the free throw line. Lin Peng sprang into the air with remarkable elevation, the basketball held aloft like a bundle of explosives. With a resounding thud, the defending Suns player, undeterred by Lin Peng's audacious assault, also leapt into the air. However, he miscalculated his own abilities. Lin Peng was no mere jumper, he was an authentic aerial artist. The defender's hands barely grazed Lin Peng's forearm as he unleashed a thunderous dunk, the basketball crashing into the hoop with ferocity. Wow, an exhilarating alley-oop. In this opening offensive play, Lin Peng executed a breathtaking dunk, instantly igniting a fervent blaze of enthusiasm among the spectators. The crowd, captivated by the astonishing display of athleticism from this Chinese player, was a tableau of astonishment. Meanwhile, fans of Chinese descent from various regions rose from their seats, cheering exuberantly. From the very onset, Lin Peng unleashed his full potential. In his next 3 offensive attempts, he opted not to pass, but instead drove the ball forward from the backcourt, initiating fast breaks and semi-fast breaks, occasionally collaborating with Rivers before isolating for a one-on-one. Across these 3 possessions, he managed a 3-pointer during a fast break, along with a 2-point foul shot, converting all his free throws, sufficient to set the entire arena ablaze with excitement. Wow! Even Yu Jia, situated thousands of miles away, couldn't help but express his admiration. Over on the Los Angeles Lakers side, Lin Peng single-handedly executed all 4 initial offensive plays, tallying 8 points. In the realm of the Summer League, he appeared to inhabit an entirely different dimension compared to his peers. Yu Jia, known for his courteous commentary praising players, found his voice trembling in awe of Lin Peng's remarkable prowess. On the court, Lin Peng had transformed into a lone wolf, seizing every opportunity with unwavering precision and resolute determination. What? Striving for shooting accuracy? Lin Peng held nothing but the power to fire at will. Yet, he was not merely a reckless youth, blindly charging forward. He occasionally dazzled everyone with his exquisite skills. Observing Lin Peng's ostentatious style of play, Phil Handy couldn't help but chuckle. Was he truly treating the Summer League as a mere practice match? The competition raged on fiercely, and by halftime, the Lakers surged ahead with a commanding lead of 62-48. Lin Peng had once again amassed 17 points by the end of the half, demonstrating his superior prowess over his opponents, effortlessly scoring at will. It is worth noting that the Suns lacked any high-profile rookies, leading all players to vie for contract opportunities. Yet they were being thoroughly outplayed by Lin Peng's Lakers. However, Lin Peng ultimately tempered his intensity due to fatigue. As the first half concluded, the much-anticipated clash in the Chinese derby had yet to unfold. Xing Fanbua, Guo Haowen, and Zhang Jinlin did not see any action on the court. As the third quarter commenced, Phil Handy chose not to reintroduce Lin Peng, having genuinely recognized his capabilities and now wanting to preserve him, concerned about overexertion. To his surprise, the Phoenix Suns, despite their inherent weaknesses, were utterly defenseless against the Lakers, led by Rivers. They were struck by an initial 8-point run, followed by an overwhelming onslaught. And by the latter part of the third quarter, the Lakers had extended their lead to 21 points at 81-59. The spectators had settled in. As the Summer League often lacked structure, without a standout player, the game held little allure for those accustomed to the finesse of the NBA. Phil Handy sat impassively on the sidelines while Lin Peng sipped water, glancing at his coach, perhaps wishing for the game to conclude so he could indulge in a delightful afternoon tea. During a timeout called by the Suns, with just 2 minutes and 36 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Coach Handy had little strategy to impart to the gathered players. He simply called out 2 names: Xing Fanbua, Lin Peng, you 2 in, Little Pippin, Huff, you 2 out. Upon hearing Coach Handy's instructions, Lin Peng felt a surge of excitement, and turned to see Zheng Fanbua nodding solemnly. Indeed, for Zheng Fanbua, being summoned by the coach was no small feat. Had the game not drifted into garbage time, he might never have had the chance to play. For those on the fringes of the league, every minute on the court was invaluable, devoid of any notion of garbage time. Lin Peng stepped forward and gently patted Zheng Fanbua on the shoulder, reassuring him to relax. Zheng Fanbua nodded in acknowledgement. As Lin Peng and Zheng Fanbua stepped onto the court, Lin adjusted his attire, tucking his jersey neatly into his trousers. Suddenly, he heard Zheng Fanbua's voice beside him. Upon looking up, he was met with the familiar faces of two compatriots, Guo Haowen and Zhang Zhenlin. This sight sent the spectators into a frenzy. All the Chinese and overseas Chinese fans rose to their feet, applauding fervently, transforming the entire venue into a vibrant crimson realm. The moment everyone had been eagerly anticipating had finally arrived, for players from the Chinese national team stood on the court: Lin Peng, Guo Haowen, Zheng Fanbua, and Zhang Zhenlin. Though they currently represented different NBA teams standing in opposition, we could not help but envision a future where, at the World Cup, World Championships, or even the Olympics, they would unite on the court, showcasing the prowess of Chinese basketball, even from the far side of the Pacific, separated by thousands of miles. Coach Jia raised his arms in celebration for the hopes of Chinese basketball. Chapter 46, Rise Up. Lin Peng smiled, a moment he eagerly anticipated, perhaps marking a new beginning since the 2008 Olympics and the resurgence following Yao Ming's era. However, as he stepped onto the court, he recognized that underestimating his opponents would be a profound disrespect. So let it commence. Upon the resumption of play, the Suns player prepared to execute an inbound pass. Zhang Zhenlin received the ball on the perimeter and swiftly delivered it to Guo Haowen, positioned at a 45-degree angle. As Guo Haowen caught the ball, the arena erupted in enthusiastic applause, a chorus of support from the audience. Oh, rise up, rise up. They rallied with their distinctive chant, cheering for the players representing the Huaxian nation, while standing before them was none other than Lin Peng. Lin Peng was perplexed. What was going on? Why was there a Sichuan accent, reminiscent of the distinctive flavor of the local delicacy? Could it be that everyone hailed from Sichuan? No wonder the Chinese restaurants in this Chinatown were predominantly Sichuan cuisine establishments. However, this bold accent certainly had a commanding presence, well-suited for support. This marked the official matchup of players from the Huaxian national team this season, and to his surprise, it had commenced so early. Guo Haowen, with the ball in hand, dribbled in place, searching for an opportunity, while Lin Peng positioned himself in front, merely using his hands to obstruct rather than attempting to steal the ball. With a speed, any attempt to swipe the ball would likely result in an easy point for the opponent. Guo Haowen's expression was resolute as he suddenly broke to the right, prompting Lin Peng to swiftly move in to block him. In terms of physical attributes and lateral speed, Lin Peng had the advantage, being a legitimate second-round draft pick. Yet, facing a formidable adversary, he showed no fear. His defensive approach left Guo Haowen with minimal space to maneuver toward the basket. With a slight opening, Guo Haowen leaped off the ground. To Lin Peng's astonishment, he attempted a shot despite the defense. However, Lin Peng's jumping ability was not to be underestimated. As Guo Haowen executed a direct jump shot, Lin Peng leaped with all his might, reaching out to block. Under Lin Peng's intense pressure, Guo Haowen felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, known for his tenacity, he resolved to shoot with conviction. His body bent like a drawn bow, his shooting hand nearly reaching behind his head. With a delicate flick of his fingers, he evaded Lin Peng's block, sending the basketball soaring through the air, tracing an exquisitely smooth arc. Now, I shall observe the first direct confrontation between Zhang Zhenlin and Lin Peng. Guo Haowen broke through it. He shot. Unfazed by Lin Peng's stringent defense, Guo Haowen confidently pulled up for a mid-range jumper. Look at that shot, the commentator exclaimed passionately. Swish. The basketball swished through the net with precision. He scored. He was up against Lin Peng. The commentator continued. Just days ago, we had conversed with the towering Yao Ming about the current Huaxia national players competing overseas, noting that Lin Peng possessed the most formidable perimeter defense among them. Lin Peng couldn't help but marvel. It seemed that our Huaxia compatriots truly excelled in basketball skills. Observing the cheering crowd on the sidelines, Lin Peng wore a puzzled expression, a bitter smile crossing his face. It appeared that he had unwittingly become the antagonist. The script seemed rather amiss. Lin Peng smiled, noticing that Guo Haowen's expression after scoring remained exceedingly tense, revealing no hint of joy whatsoever, as if he dared not express his elation. Lin Peng couldn't help but reminisce about his inaugural experience on the NBA stage, when he was uncertain of how far he could advance. Every step was taken with caution, and anxiety shadowed his every move. In retrospect, the young player Guo might be experiencing a similar state of mind. However, to be candid, in terms of physiology, Lin Peng could still be considered a youthful lad of 19. As the Los Angeles Lakers initiated play, Rivers took possession and transported the ball into the front court. Guo found himself matched against Lin Peng, who, noticing was palpable tension during the play, couldn't help but chuckle. In a lighthearted moment, he playfully patted Guo's backside while maneuvering. Guo was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Lin Peng's smile, his demeanor instantly softened. Were it not for the context of the basketball court, such an act might have been misinterpreted as peculiar. This endearing gesture was captured by cameras and broadcast to basketball fans across the nation. What is happening here? Lin Peng just playfully patted Guo's backside. That's rather charming. Perhaps Lin Peng aimed to alleviate Guo's nervousness, embodying the camaraderie among the players of the Chinese national team. As the game progressed, commentator Yujia's enthusiasm intensified. With the Lakers in possession, Rivers utilized a screen set by the center to launch a three-point attempt. The ball clanging against the backboard, an unsuccessful shot. The basketball rebounded with great force, soaring through the air. Zhang Jinlin, quick to react beneath the basket, decisively positioned himself in front of Zhang Fanbua. Despite Zhang's considerable height advantage, Zhang, having established his position, held a distinct edge. Securing the rebound, Zhang Jinlin, renowned for his ferocious attacks on the rim in the CBA, was poised to initiate a counterattack. Go, 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 he shouted, urging his teammates to sprint forward as he gallantly led the charge. Bam! Lin Peng swiftly caught up, utilizing his remarkable speed to weave through the crowd and reach the backcourt. However, his teammates lagged considerably behind, proving to be rather ineffective. In the midst of the fast break, an unintentional one-on-one scenario emerged, with Zhang Jinlin confronting Lin Peng's defense directly. In the blink of an eye, even with the keenest of observations from Coach Yujia, it was challenging to accurately capture the unfolding scene on the court. Unfazed by Lin Peng, Zhang Jinlin, embodying the unique spirit of a Chinese athlete, charged straight towards the basket. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a powerful two-handed dunk, driving the ball into the hoop. Although Lin Peng did not possess Zhang Jinlin's height, his wingspan and hand size were formidable, reminiscent of the legendary Kobe Bryant, a paragon of the Lakers. In midair, Lin Peng and Zhang Jinlin's bodies contorted together, and amidst the fierce physical contest, Zhang Jinlin's grip on the ball appeared slightly compromised. Lin Peng extended a large hand towards the basketball, forcefully striking it downward. His fingers landed firmly on the surface of the ball. With a resounding clap, the sound of palm meeting the sphere echoed, and Lin Peng couldn't help but feel a surge of triumph within. Attempting to score over me is no simple feat. In a flash of realization following his successful block, Lin Peng mused. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinlin sensed impending doom. His body tilted precariously under the overwhelming pressure, nearly losing balance. At that moment, the referee positioned at the baseline blew the whistle, signaling a blocking foul with a decisive gesture. Chapter 47, An Unjust Treatment. What? Lin Peng's face contorted in disbelief, his hands raised in exasperation towards the referee. This is a foul. He protested vocally, but the referee remained indifferent. In the realm of basketball, the authority of the referee reigns supreme. No amount of argument holds sway. However, such complaints on the court can sometimes bear fruit. For persistent grievances might even lead referees to doubt their own judgment regarding the fairness of their calls. Occasionally, this could inadvertently grant an advantage in future decisions. Zhang Jinlin sat on the ground, panting heavily. In just 2 or 3 exchanges, the intensity of the summer league had proven questionable, yet the physical demands were undeniably rigorous. Leaving players utterly exhausted, he extended his hands in a clear gesture for assistance. Yet, his teammates, whether clad in dark hues or glaringly bright, showed no inclination to lend a helping hand. Observing the scene from the backcourt, Guo hurriedly jogged over. Lin Peng smiled and extended a hand. Zhang Jinlin was taken aback for a moment, then offered his hand to Lin Peng. With a firm tug, Lin Peng pulled him up entirely. Zhang Jinlin leaned in close to Lin Peng's ear and whispered, "Thank you." Lin Peng responded with a smile, remarking that every player from the land of Hua who aspires to play in the NBA has traversed this path. Snap! Snap! This moment was also captured by the camera, potentially marking a historic occasion in the future. The referee retrieved the ball and handed it to Zhang Jinlin for free throws, both of which he successfully converted. The duo of Zhang Jinlin and Guo from the Suns swiftly scored 5 consecutive points, elevating the score to 81-64. While this score was merely a drop in the bucket for the Suns in this game, It ignited a sense of pride among the fans from Hua, who felt the passion and determination of their players. Guo Haowen and Zhang Jinlin truly were extraordinary. The two young talents managed to score 5 points over Lin Peng, prompting curiosity about his response. Commentator Yu Jia exclaimed, "Zhang Jinlin, rise up. Guo Haowen, rise up." The majority of the audience, clad in Suns jerseys, echoed their support. Conversely, the fans of the Los Angeles Lakers shouted, "Lin Peng, rise up. Zheng Fanbua, rise up." The cacophony of cheers intensified, creating a somewhat amusing situation. Originally gathered to support the Hua Derby, the crowd had now split, leaving Lin Peng to smile wryly. As the third quarter concluded, the game had nearly lost its suspense. With Lin Peng not re-entering the game in the fourth quarter, nor did Zhang Jinlin and Guo Haowen receive any further playing time. The fierce competition that characterized the Hua Derby had dissipated, diminishing the excitement surrounding the match. The Lakers held a commanding lead, and the outcome was increasingly apparent. Many spectators began to leave before the final whistle, though some tenacious fans, particularly among the Chinese audience, remained hopeful for the return of their players. However, their hopes were ultimately dashed. In the fourth quarter, Lin Peng, Zheng Fanbua, Guo Haowen, and Zhang Jinlin did not step onto the court again. The performance of the Hua Derby players could be deemed commendable, showcasing the emerging talent of Hua basketball to fans worldwide. Beep, beep, with the final whistle. The players ceased their efforts, awaiting the referee's signal, as the score gap had become insurmountable, rendering any further play meaningless. Thus, both sides tacitly allowed the clock to run down. Bong. With the countdown of the NBA Summer League clock complete, a mechanical signal sounded, marking the official end of the match. Post-game statistics revealed that the Los Angeles Lakers triumphed over the Phoenix Suns with a score of 108-97. Lin Peng displayed an extraordinary performance, amassing an impressive tally of 26 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists, while maintaining commendable control over his turnovers and fouls, with only 2 of each. It is noteworthy that, as the primary perimeter defender for the Los Angeles Lakers, such a low foul count is truly remarkable. Nonetheless, for Lin Peng, individual statistics are secondary. The ultimate victory of the team holds paramount importance. As for the other 3 players from the Chinese national team, Zheng Fanbua made 3 of 4 attempts, yielding a modest yet efficient 7 points, alongside 5 rebounds and 1 assist. Given his limited playing time, such contributions are commendable. Moreover, with only Hu Fu occupying the center position on the Lakers Summer League roster, Zheng Fanbua often finds himself playing the 5 spot, tasked with defending against genuine centers. Conversely, Guo Haowen and Zhang Jinlin did not have the opportunity to play extensively, featuring only in the waning moments of the third quarter. They were unlikely to see significant playing time, having not stepped onto the court for even a minute during their debut against the Suns. Possibly due to the coach's biases against non-American players, as it has been rumored that the Suns have reservations about utilizing such athletes in their summer league. Ultimately, Guo Haowen managed to score 3 points from 1 shot, while Zhang Jinlin, having taken a shot without success, recorded 2 points. Interestingly, all 5 of these points were scored over Lin Peng. Lin Peng is undoubtedly a person of high ambitions, yet he willingly assumes the role of a mere backdrop for his compatriots from Huaxia. The atmosphere on the court felt amiss, permeated by a restless energy. It became apparent that the spectators, eager to witness the Huaxia Derby, had been left waiting through an entire fourth quarter without seeing their national players take the floor. For Lin Peng, entering garbage time as the sole rookie selected by the Los Angeles Lakers in this year's draft warranted careful management to safeguard against injuries. However, the complete absence of Guo Haowen and Zhang Jinlin from the game left the audience dissatisfied. A ripple of discontent spread among the crowd. This is CCTV, and we welcome you to today's NBA Summer League, featuring the Los Angeles Lakers against the Phoenix Suns, with the Lakers ultimately achieving a resounding victory. However, the crowd appeared quite displeased with the coach's rotation and the apparent disregard for the Huaxia players. The yoga instructor, who had been quite serious moments ago, suddenly shifted her tone, expressing her own dissatisfaction with the coach's rotation strategies. She noted that both Zhang Jinlin and Guo Haowen had displayed commendable strength and proven their contributions to the team, leaving her perplexed as to why they were not granted playing time in the final quarter. Perhaps, she mused, it is indeed challenging for Huaxia players to earn the trust of the Suns head coach during the Summer League. Returning to the scene of the Las Vegas Summer League, the Huaxia fans and spectators suddenly seemed to be united in a collective outcry. Guo Haowen, Zhang Jinlin, Blake, the head coach of the Phoenix Suns, had long been rumored to show favoritism against players from nations other than the United States. Once the first voice called out, a chorus of support surged forth, manifesting as a protest. Such protests are not uncommon in basketball. For instance, Luka Doncic has previously gestured towards referees in response to perceived injustices. This was the first time Uchia, situated in the studio, witnessed such a protest from Huaxia fans. It was clear that even in the foreign land of the United States, Huaxia players enjoyed considerable popularity. The uproar lasted nearly 50 seconds before gradually subsiding, showcasing the fervor of the fans. Observing this scene, Lin Peng found himself both amused and deeply touched. Glancing over at Fanbo and then towards Zhang Jinlin and Guo Haowen, who seemed to have tears welling in their eyes, Lin Peng felt a sense of unity among the Huaxia players. Had I known earlier, I would have allowed you to engage in a longer bout. Coach Phil Handy, who had quietly approached Lin Peng from behind, whispered into his ear. Lin Peng was taken aback upon returning to the country, stating, "There is nothing to worry about. The unity among the players of Huaxia is ingrained in our very bones." The head coach of the Phoenix Suns, Carlisle, appeared somewhat flustered by the cheers, feeling a tad humiliated. Today had already been a disheartening defeat, and such treatment was understandably disconcerting to him. With a grim expression, he chose not to acknowledge his assistant coaches and players, departing from the court alone to head towards the locker room. Lin Peng and Xing Fanbo approached, embracing Guo Haowen and Zhang Jinlin in greeting. Clearly, for the present fans of Huaxia, despite some discontent, the purpose of this match was fulfilled. Following the game, a press conference was held. In contrast to the previous matchup against the Miami Heat, this post-game interview attracted a significantly larger contingent of reporters and cameras. After all, the NBA remains a commercial league, and in this information age, traffic is the true currency of profit. Although the head coach may feign ignorance or modesty regarding the dynamics of generating buzz, the league officials are adept at creating topics of discussion. They strategically position Lin Peng, Xing Fanbo, Guo Haowen, and Zhang Jinlin together for interviews with various media outlets. Among the multitude of reporters, a striking blonde woman emerged, albeit somewhat older, in her 30s. Yet one could still discern her enduring charm. The microphone was aimed directly at today's focal point, Lin Peng. "Hello, Lin Peng. In today's match between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Phoenix Suns, the Lakers secured a decisive victory, and you were undeniably the most significant contributor on the court. Are you satisfied with your current performance, and do you believe it can aid the Lakers in reclaiming a playoff spot as the new season commences?" This was, of course, a rather conventional inquiry, to which Lin Peng responded with ease. Lin Peng pondered for a moment before providing the most quintessential answer. "In truth, as you are aware, the victory in this match appeared effortless, yet it was far from being easily attained. This achievement was not solely the result of my individual efforts, rather, it was a collective triumph shared by all the players, as well as the head coach and the assistant coaches." Lin Peng paused for a moment before continuing. "As for the upcoming season, I firmly believe that the Los Angeles Lakers have consistently possessed the finest players in the league. We boast talents such as LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and even Russell Westbrook. The challenges we faced last season, primarily due to injuries and a lack of synergy, hindered our potential. I see my role as the adhesive. If I can effectively fulfill this role and enhance the chemistry among our three superstars, we will secure a place in the playoffs." At this point, Lin Peng couldn't help but smile at the reporters and added, "You know, the Los Angeles Lakers are an incredibly formidable team. Just 2 years ago, we claimed the NBA championship. Our aspirations extend far beyond merely reaching the playoffs. Our ultimate aim is the championship. Our goals have never wavered." Subsequently, the reporters posed several trivial questions, but it was evident that they were not satisfied with such inquiries. Soon, they shifted the microphone to Zhang Jinlin. Perhaps it was his endearing yet somewhat naive demeanor, accentuated by his traditional Chinese beard, that prompted them to seek insights from him. "Zhang Jinlin, you played for less than 2 minutes in this match, with no successful shots and only 1 point to your name, alongside a lone rebound. It seems opportunities are scarce for you on the court. What do you believe to be the reason for this?" This question was posed by a striking blonde reporter, her query sharp and direct, revealing her assertive nature. I don't know. I'm unsure why the coach arranged things this way, but I am continuously striving to improve. I believe I will eventually attain a level akin to that of an NBA player," Zhang Jinlin replied hesitantly, lacking the confidence that Lin Peng exhibited. "You assert that you believe in your potential to reach NBA standards, which indicates a strong belief in your abilities. Do you think this might reflect a misjudgment on the part of the head coach? Or, to put it more bluntly, has he perhaps overlooked your talents?" Zhang Jinlin appeared momentarily taken aback by this incisive question, clearly struggling with the implications. Initially, he was simply a diligent player vying for rotation, eager to please his coach. This inquiry, however, starkly positioned him in opposition to the coach, causing him to falter as time ticked away, leaving him somewhat incoherent. Lin Peng observed Zhang Jinlin's predicament and could not help but smile, swiftly stepping in to defuse the situation. I believe this issue encompasses numerous factors. I have known Zhang Jinlin for quite some time. He has always been a player with strict self-discipline. Although he did not receive ample playing time today, he will undoubtedly continue to train diligently. It must be his aspiration to enter the NBA. The journalist, initially filled with anticipation as she gazed at Zhang Jinlin, sought to extract quotable remarks for her report. However, Lin Peng's intervention disrupted her opportunity. With a small, disdainful huff, she maintained her smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. Yet her eyes could not suppress a roll directed at Lin Peng. Chapter 49. Conquering the NBA. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Lin Peng felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. Following the direction of the sound, he was not surprised to see, as he had anticipated, a striking cascade of golden hair and features that aligned with Eastern aesthetics. Was this not Monica? Monica, as bold as ever, effortlessly pushed past the blonde beauty who had just posed a question, asserting her place at the front. In the present context, the contrast between Monica and the earlier blonde was stark, particularly highlighted by Monica's deep, ocean-like eyes. It must be acknowledged that De Zhuang had a keen eye for women. The shimmering Los Angeles Lakers logo on her chest remained as radiant as ever. Noticing Lin Peng's gaze fixed upon her, Monica felt a twinge of bashfulness. Lin Peng smiled, and Monica returned the gesture with a smile of her own. After all, she was Lin Peng's sister-in-law and would not make things difficult for him. However, in this context, Monica was a team reporter and Lin Peng was a player on the court, so the interview segment finally found its footing. Lin Peng. All the fans present at this game are eagerly anticipating the moment when you four can stand together on the NBA Summer League stage. When that moment truly arrives, and the audience erupts into thunderous applause for you, what thoughts occupy your mind? At that moment, Lin Peng felt an undeniable thrill within. The question was not particularly challenging and successfully shifted the focus away from Zhang Jinlin. In that moment, I was undoubtedly very excited. You see, in the NBA, even on the Summer League stage, having 4 Chinese players on the court is an extraordinarily exhilarating event. At that time, I must admit my mind was completely blank. All I could think about was striving to earn every point for the team and to prevent the opposing team from scoring. It was only after the game ended that I realized how wonderfully surreal that feeling was. He pondered for a moment. How should I put it? It was a sense of pride and honor, a pride in the potential rise of Chinese basketball, and I will continue to forge ahead on this arduous path. Just then, the previously outspoken female reporter interjected, swiftly taking the floor from Monica. This action infuriated Monica, yet she made a concerted effort to quell the flames of her anger, maintaining her composure as a journalist. May I ask, Lin Peng, since you stated that the hope of Chinese basketball rests upon you four. Wait. There is also Li Longhu currently with the 76ers, Lin Peng interrupted, pointing out. Although Lin Peng was not particularly fond of Li Longhu, he recognized the importance of not overlooking him in the face of their national pride. Oh, so the hope of Chinese basketball indeed lies with you four. Plus Li Longhu from the Philadelphia 76ers. But your nation has the second largest population in the world. With such a vast population, why are only you 5 able to play basketball in the NBA? The reporter's tone quickened and sharpened, and it was not only Lin Peng who felt the tension. Even Zhang Jinlin, Guo Haowen, and Zheng Fanbo began to shift uncomfortably. Faced with such pointed questioning, Lin Peng decided to respond firmly. Then tell me, in your vast country with hundreds of millions of people, how come there aren't even 1 or 2 who can play table tennis? Lin Peng's words resonated like a thunderclap throughout the interview space, especially considering it was in the United States. The room was filled with American journalists, and the very venue for the game was also in the United States. Lin Peng's remarks struck a direct blow to the essence of American pride. The once self-satisfied American female reporter now found herself at a loss for words. Lin Peng smiled, his tone considerably softened. Is it not the case that every nation possesses its own strengths and weaknesses in the realm of sports? Can the United States truly excel in every athletic discipline? Therefore, is it justifiable to compare one's strengths against another's shortcomings while neglecting one's own deficiencies? Observing the increasingly distressed expressions on the reporters' faces, the atmosphere in the interview room grew subtly awkward. Seated beside him, his teammate from the Los Angeles Lakers, Zheng Fanbo, widened his eyes in astonishment at these words. Well, Zhang Fambua's reaction was quite exaggerated, enhanced by his unique hairstyle, rendering his expression remarkably vivid, as if he could easily become the subject of a humorous meme. In contrast, Gua Haowen, sitting on the opposite side, wore a look of unfulfilled curiosity, internally exclaiming, "Impressive." At that moment, he likely marveled at Lin Peng's audacity. Zhang Fambua discreetly tapped Lin Peng's thigh from beneath the table, offering a subtle reminder. After all, there is an old saying in Huaxia, suggesting that one must bow their head beneath a roof. However, Lin Peng remained unfazed and continued, "Moreover, the future of basketball in Huaxia does not rest solely upon the four of us present, nor on Li Longhu from the Philadelphia 76ers. Our domestic leagues boast a wealth of formidable core players, alongside those competing in overseas leagues. For instance, we have Shou Qi in the Spanish league, as well as Yi Jianlian, Gua Ailuan, and Zhao Rui in our domestic league, the CBA. They are the current pillars of Huaxia basketball and the harbingers of its future." Lin Peng paused for a moment, revealing a mysterious smile. "To be precise, there are currently only 5 of us playing in the NBA, but..." Lin Peng came to a halt, the camera aimed directly at his remarkably handsome face, his lips curling in a slight smirk. The assertion that the standard of basketball in the NBA does not equate to the global standard reverberated through the entire NBA press room like a thunderclap. The female reporter, initially taken aback, soon found herself overwhelmed with exhilaration. This was indeed a significant scoop. However, it must be noted that the most influential player to emerge from your esteemed nation thus far has been Yao Ming, who too played in the NBA. Yet he did not truly showcase a dominative performance within the league, did he? Lin Peng flashed a mischievous smile. Yet it seems that the United States does not claim victory in every global competition. Furthermore, the tasks left unfulfilled by the esteemed Yao Ming shall be accomplished with my assistance. I am not alone in this endeavor. Alongside me are Zhang Fambua, Gua Haowen, Zhang Zhenlin, Li Longyu, and all the athletes from the Celestial Empire. Our purpose in the NBA is to conquer it. Chapter 50. This is no empty bravado. Such audacious proclamations. How brazen could one be? This player from the Celestial Empire, who instilled in him such confidence. Is it divine intervention? According to Eastern mythological traditions, it should rather be the Buddha from Buddhism or the Jade Emperor from Taoism. How dare you possess such confidence? A mere second-round draft pick makes such assertions. Truly a case of a young calf fearing no tiger. What audacity! What level do you have to claim such things? Paolo Banchero, the first overall pick, has not dared to proclaim his intent to conquer the NBA, yet this player from the Celestial Empire has the audacity to say so? What do you mean by that? Is there something wrong with players from the Celestial Empire? Are they incapable of showcasing their talents? Look around. How many players in the NBA truly shine? Even if you were to bring Shou Qi over, he too would struggle to secure a rotation spot. Say that again. I have stated my position clearly. Thus, Lin Peng's remarks during the post-game interview following the Summer League match between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Phoenix Suns have already sparked countless discussions. Lin Peng found himself sinking into the sofa, gazing at the screen of his phone, unable to suppress a sigh as he massaged his temples. The statements made during the afternoon's match interview had stirred a considerable uproar on domestic forums, such as Hupu and Tiaba, swiftly ascending to the trending lists of major media outlets. Many netizens expressed that Lin Peng's remarks embodied the fiery spirit of the Chinese people. However, a faction of those who had long been subservient began to criticize him for his perceived arrogance and lack of humility prior to achieving any significant feats. Conversely, on Instagram, the prevailing sentiment was overwhelmingly negative, with nearly all American users condemning Lin Peng's comments. Notably, his assertion that the level of basketball in the NBA does not equate to the pinnacle of global basketball had become a scripture within the Instagram basketball community, propelling it to the forefront of national trending topics. Suddenly, De Zhuang rushed in, his heavy breathing interrupting Lin Peng's train of thought. Lin Peng knew that he was about to be subjected to yet another lecture. Since the interview after the match, De Zhuang had been incessantly nagging him. I'm telling you, you've really put yourself in a precarious situation. Do you even realize the predicament you're in? Genie Bus is keeping an eye on you. You are not entirely secure yet. Your recent statements could lead others to perceive you as arrogant, and more critically, you might undermine the pride that Americans hold regarding their dominance in the basketball realm. De Zhuang's lengthy admonition felt almost interminable, prompting Lin Peng to silently press his hands to his ears. He shook his head in a blend of helplessness and amusement. What are you doing? Can't stand to hear my words? After a lengthy monologue, De Zhuang, now parched from speaking, gazed at Lin Peng with a mix of exasperation and resignation. Sighing deeply, he felt a sense of futility akin to a father watching his son squander his potential. Fortunately, the mental victory he found in such reflections helped to temper the fury that had initially consumed him. Lin Peng was quite indifferent. He observed Dejwang as he retrieved a bottle of icy cola from the refrigerator, gulping it down with fervor, consuming an entire bottle in one go. Ever since Dejwang embarked on a romantic journey with Monica, he had resolved to shed excess weight and transform himself into a chiseled figure, vowing to abandon cola for good. Naturally, following this incident, Dejwang subtly criticized Monica, questioning why she did not intervene with that foolish blonde, blue-eyed reporter at the time. However, Lin Peng's focus was not on this matter. Rather, he pondered how long the cola had been stored in the refrigerator, purchased long before Dejwang's declaration, and whether it might pose any health concerns after such an extended period. Lin Peng is indeed aware of the consequences that this matter may entail. From a narrow perspective, it is possible that the league may impose restrictions and face issues regarding penalties due to his inappropriate remarks. However, the NBA is fundamentally a commercial league that thrives on storytelling. By narrating the tales of its stars and subsequently generating buzz, it can successfully market shoes, jerseys, and popularity. Moreover, every word spoken during the interview was not merely casual banter, but rather a reflection of his innermost thoughts. Having been granted a second chance at life, he is determined to embody his true worth. Lin Peng was undoubtedly aware of Dejwang's concerns. After all, Lin Peng was not merely his closest friend. He could also be regarded as a product of his entrepreneurial endeavors. Should Lin Peng fail to establish himself in the NBA, it would signify the collapse of their venture, compelling Dejwang to return home to inherit a fortune, a scenario he fervently wished to avoid. Lin Peng sat on the sofa, listening to Dejwang's words. What on earth is this? To return and inherit the family business is truly an expression of the utmost arrogance. Lin Peng shook his head helplessly. Yet he could empathize with the sorrow of Dejwang, a scion of a wealthy family. It is of little consequence. Consider those players in the NBA, each one a Jordan in their own right. Take last year's Edwards, who boldly proclaimed himself the most talented shooting guard in history, seemingly dismissing the legendary Jordan. And then there is LaMelo Ball, whose father has elevated him to such heights of self-importance, exuding an air of invincibility. Thus, one might argue that this could, in fact, enhance my own notoriety. However, the crux of the matter lies not in that. While one may aspire to conquer the NBA, such proclamations must be tempered with the understanding that as a player from the land of Huaxia, one faces a different reality compared to the players from the United States. This is the NBA, after all, a realm that belongs to them. Upon hearing these words, Lin Peng felt a surge of displeasure. What of the players from Huaxia? The illustrious Yao Ming, once a player from Huaxia, distinguished himself among a myriad of American players, ultimately securing the coveted #1 pick in the NBA draft. In those days, the league was dominated by Shaquille O'Neal, affectionately known as the Diesel, who, alongside the young Kobe Bryant, led the Lakers to a triumphant three-peat. Furthermore, O'Neal is the sole player in NBA 2K history to achieve a perfect score of 100, a feat no less illustrious than that of the legendary Michael Jordan. This underscores O'Neal's unparalleled dominance within the NBA. Yet, despite his remarkable prowess, he remains but a subordinate in the shadow of Yao Ming. Ultimately, it seems that fate is envious of talent. Had it not been for that fateful injury, Yao might have genuinely realized his dream of conquering the NBA. However, perhaps 20 years hence, Lin Peng, as a player from Huaxia, may once again tread the illustrious path of stardom he once traversed. In the realm of the NBA, what truly matters is strength, narrative, and, most significantly, commercial value. Suddenly, a ringtone pierced the air. Dejwang's phone rang, and upon seeing the incoming call, his countenance turned pale. "What's wrong?" Lin Peng inquired with a grin. Dejwang, expressionless, handed the phone to Lin Peng. Upon receiving it, Lin Peng noticed that the screen displayed a message from Chun Won, the representative of Xiaomi in the United States. Lin Peng remained unperturbed, wearing a smile. "Just wait and see. You can take the lead, but becoming a spokesperson will pose a dilemma." With such words, the fans from the beautiful country are eagerly anticipating your entrance into the NBA, just to witness your missteps. Dejwang was visibly fuming, his demeanor exuding irritation. Yet, upon hearing his tone, Lin Peng could not suppress a chuckle. The proud expression on his face clearly indicated that his anger had subsided. Haha. Chapter 51, The Support Behind. Lin Peng answered the phone, and it was evident that Dejwang appeared significantly more anxious than he himself was. There was a possibility that the spokesperson from Xiaomi, in an effort to appease the audience in the United States, after all, the very reason Lin Peng was chosen as their ambassador was to penetrate the American market, might indeed choose to sacrifice a pawn to safeguard the king. The most critical aspect for Lin Peng was that he would incur a substantial financial loss, which would compel him to shamelessly owe money to Xiaoba. Lin Peng wore a face of despair, having just exchanged the $50,000 lent to him by Xiaobai for something else. However, he found solace in the notion that if Xiaomi were merely seeking to curry favor with the audience from the beautiful nation, they could easily sideline the representatives of his own nation, Huaxia. In that case, such an endorsement would be of little significance to Lin Peng. Hello, he answered the phone. Good day. May I speak with Mr. Lin Peng's agent, Mr. Song Xiaoyu? No, that's not correct. I am Lin Peng. Lin Peng's heart raced, tightening in his throat. Mr. Lin Peng, this is wonderful news. Upon hearing the excited voice of Chun-Wan, Lin Peng's anxious heart immediately eased. He inquired further, what brings you to call? I am reaching out as per the directive of our company's chairman, Mr. Lei Jun. He has instructed me to inform you that he wishes to extend the endorsement contract. Upon hearing this, Lin Peng was taken aback with both astonishment and delight. What is happening? I find myself struggling to fully grasp your meaning. Your remarks following yesterday's match were truly exhilarating for someone from Huaxia. It is essential to temper the arrogance of those from the beautiful nation who carry themselves with such haughtiness. Humph. Chinwan let out a cold snort, expressing his disdain and anger. Just moments ago, Chairman Lei Jun stated that he would wholeheartedly support you, even in the pursuit of the beautiful nation's market. The quality of our products remains paramount, and our mutual honor is of the utmost importance. I have already sent the endorsement application email to your agent, Mr. Song Xiaoyu. So please check your inbox shortly. Very well. Lin Peng hung up the phone, unable to suppress a smile that graced his face. In response to Lin Peng's foolish grin, Du Zhuang, who had just emerged from the restroom after downing an entire bottle of cola and, in a fit of frustration, had poured the remaining half bottle directly into the toilet, looked at Lin Peng with a face full of confusion, resembling a perplexed emoji. Lin Peng smiled lightly, no longer in the mood to keep him guessing, and directly instructed him to check the emails on the computer. Du Zhuang, filled with skepticism, opened the email only to discover that Xiaomi had once again extended an invitation for endorsement. This time, the remuneration offered was more than double that of the previous occasion. Oh my! Du Zhuang leaped into the air in sheer excitement, soaring high. What on earth is happening? Du Zhuang, regaining his composure, turned to Lin Peng and inquired. Lin Peng smiled, saying, We are all compatriots of the Huaxia nation. How could one of us possibly make things difficult for another? Du Zhuang pondered for a moment and then replied, That is true. However, to be honest, given the temperament of that old geezer in the NBA, your career there may not be smooth sailing. Lin Peng rested his head in his hands and reclined into the sofa, retorting, Do not forget. I have the entire Huaxia nation backing me. Indeed, but even if your support signifies the Huaxia market, do not overlook that you are not the sole Huaxia player in the NBA. There is also Li Longhu on the 76ers, and the league will undoubtedly lend considerable support to him, which may complicate your NBA journey. Lin Peng remained utterly indifferent. Since he had been reborn, he was determined to tread a path entirely distinct from the ordinary. If it were a route that everyone aspired to take, what meaning would life hold? He continued to ponder. No, what I represent is not merely the market of Huaxia, but the countless fans of Huaxia. Upon hearing this, even Du Zhuang was momentarily taken aback. Recalling the myriad experiences in Huaxia and the various challenges faced abroad, after a prolonged silence, the atmosphere in the room lightened considerably upon hearing the sound of a gentle chime. Upon hearing the notification, Lin Peng realized that his phone had indeed vibrated. He retrieved it and, upon glancing at the screen, discovered that a message had arrived from Westbrook. It was then that Lin Peng recognized that numerous individuals had sent him messages, which he had simply overlooked. Westbrook, hey, my friend, I watched your interview yesterday, and it was absolutely fantastic. This is the kind of composure one should possess. Being overly submissive is truly uninteresting. Moreover, I had thought you were like many others from Huaxia, timid and hesitant in your endeavors. But to my surprise, there exists someone like you in Huaxia, so strong and resolute. A true man. Thumbs up emoji. Lin Peng smiled and replied by typing on his phone. Huh? We people of Huaxia are not the kind to bully the weak and fear the strong. That is merely your stereotype of beautiful people. Westbrook responded with a laugh, accompanied by a playful emoji. Lin Peng continued to peruse the messages sent by others. Pardon, What you did yesterday was truly remarkable. Those journalists, armed only with a pen, seemed to revel in spreading rumors and creating chaos. I was once severely misled by them. Angry expression, keep it up. I believe you have the potential to become an exceptional player for our nation. By the way, I'll let you in on a little secret. I truly believe you will surpass Li Longhu by leaps and bounds. He is simply too particular and lacks that innate charisma. A basketball player must always embody a certain presence. Proud expression. Lin Peng could not help but chuckle, pondering the charisma of a superstar. When it came to charm, the image of Durant clad in a construction outfit, assuming the role of a foreman, sprang to his mind. The irresistible allure of that foreman persona. Little Bass exclaimed, "Damn it, you can't just blurt out whatever comes to your mind. After your extraordinary performances in these past 2 games, I had enough leverage in front of Genie Bus. But then you went and involved Silver and the league to pressure me." Bitter expression. "So, you must play well. You need to deliver an outstanding performance for me." Expectant expression. Of course, the encouragement from Sister Hawk was indispensable. Sister Hawk said, "You are simply marvelous. You embody the tenacity of men from our great nation." Smitten expression. "Remember, if you achieve great success, do not forget us. In the future, you must treat me to a meal." Hopeful expression. Lin Peng's spirits were significantly lifted, for he was acutely aware that a multitude of supporters stood steadfastly behind him. Ding ding ding. Another message arrived, this time from Coach Phil Handy. The message was succinct, merely stating, "Remember to come to the training facility tomorrow. There's a match the day after. No excuses for absence or tardiness this time." Chapter 52. Li Longhu's post-match interview. Lin Peng replied. After a day of turmoil, peace had finally been restored. At dawn the following day, Lin Peng made his way to the training facility. In the aftermath of his post-match interview against the Phoenix Suns, there were insinuations regarding his disparagement of the NBA and American basketball's caliber. However, Coach Phil Handy, embodying the spirit of an international coach, remained unfazed and refrained from addressing the matter, proceeding with the regular training regimen. Another day of exceedingly monotonous training unfolded, yet Lin Peng approached it with his usual diligence. He understood that enduring such tedious practice was essential for the eventual enhancement of his basketball skills and physical prowess. Another day passed. According to the NBA Summer League schedule, Lin Peng was set to face the Miami Heat once more, marking their second confrontation within the week. Due to considerations of geographical factors, the schedule was rather congested, which in turn diminished the match's overall attention. Lin Peng attentively follows the developments of the NBA League on social media, as the ongoing saga surrounding Leonard's contract extension continues to stir considerable commotion. While the professional demeanor of the robotic Kazi remains to be determined, and he is currently grappling with injuries, his elite prowess within the NBA is indisputable. Such a multifaceted superstar, excelling in both offense and defense, elicited significant tremors throughout the league at the slightest hint of change. Lin Peng was leisurely enjoying some snacks when he stumbled upon a headline on Instagram that captured his attention. To his surprise, he saw the name Li Longhu. And even more significantly, it was accompanied by the mention of the Huaxian nation. The bold headline read, "Li Longhu of the Philadelphia 76ers responds to Lin Peng incident. I believe his attitude towards basketball is problematic." Lin Peng felt a sudden discomfort in his heart. Initially, he held a favorable impression of Li Longhu, a fellow countryman from Huaxia. But Li seemed to consistently provoke and exclude him. Nevertheless, having navigated the NBA for many years, Lin was accustomed to such juvenile threats. Driven by curiosity, he began to read the posts. Today, during the NBA Summer League in Las Vegas, the Philadelphia 76ers faced off against the San Antonio Spurs, narrowly triumphing with a score of 98-92, bringing their record to 1 win and 1 loss. Among the standout players was Li Longhu, who had been selected 23rd overall in the first round of this year's draft. He delivered an exceptional performance, shooting 11 out of 16, amassing 26 points, along with 10 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 3 blocks, while converting 4 out of 6 free throws, leading the 76ers to victory in this Summer League match. Beyond being an impressive rookie, Li Longhu held the notable distinction of being a player from Huaxia. Currently, 2 players from Huaxia have been drafted in this Summer League, Li Longhu and Lin Peng, who is also excelling with the Los Angeles Lakers. Naturally, the media in the beautiful nation paid more attention to Lin Peng, particularly following his remarks during the game against the Phoenix Suns. The first question posed by reporters was about Lin Peng. After the match, Lin Peng, also a player from Huaxia, sparked a heated discussion across social media, even trending at the top of the basketball section on platforms like Instagram. The question arose regarding the implications of Lin Peng's statement that the level of basketball in the NBA does not equate to the level of basketball worldwide. Upon hearing Lin Peng's name, Li Longhu's expression soured slightly, yet he maintained a facade of composure, offering a faint smile. In my opinion, regarding such a revered institution as the NBA, if I were Lin Peng, I would prefer to speak only after proving my worth on the court, lest I merely be seen as boasting. Li Longhu's eyes rolled as he continued, moreover, in my opinion, the NBA represents the pinnacle of basketball worldwide. Observe how the most exceptional athletes from every nation compete in the NBA, such as Jokic, Doncic, and Embiid, players of MVP caliber or comparable to them. Furthermore, he has not truly achieved anything remarkable. I am certain I will surpass him, and I am wholeheartedly committed to honing my skills. When the time comes, I will express my gratitude to the NBA for providing me with this opportunity. Lin Peng mentioned Yao Ming, noting that during his prime, he only made it to the second team, which does not reflect the basketball prowess of our nation. To challenge the basketball standards of the United States seems a bit presumptuous on Lin Peng's part. Li Longhu chuckled softly to lighten the mood. Upon reflection, Lin Peng felt a fierce blaze igniting within him. In his eyes, Li Longhu's interview revealed a staggering lack of coherence. Yet it consistently conveyed a singular theme, an unwavering admiration for the United States and its basketball, while claiming to aspire to Yao Ming's heights. It could be more accurately stated that he disregards Yao Ming entirely, embodying an air of arrogance and hubris. Lin Peng settled down and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, it was not surprising that someone like Li Longhu, who had been educated in the American style since childhood, would behave this way. Just then, De Zhuang burst in. As Lin Peng's manager, De Zhuang's responsibilities extended beyond mere professional matters. He also took care of every aspect of Lin Peng's life. Consequently, even after the talent show, Lin Peng and De Zhuang continued to live together, with Lin Peng having a penchant for leaving the door open, a sentiment shared by De Zhuang as well. Thus, when Lin Peng was in a hurry to find De Zhuang, he would often enter unannounced, leading to situations that felt akin to catching someone in a compromising position. Typically discovering De Zhuang engaged in his workout routines, there were a few particularly bizarre and awkward instances. "What's up?" Lin Peng inquired, shutting off his phone screen as he faced the raucous De Zhuang. "Did you see Li Longhu's post-match interview today?" De Zhuang's voice reached a higher pitch, as he was prone to such dramatic exclamations. "He is trying to set you up." Lin Peng smiled. It was evident that De Zhuang had also seen the tweet regarding Li Longhu's post-match interview today, and naturally, he was filled with indignation. De Zhuang, however, did not indulge him. He articulated his thoughts with clarity. "Do you understand what this implies? He is indirectly declaring war on you." Lin Peng remained unfazed, merely stating, "What are we afraid of? We have weathered countless storms. Can he truly bring us down? Don't you see his intentions?" He is referring to the NBA, the epitome of prestige, the great Adam Silver. "I implore you, support me." It is evident that he understands Adam Silver, that scoundrel, would never relinquish the lucrative Chinese market. They must establish a strong representation of China within the NBA to generate wealth and abundance of wealth. The Americans, upon hearing your remarks, would naturally deem you unreliable. Li Longhu's words today were quite clear. "I will comply. You shall assist me." De Zhuang felt a sense of urgency. His nature was simply impatient. No wonder his father disapproved of him entering the business world. After all, the realm of commerce thrives on reciprocity and gradual progress. Impulsiveness is utterly ineffective. Lin Peng observed De Zhuang's demeanor, with both hands raised in the air, gradually pressing downwards to simulate a sinking motion. Stay calm. We must maintain our composure. The essence of my words is that Li Longhu aspired to serve the NBA, which is, after all, a commercial league. They would eagerly seek out a candidate who is obedient, compliant, and, most importantly, capable of narrating the story of Huaxia to effectively generate revenue. Such a person would be quickly elevated. Thus, it is particularly evident that in the future, the NBA would undoubtedly make every effort to sideline you. De Zhuang rolled his eyes dramatically, collapsing onto Lin Peng's grand bed, his considerable weight causing the bed to shudder thrice. Lin Peng thought to himself, "Damn it. Even the bed I'm sitting on is about to collapse. It's all that scoundrel Xiaohua's fault. With his shifty eyes, he clearly isn't a good person." I long for the previous NBA commissioner, Stern. Look at how he transformed the NBA into such a resounding success. Under Xiaohua's stewardship, some aspects have truly become chaotic. De Zhuang complained, venting his frustrations. Stern was the former commissioner of the NBA, having taken office in 1984 and retiring in 2014. overseeing the league for a full 30 years during which the NBA flourished under his leadership. When he first assumed the role, the league comprised only 23 teams. But it has since expanded to 30. Most notably, a foreign team emerged, the Toronto Raptors in Canada, who triumphed over the star-studded Warriors in 2019 to claim the NBA championship. Under his guidance, numerous iconic figures emerged, becoming synonymous with the NBA, such as the legendary Michael Jordan, the Magic Man, Magic Johnson, and the King, LeBron James, who have almost become deities for all basketball and sports enthusiasts. Moreover, Stern's most remarkable contribution was introducing Chinese basketball to the international stage, allowing it to shine brightly. In 2002, Yao Ming was selected as the first overall pick by the Houston Rockets and spent his entire NBA career with them until his retirement. Despite a 9-year career, Yao achieved the honors he deserved and showcased his exceptional talent, ultimately having his jersey retired by the Rockets and being inducted into the Hall of Fame, marking him as the most accomplished player in the history of Chinese basketball. This is Stern. He welcomed more international players into the NBA family, providing them with a fair competitive environment and opportunities to showcase their talents. Comparatively, Xiaohua pales in comparison to Stern. Da Zhuang, a forthright individual, expressed his indignation with 3 emphatic exclamations. Lin Peng nodded in agreement. Indeed, in the realm of the NBA, Adam Silver has proven to be quite inadequate, transforming basketball into something that scarcely resembles the sport itself, reducing it to a mere commercial endeavor focused solely on profit and ticket sales. However, this was not his primary concern. Lin Peng exhaled slowly and said to Da Zhuang, "Rest assured, trust in my capabilities. Do you really think I could be inferior to this sycophantic trend?" With a mischievous glint in his eye, Lin Peng cast a flirtatious glance at Da Zhuang. Upon receiving the signal, Da Zhuang looked at Lin Peng's playful demeanor with a sense of resignation. Swiftly, he rose from the bed, standing at attention, executing a left turn, and returned to his room. Lin Peng shouted, "Hey, Da Zhuang, remember to close the door behind you. If you leave it open like that, how can I turn on the air conditioning?" Da Zhuang retreated into Lin Peng's room, his expression impassive, offering no response. With a resounding clap, he shut the door behind him. Lin Peng could only manage a wry smile. The following day, the NBA's Summer League commenced in Las Vegas, featuring several matches, one of which was a clash between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Miami Heat. This marked their second encounter within a week. During their previous match, Lin Peng made a stunning debut, scoring an impressive 36 points and leading his team to victory. Before the game, Lin Peng arrived at the training facility earlier than head coach Phil Handy and his teammates, diligently practicing until his shirt was soaked with perspiration. Swish. The basketball arced gracefully through the air before swishing through the net, a magnificent three-pointer. Remarkably, Lin Peng had consecutively made 55 such shots. At this juncture, his three-point shooting ability could be deemed among the elite within the NBA. Whether shooting off the dribble or from a stationary position, he executed both with remarkable ease. While he hesitated to draw comparisons with the likes of Stephen Curry, Damian Lillard, or Devin Booker, masters of shooting in the NBA, he felt confident standing alongside players such as Luke Kennard and Seth Curry in terms of three-point prowess. If Lin Peng were in the zone, unleashing his shooting potential, it would be akin to activating an infinite three-point experience card. Swish. The basketball that had fallen beneath the hoop was retrieved by another player and passed back to Lin Peng, who, without hesitation, took the shot upon receiving the ball. His movements fluid and seamless. Such smooth execution made the basket all but guaranteed. Even with his eyes closed, he would likely score. What a splendid shot. The second person to arrive at the gym was Rivers, who had just assisted Lin Peng by retrieving the ball. At that moment, he was applauding and cheering for Lin Peng's exceptional three-point performance. Lin Peng smiled and immediately responded, "Hey, my brother." Rivers also wore a cheerful expression as he stepped forward. Covered in sweat, the two shook hands and shared a brief embrace, causing Rivers to acquire a fair amount of perspiration from Lin Peng's damp jersey. However, he paid it no mind, for he was about to immerse himself in training. "What a remarkable three-pointer, my brother. That was simply extraordinary," Rivers couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 54. Let loose and swing away. Lin Peng sheepishly scratched his head. Although he frequently received such accolades and commendations, to Rivers, who was a senior, gaining recognition from an NBA player signified an elevation of his prowess once again. "Hey, my brother, Rivers, come train with me." Rivers stretched languidly, exclaiming, "I am so exhausted. I hardly slept last night." Lin Peng revealed a mysterious smile as he stood beyond the three-point line, then steadily released the basketball from his hands. What is this? Feeling so fatigued today. Could it be that he had overexerted himself during last night's training? Lin Peng chuckled softly, eliciting an eye roll from Rivers. As a teammate and a devoted fan of the Los Angeles Lakers, Rivers held a profound admiration for Lin Peng. Thus far, they shared numerous similarities. Rivers, originally possessing the caliber typical of a late second-round pick, harbored a singular ambition to join the Lakers. Consequently, prior to the 2022 draft, he instructed his agent to reach out to those NBA teams holding late second-round selections. Rivers unequivocally declared that should he be selected by any team other than the Los Angeles Lakers, he would forego his aspirations of entering the NBA, firmly asserting his resolve. This announcement understandably instilled trepidation among NBA franchises. Selecting a player who would not participate would merely squander a valuable second-round pick. It is essential to recognize that an NBA second-round pick holds significant monetary value. For instance, during this year's draft, the Los Angeles Lakers utilized the second pick in the second round to select Lin Peng from China, a selection for which the Lakers had expended several $million. Thus, Rivers successfully went undrafted in the 2022 draft and subsequently signed a two-way contract with the Los Angeles Lakers. The ensuing events are well known. He thrived with the Lakers, and this year marks Rivers' second season in the NBA. His career trajectory closely mirrors that of Lin Peng, who similarly relinquished a first-round position, ultimately securing an opportunity to join a championship-contending team like the Philadelphia 76ers, boasting two current superstars. All of this was done with the singular aim of arriving in Los Angeles and joining the Lakers. Within domestic sports forums, such as Hoopoo, a saying circulates, Rivers and Lin Peng are true Lakers, for true Lakers require no recruitment. You are also a fan of Kobe? Lin Peng inquired. Rivers, astonished, nodded eagerly. Is your idol also Kobe? Ha ha ha, who in the league isn't a fan of Kobe? Lin Peng replied with a smile. Rivers nodded in agreement. Indeed. Who doesn't admire Kobe? Who doesn't revere the Mamba mentality? Although Rivers had already played 2 games alongside Lin Peng, this match against the Miami Heat marked their third shared appearance. While Rivers had seldom had the opportunity to converse with Lin Peng previously, he sensed Lin Peng's interest in him, a bond forged by their shared purple jerseys of the Los Angeles Lakers. After a simple exchange, Lin Peng and Rivers discovered they shared numerous similarities. Rivers hailed from a quaint village in Arkansas, which made him quite affable. His rustic origins were evident in both his appearance and demeanor, earning him the endearing nickname Country Mamba on the sports forums of Huaxia. Lin Peng found this moniker rather amusing upon first hearing it. However, the true essence of the nickname could only be appreciated within the context of the Huaxia language. A direct translation into the beautiful tongue would render it quite awkward. This explains why Lin Peng felt Rivers was perplexed and somewhat uninterested when he learned of his nickname on the Huaxia forum. As they meandered through their conversation, time slipped away, and the commencement of the game was fast approaching. Sparse spectators began to trickle into the NBA Summer League venue. Meanwhile, Lin Peng continued his shooting practice, having already made an impressive 55 consecutive three-pointers, bringing his total to an astounding 99. Rivers, invigorated by the sight, eagerly challenged Lin Peng to a three-point shooting contest. Yet, upon noticing coach Phil Handy, along with players like Scottie Pippen Jr. and Huff from the Los Angeles Lakers, as well as some from the Miami Heat, he glanced at his phone and realized time was running short. Rivers felt a tinge of regret, a sentiment echoed by Lin Peng. Next time, they both vowed, we shall arrange a proper three-point showdown. Lin Peng smiled sincerely, responding with an enthusiastic okay, absolutely no problem. After finalizing their agreement, Rivers, seemingly recalling something, leaned in and whispered to Lin Peng, I've heard about the interview you conducted a few days ago. Honestly, I don't think it's a big deal. It's just that the American media can be exceedingly sensitive, constantly seeking to sensationalize and stir up controversy. Lin Peng nodded, realizing that the incident from a few days prior had indeed stirred considerable commotion. You may encounter numerous challenges and obstacles once you enter the NBA, particularly concerning officiating. Rivers cautioned. This was a notion Lin Peng had already contemplated the previous night. I will simply strive to perform my best in every game. Upon hearing this, Rivers paused momentarily before a faint smile graced his lips. In the upcoming match against the Miami Heat, be sure to hold nothing back, aim to utterly dominate them. Should you do so, your post-game attention may surpass even that of Banchero. Lin Peng was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. This marked the first game following his bold statements about conquering the NBA. In the face of the unscrupulous media propaganda from the United States, Lin Peng felt compelled to deliver an outstanding performance to silence their voices. In simpler terms, he was urged to unleash his full potential and give it his all. "Once we're on the court, I will provide you with support," Rivers stated with utmost seriousness. Lin Peng burst into laughter, teasingly remarked, "Our Los Angeles Lakers star is actually assisting me. What a remarkable misallocation of talent. Haha. Rest assured, today you shall embody the little Emperor LeBron James of the Summer League, wielding boundless authority to score. Bye-bye." As the mechanical prompt echoed, Lin Peng, Rivers, and their teammates gathered, ready for the impending match. Rivers urged Lin Peng to deliver an outstanding performance without holding back, unaware of the formidable force Lin Peng could unleash if he truly exerted himself. The opening tip-off commenced, with the Los Angeles Lakers claiming possession of the ball. Without a moment's delay, they passed it directly to Lin Peng. "Unleash your power. Go for it." Chapter 55, The Internet Sensation Player? From the very first play, Lin Peng was already in his element, radiating an intense energy. He showcased his prowess with a three-pointer, a mid-range jumper, and a layup, demonstrating his versatility. Despite the Miami Heat having learned from their previous defeat and implementing a strategy of aggressive double-teaming, dedicating significant defensive resources to contain Lin Peng, their efforts were ultimately futile. Regardless of whether it was a double-team, zone defense, or attempts to disrupt passing lanes, the Miami Heat struggled to establish cohesive teamwork and execution, hallmarks of the NBA Summer League, which often devolves into individual plays. Consequently, they found it exceedingly difficult to thwart Lin Peng's scoring. Swish. Bang. With pinpoint three-point shots and powerful layups, Lin Peng swiftly racked up 5 points in the opening moments, guiding the Los Angeles Lakers to a dazzling start of 13-6 with 7 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Observing the chaotic scene on the court, the Miami Heat's coach, clad in team attire, watched in dismay as his players flailed about, erratically shooting and defending. His blood pressure surged at the sight. Noticing the score, he sensed impending doom and promptly called for the team's first timeout. Beep. The Miami Heat requested a timeout. The referee signaled a pause, gesturing towards the Heat's coaching and bench area. "Alas, what a display!" Rivers exclaimed in awe, showering Lin Peng with praise. "Impressive. Lin Peng, you were truly dominating this opening." Lin Peng scratched his head and chuckled. "It seems that in the matches I've played these past few days, I haven't had a poor start at all." Haha. Rivers paused, contemplating the truth in his words. Indeed, Lin Peng had proven himself a master of the first quarter, dominating the initial moments of all 3 games. Today, in this rematch against the Miami Heat, they would undoubtedly have studied your technical attributes and shooting tendencies. As the game commenced, they immediately ramped up the intensity and employed double-teaming against you, yet they gravely misjudged your true prowess. Ha ha ha. Your abilities surely transcend the mere standards of the NBA Summer League. You have undoubtedly reached the level of the NBA itself. On the Miami Heat's coaching bench, the head coach was vociferously bellowing, not necessarily out of anger, but rather, this was his customary manner of speaking. Increase the hardness and elasticity of your defense. When switching, be decisive. Why are you so hesitant? Move faster. This sluggishness is unacceptable, especially you. The moment you switch, do it quickly. Either switch or don't. What are you doing? Ridiculous. The head coach, pointing at one of the players, unleashed a tirade. Williams, for heaven's sake, show some toughness, will you? Just then, one of the Heat players stepped forward with unwavering confidence, declaring, "Don't worry. I've got this under control. He's just a player from Huaxia. What is there to be so arrogant about?" The head coach of the Miami Heat, upon hearing a familiar voice, turned his gaze in that direction. Initially, he found the face unfamiliar, but after a moment of reflection, he recalled who it was. The speaker was none other than Newman, a player once heralded as a prodigy of basketball. However, the title of basketball genius had long since faded into the past. Newman, a minor internet celebrity, began intensive basketball training at a young age, leading to a rapid enhancement of his skills. By elementary school, he had outperformed the middle school basketball team. His abilities at that tender age were undoubtedly superior to those of the average adult enthusiast. Recognizing his exceptional talent, Newman's parents began sharing videos of his training and competitions on Instagram and YouTube. Consequently, viewers were captivated by his swift dribbling and solid footwork, eventually coining him the moniker of a basketball genius. However, this aggressive promotion by his parents bore unintended consequences. While Newman amassed over 800,000 followers on Instagram, such premature elevation ultimately resulted in a backlash. This not only fostered an arrogant demeanor in him, but also stunted his growth at a mere 183 meters. Despite possessing a stature akin to Allen Iverson, he lacked the technical prowess required to attract NBA scouts. Moreover, his playing style, shaped by a desire to cater to online recognition, was characterized by an overly flamboyant and street-inspired approach, devoid of the rigorous discipline found in professional basketball. Frequently, his brash on-court behavior led to collisions, provocations, and turnovers, which are detrimental to the spirit of the game. This paradoxically explains why Newman garnered such substantial popularity and a large fan base, despite his skills suggesting he should have been a second-round pick, if not a first-round selection. Instead, he found himself undrafted in the 2023 NBA draft. Nevertheless, the savvy marketer that he is, Newman seized the opportunity to salvage his reputation. Thus, he announced on social media his impending entry into the NBA, with the route being through the Summer League. Similar to Fonboising of the Los Angeles Lakers, Newman secured a two-way contract with the Miami Heat. It was only during the third game of the Summer League that he successfully signed this contract and joined the team. No wonder the head coach of the Heat found him both unfamiliar yet familiar. Unfamiliar because Newman had not participated in the first two games, and familiar perhaps due to having seen his videos on Instagram. Is Lin Peng at this level? Rest assured, leave him to me. Newman spoke with a hint of disdain. The head coach of the Heat observed him, clearly aware that such arrogant youths abound in the NBA. Though they may exude hubris, they often possess remarkable tenacity and skill. A two-way contract player? The Heat's coach shook his head. After all, victory is never the ultimate aim of the Summer League. Very well then, Newman. You shall take the court this time. Williams, you may step down. Newman flashed a grin, revealing his yellowed teeth, as he cast a dark glance at Lin Peng across the court. Ding, ding, ding. Accompanied by the mechanical tone, the timeout concluded and the match officially commenced. We had just witnessed Lin Peng from Huaxia unleashing a spectacular offensive display, prompting the Heat's coach to call a timeout for adjustments. Let us observe how the coach's strategy unfolds this time. At least the substitution appears innovative. Newman is now on the court, and he is indeed a player with a story. Haha. Newman is a social media sensation, though fans who do not frequent international forums may not be familiar with him. Meanwhile, Huaxia Central Television is broadcasting this match live. Since Lin Peng's previous remarks in support of Huaxia, the network has included all 6 of his Summer League games in their live coverage. Truly, they have given him ample respect. Author's note: today, Yi Jianlian officially retired. Let us remember how he shouldered the responsibility of the national team after Yao Ming. May all be well for Yi in the future. Chapter 56, The Contest. The game resumed. Newly entered Newman eagerly requested the ball and advanced it directly up the court, facing off against little Pippen with an air of disdain. There he was, casually dribbling the ball outside the three-point line at a 45-degree angle. With one hand dribbling, he raised his legs in a high knee exercise, his expression one of supreme confidence. The feeling conveyed was, dare you to snatch the ball from me? Goodness, this was undeniably a street ball maneuver. A sharp voice rang out among the sparse crowd. Some frequent high-intensity surfers on Instagram instantly recognized Newman, erupting into applause. Others, bewildered by the unfamiliarity of such street ball antics on a professional stage, joined in the cheering. Of course, the majority remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, yet, seeing others applaud, they felt compelled to join in as well. The sounds of "oh" echoed back and forth. Lin Peng attentively monitored the dynamics on the court, sensing that this Miami player with the ball possessed an unusual flair, distinctly different from his peers. Suddenly, the young Pippen of the Los Angeles Lakers, unable to contain himself, reacted to the provocation from the Miami Heat player. Once, the elder Pippen had been a loyal subordinate to the legendary Michael Jordan, but in time, he too ascended to prominence, disregarding all around him. Thus, the pampered young Pippen exhibited a notably irritable temperament. Would he indulge this diminutive figure standing at a mere 183 meters? No longer able to restrain himself, young Pippen seized the moment, reaching out to snatch the ball. With a resounding shout, he lunged toward Newman, his hands swiftly approaching the basketball. Closer and closer. Young Pippen was elated, yet as he neared the ball, Newman suddenly reversed his grip, pulling the basketball back to his right side, leaving Pippen grasping at air. Pippen's pupils dilated in alarm, silently cursing, realizing the gravity of his miscalculation. In his eagerness to swipe the ball, he had shifted his entire weight to the left. At that very instant, Newman seized the opportunity to break through on the right, executing a seamless stride that effortlessly bypassed Pippen's defense, driving towards the basket with determination. As Newman advanced near the free throw line, the towering center, Huff, positioned himself to obstruct and delay, allowing his teammates to recover and bolster their defense, unfazed by Huff's presence. Newman let out a dismissive huff. He held the ball, performing a deceptive behind-the-back dribble, waiting for young Pippen to close in for the defense. Indeed, it was you I aimed to challenge, the young master of the Pippen household. Newman's taunting words ignited Pippen's fury, as Pippen finally established his defensive stance. Positioning himself before Newman, he reached out to exert pressure, attempting to disrupt and seize the ball. "Leave the ball for me," he demanded. In response, Newman remained composed, seamlessly transitioning into a rhythm of ball control. Suddenly, in a fleeting moment of distraction for Pippen, Newman launched into a jump shot. Pippen instinctively leaped to defend. But in that instant, regret washed over him. For Newman's shot was merely a feint. This ruse threw Pippen's balance off completely. With a mocking smile, Newman charged towards the basket, confidently placing the ball through the hoop. The Miami Heat secured 2 points. Dejected, young Pippen hung his head, internally cursing in frustration. "I will not yield." At that moment, Newman jogged over, playfully making a face at Little Peapon. "Ha! It's not merely a fluke that I surpassed you the first time. I can do it again, and again. You're nothing but a pathetic freeloader." Newman sneered at Little Peapon. Upon hearing this, Little Peapon was infuriated, exclaiming in the most quintessential American accent, "My God." His anger surged as the cheers of the surrounding crowd intensified, leaving him feeling increasingly heated, on the verge of losing control and eager to retaliate. "Don't worry. I'll help you regain your honor," a familiar voice chimed in beside him. Little Peapon turned to see his teammate, Lin Peng. Lin Peng grinned widely as he advanced with the ball toward the front court, exhibiting unwavering determination as he executed a seamless step-through drive. For the players participating in the Summer League, the disparity in both physical prowess and basketball skills compared to Lin Peng was strikingly apparent. Consequently, as Lin Peng surged forward, the Miami Heat players attempting to provide defensive support appeared painfully sluggish in their movements. Lin Peng no longer needed to change direction. The essence of great skill lies in its apparent simplicity. The most remarkable method of breaking through was to advance directly without hesitation. In an instant, he pierced through the defenses of 2 Miami Heat players, charging towards the basket. The Heat's power forward, standing at 2 meters and 5 centimeters, with an impressive wingspan, rushed in from the baseline. He arrived at the basket a moment earlier than Lin Peng and leaped just after him. Suddenly, he bellowed, "F, you better not score." Yet, in midair, Lin Peng gracefully extended his body, unfazed by the power forward's attempt to block him. To the astonishment of the Miami player, Lin Peng executed a midair switch, transferring the basketball from his right hand to his left, gently flicking it with his fingers. The ball seemed to possess a magical quality as it soared from beneath the basket, slipping underneath the Heat player's armpit at an exceptionally acute angle towards the backboard. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the edge of the white line on the backboard and rebounded securely into the net. The referee signaled that the 2 points were valid. Upon landing, the Heat's power forward was left utterly bewildered. This maneuver was a stunning display of finesse that could only be fully appreciated in person, especially considering he was being directly defended. Incredible! No wonder this young man from the land of Huaxia exuded such confidence. He truly possessed remarkable talent. His hang time and finesse were reminiscent of the legendary Michael Jordan. Laughter and cheers erupted from the audience. But before they could fully comprehend the spectacle, the Heat, under Newman's guidance, immediately launched a counterattack. With 2 swift long passes, the ball found its way to Newman in the front court. After receiving the ball, he took a dribble to the 3-point line. Just as the Los Angeles Lakers defense had yet to fully establish itself. Without hesitation, Newman released a shot. Although Lakers players rushed to block him, their efforts were futile. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, transitioning from the 3-point line to the hoop with pinpoint accuracy. In less than 2 seconds, the Miami Heat successfully executed their fast break, swiftly securing a 3-pointer. Lin Peng turned around, gazing at Newman, who had just sunk a 3-pointer, and made an exceedingly exaggerated celebratory gesture for the audience and cameras. Subsequently, Newman caught Lin Peng's gaze, and with a smirk that twisted the corner of his mouth, he directed a scornful smile at Lin Peng. Then, in a gesture of international camaraderie, he raised his middle finger towards Lin Peng. Chapter 57. Intense confrontation. Damn it. My God. De Zhuang, who had been observing from the sidelines, erupted in a furious tirade, raising his large fist and loudly shouting towards Lin Peng on the court. Damn it, Lin Peng, crush him. Lin Peng smiled faintly, choosing to disregard the provocations with an air of nonchalance. However, Newman's voice rang out mockingly as he called towards Lin Peng. Come on, players of Huaxia, let me see what prowess your nation's athletes truly possess. His voice was resounding, cutting through the clamor of the bustling basketball arena, allowing most players to hear him. And even some spectators at the sidelines caught wind of his taunt. Lin Peng was taken aback for a moment. But soon his expression turned serious as he murmured to himself, if you insist on elevating the basketball game to such a level, then there is no need for me to show you any mercy. Meanwhile, Rivers, clearly sensing the subtle dynamics and atmosphere on the court, decided to go along with the flow and do a favor. He approached the front court and directly passed the basketball to Lin Peng, who stood just inside the three-point arc. After receiving the pass, Lin Peng was immediately confronted by a defensive player from the Heat who rushed forward to disrupt his play. With his large hands positioned below, he aggressively sought to interfere with Lin Peng's potential for shooting or passing. This intensity of defense was precisely what the Heat's head coach had emphasized during the timeout, an increase in defensive rigor, a more assertive approach. The broad chest of the Heat player pressed firmly against Lin Peng's shoulder, who attempted to use his own strength to push past the defender. Yet it was evident that he was reluctant to exert himself fully. You shall not score. Amidst this fierce defensive pressure, Lin Peng chose to hold on to the ball, seeking an opportunity to break through. Just then, another defensive player from the Heat, a guard matched up against the Lakers guard Jones, abandoned his mark and moved laterally towards Lin Peng, intending to double-team him. However, at that moment, Newman unexpectedly blocked his path and forcefully redirected him back to his original position against Jones. Allow me. With that, Newman charged forward like a wild wolf, ready to attack. Faced with the double team, Lin Peng sought to pass swiftly, but the Lakers player, Little Pippen, who had been left unguarded by Newman, failed to position himself correctly, resulting in a challenging angle for the catch. Damn it! Lin Peng let out an angry shout, swiftly seeking an opportunity to pass the ball. At that moment, Newman's double team had already closed in. Lin Peng found himself retreating under the pressure of the two defenders, simultaneously protecting the ball and searching for a Los Angeles Lakers player to receive it. Rivers and Jones, two perimeter players, moved in to offer support but were tightly marked by the Heat players, leaving no space for a pass. Frustration bubbled within Lin Peng, and he couldn't help but mutter a curse. Newman grew increasingly aggressive. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as one of Newman's massive hands aimed to swipe the ball, but instead collided forcefully against Lin Peng's wrist, producing a thunderous sound. The referee, witnessing and hearing this, immediately blew the whistle. A distinct exclamation in the purest Huaxia accent followed, pronounced with clarity. Although Newman could not comprehend the Huaxia language, he likely grasped the sentiment. Without turning to look at Lin Peng, he raised his arms and began to clap fervently, attempting to energize the crowd. Such behavior, often seen in the NBA, is typically exhibited by exuberant players known for their fervor, with notable examples including Beverly from the Salt Lake City Jazz, Green from the Golden State Warriors, and Dillon from the Memphis Grizzlies. They're all quintessential social media icons, and Newman was no exception. Some spectators, who initially did not recognize Newman, now turned their attention to him, with many netizens who had previously encountered him online suddenly realizing his identity. His status as an internet sensation heightened the anticipation among the audience, suggesting that this might be an exceptionally thrilling match. Lin Peng, however, chose to disregard this spectacle. Following the foul, with the Miami Heat's total fouls for the quarter reaching 4, Lin Peng was sent to the free throw line as a direct consequence of the infraction. Lin Peng stood at the free throw line as the referee handed him the basketball. The moment his fingers grasped the ball, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Behind the hoop, a group of stunning blonde beauties waved their elegant accessories, while some burly men and a few portly gentlemen made subtle gestures. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that these slight movements were, in essence, a mockery of their beloved idol from the neighboring country. Lin Peng took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. He had witnessed such scenes numerous times before. The greater one's strength, the more intense such emotions and scenarios become. Only those who are sufficiently powerful can maintain control over them. Moreover, this is inherently a positive development. Having detractors in a prominent country signifies that your popularity is indeed considerable. Lin Peng displayed unwavering determination, executing his free throw with precision. The second free throw followed suit, demonstrating equal finesse. Lin Peng swiftly scored 2 points. Newman received the ball and advanced with determination, his gaze piercing like that of a venomous serpent, his tongue flicking across his parched lips. The audacious player from the Huaxia Nation was about to showcase the true prowess of American basketball. He gestured for the Heat player opposing Lin Peng to come over and set a screen, thereby orchestrating a switch that positioned Lin Peng directly in front of him. Lin Peng gave a mysterious smile and said, You aspire to represent the standards of the beautiful nation? It is truly the greatest joke under the heavens. Newman retorted loudly, You are truly annoying. He took 2 steps and, standing just beyond the three-point line, executed a swift jump shot, releasing the ball for a three-pointer. Lin Peng observed as his teammate attempted a three-point shot, his hand remaining still. He watched the ball trace a smooth arc through the air, only to crash against the rim and ultimately bounce out of bounds. Is this all there is to it? Witnessing this, Lin Peng could not help but mock. Subsequently, Rivers seized the rebound, charging single-handedly into enemy territory. With a swift maneuver, he advanced to the front court of the Miami Heat. Unfazed by the approaching defenders from the Heat, Rivers remained composed, biding his time for the perfect opportunity to strike. He took his shot amidst the defensive pressure of 2 opponents. Although the ball failed to find its way into the basket, he successfully drew a shooting foul from a Miami player. Thanks to this foul, the Los Angeles Lakers found themselves at the free throw line once more. Rivers boasted a free throw percentage exceeding 85% in the NBA. These 2 shots were merely a formality. He calmly sank both free throws, allowing the Lakers to secure an additional 2 points. As the first quarter drew to a close, the Lakers led the Heat by a score of 19-11, enjoying an 8-point advantage. Chapter 58, victorious in the rematch against the Miami Heat. As the second quarter commenced, the social media sensation Newman was denied an opportunity to take the court. The reason was simple. His height of 1.83 meters was deemed too short for the NBA Summer League, severely undermining his defensive impact. Moreover, Miami's head coach, Brand, favored players with a defensive mindset. Despite Newman's enthusiastic defensive attitude, his emotional volatility often led to fouls upon his entrance into the game. Consequently, Coach Brand harbored reservations about Newman's capabilities. This reality left Newman fuming, sulking on the bench, for he was indeed a genuine star in the making. Accustomed to being the center of attention, how could this old coach, Dung, deny him the chance to play, relegating him to the sidelines? 17 seconds into the second quarter, the Lakers maintained their commanding lead, scoring consecutively. Newman wore a frustrated expression, frequently glancing at his coach with a burning desire to confront him. Why won't you let me play, old man? Yet, he ultimately restrained himself, recognizing that, regardless of one's prowess, respect for the head coach is a fundamental principle for any athlete. Meanwhile, Lin Peng, who had just been exchanging baskets with Newman, found himself thriving on the court, deftly navigating the defensive efforts of the Heat. Lin Peng dribbled the ball and executed a sudden stop jump shot. The basketball clanged against the rim, yet Lin Peng remained unfazed. At that moment, he had unleashed his inner powerhouse, daring to take jump shots against any defender. Even under the basket, the sounds of missed shots and net grazes filled the air, and despite the minor distraction of Newman, it did not hinder Lin Peng's stellar performance today. Bravo, Lin Peng, keep pushing forward. If you fail to score this shot, we, the people of Huaxia, will not let you off the hook. Indeed, make sure that wretched basketball finds its way into the hoop. On the bench, Rivers was fervently cheering from the sidelines, inciting a wave of applause from the spectators. This was both an outlet and a release. As the game progressed into the fourth quarter, the head coach of the Miami Heat, unable to bear the significant deficit any longer, finally called a timeout. At this juncture, offense was paramount, not defense. Yet substituting Newman at this point proved to be excessively tardy. Newman, who had only played in the first quarter, had cooled off after 2 quarters of rest. Following 2 more missed shots, the Los Angeles Lakers surged ahead with a commanding score of 98-76 against the Miami Heat. The outcome of the game seemed all but settled, with everyone aware of the Lakers' inevitable victory, a testament to their unbroken winning streak over the past 3 games. As the fourth quarter commenced, Miami Heat's coach Brand engaged in a heated exchange with Newman on the court. The combination of the team's impending defeat and the coach's lack of faith in him ignited Newman's frustration. If you had just let me play earlier, we wouldn't be in this mess. Now, you keep me on the bench, and look at this dreadful match. It's a loss. Brand, who generally preferred a more tempered approach, found himself irked by Newman's relentless demands for playtime. Silence yourself, he retorted. Brandy glared, yet Newman wore an expression of defiance, deliberately puffing his eyes as if to accuse him of unfair treatment. Brandy was genuinely infuriated. He tossed the tactical board to others and signaled for the other players of the Heat to substitute Newman. After all, Newman was a social media sensation, also hailing from street basketball, and carried a heavy air of resentment. It is essential to understand that during the summer league, players strive earnestly to cultivate a good rapport with their coach, for only by earning the coach's trust can they secure more playing time and opportunities. However, Newman seemed oblivious to this fact. Immediately after the game commenced, he openly quarreled with the coach in front of the entire summer league media, an act that demonstrated a blatant disregard for the coach's authority. At this moment, after being substituted, Newman stormed off the court, returning to the locker room. Before departing, he left a clearly articulated English remark. "Damn it, I'm not in the mood today. Just wait until the game, and you'll see how I deal with you." This was a threat directed at the coach, made in front of numerous fans, nearly causing Brandy to spew blood in exasperation. Damn it, that brat is insufferably arrogant. The media quickly shifted their focus to the Miami bench, as the game had lost its suspense. Indeed, the drama on the bench became more riveting than the match itself. Ding, ding, ding. Ultimately, with a mechanical signal, the game concluded. The Los Angeles Lakers triumphed over the Miami Heat with a score of 119-101. Achieving victory in their rematch with the Heat and completing a 3-game winning streak in the Summer League. Subsequently, the post-game interview segment commenced. Lin Peng, who had delivered an outstanding performance, amassed an impressive tally of 29 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, and 2 steals. Such statistics are indeed remarkable in the fiercely competitive Summer League. However, given Lin Peng's prior performances, today's numbers seemed routine to the media. More importantly, following the last interview, Little Bass had made special arrangements with the Lakers' traveling reporters, resulting in mostly inconsequential questions. Thus, once Lin Peng's interview concluded, he returned to the locker room. However, before he could cross the threshold, he was met with a cacophony of noise emanating from outside. Lin Peng furrowed his brow, pondering whether there was indeed any matter at hand. "Hey, what's happening outside?" he called out, but his inquiry was met with silence, which struck him as peculiar. What could be amiss? At that moment, Lin Peng was in good spirits, so he chose to disregard the indifference of others and stepped outside the locker room. He scanned the area for Rivers but found no trace of him, prompting him to hastily send a message in search of Daj Wang. However, he soon noticed a cacophony of noise emanating from the arena, piquing his curiosity. What on earth was going on? Chapter 59. Frenzied provocation. Upon exiting the locker room and taking in the scene, Lin Peng was utterly taken aback. Before him stood a throng of over a dozen reporters, and behind them loomed a man in his 40s or 50s, tall and exuding an imposing presence. This spectacle left Lin Peng bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. But he swiftly sensed the impending trouble and turned to flee. The swarm of journalists, however, was not about to let him slip away easily, converging upon him. To his relief, Lin Peng soon realized that the reporters were not pursuing him but were instead headed towards the Miami Heat's locker room. "Who dares to bully my son?" The middle-aged man stormed into the Heat's locker room. The commotion lasted less than 10 minutes before he emerged, visibly furious. At that moment, Rivers finally appeared, joining Lin Peng to observe the unfolding drama. "What is going on?" Lin Peng inquired, noticing Rivers at his side. With a smile, Rivers explained, "That 183-meter player over there is Newman, a social media sensation. The man you just saw must be his father, who has been instrumental in his rise to fame." Apparently, the Heat's head coach refused to play Newman, leading to a confrontation that ultimately brought his father into the fray. How audacious to offend the coach. "Truly remarkable," he continued. "It's all a publicity stunt. Having already incurred the coach's wrath, how will he manage to stay on the team, especially in the Summer League, where the chances of making it to the NBA are slim? It would be wiser for him to generate some buzz." Rivers analyzed the situation with keen insight. Lin Peng was momentarily at a loss for words. However, this matter was of little concern to him. After a cacophony of noise, the interview concluded, and the arena was nearly vacant as fans filed out, with most players and assistant coaches retreating to their apartments. Before departing, head coach Phil Handy exchanged a few words with Lin Peng, prompting him to ponder that perhaps this was indeed the most ideal manner for players and coaches to interact. On the court, the only sounds that permeated the air were the rhythmic dribbling of the basketball against the floor, intermingled with Lin Peng's labored breaths. Following the conclusion of the match, he invariably opted for additional practice. After approximately half an hour of solitary training, the court was almost deserted, leaving only Lin Peng's breathing, footfalls, and the resounding thud of the basketball against the hoop. "Hey, Lin Peng." He turned around to discover it was his teammate, Hu Fu. Hu Fu, a quintessential Caucasian center, towered impressively, though his demeanor was that of a gentle giant. Contrary to his imposing appearance, he possessed a remarkably delicate touch on the court, reminiscent of the typical European big man, adept at maneuvering near the basket. During the game against the Miami Heat, he had recorded a commendable double-double with 11 points and 12 rebounds. Heh, what are you still doing here practicing? Aren't you heading back to your apartment? Lin Peng smiled as he released the basketball from his hands. It soared through the air, spinning gracefully, and swished through the net with a satisfying sound. While training, he engaged in a light-hearted conversation with Hu Fu. Hu Fu, a naturally jovial individual, had quickly become familiar with Lin Peng despite their brief acquaintance. His thought process meandered amusingly, often eliciting uncontrollable laughter from those around him. This year, Hu Fu, a fifth-year player and undrafted talent, had signed a two-way contract with the Lakers to participate in the Summer League. His aspirations mirrored those of Xing Fanbua, as both aimed to showcase their talents in the Summer League and secure a formal NBA contract, stepping onto the grand stage of the NBA. Suddenly, a boisterous round of applause mixed with a harsh, raspy laughter erupted from behind them. They turned to find it was Newman, the Heat player who had just dared to confront the coach. Lin Peng clearly showed no interest in such overly marketed social media players. Merely an Asian defender. If it weren't for that foolish coach's issue, I could certainly lead us to victory if given the chance to play. Newman picked up a basketball and confidently sank a shot from beyond the three-point line, practicing diligently after the game. He truly seemed intent on crafting a persona for himself, as if he were something of significance. Upon hearing this, Hu Fu's temper flared instantly, and he approached, ready to escalate the intensity. Fortunately, Lin Peng intervened. Otherwise, this diminutive guard, standing at less than 183 meters, would have faced considerable trouble. There was no need for such confrontation, no need to stoop to his level. Moreover, one must wonder who exactly is crafting a persona here? Hey, are you deaf? Did you not hear what I said? Lin Peng was acutely aware of the formidable influence of social media. Even the most dubious narratives could be spun into seemingly virtuous tales. Thus, a savvy influencer like Newman, who was well-versed in the art of marketing, posed a considerable challenge. He diligently practiced dribbling behind his back, when suddenly, the relentless Newman surged forward, seizing an opportunity as Lin Peng remained unsuspecting. With a resounding smack, a large hand knocked the basketball from Lin Peng's grasp. After successfully stealing the ball, Newman charged towards the hoop, soaring into the air to execute a spectacular reverse dunk. Following his triumphant slam, Newman hung from the rim in celebration, and upon landing, he proudly lifted his chin towards the camera, striking a grand pose. Unbeknownst to him, a young Caucasian man behind the hoop was live-streaming the entire spectacle on his iPhone 14. After the explosive dunk, Newman stood with his hands on his hips, clearly reveling in his achievement, while the young man enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Good, very good." Newman retrieved the ball and dashed towards Lin Peng, invading his personal space with a brazen challenge. "Lin Peng, let's have a one-on-one. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you." The atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Hearing Newman's taunt, Lin Peng couldn't help but chuckle, responding, "You're just a player who can't even make it onto the Summer League roster. Where does your confidence stem from?" Newman, having grown up in the realm of new media, exuded an air of invincibility and defiance. "If you're looking for a show, then so be it. I'll give you a performance worthy of your expectations," Lin Peng thought to himself. Bring it on. According to the rules proposed by Newman, they would engage in an American-style one-on-one match. Clearly, Newman had roots in streetball, seemingly granting him an advantage. However, Lin Peng remained unfazed. Knowing that proficiency in streetball did not guarantee success in professional basketball, but those who excelled in professional play could undoubtedly master streetball. "Lin Peng, are you sure you're up for this?" Hu Fu inquired with concern. Observing his naive expression, Lin Peng couldn't help but grin. "Rest assured, against someone of his caliber, I possess unwavering confidence. Besides, would you rather trust someone who can score 30 points in a professional game or an overly hyped influencer?" Hu Fu's expression visibly brightened at Lin Peng's words. Chapter 60. Speak with the ball in this American one-on-one format. The rules dictated that the offense could not dribble more than 3 times per possession. Once the attack commenced, no extraneous movements were permitted, and back-to-the-basket plays were disallowed, effectively diminishing Lin Peng's physical advantages. The match would be played to 9 points, with no free throws awarded for rule violations. On the court, Newman wasted no time and initiated the game with a decisive move. Smack! Newman received the ball beyond the three-point line and began to showcase an array of flashy dribbling moves, executing a series of between-the-legs dribbles followed by hesitation steps. continuously maneuvering the ball without pause. However, in Lin Peng's eyes, these ostentatious dribbles were nothing more than ineffective display. Suddenly, Newman forcefully slapped the ball that hung in midair, propelling it towards Lin Peng's face at an astonishing speed. This technique of launching the basketball directly at an opponent's face is a common street ball trick, characterized by its provocative nature, often igniting tensions even in the most casual of courts. However, Lin Peng had anticipated this maneuver. Such petty tricks could hardly deceive him. As the basketball approached within mere inches of his face, Lin Peng swiftly extended his hand, successfully swatting the ball away. The sphere bounced off the floor and, quite remarkably, rebounded back into Lin Peng's grasp. A stunning steal. Well done, Lin Peng. On the sidelines, Hufu immediately erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. In that critical moment, Lin Peng, now in control of the ball, showed no hesitation, taking a decisive dribble beyond the three-point line as the suddenly aware Newman rushed to defend. At this moment, Lin Peng remained composed. The basketball danced effortlessly in his hands. He then executed a deft feint, pretending to gaze at the hoop, a mere ruse that lifted Newman's center of gravity. What a splendid display of skill. Clearly, Newman, having lost his balance, posed no obstacle for Lin Peng. A silent exclamation of alarm surged within him, yet adjusting his stance was an endeavor far too late. With a cold snort, Lin Chen showed no hesitation, seamlessly transitioning into a straightforward drive, leaving Newman utterly bewildered. Curse it! Newman, having been outmaneuvered by nearly 2 strides, could only seethe in fury as he helplessly watched Lin Peng ascend for the layup, unable to suppress an expletive. Lin Peng, having left Newman in the dust, now faced an entirely unguarded hoop. Thud! Within a step of the free throw line, Lin Peng exerted his strength with great vigor, akin to a majestic eagle soaring freely through the skies, gracefully extending his form in midair. A powerful slam dunk. 2-0. Lin Peng opened the scoring. What a magnificent play. Hufu exuberantly clapped his hands, his lips curling with derisive remarks. Although the arena was devoid of spectators, the live stream of the internet sensation was flooded with a barrage of friendly greetings. In the next round, possession remained with Lin Peng. Lin Peng grasped the basketball, cradling it at his waist to prevent any attempts at theft. He was in no rush to release the ball. Instead, he executed several triple threat moves, yet Newman remained unfazed. Come on, I'll let you shoot, he taunted. With a dismissive smile, Lin Peng gracefully leaped. This leap reached a height of nearly 20 to 30 centimeters. And combined with his towering stature of 1.96 m, it was an altitude beyond the reach of Newman, who stood at a mere 1.83 m. Lin Peng's calves melded seamlessly with his waist and arms, forming a harmonious line. The fluidity of his movement propelled the basketball gently into the air, tracing exquisitely graceful arcs. He launched a three-pointer directly in the face of his opponent. Swish! The basketball resonated as it found its mark in the net. Lin Peng executed a remarkable pull-up three-pointer, extending the score to 5-0. Is this truly your defense? Even my grandmother could defend better than you. Lin Peng smirked, wagging his finger at Newman. Be cautious. Don't let yourself be shut out. Come on, let's go again. Newman's expression darkened to an extreme, his pale skin marred by bruises of varying shades. Huh, Lin Peng scoffed. And with that, he decided not to spare Newman any semblance of dignity in the livestream. A prodigious talent who had dominated the middle school team. A social media influencer with 700,000 followers. Just imagine the buzz when people witnessed Newman being thoroughly outplayed. Lin Peng's third assault has commenced. Lin Peng once again placed the ball at his waist, executing a feint shot with finesse. It was evident that Newman would not allow him to take the shot this time, instinctively leaning his body upward. Now was the moment. With Newman's center of gravity elevated, Lin Peng bent his knees into a bow-like position, preparing for a tentative step. Alas, this was not good. Newman, already off balance due to Lin Peng's earlier maneuver, cursed inwardly and hurriedly bent his body to block Lin Peng's path to the basket. Little did he know, he had fallen right into Lin Peng's trap. The pretended breakthrough was merely a ruse, causing Newman's balance to become precarious. Suddenly, Lin Peng retracted his left foot, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he struck the ball forcefully from the right side. This dramatic change of direction, when compared to the 1.83-meter-tall Newman, bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Kevin Durant. Lin Peng advanced with determination, skillfully maneuvering past several defenders as he charged towards the basket. Newman, quick to react, leveraged his physicality and speed to swiftly position himself beneath the hoop, ready to obstruct Lin Peng's path. Bring it on. Lin Peng scoffed with a hint of disdain, sprinting towards the rim. As he approached, he faced Newman, who had already secured his position. With a powerful thrust from his legs, Lin Peng launched himself into the air. Newman followed suit, and although Lin Peng held a height advantage, Newman's rigorous training and high-intensity jumping gave him the upper hand in leaping ability. In the air, Lin Peng deftly cradled the basketball, while Newman desperately stretched out his hand to reach for it. Yet his leaping ability could not compensate for the disparity in height. Lin Peng's arm towered above Newman by a full hand's length, rendering Newman utterly unable to grasp the ball. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Newman's hand struck Lin Peng's forearm with considerable force. Simultaneously, the pain caused Lin Peng to falter in maintaining his upward shooting posture, and with a dull thud, the basketball slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. A foul. On the sidelines, Hufu erupted in cheers, proclaiming, "Well done, Lin Peng. That's how you assert your aggression. Seal off that little rascal. Shut your mouth." Newman shouted vehemently at Hufu. In response, Hufu stuck out his tongue and made a face, bursting into laughter, his mockery palpable. His comical demeanor rendered him a delightful spectacle, an endearing simpleton indeed. "Let us do this again." Lin Peng retrieved the basketball, allowing the offensive side to resume play. Having scored 5 consecutive points, Lin Peng now required merely 2 more baskets to secure victory in this one-on-one duel. As the match continued and Lin Peng readied himself to make his move, a familiar bald figure suddenly appeared at the sidelines. Lin Peng focused his gaze. That individual was none other than Ham, the front-runner for the position of head coach of the Lakers. Chapter 61. Victory in One-on-One. Lin Peng never anticipated that Ham would appear in Las Vegas. The management of the Los Angeles Lakers is under immense pressure following last season's failure. However, to place the entire blame on Boss Jeepine would be rather unfair to Jeannie Buss. If Jeannie Buss, Rob Pelinka, and Kurt Rambis cannot be moved, the only option left is to target the least powerful yet prominent figure, head coach Vogel. It is unfortunate that Vogel, who earns a modest salary, led the Lakers to an NBA championship in the Orlando bubble in 2020. As a championship coach, guiding such an incompatible trio while managing a bench filled with aging and struggling players is indeed a formidable challenge. Following Vogel's dismissal, the Lakers began their search for a new head coach, with former Bucks assistant Ham being the frontrunner in the competition. Logically, Ham should be in Los Angeles or at the very least in Milwaukee, so it is perplexing that he has ended up in Las Vegas. Nevertheless, Lin Peng has more pressing matters at hand. He must secure victory in this one-on-one duel. Due to Newman's foul, there are no free throws in this confrontation, prompting Lin Peng to resume play. "Let us finish this swiftly," Lin Peng remarked with a sly smile. "Humph, arrogant fool. Let us see how you fare against Newman." Newman gritted his teeth, grasping the basketball tightly before launching it with force. The ball spun in the air, fueled by his anger, before hurtling towards Lin Peng. Lin Peng tilted his head just in time to narrowly evade the impending assault. With a resounding thud, the basketball struck the floor, prompting Lin Peng to approach and retrieve it. He reminded himself to be cautious in the future, ensuring that he would not pass the ball with such excessive force. At that moment, Coach Ham surprisingly settled into a seat on the sidelines, seemingly eager to witness the entirety of this American-style one-on-one showdown. Newman gritted his teeth, acutely aware that this was a live broadcast. Should he falter, he would undoubtedly suffer the humiliation of public disgrace across the internet. Lin Peng held the ball, positioned at his waist, seeking an opportunity to break through. At this moment, Newman abandoned his playful demeanor, adopting a serious defensive stance. Indeed, his physical limitations constrained his defensive capabilities, yet his relentless, dogged determination served as a formidable weapon. "Lin Peng, you shall not score." Lin Peng smiled, remaining silent. He then dribbled the ball, charging towards Newman, who quickly stepped back. With a swift change of direction, Lin Peng maneuvered the ball around, snatching it deftly from in front of Newman's hands. Swish. Lin Peng executed a sudden stop and jump shot, successfully scoring. Thus far, Lin Peng has amassed 7 points, while Newman has yet to secure even a single point, having failed to mount a complete offensive play throughout this round. Lin Peng is undoubtedly in a commanding position. Newman, seemingly aware of his impending defeat, refuses to concede easily. After all, as a social media influencer, he cannot afford to surrender easily, especially given his inherently arrogant demeanor. "Let us go again," Newman shouted fervently. Observing Newman's disheveled appearance, Hufu found it quite amusing. Although he does not engage with Instagram and is therefore unfamiliar with this internet celebrity athlete, he could not help but find the situation humorous. Hufu retrieved the ball, and when Newman approached to claim it, Hufu playfully denied him, making a face, before promptly handing the ball over to Lin Peng. Lin Peng smiled, directly taking the shot. His impatience palpable. Then let me personally bring this to a close. Lin Peng dribbled the ball, his gaze fixed upon the hoop as he sought an opportunity to outmaneuver his opponent. Suddenly, with a swift change of direction, Lin Peng charged directly towards the baseline of the basket. Bang! Newman swiftly lunged in Lin Peng's direction. Lin Peng raised his head and caught sight of Newman's figure. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a swift turn. Whoosh! Newman's heart raced in panic. He was already teetering on the precipice of life and death, and he was utterly unprepared for Lin Peng's sudden maneuver. Consequently, he was caught off guard, which afforded Lin Peng a golden opportunity. With a deft spin beneath the hoop, Lin Peng's gaze was fixated on the basket, poised to complete a resounding dunk. Newman hurriedly extended his arm in an attempt to thwart Lin Peng's impending score, but it was evident that his efforts were futile. Lin Peng extended his arm, deftly flicking his fingers to send the basketball soaring from an unconventional angle beneath the hoop. The ball traced an exquisite arc, ascending gracefully before plunging directly into the net. Swish! The ball passed through with precision. Newman's expression instantly turned icy, rendered speechless. Fu feigned the whistle of a referee, mimicking the sound with his mouth. Splendid! Lin Peng scored. A game winner. Oh, how dazzling it was, Lin Peng, Lin Peng. Fu cheered exuberantly, mockingly imitating a female fan's voice, much to Newman's chagrin. The score stood at 9-0, a complete rout, leaving Newman with no opportunity to score even a single point. The one-on-one contest was decisively concluded. Defeated. Utterly and unequivocally. You have lost. I had previously stated, those who can play street basketball may not necessarily excel in professional basketball. Yet those who can play professionally will undoubtedly master streetball. Newman, incensed by Lin Peng's words, erupted with a curse. Damn it, that was just luck. Let us go again. Again? Lin Peng teased, gesturing towards Newman's subordinate standing behind the hoop, who was currently streaming the event on his phone. For heaven's sake, Terry's. Turn off your phone. Stop recording. At Newman's furious shout, Terry's immediately tucked his phone away. He hurried over, asking, "What should we do, boss?" Newman glared at Lin Peng, only to find him unperturbed, practicing his dribbling and shooting in solitude. Gritting his teeth, Newman felt a surge of rage, almost wishing to crush Lin Peng's bones. Yet, if anything were to shatter, it should be his own teeth first. Ding, ding, ding. Newman's phone rang. And upon seeing the caller ID, his face turned ashen. It was a call from his father. "Boss, will you answer?" Terry's inquired cautiously. Newman exhaled deeply, took the phone, and pressed the green button to connect. "Newman, what the hell is going on with you? Look at your live stream. It's gone completely haywire." Newman flinched at the sound of his father's voice. Despite his usual bravado, he was utterly obedient to his dad. "Dad, where the hell are you? Get your ass back here now." With that, the call abruptly ended. Newman set down the phone, his expression darkening to an extreme. After a few moments, he glared venomously at Lin Peng, declaring, "Lin Peng, just you wait. When we meet on the true NBA stage, I will settle the score." Lin Peng regarded this with disdain, merely tossing the ball. Newman, observing Lin Peng, was so enraged that his face turned dark. He longed to rush over and give Lin Peng a beating. However, considering his own height of 183 meters against Lin Peng's towering 196 meters, not to mention the significant difference in weight, Newman realized he was no match for Lin Peng. Ultimately, he had no choice but to leave the gym in frustration. Trace, a minor character, seeing his leader depart, hurriedly followed suit. "Lin Peng, you've won. Truly worthy of being my idol," Fu exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 62, International Superstar, Swift? Haha. Lin Peng, witnessing Fu's playful demeanor, felt his spirits lift. He waved dismissively and said, "No big deal." Fu immediately adopted a serious tone, retorting, "You're out of breath, aren't you?" Meanwhile, Ham, who had been observing from the bench, rose and approached Lin Peng. Ham's robust physique, standing at 2.01 meters and weighing over 100 kilograms, towered over Lin Peng, making him appear almost childlike in comparison. Before becoming an assistant coach for the Bucks, Ham had been an NBA player, spending his career with teams such as the Nuggets, Pacers, Wizards, Bucks, and Pistons, and was part of the notorious Bad Boys Pistons team that clinched an NBA championship. After retiring, Ham transitioned into coaching. "You must be Lin Peng, right? Greetings. I am Darwin Ham." Lin Peng nodded gently and extended his hand, saying, "It is I. May I inquire about the matter you wish to discuss?" Ham also reached out for a handshake, his distinctive bald head complemented by an exceptionally broad smile, which rendered him remarkably approachable. Lin Peng does not mince words. Perhaps there are still numerous opportunities for collaboration. Rest assured, I will wholeheartedly dedicate myself to aiding the Los Angeles Lakers in their quest to return to the playoffs. Ham was taken aback, pointing to his own nose, and inquired, "Do you know who I am?" Lin Peng smiled and said, "How could I possibly not know who you are? Your name is everywhere on social media. I truly believe you could become the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers." "Do you really believe me?" "I am merely an inexperienced rookie assistant coach," Ham chuckled. "Absolutely. You undoubtedly possess a compelling strategy that neither Jeannie Buss nor Rob Pelinka could refuse." "Oh, pray tell." Lin Peng's remark piqued Ham's curiosity, prompting him to inquire further. As a head coach, one must consider not only the tactical systems on the court, the offensive rotations, and defensive transitions, but also an aspect that many coaches tend to overlook. Lin Peng elongated his tone deliberately. "What aspect?" "This concept, in our Chinese culture, is referred to as human relationships and social etiquette." Human relationships and social etiquette? I am not well versed in the culture of China. Westbrook. The most pressing issue for the Los Angeles Lakers is the incompatibility of the Big Three. What Pelinka and Jeannie Buss desire is a unifying element, which requires a head coach to orchestrate. Perhaps, during your time with the Bucks, you were that very unifying force. Ham's expression subtly shifted, and he fell silent for a brief moment. "Ha ha ha, you can do it. How about we make a wager?" Ham proposed. "Sure. On what terms?" "Let us bet on whether I can secure the head coach position and if it's due to Westbrook's influence. If I manage to obtain the role by resolving the Westbrook dilemma, I may consider granting you more opportunities on the court. Conversely, if I fail, you must treat me to a grand feast," Ham replied with a smile. Lin Peng nodded, acknowledging the agreement with an enthusiastic okay, and a hearty laugh. Indeed, the people of Huaxiao are known for their generosity. Without hesitation, Lin Peng and Ham exchanged a celebratory high five. Shortly thereafter, a phone call came in, and Ham's expression shifted noticeably. After hanging up, he bid farewell to Lin Peng and hurriedly departed from the venue. Lin Peng contemplated that perhaps the most pressing matter at hand was the candidacy for the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. Nevertheless, he felt little concern. For as one who had experienced a rebirth, he was already aware that Ham would ultimately assume the position of head coach for the Lakers. "Hey, Lin Peng. Why are you standing there, grinning like an idiot?" Hu Fu's voice broke Lin Peng's reverie. "Nothing," Lin Peng replied with a smile, picking up the basketball from the ground. "The arena staff would soon arrive for maintenance, so we should leave promptly." Hu Fu nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "All right, no problem." Upon returning to his apartment, Lin Peng immediately sought out a masseur to commence various rehabilitation exercises. "Lin Peng, you've been exerting yourself tremendously in the recent games," a middle-aged man remarked, astonished as he observed Lin Peng. This man was Johnson, Lin Peng's personal medical practitioner. "Indeed, after each game, I engage in additional training based on my physical condition. This is often the best time to enhance my skills," Lin Peng explained. Upon hearing this, Johnson nodded emphatically. "What you are doing is absolutely correct. You are destined to become a top NBA star. However, after training, it is essential to also focus on rehabilitation and relaxation therapy. If you neglect your body now, your risk of injury in the future will significantly increase, and that is perilous." Lin Peng smiled silently. Johnson continued, "Moreover, I have just reviewed your data, and I must say you have made significant progress. However, I advise you to reduce your training intensity over the next fortnight to allow your muscles a period of recuperation." "Understood. I will be mindful of that," Lin Peng nodded. Subsequently, Johnson ceased speaking and began to gently massage Lin Peng, starting with the calf muscles, which are predominantly utilized in NBA basketball games. Lin Peng suddenly felt a tingling sensation accompanied by a slight pain. Yet he was accustomed to it and found no novelty in the experience. He picked up his phone and began browsing through forum messages. "Wait, something feels amiss. What did I just see?" As he scrolled, a particular post regarding Rivers caught Lin Peng's attention. There was an image of Rivers walking side by side with a strikingly beautiful Caucasian woman. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the woman was none other than the renowned Taylor Swift. In the context of China, her nickname Mei Mei might leave an even more lasting impression. It was astonishing that such a prominent celebrity was walking alongside Rivers, and he appeared to be thoroughly enjoying the moment, a broad smile adorning his face. Suddenly, Lin Peng recalled a statement Rivers had once made to him. "Lin Peng, do you know how much I long to have a beautiful girlfriend like Taylor Swift?" It seemed that Rivers had not only expressed this sentiment in private, he had also declared in front of the media that Taylor Swift was his idol. At that moment, Lin Peng's eyes widened in disbelief. Had Rivers truly developed feelings for Taylor Swift? How could that be possible? Taylor Swift was the quintessential American star, the dream goddess pursued by countless admirers, while Rivers was merely an NBA player. Surely his ambitions were limited to becoming a top-tier athlete? Lin Peng's mind was somewhat muddled. Chapter 63. Rivers' absence? Could it be that I am overthinking? He opened the post and gazed upon the photograph, which evoked an indescribable sense of eeriness. Although it appeared remarkably lifelike, it was undeniably strange. Could this have been crafted by AI technology? Lin Peng muttered to himself in confusion. After all, in this era of rapid advancements in AI, tools for AI-generated art have emerged, and even remarkable creations like ChatGPT now exist. It would not be surprising for AI to produce such a composite image, would it? Yet, truth be told, it resembled reality so closely that Lin Peng found himself unable to distinguish between the two. Lin Peng clicked on the text within the post, which consisted solely of a description of the group photo, along with Rivers' schedule at that time. This photograph was taken approximately 2 weeks prior to the commencement of the Summer League, during which Rivers and Taylor Swift were indeed in the same city. Naturally, Rivers mentioned in a public interview that Swift is his idol, and this was also included. Lin Peng felt a sense of skepticism, sensing that something was amiss. He decided to reach out to Rivers directly, sending him the photograph and the post to inquire about its authenticity. After a considerable wait, Rivers finally responded, initially expressing his disbelief with a shocked emoji. He clarified that it was merely an ordinary snapshot taken while they were dining at a hotel, where they happened to cross paths. Is that true? Lin Peng pondered over Rivers' message, finding his explanation quite convincing. Rivers, being a person of great integrity, would surely not fabricate a story. Thus, Lin Peng chose to believe him. However, while he placed his trust in Rivers' words, the vast online community remained unconvinced. Lin Peng continued to peruse the comments beneath the post, and he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, is it truly the case that the United States is so fond of gossip? Moreover, while it might be tolerable within the entertainment industry, the encroachment into the realm of sports is quite astonishing, especially considering that Rivers is hardly a superstar. The more he read, the heavier the frown on his face became. One particular comment caught his eye. How absurd it is for a top-tier star to be involved with some rural lad from America. What on earth is happening? This is simply unbelievable, and who is this man anyway? He is hardly handsome, looking rather frail and diminutive. Yet, he mustn't forget that this individual is an NBA player, representing the Los Angeles Lakers, standing at a height of 6 feet and 5 inches, far surpassing you. Who is this man? Do I know him? The NBA? The Los Angeles Lakers? Aside from LeBron James, I am at a loss. I do not recognize him. What caliber of player, what level of fame, dares to bask in the glow of my beloved Taylor Swift's popularity? Truly shameless. Lin Peng gazed at the comments below, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Rivers, it seemed, was truly unfortunate, encountering a multitude of individuals who harbored disdain for him, all stemming from a vague and ambiguous post. Perhaps this was the nature of fame. While one might argue that Rivers lacked the prowess of an all-star, his association with the Los Angeles Lakers afforded him a popularity that rivaled that of ordinary all-star players. Thus, with fame came the inevitable presence of detractors. Continuing to peruse the posts, he came across one titled Rivers' idol Taylor Swift and their rumored romance. The content was essentially a gossip piece speculating on a romantic relationship between Rivers and Taylor Swift. He clicked on the post only to discover it was yet another sensationalist headline. The substance mirrored the previous post almost identically, merely stating that they were seen entering and exiting a restaurant together, which had been spun into a romantic rumor. Lin Peng was momentarily taken aback upon reading this. The audacity of the media was truly astounding and utterly ridiculous. As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but furrow his brow, realizing that Rivers was in a bit of a predicament. Alas, in this age of rampant information, it appears that fabricating stories comes at little to no cost. At that moment, Johnson reminded Lin Peng that the relaxation massage had concluded, and he could return to his apartment to rest. Lin Peng nodded, stood up to stretch his body, and felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him. He could not help but give Johnson a thumbs up. Thank you, Johnson. You performed admirably today. How about I treat you to a meal sometime? Sounds good. Johnson replied with a cheerful smile, but you must remember that promise. No problem, Lin Peng assured him. Subsequently, he turned off his phone and returned to his apartment to rest. The following day, Lin Peng was to face a back-to-back match with less than 24 hours separating this game from the next. Therefore, to maintain his competitive edge, he needed to get ample rest. As dawn broke, Lin Peng prepared to compete once more, stepping into the arena for the second match of this two-day series. He arrived early at the Summer League training facility. As was his custom, usually being the first one there. The second to arrive was Rivers. However, despite the arrival of players like Little Pippin, Rivers was still nowhere to be seen. How peculiar, Lin Peng thought, frowning. Rivers is usually so punctual. What could be causing his delay? Little Pippin and the other players shared in his confusion, as Rivers was known for his discipline and timeliness. Lin, where is Rivers? Little Pippin inquired. Lin Peng shrugged, indicating his uncertainty. He glanced at his watch. It was nearly 8 o'clock. Lin Peng pondered for a moment and then sent a message to Rivers using his mobile phone. Where are you? I have already arrived at the training facility. As soon as Lin Peng finished speaking, a text message arrived. I won't be able to participate in today's match. What could be the reason? Lin Peng pondered, perplexed. It's related to yesterday's incident. Someone foolishly edited a photo and concocted an article. Anyone can see that the image is fabricated. Rivers sent a message. I see. How are we handling this now? Lin Peng inquired with a hint of concern. What else can we do? The Los Angeles Lakers have already contacted my agent, and we are preparing to find ways to mitigate the impact of this public outcry. To avoid stirring up further controversy, I must refrain from participating in this match. Upon hearing Rivers' response, Lin Peng let out a wry smile, fully aware that Rivers was correct. The authenticity of the photo was trivial. What truly mattered was to seek clarification and alleviate the repercussions. You know, I'm just a rookie in the NBA, having played only 1 year. I am insignificant. But Taylor Swift is a genuine superstar, and I certainly cannot afford to cross her. Lin Peng nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the significance of the challenge was neither trivial nor monumental. It required careful handling. I am unable to participate in the competition, so it must be entrusted to you. You will be facing none other than the Orlando Magic in this match. Lin Peng smiled and replied, trust me. Chapter 64, Facing the Orlando Magic. In the Summer League, no one wishes to encounter the Orlando Magic, and the reason is simple. This year's first overall pick, Paolo Banchero, is part of the Magic. In the preceding 3 matches of the Summer League, the Orlando Magic secured victories with considerable margins, and Banchero undoubtedly emerged as the most dazzling presence. In those 3 games, he recorded scores of 25, 16, and 21 points respectively. Although these figures may not seem striking, they were achieved under strict limitations on his playing time, often during the garbage time of the games. Moreover, alongside Banchero, there are other formidable players such as R.J. Hampton. In contrast, the Los Angeles Lakers, aside from Lin Peng, consist of players who are primarily two-way players and have yet to make an appearance in the NBA. Most critically, the current team leader, Rivers, is unable to participate. This match is going to be tough. Lin Peng stood still, observing the court, and mused to himself. What's wrong, Lin Peng? Coach Phil Handy approached. Nothing. Rivers can't make it today? Lin Peng nodded, affirming the statement. Indeed, this is your opportunity. I have faith in you. After all, Banchero is merely a first overall pick, Coach Phil Handy remarked nonchalantly, seemingly devoid of any interest in Banchero whatsoever. Lin Peng nodded. In the future, Paolo Banchero's growth may be somewhat limited, yet he will undoubtedly emerge as an all-star caliber player. However, Banchero is a precocious talent, and at present, he has already developed into a remarkably well-rounded and mature athlete. Nonetheless, Lin Peng does not fear him. The stage of the Summer League is one he does not take lightly. With Rivers absent, he can play freely, and I eagerly anticipate your performance today. Coach Phil Handy remarked to Lin Peng. Rest assured, with unrestricted shooting privileges in my hands, you shall witness an extraordinary scoring spectacle, Lin Peng confidently assured. As the mechanical prompt sounded, the Summer League matchup between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Orlando Magic officially commenced. Lin Peng meticulously arranged his jersey and, alongside his teammates, stepped onto the court. The Los Angeles Lakers unveiled a rather unconventional starting lineup, not only missing Rivers. In the backcourt, Lin Peng, alongside his usual partner Jones, welcomed the addition of Little Pippin, who filled Rivers' position in the starting 5. Furthermore, in the power forward position, Coach Phil Handy audaciously entrusted Xing Fanbua, who had demonstrated commendable synergy with Lin Peng during the previous 3 matches. The center position, of course, was naturally occupied by Hu Fu, as he remains the sole center on the Los Angeles Lakers roster. Lin Peng stood on the stage, surrounded by the thunderous cheers of the audience. Clearly, With the endorsement of the champion and Lin Peng's inherent charisma, the number of spectators for this match was particularly high, comprising people of all ages. Lin Peng scrutinized his opponent across the court. Indeed, the roster of the Orlando Magic was formidable. The starting lineup featured Caleb, R.J. Hampton, Schofield, Banchero, and Gatch. Not only was Banchero a standout, but both guard R.J. Hampton and center Gatch also exhibited exceptional prowess. As the two centers initiated the game, Huff and Gatch were tasked with the jump ball, and it was Gatch who successfully claimed the first jump. The ball was deftly directed into the hands of R.J. Hampton, who promptly passed it to Banchero before sprinting towards the front court. Banchero seized the ball, skillfully dribbling past half court, and then threw the basketball to guard P.J. Hampton, who was rapidly moving, seeking a position near the basket. This was one of his fundamental abilities. Despite being merely 19, he possessed a wealth of experience, exhibiting a maturity that surpassed many of his peers. P.J. Hampton advanced swiftly, only to suddenly decelerate in midair, executing a challenging flip with remarkable agility. He then launched a powerful shot, glancing at Banchero making a cut towards the basket, and sent the ball soaring towards the rim. At this moment, Banchero's defender was Zing Fanbua, and although they both occupied the power forward position, it was evident that Zing's physical attributes paled in comparison to those of the first overall pick. Lin Peng observed Banchero, sensing an impending alley-oop, and an ominous feeling washed over him. Fanbo moved forward to obstruct him. Taken aback for a moment, Fanbo quickly grasped Lin Peng's intention. Yet he underestimated the speed of the NBA's top draft pick. In an instant, Banchero deftly evaded Fanbo's defense, leaping into the air to seize the ball as it hung above him. With a powerful thrust, he sent the ball crashing into the hoop. The resounding thud echoed as the ball ricocheted off the rim and fell back to the court. The spectators were left in astonishment, their cheers erupting throughout the arena. Banchero's speed was nothing short of terrifying. Was this the prowess of a #1 draft pick? Fanbo, bewildered, realized he had been sprinting with all his might, yet still could not keep pace with Banchero's swiftness. The Magic secured their first offensive play with a stunning alley-oop dunk, undeniably invigorating the morale of the entire Orlando Magic team. It also allowed everyone present to witness what it truly meant to be an NBA #1 pick. Whether it was his positional awareness, the speed to shake off defenders, or the height of his leap, Banchero was unparalleled in this arena. His remarkable shot sent the crowd into a frenzy, a moment that could only be described as perfection. Lin Peng stood by the sidelines, his expression somewhat somber. Is this truly the prowess of Banchero? It is evident that he is a player of NBA professional caliber. The Lakers now possessed the ball. Huff received it and passed it to Lin Peng for the inbound, with Rivers unable to participate in the game. The responsibilities of the Lakers' point guard naturally fell upon Lin Peng. Lin Peng advanced the ball into the front court, his gaze fixed upon the Orlando Magic. Radiating an unwavering determination, he gestured for Zing Fanbua to set a screen, and with the strength of his pick, he effectively obstructed his defender, R.J. Hampton. Lin then paused momentarily, slowing his rhythm, before continuing his advance. Under the watchful eyes of the Orlando Magic guards, he detected a fleeting gap. Seizing the opportunity, Lin utilized Zing Fanbua's screen and executed a sudden jump shot, delivering a precise strike. Lin Peng's goal was rather ordinary, yet it exemplified his customary and effective method of scoring, utilizing screens for his shots, a quintessential skill for guards. However, it is rare to witness such proficiency in a guard of Lin Peng's stature, a testament to his remarkable finesse amidst his robust physique. As the match commenced, both teams successfully executed their opening plays, leveling the score at 2-2. Notably, both initial attempts were orchestrated by their respective star players, each showcasing their distinctive technical prowess. Chapter 65. The game began with Coach Phil Handy seated on the bench, observing the unfolding events. Initially disinterested in his role as head coach for this summer league, he had merely been a placeholder. However, today, his interest was piqued. I have a premonition that this match will be quite captivating, Coach Handy mused to himself. I concur, came an unexpected voice, startling Handy. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of a prominent bald head and an exuberant smile, none other than Coach Ham. A blend of surprise and joy washed over Handy, although they were peers now. With Handy serving as an assistant coach for the Los Angeles Lakers and Ham for the Milwaukee Bucks, Handy recognized that Ham was a frontrunner for the head coach position with the Lakers. It was likely that he would soon become Handy's superior. Quickly rising to his feet, Handy approached eagerly. Coach Ham, I'm delighted to see you. With a smile, Coach Ham replied, the Los Angeles Lakers have just assembled their new roster for the upcoming season. and I'm here to assess whether the rookies can shoulder significant responsibilities. This is also part of my evaluation for the head coach position. Upon hearing this, Handy thought to himself, I see. It appears Coach Ham places great importance on the development of newcomers. Coach Handy responded, I believe you need not worry. Coach Ham, today's game should provide valuable insights. With the departure of the second-year player Rivers, Lin Peng is poised to become a key player for this team. And I am confident he will meet your expectations. Coach Ham nodded with a smile. I trust your judgment, and I observed him yesterday. He indeed possesses considerable talent. However, today he faces Banchero. The first overall pick is still just that, an overall pick, not an MVP. I shall eagerly anticipate the outcome. Amidst their laughter, attention returned to the court. Boom. The Orlando Magic's offensive rebound was seized by Huff, who swiftly passed the ball to Jones. Upon receiving it, Jones immediately advanced into the front court and quickly relayed the ball to Lin Peng. Watch me. Upon receiving the pass, Lin Peng immediately dashed towards the free throw area of the Orlando Magic, situated just beyond the three-point line. He sprinted with remarkable speed. Despite the fact that his shooting percentage in this zone was not particularly high, Lin Peng did not relent, continuing his advance until he was a step outside the restricted area. Suddenly, he paused and executed a step-back jumper that left his defender utterly perplexed. In one fluid motion, Lin Peng launched a three-point shot. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. What an impressive play. The crowd erupted in applause. Even Coach Phil Handy, seated at the sidelines, encouraged him with a shout. Lin Peng, keep it up. Lin Peng nodded in the direction of Phil Handy before swiftly retreating on defense. The other players of the Orlando Magic grew tense, acutely aware that they must execute flawlessly on every play. This was a pivotal moment for them. Banchero, attack quickly. Gatch urged. Okay, I understand. Banchero nodded, preparing to leverage his strengths. With a swift motion, Banchero halted abruptly and released a jump shot. Swish. A beautiful mid-range shot. A triumphant smile spread across Banchero's face. This was his forte, a height of 2.08 meters combined with exceptional agility and a remarkably soft shooting touch. He felt confident about the shot. However, thud. To his astonishment, the shot missed. How could this be? Banchero was bewildered, struggling to comprehend the improbability of such a failure. How could he have missed? Could it be an issue with my shooting touch? He murmured to himself. Before Banchero could process his thoughts, Lin Peng dashed forward to seize the defensive rebound, sprinting towards the offensive end. Go. Go. Push the transition, shouted his teammates. That bastard. Banchero yelled in frustration. At that moment, he had returned to defense, yet his speed paled in comparison to Lin Peng's, only intensifying his annoyance. No matter what, he could not allow Lin Peng to gain possession of the ball. Thus, he accelerated fiercely, lunging toward Lin Peng in an attempt to knock him off course. Yet, Lin Peng seemed to possess an instinctual awareness, effortlessly evading the charge. Bang! Banchero missed entirely. Damn it! Lin Peng. He is too fast. His physical prowess is astounding. Who is he? I don't know, but judging by his age, he must be a rookie. You don't even recognize him? He is the player from Huaxia who recently went viral, claiming he will conquer the NBA. Lin Peng received the ball and swiftly darted forward, subsequently passing it to Jones. Upon receiving the pass, Jones launched the ball directly towards the hoop. Bang! The rebound nestled into the net. Another 2 points. At that moment, Banchero's expression darkened considerably. He had underestimated his opponent, which had led to the current predicament. Ultimately, the pace of the summer league was rapid, and fouls were not strictly enforced, leading to the swift conclusion of the first quarter. The Los Angeles Lakers momentarily led the Orlando Magic with a score of 27-23. During this quarter, Lin Peng truly lived up to his title as the king of the opening, accumulating 9 points, 2 rebounds, and 3 assists. In contrast, Banchero managed only 6 points from 4 attempts, with 1 successful shot. The first quarter seemed to favor Lin Peng. However, seated on the bench and listening to Coach Phil Handy, Lin Peng did not exhibit much joy, for he understood that Banchero, capable of becoming the NBA's first overall pick, possessed far more talent than what was currently displayed. The ensuing matches promised to be increasingly captivating. As the second quarter commenced, Banchero proactively sought to advance to the front court. Throughout the first quarter, he aimed to showcase his ability to orchestrate the offense, yet his impressive height of 2.06 meters was somewhat hindered by a lack of flexibility. Thus, not only did he fail to secure assists, but he also committed several turnovers. Consequently, when his teammate RJ Hampton approached him at the arc requesting the ball, Banchero signaled for him to spread out, except for Gatch, who was positioned near the free-throw line. All other shooting guards stood resolutely beyond the three-point line, ready to create space. The offensive area on the court was exceptionally open, which suited Banchero's preferences perfectly. Isolating for a one-on-one was his preferred style of play. At this moment, it was the best choice to create space for an individual attack. The defender, Zing Fanbua, felt a surge of anxiety as he was up against this year's NBA first overall pick. Banchero, panting slightly, made his move towards the right side. Upon noticing this, Zing immediately followed suit. However, Banchero did not drive towards the basket. Instead, he maneuvered around Zing, dribbling swiftly. Damn, Zing cursed silently. Just then, Banchero executed a feint that momentarily bewildered Zing, who quickly regained his focus and sprinted towards the basket. Yet, he was unable to thwart Banchero's advance. Meanwhile, Gatch had positioned himself to block the Lakers' huff under the rim, and with two players congesting the space beneath the basket. A forced shot in such tight quarters would be an unwise decision. Banchero, thinking quickly, slowed his pace near the hoop. He then executed a delicate layup. It was indeed a towering figure at 2 meters and 6 centimeters, yet he concluded the play with a shot typically reserved for a diminutive guard. Lakers Hufu leapt instinctively to contest the shot, but what could his height of 2 meters achieve against such a high-arching toss? It was futile. Swish. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, landing perfectly in the hoop. With the physique of a forward, and the athletic prowess that could even allow him to play center in this era of small ball, his agility and finesse were astonishing. In this age, such a power forward could be deemed elite. Phil Handy, seated on the Lakers bench, couldn't help but express his admiration. Despite his usual strictness, he acknowledged Banchero's status as the first overall pick with great respect. Him nodded in agreement. After all, that was the essence of being a top draft choice. However, he mused, selecting Lin Peng was the true stroke of fortune. Hem took a moment to reflect before responding. Perhaps this direct confrontation with the first pick would reveal much about his capabilities. As the second quarter commenced, Banchero opened the scoring, securing 2 points for the Orlando Magic, leaving his defender, Zing Fanbua, visibly disheartened. Subsequently, Banchero continued to execute the strategy, targeting Zing for a series of one-on-one plays. Unfortunately for Zing, his performance faltered, leaving him nearly powerless. Swish, swish, swish. Banchero's splendid three-pointers and layups rendered Zing utterly defenseless. As the final three-pointer found its mark, a wave of applause erupted throughout the arena. Remarkable. Astonishing. This is Banchero. His ball handling is undoubtedly among the finest in this draft class, spectators exclaimed excitedly from the sidelines. Coach Phil Handy immediately called for a timeout. At the start of the second quarter, Banchero set an example by scoring 4 consecutive points against Zing, each a straightforward drive and isolation play, making 3 out of 4 attempts and accumulating 8 points over Zhang's defense. This surge brought the score to 28-31, marking the first time the Orlando Magic had taken the lead in the game. All the players of the Los Angeles Lakers surrounded Coach Handy, who looked at Zing, who had lowered his head, clearly dissatisfied with his own performance. However, Coach Handy refrained from reprimanding him. Instead, he patted Zing's thigh reassuringly, saying, "It's all right. It's perfectly normal not to contain Banchero. Few players in the Summer League can." Zing Fanbua remained silent. Coach Phil Handy gazed at the tactical board, pondering the current situation. It was imperative to contain Banchero's performance, yet it was evident that Zing Fanbua's physical prowess was insufficient in comparison. He glanced at the side where Vito Brown stood. Although Brown possessed the height and weight to match Banchero, his offensive capabilities were lacking. Thus, Coach Phil Handy made a decisive choice, pointing at Zing Fanbua. "Zing Fanbua, you will come off." "Coach Handy," Lin Peng interjected, halting him. Phil Handy was taken aback and inquired, "What is it?" "We need Zing Fanbua's abilities on the offensive end, as they will enhance our lineup's versatility." "And what about Banchero? How do you intend to address him? How will you contain him?" Lin Peng took a deep breath and declared, "Banchero, allow me to take on the defense." As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. With 8 minutes remaining in the second quarter, upon resuming play, Lin Peng swiftly advanced with the ball, charging towards the basket, closely followed by Zing Fanbua. However, just 2 meters from the hoop, Lin Peng's pace suddenly decelerated. When he was merely a meter away from the rim, he abruptly raised his hand and passed the basketball. The Orlando Magic players reacted instantly, attempting to intercept, but their efforts were too late. As they lifted their hands, Lin Peng had already delivered the ball securely into Zing Fanbua's grasp. with the basketball in hand. Zhang Fanbo had claimed the entire paint area and immediately pivoted to launch a penetrating drive towards the basket, taking a decisive step that left his defender trailing behind. Before him lay an expanse of open space beneath the hoop, as vast as the ocean. At that moment, Lin Peng, who had executed the pass, began to cheer. Yes. Incredible! Come on, this is fantastic. Zhang Fanbo exclaimed inwardly, exhilarated. He leaped into the air, slamming the basketball through the hoop with force. The ball struck the rim, resonating with a deep thud. In that instant, the crowd erupted once more. This back-and-forth battle was precisely the spectacle the audience craved. Absolutely thrilling. Unbelievable. Ha ha, Zhang Fanbo. Our future with the Los Angeles Lakers depends on you. Lin Peng, I adore you. You're so handsome. The cheers from the fans drew lines of frustration across Banchero's face. Indeed, Lin Peng and Zhang Fanbo had a plethora of female admirers. After all, their looks made them highly sought after, whether in the United States or in China. Humph, what good are good looks? In professional basketball, it ultimately comes down to individual prowess. Banchero silently fumed within. Well done, Zhang Fanbo. I knew you could do it. Lin Peng approached Zhang Fanbo, offering words of encouragement. Zhang Fanbo remained silent, merely casting a grateful glance in response. Lin Peng glanced at Coach Phil Handy, who sat expressionless on the bench. Yet, he was acutely aware that Coach Handy had, in fact, already acknowledged him. Indeed, in the absence of Rivers, the Los Angeles Lakers were severely lacking in offensive prowess. They required Zhang Fanbo on the court. Zhang Fanbo responded to Lin Peng's assurance to Coach Handy with an emphatic dunk of his own. In the backcourt, Lin Peng vigilantly focused on the ball handler Banchero, murmuring to himself, if the offense requires Zhang Fanbo, then I shall take charge of the defense. Chapter 67. Stealing the top pick. Lin Peng, what are you planning to do? Inquired the perplexed little Pippin, frowning as he stood beside Lin Peng. A towering forward at 2 meters and 6 centimeters? Allow me to guard him against his drive. Lin Peng shouted emphatically to little Pippin. Lin Peng's voice resonated loudly, reaching the ears of Banchero, who stood not far away. Banchero paused momentarily, then turned his gaze towards Lin Peng, a subtle smirk emerging on his lips. You? I shall make you regret this. As soon as Banchero's words fell, he swiftly advanced with the ball into the front court, while Lin Peng stepped forward to confront him directly. Banchero, eyeing Lin Peng, let out a derisive laugh. Today, even the over 2-meter-tall power forward, Fanbo Zhang, could not contain me. And you, a mere 1.96-meter guard? No matter how I play, it will always be a mismatch. Lin Peng retorted with a mocking smirk. Well, let us give it a try. To everyone's astonishment, he directly matched up against Paolo Banchero, while the Orlando Magic assigned a tall guard to defend Lin Peng, leaving Fanbo Zhang to guard Banchero instead. The commentators were taken aback by this unexpected scenario, their excitement palpable in their voices. It was evident that the two players were not even in the same league. Banchero towered over Lin Peng by a full 10 centimeters. Indeed, Banchero is one of the most sought-after ball-handling forwards of the small ball era. Has Lin Peng truly lost his mind? Is he unafraid of being overwhelmed? Surely. He has to let his confidence get the better of him. Laughter erupted in the commentary room as the two basketball commentators, both from the United States, eagerly anticipated Lin Peng's potential blunders. Now, let us witness their performances, shall we? All right, let us observe Banchero's first attack against Lin Peng. The confrontation between Lin Peng and Banchero left the audience in a state of bewilderment, questioning Lin Peng's motivations. Did he genuinely believe he could withstand Banchero's prowess? Surely, he could not be under the illusion that he could match Banchero's capabilities. One could hardly overlook his own physique. It appeared Lin Peng was merely a pawn in this contest. However, perhaps he possesses undisclosed talents? It is worth noting that in the first 3 games of the Summer League, we have yet to witness Lin Peng's defensive skills. Throughout those matches, he had been granted limitless freedom to attack, focusing solely on offense without showcasing his defensive prowess. Perhaps he has the potential to reveal something extraordinary. Regardless, I am eager to discover the true extent of his abilities. Let us await the unfolding of events. Banchero gestured to his teammates, indicating that this mismatch required spacing, as he intended to engage Lin Peng in a one-on-one showdown. Unaware of his own limitations, the arrogant individual from Huaxia prepared to witness my true strength. Banchero glared fiercely at Lin Peng, his words dripping with intensity. Lin Peng remained impervious to the taunts and provocations hurled at him, his gaze fixed intently upon Banchero, as if he intended to consume him whole. The disdainful look from Lin Peng ignited a fire of humiliation and fury within Banchero. Fuck. Banchero bellowed. The sound of his roar irked Lin Peng, prompting him to raise his right arm, signaling Banchero to commence his offensive. Banchero began dribbling in place, searching for an opening, when suddenly he propelled himself forward with a powerful push of his right foot, attempting to break through to Lin Peng's left side. Yet, Lin Peng had anticipated his move and was already prepared to defend against it. Lin Peng seized the opportunity, his right leg slightly bent, his right shoulder lifted, and he surged forward with astonishing speed, akin to a hawk gliding just above the ground, swift and sharp. Then, that enormous hand, comparable to those of Jordan and Kobe, found itself positioned beneath Banchero's hips. As he dribbled the ball, Lin Peng's hand extended forth, reaching to snatch it away. Panic surged through Banchero's mind. Lin Peng's movements were far too swift for him to evade. He had no choice but to charge forward recklessly. However, he had forgotten just how formidable Lin Peng's arm truly was. Bang! The fingertips of Lin Peng's 3 right-hand fingers rested firmly on the basketball controlled by Banchero. Despite Lin Peng being 10 centimeters shorter than Banchero, he possessed greater strength in bench pressing. Thus, Lin Peng's power and elasticity were immense, effortlessly severing Banchero's grip on the ball. The basketball soared from Banchero's hand, landing behind him, bouncing off the floor. Banchero was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Peng's formidable strength. In haste, he turned to reclaim control of the basketball, only to find Lin Peng's entire right side firmly obstructing his movement. Curse be it! Banchero cursed inwardly, caught off guard by Lin Peng's defense. He sought to escape, yet Lin Peng's body clamped down on his feet like a vice. This was the essence of experience, Lin Peng whispered mockingly into Banchero's ear. Then, with a swift sidestep, Lin Peng freed himself from Banchero and propelled him behind, turning to sprint forward. Curse be it! Banchero muttered in frustration. Lin Peng's defense was so sharp that he had no opportunity to react, helplessly watching as Lin Peng seized the ball and dashed down the court. What a remarkable steal! This scene sent the audience into a frenzy. This was Lin Peng's defense. Absolutely spectacular. He had thwarted Banchero's offense. Truly remarkable. Lin Peng's defense was breathtaking, instilling a sense of despair. His strength, explosiveness, and speed were terrifying, overwhelming even the Orlando Magic's interior players. Indeed, Lin Peng had managed to outmaneuver this year's NBA draft pick, Banchero, which was simply astonishing. Lin Peng was undeniably formidable. I had never seen anyone defend so proficiently and incisively. He was truly a phenomenon. The 2 commentators from the beautiful country were equally astounded by Lin Peng, exclaiming, "This guy is incredibly fierce." Lin Peng's defense is remarkably formidable. Although his physique may not rival that of Paolo Banchero, it harbors an inexhaustible explosive power. Banchero possesses exceptional physical attributes and remarkable speed. However, Lin Peng's reflexes and velocity are even more extraordinary. He is able to effortlessly keep pace with Banchero, even managing to suppress him. Consequently, Banchero is compelled to sprint desperately, while his teammates from the Orlando Magic swiftly establish their defensive positions, leveraging their spatial advantage. Observing the well-positioned and prepared defenders of the Orlando Magic, Lin Peng decelerates, gradually orchestrating his offensive strategy. This exemplifies experience. The essence of playing swiftly lies in catching the opponent off guard while they are still unsteady. Conversely, when they regain their footing, one must slow down to contemplate and organize the attack. Chapter 68, and 1. It has been said that Lin Peng excels in psychological strategy and in basketball. His offensive prowess shines even brighter. Now, Lin Peng employs his experience to teach Banchero a lesson, imparting the crucial understanding that to score, one must first attain personal stability. Lin Peng ambled forward leisurely, while the members of the Orlando Magic maintained a serious demeanor, their gazes fixed intently on him, poised to strike at any moment. They understood that Lin Peng's sudden shift in demeanor was undoubtedly a prelude to an offensive maneuver, and they remained alert, ready to respond at a moment's notice. Lin Peng sluggishly dribbled the ball to the front of Banchero. According to the regular tactics of the Los Angeles Lakers, center Huff was supposed to set a screen for Lin Peng. However, Lin Peng waved his hand dismissively, signaling Huff to refrain from the screen, instead beckoning Zingfanbua. Astonishing. What does this imply? Coach Phil Handy, seated at the sidelines, couldn't help but feel perplexed. This is a case of using one's own tactics against them, Ham remarked confidently. Phil Handy, with a look of resignation, thought to himself how, despite not possessing a particularly dark complexion, he unmistakably resembled an American. Why was he even discussing Chinese matters here? Had it not been for the possibility that Ham might become his superior in the future, he would have already given that shiny bald head a good smack. What did you just mean? He inquired. Ham wore a mysterious smile. Just wait and see. Back on the court, upon noticing Lin Peng's gesture, Zhang Fanbua immediately grasped the signal. He moved up to set a screen, drawing Banchero toward him. Banchero quickly understood Lin Peng's intention. This was a call-out directed at him. Instantly, Banchero, feeling both embarrassed and furious, complied with the intent, switching his defense and matching up with Lin Peng. Oh, so this means he's calling out Banchero. The tension is palpable now. Is this tension? I sense the scent of war. Indeed, Lin Peng is preparing to challenge Banchero one-on-one. Haha, but a one-on-one comes with its own costs. I am quite eager to see what kind of prowess Lin Peng possesses. I share that anticipation, after all. Lin Peng's displayed abilities have far surpassed the expectations of his draft position, and the showdown with the first pick, Banchero, is truly thrilling. Haha. It seems the Los Angeles Lakers have indeed struck gold this time. In the stands, the audience was abuzz with excitement, eagerly watching the clash between Lin Peng and Banchero. Banchero's defense was undeniably stellar. Lin Peng's speed and explosiveness were remarkable, yet he struggled to shake off Banchero's tenacity. Nevertheless, Lin Peng maintained a steady rhythm in his dribbling, searching for his pace. He understood that no matter how agile Banchero was, he remained merely a power forward. While there were players of that height capable of defending against guards, such as LeBron James and Kawhi Leonard, it was clear that while Banchero was indeed the first overall pick, comparing him to the elite of the NBA would be laughable. Come on. Show me what the NBA's #1 pick is truly capable of. As Lin Peng advanced the ball to the left flank, Banchero immediately closed in, adopting a stance that suggested he was ready for a fierce confrontation with Lin Peng. In that moment, Lin Peng swiftly adapted his approach. If you wish to engage in a relentless struggle, then do not blame me for what ensues. Lin Peng deftly pulled the ball to his right, sending the basketball towards the left flank. Observing this, Banchero hurriedly closed in, his towering frame of 2 meters and 6 centimeters akin to a solid iron slab. However, as Banchero approached, Lin Peng deliberately slowed his pace, effectively trapping Banchero's entire body against his side. Despite being confined by Lin Peng's presence, Banchero's large hand relentlessly sought to disrupt Lin Peng's dribbling with his other hand, attempting to snatch the ball from him. Lin Peng could not help but smile faintly, thinking to himself, indeed, a naive young lad, ensnared. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Lin Peng suddenly leaped up, leaning his upper body towards Banchero, then drawing his legs up. This unexpected jump caused the entire audience to widen their eyes in astonishment. They could hardly believe that Lin Peng possessed such agility. Before the spectators could fully comprehend the situation, the referee's whistle pierced the air with a sharp sound. At the instant the whistle blew, Lin Peng released the basketball from his hands. Whoosh! The ball sliced through the air, producing a distinct sound. At that moment, the dazed Banchero belatedly realized Lin Peng's intention and hurriedly attempted to retreat, raising his hands above his head. Yet it was too late. The referee's whistle had already sounded. Simultaneously, the basketball, propelled by Lin Peng, traced a perfect arc in the air. Thud. The ball struck the backboard with precision, and this time, the force was just right. The basketball did not alter its trajectory, but rather gently bounced and soared directly into the hoop. 2 points plus 1. Splendid. The audience erupted, rising to their feet in disbelief and collectively shouting in awe. At that moment, the cheers reached a crescendo, nearly breaking through the heavens. Everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Peng, sensing an intangible confidence emanating from him, as if he were the sovereign of this match. Banchero, desperately extending his arms towards the referee in protest, was met with blatant disregard. The referee's actions irked him greatly. Meanwhile, Lin Peng, basking in the glory of his successful basket, looked at Banchero with a cold, playful smile. In truth, your experience is simply lacking, Lin Peng remarked. You are still too green. Perhaps with a few more years of practice, such rudimentary techniques will become second nature to you. Although Lin Peng spoke sincerely, his words came across to Banchero as the utmost mockery. In reality, Lin Peng's observation was accurate. The disparity in that place stemmed from the difference between experience and naivety. After all, Lin Peng, reborn, retained the vast knowledge accrued from years of navigating the NBA. However, upon hearing Lin Peng's words, Banchero's anger surged. He could hardly believe that Lin Peng dared to mock him so brazenly, especially given his status as the #1 pick in the NBA, and he was further astonished by Lin Peng's swift reaction. Damn it. Chapter 69. Energy depletion? Kid. Don't get too cocky. Banchero gritted his teeth and said. Lin Peng wore a serene expression, exuding an air of arrogance. What can you do about it? he taunted. The young man, Banchero, trembled with rage yet ultimately restrained himself. I am indeed audacious, and what can you do to me? With your lackluster defensive skills. Do you truly believe you can contain me? I suggest you concede sooner rather than later, Lin Peng continued unabashedly. Humph, don't get too cocky. This is not your homeland. You're not fit to compete here in our beautiful country, Banchero retorted coldly. Fit or not, that's for you to decide, Lin Peng shot back defiantly. I'm utterly fed up with this. Damn it. Provoked by Lin Peng's brazen taunts, Banchero, filled with indignation, unleashed a barrage of trash talk. His body lunging towards Lin Peng. The tension escalated, the distance between them narrowing, and the verbal exchanges growing increasingly vulgar and intense. Sensing the rising conflict, Zhang Fanbo swiftly intervened, positioning himself between the two to separate them. Teammates from both the Los Angeles Lakers and the Orlando Magic hurried to assist, pulling the two apart. It appears that Lin Peng of the Los Angeles Lakers has encountered some friction with the first overall pick, Banchero. The atmosphere on the court is charged with intensity. One commentator remarked. It must be noted that Banchero, as the #1 draft pick, is indeed a prodigious talent. However, he seems to be struggling to manage his composure in this minor confrontation, another added. In simpler terms, his temperament lacks stability, they agreed. Indeed, it is not a favorable situation for a top pick to be provoked by a second-rounder. Let us offer this promising rookie some encouragement and expectations. They laughed. The commentators exchanged lively banter, clearly enjoying their coverage of the day's game. The Summer League referees cast a stern glance at the two players but refrained from issuing any penalties, as a more lenient approach is customary in Summer League play. Calm down, Zhang Fanbo urged Lin Peng in their native tongue. Lin Peng smiled, a hint of mischief appearing on his face. Rest assured, I am unscathed, rather. It is he who must be in turmoil now. The game continued, and Lin Peng, with remarkable poise, successfully sank the free throw, executing a crucial three-point play, an additional point for the Los Angeles Lakers. With a deft pass, a solid defense, and an aggressive attack, he had effectively reduced the deficit by 8 points, reinvigorating the Lakers' momentum. Meanwhile, Phil Handy, seated on the Lakers bench, was beaming with delight. Ham pondered for a few moments, hesitantly remarking, his style conveys an impression of remarkable maturity and sophistication, as if he has been navigating the league for many years. Handy nodded in agreement. Indeed. That maneuver where he positioned himself behind Banchero to draw a foul was executed with a finesse that surpassed even Rivers. Coach Ham reflected on this, recognizing that Rivers had evolved rapidly in his inaugural year, particularly in terms of basketball intelligence, a quality honed through experience. Rivers, a late-blooming rookie, had entered the draft at the age of 23, having already faced numerous challenges on the court. I even sense a resemblance to Harden in his ability to draw fouls. Handy chuckled. But let's be candid, compared to a foul-drawing maestro like Harden, he still has a considerable distance to cover. Nonetheless, one must acknowledge that this rookie Banchero possesses a basketball IQ that far exceeds Lin Peng's. In his presence, Lin seems almost childlike. Laughter erupted as the Los Angeles Lakers regained their lead, infusing the atmosphere around the two veteran figures on the bench with a joyful spirit. As the second quarter concluded, the Lakers held a slender advantage over the Orlando Magic, leading 47-46. Up to this point, Lin Peng has impressively made 8 out of 14 attempts, accumulating a remarkable 18 points along with 4 assists, undoubtedly earning him the title of the game's MVP thus far. On the other hand, for the Magic team, Paolo Banchero is equally formidable, having secured 16 points, the highest in his team, and displaying even greater shooting efficiency than Lin Peng. However, it is evident that Lin Peng is expending significantly more energy than Banchero, as he is tasked with managing the organization, defense, and offense for the Los Angeles Lakers. The halftime break offers an extended pause, during which Coach Phil Handy refrains from imparting any profound wisdom to his teammates. In fact, he has never uttered such sentiments, as his primary objective seems to be coasting along while collecting his salary. Lin Peng sat on the sidelines, panting heavily. Despite his current physique brimming with explosive power, remarkable agility, and exceptional vitality, his stamina was no longer as abundant as it had been during his days in the NBA. It is worth noting that in his earlier years, particularly during his rookie season, Lin Peng logged more game time than superstars like LeBron James and Jimmy Butler, taking on all manner of strenuous tasks and thereby cultivating an extraordinary level of endurance. However, upon his recent rebirth, although Lin Peng had acclimatized to the rhythm and strength of his body, he had entirely overlooked the need to adjust to the demands of physical exertion. continuing to manage his energy as he had in the past. Consequently, he neglected the fact that his current body was no longer the same as before. In prior Summer League matches, the lower intensity and weaker opponents, coupled with the strategic guidance of Rivers, often resulted in games entering garbage time rather early. Thus, adhering to his previous energy management had ultimately led to Lin Peng's current state of exhaustion. Ironically, despite his newfound youth, his stamina had faltered. Lin Peng gasped for breath, clearly dissatisfied with himself, and inwardly chastised his own oversight. To be fair, the energy expenditure he experienced upon entering the NBA was far beyond what an ordinary athlete could withstand. Had it not been for his youthful dedication to stamina training, he might have already collapsed from sheer fatigue. Coach Phil Handy approached Lin Peng, placing a gentle hand on the rookie's shoulder, and advised, "You truly need to rest more. Your stamina requires some time to recuperate." Lin Peng nodded thoughtfully, affirming his understanding. Coach Phil Handy, noticing Lin Peng's lack of dissent, gently patted him on the shoulder. He felt little concern for Lin Peng, as he was well aware that the young man consistently delivered delightful surprises. Lin Peng observed Coach Phil Handy's departure, a smile gracing his lips. In that fleeting moment when Coach Handy patted him on the shoulder, he distinctly felt the warmth of the coach's concern. Yet, Lin Peng did not lose sight of his identity as an NBA player, more precisely, as a prospective NBA player and a professional basketball athlete. Come on, Banchero. Chapter 70, The Magic's Counterattack. Lin Peng took a deep breath, his body nearly drenched in sweat. The halftime pause had merely afforded him a moment to catch his breath. Come on, Fanbua, Lin Peng urged his teammate Zhang Fanbua beside him. Zhang Fanbua nodded, acutely aware of his own fatigue. His body ached and felt uncomfortable, a clear indication of excessive physical exertion. Lin Peng gazed upon his demeanor and could not help but exclaim that physical stamina is indeed a common ailment among the majority of athletes in the Chinese national team. As the third quarter of the match commenced, Lin Peng paired with Zhang Fanbua, both starting on the court, formed a harmonious duo, one on the left and the other on the right. Their chemistry was particularly evident in the 3-second zone, where Lin Peng's passing acumen and angles, combined with Zhang Fanbua's exceptional agility and finishing ability near the rim, resulted in a synergy that exceeded the sum of its parts. However, the Los Angeles Lakers roster revealed significant shortcomings in their rotation. Aside from the pick-and-roll initiated by Lin Peng and Zhang Fanbua's cutting and transition plays, the contributions from other players were sorely lacking. Had Rivers been on the court, his ball-handling skills would have provided substantial reinforcement to the team, which highlights the profound impact of his absence on the Lakers. Consequently, other players on the Lakers, such as the somewhat privileged small Pippen, though he exerted considerable effort, could only function as an off-ball player, tasked with making three-point shots. Yet, when his shooting touch faltered, his effectiveness on the court diminished significantly. This vulnerability was astutely exploited by Paolo Banchero, who seized upon the Lakers' weaknesses. Whenever the Orlando Magic secured a defensive rebound, Banchero would vocally command, push the pace, and quickly orchestrate a fast break, aiming to wear down the Lakers through relentless speed. Before long, the fatigue of Lin Peng and Zhang Fanbua became evident, prompting Coach Phil Handy, sitting on the bench, to frown in concern. Although he maintained a laid-back demeanor and the Summer League results did not directly affect his salary, he could not help but grow anxious and invested as the game progressed. With 9 minutes remaining in the third quarter, their exhaustion became increasingly apparent, particularly for Zhang Fanbua, who was participating in such an intense match for the first time. In contrast, the players on the Orlando Magic were either robust and physically imposing or benefited from a well-structured rotation that allowed their core players to conserve energy. During an offensive play, Banchero launched another fast break, showcasing his elite ball handling and advanced skills. As he approached the 3-second area, the weary Zhang Fanbua found himself at a disadvantage against Banchero, a formidable force. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Fanbua shouted, "What the hell?" Observing this, small Pippen, who had retreated to the baseline, quickly moved to double-team Banchero. And together, Zhang Fanbua and small Pippen encircled him like a sandwich. Banchero felt a surge of delight within. No matter the double team, he remained unfazed, for he was untroubled by such tactics. Despite the presence of Zhang Fanbua and Scottie Pippen Jr., they were significantly shorter than he, not to mention their limited wingspan. His ascendance to the top pick in the draft was a testament to his remarkable physical attributes, particularly this crucial measure of athleticism. With a powerful leap, Banchero soared over both Pippen Jr. and Zhang Fanbua, utilizing his exceptional core strength to release the basketball. The ball arced toward R.J. Hampton, who was presented with a hoop as vast as the ocean. As he faced Pippen Jr., who had committed to Banchero. This opportunity naturally granted him an expansive, open three-point shot. In a swift motion, R.J. Hampton released the ball with unwavering confidence, slicing through the air toward the basket. Swish. The basketball penetrated the atmosphere and seamlessly found its way through the hoop. Magnificent. What a remarkable three-pointer from R.J. Hampton. The referee raised 3 fingers, signaling the validity of the three-point shot, which elicited thunderous applause from the crowd. R.J. Hampton's shot was nothing short of spectacular, especially for the local fans, both male and female, who watched Lin Peng, panting and exhausted, with a sense of pride swelling in their hearts. The next possession belonged to the Los Angeles Lakers, as Lin Peng advanced the ball to the front court and delivered a precise pass to Pippen Jr. in the corner, who unfortunately could not convert the three-pointer. The rebound was snatched by the Orlando Magic center, Carter, who promptly passed the ball to the protagonist, Banchero. Mere seconds later, a swift swish echoed as the basketball swished through the net. Banchero, with a smug expression, cast a challenging glance at Lin Peng, his eyes brimming with provocation. "Huh? Lin Peng, is that all you've got?" Banchero exclaimed triumphantly. At that moment, Lin Peng felt a wave of frustration. He had intended for Xing Fanbo to attempt a three-point shot, planning to intercept if necessary, but fatigue had overwhelmed him, leaving Banchero to score effortlessly. This predicament deeply unsettled Lin Peng. He thought to himself, "Damn it, I refuse to believe I lack even this much stamina." However, in the next instant, Coach Phil Handy seized the opportunity presented by a subsequent foul to substitute Lin Peng out. Damn, there was no other choice. Lin Peng secretly cursed under his breath. At this moment, he realized that his issue of insufficient stamina could not be resolved overnight. However, he knew that he must now make the necessary adjustments to his condition. As Lin Peng exited the court, he caught sight of Xing Fanbo, who had also been substituted. It was evident that he understood Coach Phil Handy's intentions. Xing Fanbo's defensive capabilities, when faced with a player of Paolo Banchero's caliber, were undoubtedly a vulnerability. Thus, it was imperative for Lin Peng to allocate a portion of his stamina and focus to support Xing Fanbo in alleviating the defensive burden against Banchero. Without Lin Peng's assistance, Xing Fanbo would likely become an easy target for Banchero. Moreover, Xing's offensive prowess lay in his explosive ability to attack the rim. Yet he lacked the capacity for isolation plays. This necessitated the presence of a ball handler on the court to truly unleash his potential. In the absence of Rivers, Lin Peng was clearly the sole player capable of shouldering the organizational responsibilities for the Los Angeles Lakers. Consequently, Lin Peng and Xing Fanbo were inextricably linked. Should Lin Peng leave the game, Xing Fanbo's contributions on the court would be minimal. However, with Rivers sidelined, the Lakers' roster lacked impactful players. After all, the absence of Rivers had already left the team devoid of a cohesive system throughout the Summer League, and without Rivers' pick-and-roll strategy, only the recently discovered synergy between Lin Peng and Xing Fanbo remained. Now, devoid of a structured system, strengths, or capabilities, facing the well-rounded Orlando Magic would likely result in a devastating defeat. Xing Fanbo did not comprehend Coach Phil Handy's actions despite his exhaustion. He was determined to exert every ounce of effort as long as he remained on the court. Chapter 71. The Fragility of the Roster. At this moment, Lin Peng finally noticed Coach Ham, who stood at the farthest corner of the bench. His impressive height, which would stand out even among players, coupled with his distinctive bald head, made it easy for Lin Peng to recognize him. However, Lin Peng was perplexed as to why Coach Ham was present in this location. Just as Lin Peng was pondering this, the muffled words of Xing Fanbo interrupted his train of thought. Lin Peng. Lin Peng turned around and gazed at Xing Fanbo, choosing not to say anything further. Remember, you must trust your teammates. I can still perform. You are being overly impulsive. In the NBA, one crucial principle to adhere to is to follow the coach's directives. Xing Fanbo nodded. In the realm of the NBA, having a player from Huaxia by your side is undeniably exhilarating. Although both Lin Peng and he were rookies from the same draft class, Xing Fanbo sensed that Lin Peng's temperament and experience far surpassed his own. At times, when Xing Fanbo caught Lin Peng observing him, he felt a gaze reminiscent of a wise elder. Nevertheless, he often shook his head, dismissing it as a figment of his imagination. Xing Fanbo couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Lin Peng's visage appeared so youthful and fresh that one could almost squeeze water from it. If not for his remarkable height, such a face among celebrities would undoubtedly shine brightly. Xing Fanbo mused to himself while watching Lin Peng. Suddenly, he heard the commotion from the sidelines and turned to see the camera crew adjusting their equipment. The media had anticipated an exciting match featuring the rising star Lin Peng and this year's NBA draft pick. However, they were taken aback by the intense and evenly matched nature of the game, which only heightened the excitement during the live broadcast. Consequently, the media hastily added more cameras. Zheng Fanbo noticed one of the cameras focusing on Lin Peng and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, it would be a shame not to capture Lin Peng's face on film, he thought to himself, fully aware of Lin Peng's status. If Lin Peng were to speak, he would undoubtedly be among the rare few whose appearance harmonized with both Eastern and Western aesthetics. While he may not be the most handsome, he certainly belonged to the type that captivates the attention of young women. Particularly among the young ladies in the United States, Lin Peng's style has garnered considerable admiration. After the camera captured several frames of Lin Peng's visage, it shifted its focus back to the ongoing match. Zheng Fanbo, casting aside his previous concerns, redirected his attention solely to the unfolding game, his heart involuntarily tightening. To be frank, Lin Peng's words ultimately served as a source of solace. Yet Zheng Fanbo's apprehensions regrettably materialized. At present, the Los Angeles Lakers are virtually devoid of a starting point, and more critically, there is a conspicuous absence of tall players capable of occupying the 4 or 5 positions. The only options available are Zheng Fanbo and Huff. Even Zheng Fanbo, however, is not ideally suited for the center position and only briefly assumes that role during small ball lineups. As Zheng Fanbo took a breather, Huff was substituted by coach Phil Handy due to foul trouble and fatigue. Consequently, the Lakers' current lineup consists entirely of shorter players, lacking both a primary initiator and a ball handler, further complicating their ability to secure effective shots. This predicament clearly renders the prospect of victory exceedingly challenging. Merely managing to minimize the point differential would be considered a success. Naturally, Lin Peng, observing the situation from the sidelines, could not help but furrow his brow, yet he recognized the inevitability of the circumstances. He remained acutely attuned to the developments on the court. Meanwhile, the Orlando Magic seized the opportunity during the absence of both Zheng Fanbo and Lin Peng to amass points with fervor. In the latter half of the third quarter, the Magic executed 2 impressive 6-0 runs, ultimately transforming the score to 64-53, reversing a 1-point halftime deficit into an 11-point lead. This remarkable turnaround was entirely orchestrated during this critical period. Lin Peng took a gentle deep breath, clearly somewhat perturbed. Although he understood that the outcome of the Summer League held little significance as the game reached this intense juncture, it felt unsatisfactory for a fiercely competitive NBA player to not give his all until the final whistle. He glanced at coach Phil Handy, who remained composed and unruffled, while Coach Ham, who had been seated beside him moments ago, had mysteriously vanished, perhaps having departed due to some prior engagement. Lin Peng shook his head, initially intending to greet Coach Ham, as cultivating a good rapport with the future head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers would inevitably be advantageous. He redirected his focus back to the basketball court. On the court, little Pippen had finally managed to secure a rebound, and upon acquiring the ball, he felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Without hesitation, he began orchestrating a counterattack. He shouted to his teammates, front court, Jones, Swider. And others immediately understood the cue and dashed towards the front. Pay attention. Little Pippen observed his rushing teammates and the swiftly retreating players from the Orlando Magic, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. However, his anticipation proved futile. Banchero appeared before him like a specter, causing little Pippen to feel a surge of panic. Instinctively, rather than attempting a shot, he sought to pass the ball. Yet, despite the Lakers' speed, none of his teammates managed to position themselves correctly. Each was encircled by the opposing Orlando Magic players. Witnessing this predicament, little Pippen's heart raced, and he couldn't help but utter an expletive, damn. How can these guys be so quick? Hey, kid, watch your language, or you'll regret it. Banchero's cold voice whispered ominously in little Pippen's ear. Startled, he shuddered. Refraining from further curses, he understood that Banchero's words held truth. His opponents were formidable, their speed overwhelming, leaving him struggling to keep pace. Compelled to reduce his dribbling tempo, Banchero immediately closed in on him, applying pressure. Faced with a towering adversary standing at 6 feet 9 inches, little Pippen, barely reaching 6 feet, felt dwarfed. Banchero's terrifying wingspan obscured his view of the basket, rendering it nearly invisible. Chapter 72, Falling Behind, damn it. Little Pippen was taken aback and quickly halted the ball. He gazed towards the back and noticed Swider, who had managed to find a sliver of space, prompting him to promptly pass the ball to Swider. Swider's shooting technique was undeniably exceptional, and his height was advantageous. However, apart from these 2 attributes, he was nearly devoid of merit. Thus, even with a slight opportunity, his speed faltered. Orlando Magic's defender, Carter, had already caught up, positioning his immense hand to obstruct Swider. He adeptly used his hip to impede Swider's attempt to receive the pass, showcasing his considerable experience, having navigated through numerous years in the G League. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated. Swider was thwarted by Carter, left helplessly watching the ball soar away. In a moment of frustration, he exclaimed, "Damn it." Nonetheless, Carter was unfazed. Securing the ball was his primary objective. With the assistance of the team's star, Banchero, Carter successfully intercepted Little Pipen's pass and immediately initiated a counterattack. Carter passed the ball to Banchero, who, adhering to conventional tactics, directed the basketball to the player currently in the most formidable shooting form, R.J. Hampton, who had just made 2 consecutive jump shots, amassing 5 points. Positioned at the right corner of the front court, R.J. Hampton raised his hand, signaling Banchero for the ball. Subsequently, Banchero darted in the opposite direction of Hampton's positioning, aware of the top-tier defensive attention the first overall pick attracted on the court. He effortlessly drew the defensive pressure to the left side, rendering the right corner, where R.J. Hampton stood, a weak side. A mysterious smile spread across Banchero's face as he achieved his objective. He swiftly delivered the ball to R.J. Hampton, who, as a competent three-point shooter, acted without hesitation, releasing the ball with precision. The unmistakable swish echoed as he scored a three-pointer. This transformed the score to 67-53. With the Los Angeles Lakers trailing by a substantial 14 points, just 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Damn. R.J. Hampton's shooting technique is phenomenal. Goodness. This guy is incredibly formidable. My word, such a three-pointer is truly astonishing. This marks R.J. Hampton's 3rd three-pointer of the game, doesn't it? Indeed. He is undeniably one of the top shooters in the G League. Moreover, Banchero's passing is impressively meticulous. The 2 commentators at the broadcast booth were immediately exhilarated upon witnessing the Orlando Magic score, launching into an animated discussion about the dynamics of the game. Truly, the Magic displayed remarkable prowess. With Banchero on the court, their offensive strategies were formidable, particularly on the defensive end. Their performance was impeccable, seamlessly restricting their opponent's three-point attempts and controlling the boards. Such a flawless blend of defense and offense left little room for critique. I am convinced that the Magic are destined to win this match. Under these circumstances, unless they summon Rivers back, a mere guard from the land of Huaxia would struggle to impede the game against the 1st overall pick. I share the sentiment that the Magic are assured victory. The recent plays by those 2 players from Huaxia showcased impressive pick-and-roll execution. However, if Coach Phil Handy of the Los Angeles Lakers does not integrate them into the lineup soon, this game may very well conclude as it stands. Indeed. Let us refocus our attention on the court. Banchero was drenched in sweat, despite his abundant stamina. The intensity of the Lakers lineup and the Summer League proved to be taxing. His endurance was rapidly waning after such prolonged play. Presently, the Orlando Magic enjoyed a significant lead of 14 points, and should they maintain this advantage, the Lakers would find it exceedingly challenging to mount a comeback in the final quarter. During the timeout, Coach Phil Handy refrained from strategizing, opting instead to encourage his players on the floor, while showing no indication of bringing Lin Peng and Zhang Fanbo back into the game. This suggested that even at this critical juncture, Coach Handy was evidently reluctant to reintroduce them. Zhang Fanbo, feeling anxious, turned to Lin Peng and remarked, "With just 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, there is still ample time. If the Magic manage to execute another scoring run, this game may prematurely transition into garbage time." Lin Peng remained composed, not that he was indifferent to the outcome of the Summer League, but rather because the current circumstances left him with little recourse. Moreover, he held a firm belief in Coach Phil Handy's capabilities, while Coach Handy occasionally exhibited unreliability. When he was earnest, he proved to be remarkably dependable. For now, it was best to wait. Lin Peng paused briefly before reiterating, "Let us wait and see." In contrast, on the Orlando Magic side, Coach Claude patted Banchero on the shoulder, only to find his hands slick with sweat. This awkward moment clearly indicated that he had overlooked Banchero's tendency to perspire profusely. Banchero offered an embarrassed smile, instinctively scratching his head in an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness. "No worries," he assured. It was evident that Coach Claude was unfazed by such trivial matters, simply wiping his hand on his trousers. Banchero's excessive sweating had become a notable concern in his professional career. This issue stemmed from the fact that, prior to the draft, he lacked the dominance exhibited by contemporaries Chet Holmgren and Jabari Smith, who were considered frontrunners. In fact, Banchero had struggled with severe sweating during his collegiate season at Duke University before the 2023 draft. The team physician discovered that Banchero's perspiration levels far exceeded normal, losing up to 7 pounds of water weight after each game due to sweating. Even after the draft, during training sessions at the Orlando Magic facility, his minimal exertion resulted in him being drenched in sweat. An image capturing his sweat-soaked attire circulated online, sparking considerable discussion. This particular image even made its way to forums in China, especially among the avid users of Hupu. The witty community coined the nickname Sweat Gland Emperor for Banchero, which elicited both laughter and bemusement. Chapter 73, The Unyielding Magic. Nevertheless, the impact of this perplexing condition of excessive sweating on Banchero's professional journey remains uncertain. Currently, he must diligently replenish his body with electrolyte-rich beverages to counteract the depletion caused by perspiration, raising concerns about his stamina, especially considering his considerable playing time in the game. Banchero, you should take a good rest now. Head coach Claude proposed to Banchero that, as the #1 pick for the team, he should be nurtured with utmost care, even though he was merely the summer league coach. However, Banchero, with a resolute gaze, fixated on the scoreboard displaying 67-53, clearly feeling that this was insufficient. Far from enough. Thus, he seemed to disregard Claude's counsel entirely. Banchero, you should sit out. Let someone else take the court. There is no need for you to push yourself given our 14-point lead, Coach Claude asserted, his voice rising in insistence. At that moment, the Orlando Magic's morale soared. They believed the outcome of the game was already sealed. It's all right, Coach Claude, just let me play. If we can unleash a quick surge, we can secure the victory without any complications, Banchero replied, locking eyes with Coach Claude. Banchero, very well, let it be so. I grant you permission to play. Coach Claude sighed in concession. Claude, like his counterpart Phil Handy, served as an assistant coach for the Orlando Magic, and during the Summer League, he was appointed as the head coach. His mandate was straightforward. Winning or losing was inconsequential. The priority lay in scouting talent and refining the rookies. Yet, witnessing Banchero's fierce competitive spirit brought him joy, albeit accompanied by concern for the young player's stamina. Oh, and remember to grab a bottle of electrolyte drink. Hydrate well to alleviate the excessive sweating, he advised. With Coach Claude's endorsement, Banchero felt a swell of pride and replied, Of course, I always carry it with me. Very well then, Claude nodded in agreement. As the timeout concluded, the third game of the Summer League unfolded in the final 2 minutes of the third quarter, with the Los Angeles Lakers facing off against the Orlando Magic. The Magic, brimming with confidence, aimed to decisively conclude the match. This time, we must maintain control of the ball, Coach Claude shouted from the sidelines, continuously adjusting his players' offensive and defensive positions. Observing the Magic's assertive demeanor, the Lakers appeared to falter in their resolve, yet two individuals remained remarkably composed, Lin Peng and Coach Phil Handy. He calmly surveyed the unfolding scenario, refraining from issuing tactical commands, simply advising the Lakers players, remember, our objective is to unleash our vitality, create momentum, and play with tenacity. Coach Phil Handy's remarks undoubtedly invigorated the players of the Los Angeles Lakers, albeit not by much. The Orlando Magic initiated their offensive maneuver. The basketball swiftly found its way back into the hands of the team's star, Paolo Banchero, who, much like Lin Peng, managed both offense and defense with remarkable prowess, truly embodying the role of both father and mother on the court. However, despite Banchero's fervent determination, the toll of exertion left him gasping for breath. After merely a few strides on the court, he felt his body growing weary. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. The offense commenced. Banchero's footwork was steady as he advanced with measured pace. At this juncture, the offensive formation of the Orlando Magic took shape. Seizing the moment, Banchero passed the ball to R.J. Hampton on the left. Given Hampton's exceptional shooting touch that evening, the Lakers could no longer afford to be lax, opting for intense defensive pressure. However, this time, Hampton refrained from forcing a shot. Instead, he capitalized on a prime opportunity, utilizing an in-out dribble to create space for a breakthrough. Subsequently, he maneuvered past his defender, the Lakers' own Scottie Pippen Jr., and entered the paint, lofting the ball toward the right side as Banchero surged toward the center. Observing Banchero's cutting direction, Hampton aimed for a direct pass. The Lakers' defense was commendable. With the assistance of DeAndre Jordan, Pippen Jr. and Jordan effectively cornered Hampton outside the 3-second area, attempting to push him back. Yet, this strategy provided Hampton with an opening. Hampton exchanged a knowing glance with Banchero, who instantly grasped his intent, gesturing toward the basket with a finger. Understanding the cue, Hampton gently tossed the basketball into the air. Whoosh! The ball ascended like a helicopter taking flight, while Banchero, keenly tracking its trajectory, seized the opportunity and leapt with astonishing elevation. His jump was nothing short of breathtaking. With arms outstretched, he soared, resembling a majestic eagle in flight, surpassing the rim with ease. His powerful hands clasped the ball mid-air, and with forceful intent, he slammed it through the hoop, thud. The rim's tremor left spectators in awe. Witnessing Banchero's extraordinary display, everyone gasped in astonishment, struck by a profound sense of wonder. This moment not only astonished the Lakers, but even the Orlando Magic themselves were taken aback by Banchero's performance. This dunk had reached an unparalleled zenith. If one were to encapsulate it in a single phrase, it would be simply explosive. Boom, boom. In celebration, Banchero, with both hands firmly grasping the rim, hung suspended from the hoop, swaying back and forth like a pendulum. Banchero roared with fervor, unleashing the torrent of emotions within him. However, an unforeseen incident transpired. According to NBA regulations, hanging on the rim after a dunk is deemed unsportsmanlike conduct, perceived as a provocation towards opponents. Consequently, the sharp blast of the referee's whistle pierced the air, leaving Banchero momentarily bewildered. What is happening? He stood up, his expression one of confusion as he gazed at the referee. Foul, foul. The referee signaled, and upon realizing that he had been assessed a technical foul, Banchero found himself caught between laughter and disbelief. How could this be? A technical foul. Chapter 74. The pursuit of points begins. Observing Banchero's fury, the referee remained indifferent. Such occurrences were all too familiar to him. It was evident that if Banchero continued to provoke, another technical foul could swiftly follow, leading to dire consequences. Thus, his teammates hurriedly intervened, restraining Banchero. Reluctantly, he turned away, muttering a string of expletives in his native tongue. After all, regardless of being the first overall pick in the 2023 NBA draft, or even the 2003 draft, one remains powerless in the face of the referee's authority. As a result of Banchero's technical foul, the Los Angeles Lakers were granted a free throw opportunity, transforming his explosive dunk from 2 points to just 1. Meanwhile, Lin Peng, seated at the sidelines, observed Banchero on the court, acutely aware that his stamina was waning. He was merely holding on. Just moments before, during his dispute with the referee, he had nearly lost his breath. On the sidelines, Banchero stood with his hands on his hips, gazing vacantly at the free throw taken by the Los Angeles Lakers' Scottie Pippen. A large towel was persistently wiping the sweat from his face, neck, and shoulders. However, due to his exceptional sweat production, even such a substantial towel could hardly endure for long. The game progressed, and amidst the resolute defense of the Lakers, it became evident that the physical stamina of the team's undeniable cornerstone, Banchero, was waning. As the third quarter concluded, the Orlando Magic led the Lakers by a significant margin of 14 points, with a score of 73-59. Although this did not align with Banchero's aspirations, the 14-point gap and a mere 12 minutes remaining suggested that the Lakers had little hope of a comeback. Meanwhile, in Las Vegas, media outlets following the Summer League had already begun drafting articles on the anticipated victory of the Orlando Magic, preparing to finalize their pieces with the final score once the game concluded. However, Lin Peng and Zhang Fanbo had a different perspective. At the onset of the fourth quarter, Coach Phil Handy promptly placed Lin Peng and Zhang Fanbo onto the court, for it was their genuine Chinese national derby duo that would unlock the Lakers' offensive potential. At that moment, Banchero was not on the court, presenting the Lakers with a prime opportunity for a counterattack. The game commenced with the Lakers securing possession of the ball for the first play. Lin Peng, with the ball in hand, elegantly navigated a curve outside the center circle. Utilizing a robust screen set by Zhang Fanbo, he then, from beyond the three-point line, executed a swift and decisive jump shot. The fluidity of his movement, the precision of his footwork, evoked the imagery of a gallant steed in poetic motion, reminiscent of the spirited youth adorned in fresh attire. Swish. The spectators on the basketball court were momentarily stunned by Lin Peng's remarkable ability to shoot over his defender, echoing the prowess of Los Angeles Lakers star LeBron James with his characteristic stealthy strikes. In the visual field, the basketball traced a graceful arc before nestling securely in the hoop, then bouncing in with assurance. It was splendid, clean, and remarkably executed. This was Lin Peng's signature skill. Haha. Who would have thought this fellow possessed such a formidable heart? This three-pointer was executed with such conviction. He is no ordinary spot-up shooter. He is undoubtedly reminiscent of Ray Allen. Ha ha ha. I too perceive Lin Peng's three-point shot as strikingly similar to Ray Allen's. On the court, the players of the Los Angeles Lakers were momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into jubilant cheers. What a magnificent play. This shot brought the score to 73-62, still trailing by 11 points. Lin Peng's countenance did not exhibit any semblance of ease. He immediately immersed himself back into defense. In the ensuing round, the center of the Orlando Magic, Carter, initiated the play, delivering the ball directly to R.J. Hampton. In the absence of Banchero, he naturally became the most reliable player for the Orlando Magic on the court. However, just as R.J. Hampton received the pass and before he could take a shot, Lin Peng surged forward to apply pressure. Lin Peng's defensive prowess is indeed formidable. His exceptional hand size and unparalleled wingspan significantly expand his defensive coverage. More importantly, after a period of ample rest, Lin Peng possesses considerable stamina to showcase his true defensive capabilities. Under such relentless defense, R.J. Hampton finds it nearly impossible to maintain possession of the ball. In an instant, caught off guard by Lin Peng's relentless pursuit, the basketball slipped from Hampton's grasp. By the time he realized what had happened, Lin Peng had completely seized control of the ball. What a splendid steal! This was a bold and direct interception that captivated the commentators in the booth. Wow, Lin Peng has taken the initiative. It seems he is poised to bridge the score gap in this manner. Indeed, Lin Peng's defensive effort is not only impressive but also perfectly sets the stage for an immediate counterattack, leaving spectators in awe. Here it comes. Lin Peng is launching a fast break. After Lin Peng intercepted R.J. Hampton, he faced the swiftly retreating players of the Orlando Magic. Observing the scene, Lin Peng smiled subtly, thinking to himself, when it comes to speed, you are still quite inexperienced. Lin Peng curled his lips, revealing a hint of a wicked smile. Suddenly, he surged forward, sprinting towards the three-point line on his left. As Lin Peng dashed ahead, the players of the Orlando Magic, particularly R.J. Hampton, who had just been intercepted, were undoubtedly holding their breath, trailing behind him. Yet, in comparison to Lin Peng, they were woefully slow. Even the fans of the Orlando Magic present at the scene could not help but gasp in astonishment as they witnessed his breakthrough. This time, Lin Peng's advance was entirely reliant on his height advantage, explosive power, and nimble footwork, complemented by his exceptionally long legs. Under Lin Peng's lead, the Orlando Magic players on the sidelines resembled eager followers, desperately trying to keep pace with him. However, none could catch up to Lin Peng. Lin Peng effortlessly approached the baseline, executed a sudden stop, and leaped straight into the air. The height he achieved was nothing short of astonishing. As he soared upward and forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop, Lin Peng, this goal has utterly disrupted the formation of the Orlando Magic players. Haha. Splendid. Truly remarkable. Lin Peng, this time, you have been absolutely phenomenal. With a quick 5 points at the start, you have narrowed the gap between the two teams to single digits. Meanwhile, sitting on the sidelines, the still reeling Paolo Banchero gazes darkly at the unfolding game. Within less than a minute, the lead has shrunk from double digits to single digits. Damn it. A surge of fury rises within Banchero, and he cannot suppress an expletive. Chapter 75, Near Buzzer Beater? Coach, I want to play. Naturally, Banchero is filled with frustration as he watches Lin Peng's dazzling one-on-one plays repeatedly diminish the score gap, making him feel threatened. Lin Peng, this time, I shall not let you prevail. However, head coach Claude shakes his head at Banchero in refusal. Given your current physical condition, I cannot permit you to enter the game, the Orlando Magic's coach states calmly. Banchero grits his teeth. Damn. He clenches his fists tightly. To be honest, during the final 2 minutes of the third quarter, Banchero's stamina was severely depleted. Although he may not appear to be sweating now and feels capable of returning to the court after a sip of electrolyte drink, a glance at his pale lips tells Coach Claude that he cannot allow Banchero to play. Although Banchero remains on the bench, it does not imply that the dynamics of the game have ceased to evolve. Lin Peng's performance is still in full swing. With 10 minutes and 16 seconds remaining in the game, the Los Angeles Lakers trail the Orlando Magic by a score of 64-73, with a 9-point deficit. Lin Peng licked his parched lips and spoke softly, slowly. There are still 9 points. Jean Famba stood closest to Lin Peng, and upon hearing Lin Peng's low growl akin to that of a fierce beast, he felt a surge of adrenaline, echoing, there are still 9 points. The game continued, with the Orlando Magic showing no urgency to quicken the pace. R.J. Hampton steadily brought the basketball across the court. Center Banchero moved in to set a screen, and after executing the pick, R.J. Hampton attempted a mid-range jumper. Clang. The shot veered slightly off course, ultimately rebounding off the rim and missing. Center Huff demonstrated the capabilities expected of a traditional big man, successfully securing the defensive rebound. Subsequently, with a swift motion, he delivered the ball to Lin Peng, who had already sprinted beyond the three-point line. With less than 6 minutes remaining in the game, Orlando Magic's head coach, Claude, signaled to the referee and called for a timeout. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and a 2-minute timeout commenced. Banchero, exasperated, watched the narrowing score on the court, his anger boiling within him. Lin Peng, a defender hailing from the land of Huaxia, has successfully ignited his competitive spirit in the preceding 6 minutes. With the collective efforts of the Los Angeles Lakers led by Lin Peng, they have been diligently narrowing the score gap, despite the Orlando Magic's impressive counterattacks. The Lakers have managed to close the deficit to a mere 4 points, the current score standing at 84-80, with the Lakers trailing by 4. However, in light of the Lakers' burgeoning momentum, it is perhaps the Magic who should be more concerned about their predicament. Coach, allow me to take the court. After a moment of contemplation, Claude nodded. By this time, Banchero's stamina should have sufficiently replenished. It was time for him to step in and seal the game. This summer league must conclude with the victory of the first overall pick, Claude murmured to himself. The Orlando Magic players surrounding him remained silent. Fully aware of the significance of this timeout, it was time for Banchero to enter the fray and conclude the contest. As the timeout elapsed, Banchero, who had been resting on the bench for half a quarter, finally made his entrance onto the court. The atmosphere among the fans soared as they witnessed the return of the first overall pick. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Look, Banchero is back. With this lineup, the Magic are deploying their decisive forces. It seems he is set to finish the game. The intensity of the match reached unprecedented heights. To hear such fervent cheers during a summer league game is indeed a rarity. If one were to overlook the venue's modesty and merely listen to the roars, one might easily confuse it with an NBA regular season game. The contest now approached its critical final 6 minutes. Banchero, regarded as the soul of the Magic, appeared like a bolt of lightning, instantly uplifting the team's morale. Upon entering the game, Banchero was determined to assert his dominance over Lin Peng. Without hesitation, he called for the ball, disregarding R.J. Hampton's signals for a play. "Give me the damn ball," he shouted, faced with the team's cornerstone. Hampton promptly passed the basketball to Banchero. The latter indicated for a one-on-one situation, with his defender being the much-discussed Fonbois. In professional basketball, the most frequently employed yet effective tactic remains the isolation play. Utilizing this primal and aggressive offensive strategy, Banchero announced his intentions for the fourth quarter with unparalleled clarity. As the scene unfolded, Banchero, the first overall pick, skillfully controlled the ball, keenly searching for an opportunity to penetrate the defense. In comparison to Fonbois, the disparity in physical prowess was stark. After all, Zhang was merely an undrafted player. Suddenly, Banchero narrowed his eyes, executed a deft step, and swiftly maneuvered from the right to the left. A splendid change of direction misled his opponent. Even if Fonbois wished to obstruct him, he was far too late to adjust. The frustrated defender, Fonbois, exclaimed in dismay. Though his speed was commendable, it paled in comparison to that of a player of Banchero's caliber, a true NBA first-round talent. Witnessing Zhang's defensive lapse, Banchero charged forward towards the paint with unrelenting determination. With a resounding thud, he faced an unguarded basket and effortlessly scored, claiming 2 points. "Lin Peng, today I will face you head-on." After executing the dunk, Banchero, having learned his lesson, refrained from hanging on the rim this time. Instead, as he landed on the hardwood, he muttered fiercely under his breath towards Lin Peng's direction. Lin Peng suddenly turned around, as if sensing Banchero's challenge. "Let us give it a try." Due to the distance, Banchero could not hear his words. Yet he could discern Lin Peng's lip movements. "Let us give it a try." Banchero's face turned a shade of green. Having risen to prominence as a prodigy in the league, he had hardly regarded anyone among his contemporaries, apart from Holmgren and Jabari Smith. Let us see how this unfolds. Chapter 76. The Counterkill. The scores of the two teams were tightly intertwined, the fierce competition rendering the spectators nearly breathless with anticipation. The players on the court were drenched in sweat. The intensity of the match reached a fever pitch, with the crowd's cheers and applause coalescing into a pulsating energy that filled the entire arena. It was truly extraordinary to hear such an overwhelming roar from a sea of fans during a summer league game. As the match approached its final minutes, neither side managed to pull ahead. The exchange of leads continued, heightening the atmosphere even further. Lin Peng's performance was particularly striking, with remarkable focus and exceptional skill. He executed crucial offensive plays at pivotal moments. Not to be outdone, Paolo Banchero exuded formidable strength with each shot he took. With merely 10 seconds left in the game, the Los Angeles Lakers were tied at 99 points with the Orlando Magic. The Magic now had possession. Clearly, they approached this final shot with great caution. R.J. Hampton, the team's best ball handler, advanced the basketball to the front court, while Pippen applied relentless pressure. However, the challenge of inducing an error without committing a foul was nearly insurmountable. Once R.J. brought the ball to the front, he passed it to the team's leader, Banchero, who was entrusted with executing the final offensive play. Only he could represent the Orlando Magic in concluding this match. The entire audience, along with the commentators, held their breath, awaiting this decisive moment. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Banchero took a step forward, his gaze fixed on Lin Peng. Up to this point, Lin had amassed 32 points, while Banchero had achieved 31, both remarkable figures. If Banchero succeeded in this shot, not only would it seal the game, but it would also elevate his scoring above Lin's. Faced with Lin's defense, Banchero remained unperturbed, advancing with 2 dribbles. Suddenly, Lin surged forward to apply pressure. Although Banchero possessed exceptional ball handling skills for a player of his height, he was still a towering 6 feet and 6 inches tall. Under the duress of the defense, Banchero struggled to maintain control of the ball. In a moment of panic, he hastily launched a shot. With a sharp jump shot that seemed almost awkward, the basketball traced a remarkably flat arc through the air, an unusual trajectory that nevertheless found its way into the hoop. It went in. The commentators were momentarily stunned. It went in. But one commentator quickly regained composure, raising his arms in exultation. This was a game-winning shot. One might attribute it to luck. Yet sometimes greatness is forged with a touch of fortune. The commentator noted that the timer had not reset to 0, and there had been no sound cue. Indeed, it was a near miracle. Ha. That's right. The execution of the move had become somewhat distorted, yet astonishingly, the ball found its way into the hoop. In an instant, the arena erupted with thunderous cheers, transforming the entire venue into a jubilant sea of joy. Clearly, the spectators had made the right choice in purchasing their tickets. They had made a splendid investment. Beep, beep. At this moment, only 0.9 seconds remained for the Los Angeles Lakers. Just 0.9 seconds. Coach Phil Handy immediately called for a timeout, marking the Lakers' final pause in the game. There were no more. The players of the Los Angeles Lakers hung their heads in despair, particularly Famboisant. However, Lin Peng, with a resolute gaze, slowly declared, "No, we have not lost yet. We still have 0.9 seconds left." Las Vegas. Lin Peng sat on the Lakers bench, his gaze fixated anxiously on the unfolding match. Coach Phil Handy was meticulously strategizing, his tension palpable. With only 0.9 seconds remaining, the time was exceedingly brief. Making passing beneath the basket fraught with the risk of error, a three-pointer was the only viable option. Phil Handy had assembled a final lineup comprising Lin Peng, Swider, Little Pippen, Jones, and Zing Fanbua, a full backcourt ensemble. Anyone who comprehended the dynamics on the court would immediately grasp the coach's intent. A three-point shot was imperative. A desperate need for a successful launch. Those incapable of making the shot were to be benched. With the strategy laid out, mere seconds ticked away. Zing Fanbua cast a distant glance toward the Magic's bench, faintly hearing a player from the opposing team shout, "Magic." Ultimately, time had crystallized at 0.9 seconds. With the Heat almost sealing their victory, they expressed their emotions toward the fans seated behind the bench. As the scales of triumph had decidedly tilted in favor of the Heat. Ding! The timeout concluded. Lin Peng stepped onto the arena, a critical moment of 0.9 seconds filled with the glint of blades. The Lakers prepared to execute a sideline throw-in, with the player designated for this pivotal task being Zing Fanbua. Lin Peng crouched at the corner, shielded by none other than the star of the Magic, Paolo Banchero, who had just delivered a brilliant assist. At the sound of the referee's whistle, Swider, who had already sunk 3 three-pointers today, sprinted towards the arc, yet his pace struggled to match the rhythm of the game. His sluggish speed rendered him unable to shake off the defender before him, leaving him unable to find a suitable opportunity to pass to Zing Fanbua. Time ticked away, inching closer to a critical moment. Just then, Lin Peng surged forward, his initial burst of speed akin to a falcon swooping down on its prey. Catching the defender off guard, Banchero was left a step behind as Lin Peng successfully positioned himself at the left side, 45 degrees from the basket. Zing Fanbua, anxiously preparing to inbound from the baseline, spotted Lin Peng's open position and was filled with elation, hastily delivering the ball to him. Simultaneously, a nearby Magic player and Banchero rushed to defend, arms outstretched, leaping high as if forming a colossal net. With a sudden burst of power from his calves, Lin Peng propelled himself into the air, deftly evading the two defenders' attempts to block his shot. The basketball, held aloft above his head, seemed to meld with his very essence, as his core, arms, and fingers coordinated in perfect harmony to release the ball with unwavering precision. The sphere traced a graceful arc through the air, and time appeared to stand still as all eyes in Las Vegas converged upon the moment. Swish. The sound of the ball swishing through the net marked the score at 102-101. Bang. The ball went in. Instantly. The commentators' jubilant cheers electrified the entire heart of Las Vegas. The fans erupted, their roars swelling like a deluge, threatening to engulf the arena. Lin Peng, MVP, MVP. Many fans from China fervently chanted his name. Teammates rushed to him, encircling Lin Peng in a jubilant embrace as they leaned shoulder to shoulder. Basking in the glory of their victorious moment, Lin Peng stood amidst the jubilant crowd, feeling as though he were in a dream. Incredible! This simply cannot be. Banchero remained in a daze, watching the Los Angeles Lakers celebrate fervently, utterly unable to comprehend the situation. Coach Claude approached and gently patted his shoulder. It was inevitable. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, timing and fate. Chapter 77, a call from Yao Ming? It's all right. It's just a game, Claude said earnestly. Having experienced such moments countless times before. Once a professional player himself, albeit not in the NBA, but in overseas leagues, he was indeed a bona fide athlete. Banchero's expression darkened as he slowly turned and walked directly into the locker room. This defeat had evidently cast a shadow over the entire Orlando Magic team. It was their first loss of the Summer League, and the manner of it was particularly disheartening. The game is a roller coaster of emotions. In stark contrast, the Los Angeles Lakers had transformed into a jubilant sea of celebration. The arena erupted with thunderous cheers, making it hard to believe that this was merely a Summer League game held in a rented high school gym. Thanks to Lin Peng's last-second shot, the Lakers secured a thrilling victory, and Lin Peng became the center of attention. During the post-game interview, he stood under the blinding lights, smiling as he answered questions from the media. His demeanor was confident and composed, despite the harrowing nature of the game. It seemed as though this victory was merely another ordinary accomplishment for him. Having made the game-winning shot against the Orlando Magic, how do you feel at this moment? Lin Peng pondered for a moment and smiled, saying, "What I wish to convey is that it was not solely my triumph over the Orlando Magic, but rather the collective effort of all the players in our Los Angeles Lakers that led to this outcome. Furthermore, it was not just about defeating the Orlando Magic in this match. I also overcame my own limitations." The reporter continued, "In this game, Lin Peng, you scored 35 points, while Banchero managed 33. Whether considering the final result or the individual statistics, your performance in this match surpassed Banchero's. What are your thoughts on this?" Lin Peng stated without hesitation, "I am immensely proud of this match. As members of the team, we must give our utmost effort. As for individual statistics, I believe each of us deserves some recognition. However, personal accolades should not be the sole measure of success, for the victory of this match belongs to us all." In response to every subsequent question, Lin Peng provided impeccably articulate answers. Through his insightful words and thoughtfully considered responses, he revealed his mature mindset and exceptional skills on the court. As Lin Peng made his way back to the apartment, he reclined in the car, having picked it up today with De Zhuang. Consequently, De Zhuang took on the role of chauffeur. The primary reason, however, was that hiring a dedicated driver in the United States was simply exorbitantly expensive. Lin Peng curled up on the sofa in the back seat of the car, having just undergone a temporary restorative massage for relaxation. He unlocked his phone, eager to check the latest updates on social media. However, upon opening Instagram, he was astonished to discover a meteoric rise in his follower count. At the moment he executed his game-winning shot, he had become the center of attention. A deluge of comments and likes flooded his feed, as if he were being swept away by a tidal wave, particularly from netizens in Huaxia. It seemed that no matter where one was, being a citizen of Huaxia evoked a long-lost sense of warmth. Lin Peng glided his finger across the screen, his eyes swiftly scanning through a series of messages. Some expressed admiration for his prodigious talent, others lauded his tenacity, while a few inquired about his future aspirations. He was taken aback by this sudden surge of attention, momentarily lost in contemplation. Although he had yet to enter the NBA, he had already become a focal point of public interest. He felt the weight of media scrutiny and expectations, as well as the unwavering attention and anticipation from countless fans. Lin Peng came to a halt, lifting his gaze towards the starry sky. He was immersed in his thoughts, contemplating his future. He understood that this world is harsh and fraught with challenges. He must exert greater effort to realize his ambitions. Rebirth is not an easy endeavor. Nevertheless, let the storm come with even greater ferocity. The newly acquired Ford SUV offered a pleasant driving experience, and after approximately half an hour, he arrived at his apartment in Las Vegas. Lin Peng entered the apartment, where De Zhuang was busy coordinating with the restoration specialists. Despite having changed into fresh attire, Lin Peng still bore the lingering scent of his strenuous efforts on the basketball court. He felt utterly exhausted. At that moment, his phone abruptly rang. A strange ring piercing the stillness of the night. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he picked up the device, glancing at the unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. A wave of curiosity washed over him as he gently pressed the answer button, harboring little expectation. After all, he was not a celebrity, and such important calls were unlikely to come his way. Hello, this is Lin Peng. May I ask who is calling? Greetings. I am Yao Ming from the Chinese Basketball Association. Oh, Yao Ming. Lin Peng snapped back to reality, incredulous at the name. As the familiar voice resonated on the other end, he was instantly awakened, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was Yao Ming, the illustrious star of Chinese basketball, a true legend. Lin Peng's heart raced uncontrollably, and a look of uncontainable surprise spread across his face. Haha, could this possibly be a scam call? Surely. Even the beautiful country has its share of fraudulent calls, he murmured to himself. Yet, Yao Ming's voice was gentle and amiable, and Lin Peng was absolutely certain it was indeed Yao Ming. While voices can be imitated, the tone and certain expressions are exceedingly difficult to replicate. Yao Ming praised Lin Peng's basketball skills and commended the courage he displayed in making the game-winning shot. Ha ha ha, Lin Peng, you possess remarkable talent. Perhaps, once you enter the NBA in the future, you will become an outstanding player. I have great faith that you will surpass me. Upon hearing Yao Ming's accolades, Lin Peng trembled with excitement, rendered nearly speechless. He felt that Yao Ming held him in far too high regard. Teacher Yao, Lin Peng managed to utter with some difficulty. What is this? Are you so astonished just to hear my voice? Yao Ming teased with a smile. Lin Peng couldn't help but chuckle. In his previous life, he had limited interactions with Yao Ming, yet Yao, as the benchmark of the Chinese basketball realm, had always been the target Lin aspired to pursue. Without Yao's presence, it is likely that few would have considered the players from China in the current NBA league. By the way, how did you come to know my number? Lin Peng suddenly recalled this question. Yao Ming laughed heartily. Haha, of course I know. I am affiliated with the Men's Basketball Association, and we contacted your agent in advance to obtain your number. Why didn't De Zhuang inform me beforehand? Lin Peng exclaimed in a huff. Haha, perhaps he simply forgot, Yao replied. This De Zhuang is truly unfit as an agent. Lin Peng regained his senses and returned to the conversation with Yao Ming. After a series of cordial exchanges and compliments, both Lin Peng and Yao Ming felt a profound sense of regret for not having met sooner. Despite the significant age difference and the fact that they represented distinctly different eras in basketball. Chapter 78. A Call to Serve the Nation Eventually. Lin Peng and Yao Ming had engaged in conversation for quite some time. At this moment, Lin Peng suddenly inquired, Chairman Yao, I presume this call is not merely for pleasantries? Yao Ming chuckled softly before revealing his true intention. This time, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join the national team of Huaxia and participate in the 2023 Men's Basketball World Cup. To bring glory to our homeland and strive for a direct qualification for the Paris Olympics. Lin Peng fell into deep contemplation. He understood that this was an extraordinary opportunity to join the national team and represent his country on the world stage. How exhilarating it was. After careful consideration, Lin Peng resolutely nodded his head. Very well, I accept. He recognized that this was a chance for growth, and moreover, a call to serve his nation. He firmly responded to Yao Ming, affirming his acceptance of the invitation. Shouldn't you discuss this with your agent? Yao Ming inquired, clearly taken aback by Lin Peng's decisiveness. Lin Peng resolutely declared once more, is there still a need to ponder the matter of serving the nation? Yao Ming chuckled in response, indeed, you were doing exceptionally well. He then ended the call. In that moment, Lin Peng truly grasped the essence of honor. This was precisely what he yearned for. His aspiration was to one day establish himself in the NBA, much like Yao Ming, and ascend to the ranks of a genuine NBA superstar. At that juncture, the image of his former idol, Yao Ming, surfaced in Lin Peng's mind. Teacher Yao, I hope to live up to your expectations. He thought. All right, keep pushing. I firmly believe you will succeed. After hanging up, Lin Peng quietly clenched his fist, filled with immense anticipation in his heart. Lin Peng suddenly thought of Rivers. Wondering how the rumors surrounding him were being handled, he picked up his phone and gently tapped the screen, sending a message to Rivers. Curiosity and anticipation filled his heart as he sought to uncover the truth behind the rumors involving Rivers and Taylor Swift. Moments later, Rivers replied, assuring him that he had resolved the matter and urged him not to worry. He expressed concern over the increasingly corrupt media climate. Rivers' response left Lin Peng perplexed, igniting his desire to understand how Rivers had managed to dispel the rumors. Various possibilities raced through his mind as he envisioned how Rivers might have triumphed over the malicious gossip and speculation. After all, in the current climate, spreading falsehoods is far easier than clarifying them. Just as Lin Peng was lost in thought, Rivers forwarded him a news article. Upon clicking the link, Lin Peng was momentarily taken aback by the shocking imagery before him. The news revealed that Jeannie Buss, the owner of the Los Angeles Lakers, had posted a blog on Instagram detailing the death threats she had received from fans. How could someone so powerful and wealthy become a target of such violence? Lin Peng couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief, murmuring to himself, the atmosphere in this beautiful country is indeed quite liberating. However, from this extreme and peculiar case, one could still glean insights into the broader picture. He could easily envision the disappointment and anger of the Los Angeles Lakers fans and LeBron James supporters from the previous season. The fans felt indignant about the Lakers' performance, having invested their passion and hope only to witness the team's dramatic decline. Nevertheless, Lin Peng was now weary. At that moment, the massage therapist that De Zhuang had scheduled arrived, prompting him to set aside his myriad thoughts and indulge in a restorative massage. Following their victory over the Orlando Magic, the Los Angeles Lakers had achieved a 3-game winning streak, with 2 remaining matches against the Hornets and the Spurs. They concluded their journey with a record of 1 win and 1 loss. Throughout the Summer League, Lin Peng had undoubtedly been the standout performer, averaging an impressive 23.6 points, 7.6 rebounds, 7.2 assists, and 1.6 steals across 6 games. Such elite performance, coupled with the Lakers' visibility, propelled Lin Peng's popularity to soaring heights. Previously, he could only be likened to the top draft picks, but now it was evident that his appeal was rapidly approaching the pinnacle of this year's rookie class. Of course, the pick-and-roll collaboration between Lin Peng and Zhang Fanbo was equally eye-catching, delivering numerous surprises and becoming an essential tactic in the Summer League. After a brief respite post-Summer League, Lin Peng resumed his training, understanding that the off-season stretched out before him. Among the 5 brothers of the Summer League, apart from Lin Peng, Zhang Fanbo was merely a 2-way contract player. Securing a formal contract based on his performance in these games remained a formidable challenge. However, maintaining his position without being waived and competing in the NBA regular season on a 2-way contract was still within reach. Naturally, Lin Peng's assistance was instrumental in this regard, leading Zhang Fanbo to lavishly treat Lin Peng to an authentic Sichuan hot pot in this foreign land, which was undeniably expensive. Conversely, Zhang Jinlin and Guo Haowen, representing the Phoenix Suns, were less fortunate. Despite their deep brotherhood, the NBA proved to be a ruthless arena, and their skills ultimately fell short, resulting in their return to the domestic CBA for play. As for Li Longhu, his performance in the Summer League could only be described as average, averaging 15.2 points and 11.1 rebounds, yet he paled in comparison to Lin Peng's achievements. One day after the Summer League, the summer sun streamed through the window of Coach Base's office, illuminating the pristine scout report in his hands. He widened his eyes, nearly unable to believe the descriptions laid out before him. Lin Peng, in truth, was well aware that his capabilities far exceeded this draft position, and he possessed the potential to enter the first round. However, he was taken aback by Lin Peng's remarkable performance showcased during the Summer League. A wave of admiration surged within Little Base as he realized that Lin Peng had achieved such a comprehensive upgrade in such a brief period. Such an astonishing capacity for learning is indeed a rarity. It is essential to recognize that this represents an ongoing capacity for evolution. Littlebot instantly realized that he had actively introduced Lin Peng to seek credit and flaunt his achievements. However, just as he was about to step out of the office, President Palinka obstructed his path. "What's the matter? Where do you think you're going?" "Seek my sister, Jeannie Buss." Palinka smiled. "What's the matter? Do you wish to seek recognition and reward?" With a bemused expression, Palinka couldn't help but facepalm at Little Base's adorably naive response. Chapter 79, James's Invitation. Are you foolish? You should seek out Jenny Base, unaware that just a few days ago, he received death threats from fans through his Instagram backend. She is currently feeling quite upset. Your visit now would only stir up trouble, wouldn't it? Little Bass felt a twinge of frustration within. He was acutely aware that the relationship between him and his sister, Jeannie Buss, remained quite tense. Although he wished for a different dynamic, seeking her approval would undoubtedly prove to be a daunting task. The intent behind his request was merely to inform the owner that the Los Angeles Lakers might experience significant growth in the upcoming season. Thus, Little Bass resolved not to remain idle. "It's all right," he said with a smile to Pelinka. Before Pelinka could respond, Little Bass made his way towards his sister's office. Knock, knock. Upon hearing the knock, Jeannie Buss called out, "Come in." As Little Bass entered, he found Jeannie signing documents. She looked up to meet his gaze. Instantly, Jeannie straightened her posture. Little Bass was known for his forthrightness, and he promptly expressed his intentions. Although Jeannie felt a twinge of annoyance at the sight of her brother's smug expression, she recognized that, for the Los Angeles Lakers, this was indeed a positive development. Consequently, despite her seemingly stern demeanor, she indicated that she might consider not trading away Lin Peng this season. "All right, if you're going to be stubborn, then so be it," Little Bass remarked, turning to exit. Yet, just as he was about to leave, he glanced back at Jeannie, noting her serious expression. Beneath her resolute facade, Little Bass keenly sensed a deep-seated acknowledgement of Lin Peng from his sister. After all, Lin Peng's striking appearance transcends both Eastern and Western standards of beauty. One day, he diligently trained on the court, sweating profusely as he practiced his shooting, striving to perfect the motion to an absolute level of maturity. However, today, De Zhuang was absent from the training facility, having gone on a date with Monica. How despicable, Lin Peng thought to himself, shaking his head before resuming his shooting practice. After completing a set of shots, he took a brief respite on the bench, breathing heavily. Lin Peng gasped for breath when, at that moment, he received an astonishing message from none other than James. He could hardly believe his eyes. This was the team leader, LeBron James, currently one of the most elite superstars in the NBA. The fact that James would send him a message initially struck Lin Peng as an elaborate ruse. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was an official correspondence, thus dispelling any doubts of its authenticity. Lin Peng opened the email and was taken aback to find that James had invited him to join his son for a gaming session. This invitation filled Lin Peng with both surprise and honor. After all, James is not only the leader of the Los Angeles Lakers but also a partner on the basketball court. Having more interaction with his family could prove beneficial for future games and undeniably represents a tremendous honor for Lin Peng. 2 days later, Lin Peng drove his Ford SUV to James's luxurious residence in Los Angeles. Upon stepping into James's home, he instinctively called out Uncle James. What is going on?" James was momentarily taken aback, realizing that although Lin Peng played alongside him, he was now of the same age as Bryce and Bronny. This revelation stirred a wave of inexplicable melancholy within James, as he came to the realization that he had indeed become a veteran in the league. Lin Peng immediately sensed James's sentimentality and felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, James, being somewhat petty, soon ushered Lin Peng into the room, where both Bryce and Bronny were filled with joy following a brief family gathering. Lin Peng accompanied Bryce and Bronny to play video games. They were engaged in NBA 2K22. And it so happened that Lin Peng's favorite player was none other than LeBron James, while Bronny favored Stephen Curry. Under the guidance of Lin Peng and the suggestion of James, they engaged in playful banter while enjoying each other's company. "Haha, did you see how I just defeated him? I too emerged victorious. Haha, Lin Peng's skills are truly remarkable." Upon witnessing the competition among 3 individuals in NBA 2K, LeBron James wore a cheerful smile. "Look," he remarked, "how well Bryce and I are performing." Lin Peng inquired. James nodded in agreement. After concluding their conversation, James escorted Lin Peng to his study. Despite James's formidable presence, Lin Peng appeared notably at ease. Ultimately, James revealed his true intentions. He held great optimism for Lin Peng and expressed his desire for a collaborative effort in the upcoming season to guide the Lakers back to the playoffs. Upon hearing these words, Lin Peng couldn't help but feel a mixture of trepidation and exhilaration. As a professional NBA player, victory is always the ultimate objective, especially when one is surrounded by a top-tier NBA superstar. In the end, LeBron James extended an invitation for Lin Peng to join his commercial empire. Observing Lin Peng's bewildered expression, James chuckled softly and handed him a document. Upon opening it, Lin Peng was utterly astonished. It was a proposal from one of James's companies, inviting him to invest and be a part of the venture. Clearly, to demonstrate his sincerity, James had taken the initiative to welcome Lin Peng into his business realm. And it is well known that James is one of the most financially astute players in the NBA. Lin Peng could hardly believe his ears, and a joyful smile spread across his face. This opportunity was undoubtedly a monumental turning point for him, a crucial step towards realizing his dreams beyond basketball. After all, who wouldn't appreciate the allure of wealth? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Peng signed the document. Perhaps in the future, Lin Peng and LeBron would embark on a new basketball journey together, while also commencing their collaboration in the business arena. Haha, Lin Peng, it's settled then. Here's to a pleasant partnership, LeBron said, his face beaming with joy. No, you are the very soul of the Los Angeles Lakers. I look forward to our collaboration, Lin Peng replied hastily. Well then, I shall take my leave. Won't you stay a little longer? Lin Peng shook his head. As the hour had grown quite late, observing Lin Peng's demeanor, James ceased to insist on his company. As he watched Lin Peng's departing figure, a wave of contemplation washed over him. Yet, when he lifted his gaze again, he realized Lin Peng had already vanished from sight. This player from the land of Huaxia, Lin Peng, evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within me, despite this being our first encounter. James shook his head, dismissing the thought, if it eluded him. There was no need to pursue it further. He cast the notion aside. Chapter 80, Kobe Day in Los Angeles. The following day, Lin Peng received a call from James' agent early in the morning and promptly drove to the opulent mansion of James. Within the grandeur of the estate, Lin Peng and James reached an agreement, solidifying his role within the vast commercial empire. Hey, Lin, this is our new venture. However, I require your assistance to make a significant impact in the business realm, James remarked with a warm smile. Absolutely, Lin Peng readily acquiesced. He was willing to undertake any task that a mogul like James would assign him. After all, earning James' recognition was no simple feat. And aligning himself with him for financial gain was akin to filling a sack with riches. Just as Anthony Davis, the second in command of the Los Angeles Lakers, thrived by investing alongside James, he too had reaped substantial rewards. Very well, I shall commence my duties now. Do ensure your timely presence at the evening banquet. Lin Peng promptly nodded and then departed, his destination being the training facility. En route to the gym, an inexplicable sense of boredom enveloped him. After all, the forthcoming weeks would entail an exceptionally protracted off-season. At this moment, thoughts of the Falcon crossed his mind. According to the arrangements made by Xiaomi, once he truly embarked on his NBA journey, there would be a promotional event awaiting him. He merely wondered if the Falcon would be present at that time. Thus, he decided to visit Instagram, locating the Falcon's account, and initiated a private chat to see her response. Hello, Lin, it's been ages since you last logged onto Instagram. Lin Peng glanced at the message and couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He held little hope that the War Eagle would respond to him, after all. Who would casually check their Instagram messages? Hey, I haven't logged into Instagram in ages either. I just returned from the Summer League in Las Vegas a few days ago. Lin Peng replied. I know, right? You performed exceptionally well at the Summer League. Haha. The atmosphere instantly became warm and jovial. On August 24th, the sun shone brightly, and the sky was a flawless blue. This day held particular significance for the Los Angeles Lakers. The numbers 8 and 24 symbolize that man, embodying the essence of the team. Today is Kobe Day in Los Angeles, and the Staples Center has transformed into a sanctuary honoring Kobe. Lin Peng set aside his training regimen, deliberately coming here, a devoted fan of Kobe Bryant. Regrettably, his rebirth only allowed him to reach the threshold of his rookie season. Had he been able to venture further, perhaps he would have had the opportunity to witness the true Kobe once more. Gazing at the wall adorned with grand posters of Kobe, alongside images of his daughter, Gigi, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of reverence and nostalgia. Boss, I miss you, Lin Peng murmured to himself. In the not-so-distant future, the NBA regular season would commence, and he too would don the purple and gold jersey, ready to battle in the league just like Kobe. Lin Peng remained silent for a considerable time, then took out his phone to open Instagram, perusing a myriad of blogs. Within the Los Angeles Forum, every post paid homage to Kobe, despite the fact that 2 years had elapsed since that fateful time. Among these, Lin Peng stumbled upon the post with the highest number of likes and attention, which was shared by Jeannie Buss, the owner of the Los Angeles Lakers. Jeannie Buss announced on Instagram the establishment of a statue in honor of Kobe. In light of this news, Lin Peng was evidently overwhelmed with excitement. Yet he found it somewhat predictable. After all, it was Kobe we were speaking of. Subsequently, Lin Peng exuberantly posted on Instagram, declaring that as a member of the Los Angeles Lakers arena, he would undoubtedly lead the Lakers to secure the championship in the future. This post garnered countless likes and comments, including those from the avid internet user, LeBron James. At that moment, a tall middle-aged man approached, clad in athletic attire, sporting a prominent bald head, and wearing a smile. Lin Peng glanced and realized, is that not Ham? The last time during the Summer League against the Orlando Magic, Ham had come to watch, leaving Lin Peng quite astonished. Yet his abrupt departure midway through left him perplexed. Haha, hey Lin. Ham extended his hand, and Lin Peng immediately stepped forward to grasp Ham's hand firmly. Coach Ham. Lin Peng spoke with great respect. Following this, Lin Peng engaged in a brief exchange of pleasantries, sensing a shared enthusiasm for Kobe between them. However, Ham suddenly remarked that he had previously made a bet with Lin Peng and had lost. Lin Peng was momentarily taken aback, only to subsequently recall the matter at hand. Ham expressed his astonishment at having accurately predicted the outcome. However, the notion that losing equates to winning, and winning signifies losing, comes into play. Although he lost the wager with Lin Peng, the gamble was devised by Ham himself, inherently advantageous to him. Had Ham failed to secure the position of coach, he could at least count on a meal courtesy of Lin Peng, deeming it a professional setback yet a victory in the wager. Now, with Ham successfully appointed as the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers, it is evident that while he may have lost the bet, he has triumphed in his career advancement. Thus, he did not perceive the loss of the wager as particularly dire. Rather, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Ultimately, Ham ascended to the position of head coach for the Los Angeles Lakers, a remarkable achievement indeed. At that time, he triumphed over renowned figures such as Stotts, Tyronn Lue, and Atkins to attain this position. It is crucial to recognize that these coaches are esteemed luminaries within the NBA. Their experience is exceptionally rich. While Ham has never held the position of head coach, having solely engaged in assistant coaching roles, to his astonishment, his debut as a head coach unfolds with none other than the Los Angeles Lakers. Congratulations are in order. Lin Peng clasped his hands in congratulation. In truth, he was curious about Ham's success and inquired how Ham had managed to stand out. Ham chuckled softly and candidly confessed that Lin Peng's earlier observation had proven to be accurate. Ultimately, the primary concern of owner Jeannie Buss revolved around the compatibility of Westbrook. Initially, during the selection process for the head coach, Ham had not garnered Jeannie Buss's trust. However, he subsequently pledged to address the issues surrounding Westbrook's compatibility within the roster, presenting several concrete and credible solutions. After undergoing multiple evaluations, he finally earned Jeannie Buss's approval. Nevertheless, Ham refrained from fully disclosing the specific strategies he had devised regarding Westbrook's situation. Upon broaching this topic, Ham cast a knowing glance towards Lin Peng, who appeared somewhat perplexed. Through Ham's subtle gesture, Lin Peng surmised that he was hinting at the need for Lin Peng's assistance on this matter. Lin Peng, astonished, pointed at his own nose and exclaimed, "Me? How could that be possible?" He found it hard to believe that he would become the pivotal figure in Ham's quest to resolve compatibility issues. Ham smiled mysteriously and slowly replied, "Indeed, my friend. You are precisely the person I require. I need you on the field to serve as the adhesive that binds the three giants together." Upon hearing this, Lin Peng suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. He comprehended the meaning of what Ham meant. Chapter 81, The Bustling Off-Season Trades, Part 1. Lin Peng contemplated slowly. It is worth noting that Lin Peng is a player capable of dribbling, shooting, and defending. During the collaboration of the three giants on the court, he adeptly connected the lineup, enhancing the synergy among his teammates. In truth, this aligns perfectly with Lin Peng's self-assessment of his role. Lin Peng felt a surge of joy within. He had unexpectedly encountered a coach who truly understood him and the game. Excellent. He vowed not to disappoint the expectations placed upon him. Lin Peng confidently patted his chest, chuckling heartily. Although he was considerably older than Lin Peng, Ham, after all, was a playful spirit, effortlessly bridging the gap between their ages and statuses. At that moment, Ham unabashedly draped his arm over Lin Peng's shoulder. In contrast to the towering frame of the former NBA power forward, Lin Peng appeared diminutive. As the NBA regular season approached, the free agency market was bustling with excitement. 2 years prior, the Los Angeles Clippers had acquired Leonard and Paul George, yet the team had not achieved particularly remarkable results. It is worth noting that during the 3 seasons of collaboration between these two superstars, the Clippers' most commendable achievement was merely reaching the Western Conference Finals. Of course, part of this can be attributed to Leonard's injury last season, but following his injury, Leonard's contract expired, raising the question of whether he would re-sign. Leonard's stance was to agree only to a 1+1 contract, a proposition that the Clippers found unacceptable. After all, if they were to grant him such a deal, and he recovered only to enter free agency, it would leave the Clippers with nothing but an empty basket. The ongoing dispute regarding the Los Angeles Clippers and Leonard's contract renewal has emerged as a significant topic during this offseason. Fortunately, this matter has recently reached a conclusion, with Leonard ultimately securing a 4-year contract extension worth $176.3 million with the Clippers, the final year of which includes a player option. Both parties have made compromises, clearly illustrating the burgeoning power of superstars in the current NBA era. A competitive dynamic has gradually developed between stars and their respective teams. Meanwhile, in the Western Conference, the Dallas Mavericks find themselves in a challenging situation. The Mavericks are fortunate to have identified a premier cornerstone for their franchise following Nowitzki's retirement, in the form of the extraordinary young talent, Doncic. However, they face the unfortunate constraint of a smaller market, making it exceedingly difficult to assemble a suitable roster around Doncic. Brunson, the promising point guard who has performed admirably for the Mavericks, found himself in a state of indecision after prolonged contract negotiations. Regrettably, the New York Knicks, with their substantial financial resources, presented Brunson with an irresistible offer of 4 years at $100 million, a sum the Mavericks could not possibly match. Furthermore, this contract is widely regarded throughout the league as an overvalued deal. Ultimately, Brunson opted to depart from the Dallas Mavericks and signed a 4-year contract with the New York Knicks, as one cannot easily turn down such lucrative opportunities. Moreover, the stage is grander, and resources are more abundant. Being a second fiddle with the Mavericks pales in comparison to leading the charge in Dallas. This indeed encapsulates the essence of the matter. Nonetheless, the discourse within the forums reverberates with claims that the New York Knicks are the perennial underdogs. After all, there remains a steadfast belief in the Knicks' potential. For instance, one need not mention Joakim Noah's 4-year, $70 million contract. But a classic case is that of Amar'e Stoudemire. The 2010 offseason marked a historic year for free agency, featuring prominent players such as LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, Dirk Nowitzki, and Paul Pierce. The Knicks aspired to make a significant impact, yet their recruitment efforts faltered, resulting in the absence of any marquee signings. Consequently, they hastily bestowed a lavish contract upon Stoudemire. Following the signing, Stoudemire's performance declined, ultimately stifling the team's ability to enhance its roster, leading the Knicks to buy out his contract in the 2014 season. Furthermore, Allan Houston, renowned for his mid-range prowess, joined the Knicks on a 6-year, $100 million deal. However, after his arrival, Houston was plagued by severe injuries, struggling for 4 seasons before unexpectedly announcing his retirement. This decision caught the Knicks management off guard, yet, in accordance with NBA regulations, the contract remained binding, obligating the Knicks to pay his salary and luxury tax, rendering them the ultimate victims. The subsequent introduction of the Allan Houston rule was a direct response to his situation, aimed at curtailing similar occurrences of unexpected retirements during contract tenures. Additionally, contracts such as Evan Fournier's $73 million over 4 years, Eddie Curry's 6-year, $63 million deal, and the 5-year, $30 million contracts of Jared Jeffries and Jerome James exemplify standard ill-fated agreements. In essence, observing the operations of owner James Dolan and the Knicks over the years, one can conclude that the Knicks have become purveyors of burdensome contracts, with Dolan at the helm steering the franchise into disarray. However, one can only wonder if this year's notable acquisition, Jalen Brunson, might herald a different narrative. Aside from the Mavericks, the Atlanta Hawks find themselves in a similar predicament, with star player Trae Young and Luka Doncic undeniably representing the new generation of talent. Yet, having a superstar does not inherently equate to a formidable and coherent roster, especially given that their ultimate aspiration remains singular, the coveted Larry O'Brien Trophy. Thus, the Atlanta Hawks have been actively seeking to strengthen their roster during this offseason. The team's general manager has set his sights on DeJounte Murray, the star player of the San Antonio Spurs, who are currently undergoing a rebuilding phase. It is worth noting that last season, the Spurs, who had made the playoffs for 22 consecutive years, ultimately missed out on postseason participation. The team possesses raw talent, yet lacks a cornerstone player, making it unlikely for high-profile stars to join. Even the renowned coach Greg Popovich, often hailed as the best in the NBA, finds himself in a challenging predicament, unable to create a feast without the necessary ingredients. More importantly, in the upcoming 2023 draft, the rare and extraordinary talent Victor Wembanyama will be available, which aligns perfectly with the San Antonio Spurs' aspirations. Therefore, retaining their star player DeJounte Murray would hinder the Spurs' strategic plan for a rebuild. After deliberation, the Atlanta Hawks traded Danilo Gallinari, 3 first-round picks, and a future draft swap to the Spurs in exchange for DeJounte Murray. At present, it is evident that DeJounte Murray significantly bolsters the Atlanta Hawks, forming a formidable backcourt duo with Trae Young, potentially ranking among the league's elite. Of course, Gallinari's subsequent trade also warrants mention. Chapter 82, The Bustling Offseason Trades, Part 2, reveals that the Boston Celtics, following their journey to the finals last season, retained their core roster while actively seeking enhancements. Ultimately, Gallinari, who had been traded from the Hawks to the Spurs, found himself once again traded to the Celtics, resulting in a transformative depth within the team's lineup. On the bench, both the perimeter and interior now boast an abundance of resources. However, in the pursuit of an NBA championship, the path is seldom straightforward. The Celtics head coach Ime Udoka, who led the team to the finals last season, was dismissed due to controversy surrounding personal conduct, which undoubtedly struck a severe blow to the franchise. In a decisive move, Celtics general manager Brad Stevens appointed Joe Mazzulla as the new head coach. Yet, with a novice at the helm, one must ponder how far the Celtics can advance under his guidance. How does it compare to the former head coach Udoka? The outcome remains uncertain. Nevertheless, the dual core of the Jazz, Rudy Gobert and Donovan Mitchell, has reached an inevitable conclusion after several seasons of playoff disappointments and a fracturing partnership. Gobert was the first to depart, traded to the Timberwolves in what can be deemed a transformative deal. In exchange for Gobert, the Jazz acquired Malik Beasley, Patrick Beverley, Jared Vanderbilt, Walker Kessler, Leandro Balmero, and 4 first-round draft picks. These picks include the Timberwolves' first-round selections for 2023, 2025, 2027, and a protected first-round pick for 2029, safeguarding the top 5 positions. It is noteworthy that Gobert is currently in the second year of a lucrative maximum contract. Although the Timberwolves now boast 2 max players in Karl-Anthony Towns and Gobert, the latter's performance last season was particularly underwhelming. This trade, evidently, sets the stage for further developments. Following this monumental transaction, many speculated that the Jazz would retain Mitchell as the cornerstone of their rebuilding efforts. However, they soon misjudged the ambitions of President Danny Ainge. In light of this, the Jazz opted for a complete overhaul and swiftly traded Mitchell to the Cleveland Cavaliers. In this exchange, Utah sent Mitchell away in return for Lauri Markkanen, Colin Sexton, who signed a 4-year, $72 million contract in a sign-and-trade arrangement to meet the necessary conditions, Ochai Agbaji, 3 unprotected first-round picks, and 2 swap rights for first-round selections. The 3 first-round picks are for 2025, 2027, and 2029, while the swap rights are for 2026 and 2028. Currently, it appears that through the trades of Mitchell and Gobert during this offseason, the Utah Jazz have secured a total of 7 first-round picks, 4 from Gobert's trade and 3 from Mitchell's, and 3 swap rights, 1 from Gobert's trade and 2 from Mitchell's. Lin Peng gazed at the news, unable to suppress his astonishment. This Angie is utterly terrifying. This transaction resembles a heist, as it instantaneously culminates in the reconstruction of assets. The speed is even more alarming than the Thunder's notorious practice of flipping overpriced contracts. He looked at his phone, letting out a wry smile, and shaking his head. He felt a pang of sympathy for the Timberwolves, truly believing that the Huskies were most unjustly treated. Indeed, manager Ainge is a seasoned strategist, renowned within the NBA for his cunning acumen. Furthermore, Lin Peng's close associate, Harden, has made significant moves with the Philadelphia 76ers. Under Harden's influence, the 76ers have successfully recruited veterans such as House and P.J. Tucker, who previously battled alongside Harden with the Rockets, effectively forming a Philadelphia Rockets ensemble. Some discerning fans have even humorously suggested that Embiid should dye his hair blonde once the NBA season commences, as it would be visually more appealing, evoking memories of the classic blonde hairstyle sported by center Capella during Harden's tenure in Houston. Of course, amidst such groundbreaking trades and reinforcements throughout the league, the Los Angeles Lakers cannot be overlooked. Last season, after making a splash by acquiring Westbrook and later enlisting seasoned players like Anthony, Howard, Ellington, and Ariza, the team ultimately finished 11th in the Western Conference, failing to secure a playoff berth. For a franchise of the Lakers' stature within the NBA, this outcome was simply unacceptable. Consequently, General Manager Pelinka has been tirelessly strategizing this season. In the previous season, aside from Westbrook, LeBron James, and Anthony Davis, the Lakers also welcomed veterans such as Carmelo Anthony, Trevor Ariza, Kent Bazemore, Wayne Ellington, Dwight Howard, DeAndre Jordan, Wesley Matthews, and Rajon Rondo. The number of all-star selections among this roster surpasses that of many franchises in their entirety, underscoring the team's advanced age. Among the few youthful talents, Kendrick Nunn, Austin Reeves, Talen Horton-Tucker, and the newly acquired Malik Monk stand out. Regrettably, Westbrook underperformed among the trio. While LeBron and Davis struggled with injuries, the veterans brought and displayed diminishing speed and utility, with only Carmelo Anthony contributing positively through his consistent shooting. The younger players, particularly Horton-Tucker and Nunn, have been profoundly disappointing. As the sole player outside the trio earning nearly $10 million annually, Horton-Tucker's performance has been disastrous, with his inability to refine his shooting severely impairing synergy with Westbrook. Over the season, Horton-Tucker averaged 25 minutes per game, yielding a meager 10 points, 2 rebounds, and 7 assists with a shooting percentage of 41.6 and a dismal three-point accuracy of 26.9. Nunn's performance has been equally catastrophic. Despite securing a $5 million contract for the year, he spent the season sidelined with injury, offering no contribution while effectively costing the Lakers that amount. This represents a significant financial misstep for the Los Angeles Lakers. Nunn has been mockingly dubbed a fraud by netizens, for he has not only deceived a lucrative contract, but has also betrayed the sentiments of the entire Los Angeles Lakers fanbase. Chapter 83: The Lakers roster for the new season. Although there are numerous deficiencies and the outcomes are less than satisfactory, there remain many delightful surprises. For instance, Austin Rivers has been successfully unearthed, showcasing an astonishing performance, firmly establishing himself within the rotation. Malik Monk has proven to be an unexpected boon, at times even replacing Westbrook, emerging as the team's third star. Midway through the season, the team has also benefited from astute acquisitions, enlisting veterans like Bradley and players such as Stanley Johnson and Gabriel, who have all shown brightly in certain matches. However, the current roster still exhibits significant flaws that must be addressed. Change is imperative. Initially, the focus lies on the veteran players who joined the team on minimum contracts. Following the farcical events of the season, the Los Angeles Lakers have entirely abandoned the model of building a team around seasoned veterans. Consequently, the likes of Carmelo Anthony, Trevor Ariza, Dwight Howard, DeAndre Jordan, and Rajon Rondo, who have struggled to keep pace on the court, have departed. Next, we turn to Horton-Tucker, a player who was once heralded with great expectations, but ultimately proved disappointing. It is not that the team was eager to trade him. Rather, they found themselves devoid of valuable assets. Ultimately, the Jazz, who had recently acquired Patrick Beverley through the Gobert trade, casually traded him to the Lakers in exchange for Horton-Tucker. Regrettably, the Lakers also relinquished Stanley Johnson, who had performed commendably last season. Additionally, Malik Monk, who initially signed a minimum contract last season with hopes of enhancing his market value, has now showcased his talent. However, the Lakers lack the salary cap space to retain him and are compelled to let Monk depart. He subsequently signed a 2-year, $19 million contract with the Kings, allowing him the opportunity to reunite with De'Aaron Fox, with whom he had previously battled alongside in college. On the day of the signing, the Kings' official account shared a nostalgic photo of the duo from their college days. Interestingly, in college, Monk wore no number while Fox donned the number 0. The roles have now reversed, with Monk adopting the number 0 and Fox maintaining the number 5 since entering the league. Thus, this marks a brotherly reunion, garnering the blessings of Lakers fans. Despite the Lakers' fervent desire to bring Monk back, they could only offer a modest mid-level exception contract, which paled in comparison to the Kings' generous offer. Consequently, after losing Monk, the Lakers swiftly secured Lonnie Walker on a 1-year, $6.5 million contract. Following this, Pelinka sought to bolster the roster by acquiring several players in free agency, including Damian Jones, Thomas Bryant, Troy Brown, and Waniscano Anderson, all of whom joined on minimum contracts. Notably, Dennis S.C.A. Charter deserves a mention. He had initially joined the Lakers in 2021, with the team preparing a 4-year, $84 million contract for him during the regular season. However, after an underwhelming performance in the first round of the playoffs and the subsequent acquisition of Westbrook, SC Charter found himself unable to secure a lucrative deal and was forced to sign with the Celtics. Unfortunately, due to the Celtics' incompatible system, SC Charter's value diminished, ultimately leading him to be without a team. Presently, in dire straits, the Lakers negotiated to bring SC Charter back on a college-level contract, while retaining players such as Rivers, Nunn, and Gabriel. As a result of Pelinka's series of maneuvers, the roster for the upcoming season now includes, in the backcourt, Russell Westbrook, Lin Peng, Patrick Beverley, Lonnie Walker, Kendrick Nunn, Austin Reeves, and Dennis S.C. Charder. In the forward positions, LeBron James, Anthony Davis, Troy Brown, and Waniscano Anderson, and in the center position, Damian Jones, Wayne Gabriel, and Thomas Bryant. Furthermore, the Lakers have two-way players, Scottie Pippen Jr. and Zhang Fanbua. Zhang, through his perseverance, has secured a two-way contract. Though not a standard contract, it brims with potential. Undoubtedly, the most significant aspect remains the head coach. Former Bucks assistant Ham has been appointed as the new head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. Faced with this new lineup, Lin Peng understandably feels a sense of trepidation. Yet he recognizes his role as the glue that holds the team together. Everything should be measured by the ultimate triumph of the team. Today marks a special occasion as all Lakers players gather at the Staples Center for the new season's photo shoot. Lin Peng is particularly excited, having tailored a set of exquisite and costly attire for the event. To be candid, this notion of wealth nurturing a person is indeed true. In his earlier days of financial struggle, Lin Peng was just a poor boy, indifferent to his clothing choices. Despite his strikingly handsome visage elevating his appearance, he remained merely an international male model. Now, adorned in this lavish ensemble, he exudes an air of sophistication akin to that of a young gentleman. Soon, his friend De Zhuang serves as his chauffeur, accompanying Lin Peng to the Staples Center. This venue is both familiar and foreign to Lin Peng. He had previously visited to compete, but this time, he arrives not for a game but for a photo shoot. Upon entering, his gaze sweeps across his teammates on the court, stirring a complex tide of emotions within him. As the junior member of the team, Lin Peng promptly approaches his fellow players, notably greeting those he already knows, such as Westbrook and LeBron James. At the photo shoot, observing his teammates, Lin Peng cannot help but feel a sense of unease. He is acutely aware that the Los Angeles Lakers do not enjoy the harmony they outwardly project. In reality, underlying tensions exist within the team. The first of these is the long-standing feud between Beverley and Westbrook. Their animosity traces back to the 2013 playoffs when Beverley, in a fierce bid to secure his place in the league, employed reckless defensive tactics, earning himself the moniker Mad Dog. His exaggerated and aggressive defense resulted in injuries to several players, including Curry and Irving, with Westbrook also among the casualties. During the year's first-round playoffs, a brutal foul from Beverley led to a torn meniscus for Westbrook, sidelining him for the entire season and nullifying the Thunder's efforts. In the years that followed, Westbrook underwent 4 knee surgeries, which undeniably affected his speed and explosiveness. Consequently, the once dominant Westbrook saw a significant decline in his effectiveness. Chapter 84. The Photo Shoot. Previously, Westbrook had publicly expressed his disdain for Beverley. For instance, during a game where Beverley faced off against Harden, Westbrook was quick to critique Beverley's performance after the match, stating, "Beverley has deceived you all. His defense is non-existent. He merely runs around aimlessly. You have witnessed that all his actions merely facilitated Harden in scoring 47 points. Moreover, there exists a discord between Rondo and Westbrook, a fact known to many, as these two players have previously shared a notable history. In truth, the seeds of discontent were sown during the 2019-20 season within the confines of the Orlando bubble, where Rondo, then a member of the Lakers, ultimately triumphed in a contest against Westbrook's Houston Rockets, albeit at a cost to himself. During the 5th game of the Western Conference semifinals, a heated altercation erupted between Westbrook and Rondo's brother, William, who was then the barber in the bubble and a renowned stylist. Westbrook accused William of hurling profanities at him, leading to a spirited retort and resulting in William's ejection from the bubble. This incident marked the genesis of the rift between Westbrook and Rondo. As the following season unfolded in 2022, both players found themselves on different teams, Westbrook with the Washington Wizards and Rondo with the Atlanta Hawks. Yet another clash occurred during a game, perhaps influenced by the previous unpleasant experience in the Orlando bubble. Ultimately, in that final regular season game, Westbrook and Rondo engaged in a dispute, their exaggerated and comical body language earning them both technical fouls. The myriad of concealed conflicts within the team appears akin to a ticking time bomb, seemingly poised to detonate at any moment. It is no wonder that Skip from Fox Sports once speculated about the latent hazards within the Lakers organization. Yet, as Skip is one of the most renowned critics of LeBron in the nation, his words are often regarded as mere whispers by the majority of Los Angeles fans. Subsequently, we transitioned into the interview segment. Lin Peng was preparing to accept an interview when he was taken aback to discover that the journalist before him was none other than Monica, the girlfriend of his friend Da Zhuang. However, he quickly realized that her presence in such a setting was not entirely unexpected. Initially, the questions posed were trivial, revolving around his thoughts on the day's filming and other similar topics. After addressing a series of routine inquiries, Monica smiled and asked, "Mr. Lin Peng, we all know that every professional basketball player typically has their own basketball idol, such as Jordan, LeBron, or Kobe. These idols can inspire players to continually advance. Therefore, I would like to know, do you have a basketball idol?" Lin Peng pondered for a moment and responded with a smile, "Indeed, that is an exceptionally good question. My basketball idol is Kobe Bryant. He is a legend, and I greatly admire his relentless spirit and leadership. Now that you have the opportunity to serve the Los Angeles Lakers, how do you feel about it? It is undoubtedly quite astonishing. Soon, you will officially enter the NBA. If you had to choose one current player whom you would most desire to dunk over, who do you think it would be?" Lin Peng stroked his chin and candidly replied, "It must undoubtedly be LeBron James, for he is the finest player in the league. However, as you know, we are now teammates, making such an opportunity utterly impossible." Laughter erupted among the media present, creating a delightful atmosphere. Just as he concluded his response, LeBron James approached, exuding none of the airs typically associated with a team leader. He wrapped his enormous hand around Lin's shoulder and cheerfully remarked, "Hey there, young man. I heard you want to dunk over me." Lin Peng was taken aback by this unexpected gesture, yet soon an awkward smile graced his face. He responded with excitement, "In truth, it should not be attributed solely to me. After all, your prowess and dominance are truly remarkable. Many in the younger generation regard you as their benchmark." "Haha, my young friend, let us dispense with the pleasantries." James smiled warmly, and those present were subsequently captivated by his charm. "Mr. Lin Peng, as you embark on your forthcoming journey in the NBA, what aspirations do you hold for your future career?" Monica spoke up once more and inquired, "Expectation? To speak candidly, my utmost desire is to someday fight alongside my teammates in the Lakers, striving to secure another championship in honor of Kobe." Upon hearing this, James let out a hearty laugh and patted Lin Peng on the shoulder, expressing his shared anticipation. Subsequently, Monica inquired about Lin Peng's all-time greatest lineup in his opinion. Lin Peng contemplated for a moment before resolutely stating, "In my heart, the greatest all-time lineup should consist of Magic Johnson, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and Shaquille O'Neal. These 5 players are among the most extraordinary in history, their prowess and influence unmatched. I consider myself incredibly fortunate to be part of such a legendary Los Angeles Lakers team." Lin Peng's response was, in fact, both anticipated and yet surprisingly unexpected. "Oh my God. Evidently, this is a rather exceptional response." Monica then proceeded to inquire, "Aside from them, which athletes do you hold in the highest regard?" Lin Peng pondered briefly before responding, "My favorite player is undoubtedly Rajon Rondo. He is an exceptional athlete, endowed with remarkable intelligence, capable of shouldering a multitude of responsibilities within the team, be it in organizing plays, spearheading the offense, securing rebounds, or fortifying defense." ESPN reports that upon Coach Ham's appointment, his foremost task is to address the compatibility issues among the trio of stars. There are claims suggesting that you will be a pivotal element in Coach Ham's transformation of this team. You previously mentioned roles and responsibilities. We are quite eager to learn what specific duties you anticipate undertaking within the team. Lin Peng shrugged nonchalantly, glancing aside. "It's nothing. I am merely a rookie for now. All I can do is strive to play my best, serving to make the game easier and more enjoyable for the Big Three." Time passed swiftly. Under the brilliant lights, the purple and gold jerseys of the Los Angeles Lakers players shimmered as they gathered for the official photo shoot of the new season, which was soon to conclude. This marked the final phase of the off-season, yet simultaneously heralded a pivotal moment for the commencement of the new season. Indeed, throughout the new season, one word would be frequently echoed within the Los Angeles Lakers: sacrifice. Only by stepping out of one's comfort zone and relinquishing certain personal comforts can one truly harmonize with teammates, fostering cohesion and ultimately fortifying the team's strength. Chapter 85. Team Practice. As the new season approached, head coach Ham convened the players for their first practice session. However, this gathering did not include the trio of James, Davis, and Westbrook. This was not merely a practice for building rapport, more importantly, it served as a preliminary assessment of the players to determine the starting lineup for the season. The Staples Center training facility buzzed with a lively atmosphere as players trickled in. Yet, the earliest arrival was Lin Peng, who had a habit of getting to the training ground ahead of time, eager to enhance his skills through additional practice. As Lin Peng entered the training facility, he spotted Rivers, who had arrived early. "Hey, buddy, it's truly wonderful to see you here." "Hey, Lin." Upon their first encounter, Lin Peng and Rivers embraced each other warmly, their gazes revealing a profound bond of brotherhood. Lin Peng and Rivers are both seasoned members of the team. After all, they are the only ones with formal contracts participating in the Summer League, and they were the first players to train together before the new season. Having forged a profound camaraderie, they exchanged experiences from their summer training, excitedly sharing their respective progress. "How cool is that? You've only played a few games, yet your scores on Instagram are about to surpass mine," Rivers jested. "Ha ha ha, thank you." As Lin Peng and Rivers engaged in conversation, Lonnie Walker arrived early at the training facility. Given their similar ages, it was evident that Walker shared common ground with Lin Peng and Rivers. Although Lonnie Walker is their senior, he displays no pretentiousness. However, it is apparent that he is somewhat reserved when it comes to social interactions. In truth, Walker is an exceptionally diligent and tenacious player, affectionately nicknamed Potted Plant due to his previous mohawk hairstyle. Yet, this plant-like hairstyle conceals a painful chapter from his past. During his childhood, Walker endured significant poverty, with both of his parents needing to work tirelessly. At one point, his father juggled 5 jobs in a single day, leaving young Walker in the care of relatives who, unfortunately, became the source of his torment. One fateful summer, while staying with relatives, Walker suffered abuse, an experience that left him with profound psychological scars. Consequently, he adopted his peculiar hairstyle as a means of self-concealment. Upon entering the NBA and becoming a professional player, Walker reflected, "As a curious child, I had little control over my life, but my hair was my own. It was a choice I could make. My hairstyle gave me confidence." Thus, upon meeting Lonnie Walker, Lin Peng and Rivers felt genuine admiration for this slightly older young player. When all players, except for the trio of LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and Russell Westbrook, finally arrived at the training center, the moment had arrived. Head coach Ham made his long-awaited appearance, along with the entire coaching staff of the Lakers, clearly signifying the importance of this inaugural team practice. Coach Ham expressed his desire for players to compete for playing opportunities as part of the training plan. To assess the players' abilities, he arranged an internal scrimmage. Haha. Coach Ham chuckled, yet everyone was acutely aware that this was far from a good sign. The players immediately grasped his intent. There was no room for sentimentality. Only their own prowess could secure them playing time. The Lakers swiftly organized themselves into groups based on their respective positions. Schroeder, Lonnie Walker, Beverly, Anderson, and Gabriel formed one cohort, while Lin Peng, Rivers, Nunn, Brown, and Jones constituted another. Clearly, Schroeder's group boasted a more formidable lineup, albeit slightly lacking in interior strength. Notably, Zingfanbua, being a two-way contract player, found himself devoid of the opportunity to vie for playing time. Perhaps only in the event of an injury crisis would the team consider utilizing Zingfanbua. Meanwhile, Lin Peng remained undaunted, reveling in the chance to be grouped with Rivers. He was resolute in his determination to showcase his abilities in this scrimmage, striving for greater opportunities to take the court. Lin Peng and Rivers have once again joined forces, this time experiencing an unprecedented synergy. Their camaraderie is infused with laughter as they exchange offensive strategies and defensive tactics. The bond of their friendship has deepened, and their mutual understanding has become increasingly harmonious. Thus commenced the Los Angeles Lakers' first practice of the new season. As the sound of the training whistle gradually faded, the atmosphere within the gym transformed into one of palpable tension and excitement. Schroeder, a tall, sharp-eyed player clad in black, showcased the hallmark speed of a point guard with the very first shot. He deftly maneuvered past defenders, darting across the court like a cheetah. Upon seizing possession, he wasted no time pushing the ball forward, signaling for Gabriel to come up for a pick. Gabriel, the imposing figure adept at screens, stood like an unyielding wall, offering substantial support to Schroeder. With remarkable finesse, Schroeder exploited Gabriel's screen, weaving skillfully through the defensive line. His speed was breathtaking, akin to a bolt of lightning slicing through the darkened sky. Before the defenders could react, Schroeder came to a poised halt, ready to take his shot. The ball departed his fingertips silently, soaring through the air like a liberated bird. Swish! As it soared towards the hoop, the only sound resonating through the air was that of the ball colliding with the rim. Crack! Schroeder opened the scoring, confidently securing 2 points. He then raised his arm, gesturing triumphantly to his teammates, his eyes sparkling with the joy of victory. A mischievous grin crept across his face, reminiscent of a dragon king, as if to proclaim that this was merely the beginning. Yet, Lin Peng, the tall and resolute young player hailing from the land of Huaxia, was undeterred. Calmly taking possession of the ball, he was determined to respond in kind. In Schroeder's gaze, he detected a flicker of surprise. Schroeder, aware of Lin Peng's impressive performance in the Summer League, understood that it was merely a summer exhibition and that a vast chasm separated it from the rigors of a formal NBA match. The Summer League featured either rookie players or those struggling to find a place in the NBA. However, Lin Peng's performance utterly defied Schroeder's expectations. He had clearly underestimated Lin Peng. With fluid and stable movements, Lin Peng showcased his solid dribbling skills with every bounce. In a moment of transition, he swiftly created distance, denying defenders any opportunity to react. Suddenly halting, he raised his right hand high, releasing the ball as it glided from his fingertips. Beyond the three-point line, Lin Peng's silhouette traced a beautiful arc through the air, resembling a brilliant meteor. As the ball drew closer to the hoop, even his teammates were momentarily taken aback. Swish. The ball struck the rim with precision, producing a crisp sound. Lin Peng wore a smile, as if conveying a message to Schroeder: "I am not an ordinary rookie. I am here, ready to engage in a fierce contest with you." Haha. Schroeder felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated Lin Peng's decisive shot, unflinching in his approach. However, he had encountered many such players before and merely chuckled in response. Yet, he recognized that this young athlete was no longer a novice. He had taken a significant step toward competing on the grand stage of the NBA. He needed to remain vigilant. A surge of competitive spirit welled up within Schroeder, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to embark on a thrilling showdown with Lin Peng. Let it begin. The clash between Lin Peng's team and Schroeder's squad was a fervent spectacle, far removed from the frivolity of a summer league reminiscent of children's play. Both sides exhibited prowess and finesse akin to the NBA. Schroeder, renowned as a world-class point guard, is celebrated for his blistering speed and efficient scoring. Indeed, he is the German speedster. At the onset of the match, Schroeder demonstrated his rapid incisiveness, orchestrating the offense with a series of swift breaks that caught Lin Peng and Rivers' defense off guard. His speed was astonishing, weaving effortlessly between the defenders of Lin Peng's team, successfully penetrating towards the basket and scoring. The delightful sounds of the net swishing and the rim reverberating filled the training court, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Coach Ham, observing from the sidelines, wore a grave expression, unable to suppress a sigh. While the players on the court were performing commendably, he sought standout moments, elements of brilliance that could shine in the regular NBA season and even the playoffs. Phil Handy, perceptive to Ham's shifting mood, interjected, "Take your time to observe." Indeed, amidst the mix, there were several players capable of making it into the NBA rotation. After a brief pause for contemplation, Handy added, "Moreover, perhaps this year's draft will unveil an unassuming rookie who might surprise you." Lin Peng? Ha ha ha, he is far from unassuming in this summer league. I quite admire his potential. He could swiftly integrate into the team's rotation. As time inexorably ticked away, the game transitioned into a phase where everyone became increasingly earnest. Rivers missed a three-pointer, and Lonnie Walker seized the defensive rebound beyond the arc, advancing the ball on his own. Faced with Troy Brown's defense, the astute Walker aimed to exploit an unsteady footing. Seizing the moment while Lin Peng and Rivers were still settling into position, Walker, near the free-throw line, signaled for a one-on-one against Troy Brown. With a deft left-handed dribble, he straightened his posture and launched a mid-range jump shot. Troy Brown, possessing a forward's physique, extended his long arm, leaping to contest the shot. Whoosh! The ball soared just above Brown's fingertips, successfully evading his block, tracing a smooth arc as it found its way to the basket. Swish! The ball echoed through the net. Undoubtedly, Walker has proven to be a significant asset, being the most substantial acquisition for the Los Angeles Lakers in the free agency market this year. Ham was evidently pleased, sporting his signature smile. Indeed, Walker's ability to thrive in chaotic play is commendable. However, Lin Peng's performance was truly remarkable. He is not one to readily cede the spotlight to others, especially in a competitive training match where playing time is at stake. Lin Peng, with the ball in hand, found himself amidst an electrifying atmosphere. Undeterred by the absence of spectators, in the face of Beverly's relentless pursuit, Lin Peng raised his protective hand to shield the ball. Despite Beverly's modest stature and average physical attributes, his ability to harass guards and contest forwards reveals a unique insight into the art of defense. Lin Peng felt the immense pressure of the defense as Rivers swiftly moved to receive the ball. Lin Peng transitioned the ball to Rivers, then circled around him to receive it again, using Rivers' body to shield himself from Beverly's counterattack. However, Toscano Anderson, who was guarding Rivers, was no pushover either. He lunged forward with a substantial stride, successfully positioning himself to thwart Lin Peng's easy penetration toward the paint. Toscano Anderson flashed a mischievous smile, as if to say, "No chance of scoring." Nevertheless, Lin Peng was not so easily subdued. He astutely noticed the opening in the left corner, where Troy Brown was stationed. Meanwhile, Nunn's movement had drawn Schroeder away, and the defender, Lonnie Walker, seemed solely focused on the hoop and the ball in Lin Peng's hands. This was the moment. Lin Peng leaped gracefully into the air, twisting his waist, and executed a magnificent lateral pass, sending the basketball soaring from the right side at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line to Troy Brown, who poised at the left corner. Troy Brown secured the ball with poise, while Lonnie Walker, who had just realized the situation, found himself unable to intervene in time. "Damn," Lonnie Walker cursed under his breath. At that moment, with swift precision, he launched a successful three-pointer. On the sidelines, Coach Hem nodded in satisfaction. What a delightful surprise. It appears that Troy Brown has diligently practiced his three-point shooting during the off-season, as his shooting form is remarkably refined. Perhaps he could further enhance his accuracy in the future. Indeed, Phil Handy concurred, yet noted that Lonnie Walker's defensive judgment remains a concern. While he excels in chaotic offensive situations, his positioning on defense appears lacking, as his focus is solely fixated on the hoop and the ball. Yes, there are indeed numerous issues that require emphasis. Hem turned his gaze towards Chris Gent on the other side. Chapter 87. Conclusion of joint practice. Gent serves as the lead assistant coach for the Los Angeles Lakers, ranking just below Coach Ham and slightly above Phil Handy. However, the atmosphere within the Lakers coaching staff is harmonious, devoid of any strict hierarchy. At this moment, Gent was observing and evaluating the players' performances on the court. Upon meeting Ham's gaze, he responded with a smile, fully aware of Ham's earlier remarks and intentions. Gent sighed with a wry smile. "Great, just arrived in Los Angeles. And now everything falls on my shoulders. All right, leave it to me." Nonetheless, Gent remained committed, primarily responsible for the team's defensive training and rotations, prompting Ham to look to him for guidance in enhancing Lonnie Walker's defensive skills. Returning to the basketball court, the game intensified, with both sides exchanging attacks and defenses. Team Schroeder, leveraging Schroeder's individual prowess and teamwork, momentarily took the lead. However, Lin Peng did not falter. He swiftly led his team in retaliation, utilizing his speed advantage. He repeatedly broke through Team Schroeder's defenses, continually creating scoring opportunities for himself and his teammates. Come on. Under the coordination of Lin Peng and Rivers, the team's offense flowed seamlessly, particularly Lin Peng, who consistently generated chances and executed challenging shots with remarkable success. His shooting form was exquisite and his accuracy astonishing. Each release left spectators in awe. The harmonious understanding between Lin Peng and his teammate Rivers has become a formidable asset for Lin Peng's team. Their seamless coordination frequently culminates in exquisite passes and swift offensive breakthroughs, creating scoring opportunities for Troy Brown, Nunn, and Jones. Suddenly, during an offensive play, Lin Peng received a pass from Rivers. He swiftly changed direction and evaded Schroeder's defense. Although Schroeder attempted to catch up, Lin Peng's speed was simply too remarkable. Lin Peng soared into the air with remarkable agility. Lin Peng let out a cold snort, for although he was merely a second-round rookie, he still towered over Schroeder in stature. Subsequently, Lin Peng executed an astonishing maneuver, launching the ball towards the hoop. Whoosh! The sphere gracefully arced over the outstretched arms of the defenders, ultimately finding its mark with precision as it swished through the net. With a smile gracing his face, Lin Peng conveyed a message to Schroeder. "I am not merely an ordinary rookie. I am here as an NBA-caliber player, ready to compete with you." Schroeder sensed the threat posed by Lin Peng, realizing that this young player had shed his novice status. He resolved to remain vigilant, though outwardly he maintained his signature smile. As the game approached its climax, both teams exerted every ounce of their abilities. The confrontation between Lin Peng's team and Schroeder's was exceptionally fierce. The intensity palpable on the court. Quick, move swiftly, raising the tempo of the match. Schroeder's characteristic smile infuriated Troy Brown, for the expressive nature of his demeanor often lent itself to becoming a meme. With both teams comprised solely of 5 players and no substitutes available, fatigue was becoming increasingly apparent despite having played for a considerable duration. Rivers, panting heavily, felt the beads of sweat dampening his hair into disarray. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed he was not alone in his exhaustion. The other players were visibly fatigued as well. Nevertheless, he remained weary. as he was the most pivotal orchestrator in this contest, while Lin Peng and Nun, as guards, shared some organizational responsibilities. Lin Peng predominantly assumed the role of a primary scorer on the court. Nun was initially brought to the Lakers to serve as a scoring guard. Yet his performance last season had fallen short of expectations, which contributed to the Lakers' acquisition of Lonnie Walker. Thus, Walker not only supplemented Malik Monk but also filled Nunn's position. Ham observed the game unfold. As a scrimmage, time and score were not recorded, yet both teams played with utmost seriousness, suggesting a fluctuating score. Players such as Gabriel and Jones, engaged in the physicality of the paint, were expending even greater energy. However, they were not the focal points of this training evaluation. Given the Lakers' lack of depth in the frontcourt, compounded by Thomas Bryant's early season injury and Davis's transition to the center position, the rotation of interior players had become quite evident. The current focus was on the backcourt players and forwards. Sweaty athletes caught Ham's attention as Phil Handy remarked, "It's time to let them rest." He had discerned Ham's intentions. At this stage of the scrimmage, Ham seemed to be contemplating the player's stamina. "Indeed," Ham replied, a hint of understanding in his tone. Ham shouted loudly, waving his arms. His formidable wingspan and exceptional height instantly captured the attention of the players on the court, compelling them to halt in their tracks. "Excellent. You are performing remarkably well. We have come here, to Los Angeles, to the Lakers, to the Staples Center, precisely to deliver such a passionate game." Listening to Coach Darwin Ham's words, the teammates, despite their exhaustion, felt invigorated. "Ahem, we are the Los Angeles Lakers." Listening to Ham's speech, Lin Peng recognized him as a coach who could genuinely stir the emotions of his players, reminiscent of the former Cleveland Cavaliers coach, Tyronn Lue. However, Lin Peng was still awaiting him to elaborate on matters concerning lineup adjustments, though he was likely expecting too much. This match was destined to be a grueling battle. "We must exert every effort to secure victory, for our sole objective is triumph. In this game, your mission is to assist the team in scoring. And I hope you can rise to the occasion." As Lin Peng absorbed Ham's encouragement and directives, he felt a twinge of helplessness. This fellow rambled somewhat aimlessly. Yet Lin Peng hoped he was not merely dispensing motivational platitudes. Nevertheless, it was no small feat to impress the discerning eyes of President Pelinka and the team owner. Genie Bus. Especially Genie Bus, a veritable connoisseur of appearances, with Ham's bald head, he certainly fell short in the aesthetic department compared to other coaches. Thus, it stands to reason that Ham's ascent to his position with the Los Angeles Lakers was not solely due to his eloquence or modest salary. He must possess considerable skill and expertise. Once Coach Ham concluded his address, he instructed the assistant coaches to commence organizing the players' training. "Hey, Lin Peng." Chapter 88. Post-match dialogue. Lin Peng was taken aback upon hearing Coach Ham call for him. The command to follow left him feeling perplexed, yet he nonetheless accompanied Ham. Meanwhile, Schroeder, observing this scene, felt a twinge of discontent, for Lin Peng remained his most formidable rival. Despite being merely a rookie, Lin Peng had already demonstrated that his capabilities were far from trivial. Schroeder even pondered the possibility that, should he let his guard down, he might find himself overshadowed by Lin Peng in a future NBA game. Furthermore, Schroeder recognized the significance of Lin Peng walking alongside Coach Ham. Garnering the coach's attention was indeed crucial. "Hey, Lin Peng, it seems Coach Ham holds you in high regard," he remarked, his tone laced with envy. Beverly, noticing Schroeder's disgruntled demeanor, though his countenance was perpetually dark, responded with a sarcastic chuckle, "What are you laughing at? Just wait and see." To which Schroeder retorted in frustration, "Haha." Beverly shrugged nonchalantly, well aware of his lucrative contract. Moreover, with the Lakers bringing him on board, he was assured ample playing time, rendering him less anxious than Schroeder. Lin Peng followed Ham into the lounge. Ham casually brewed himself a cup of coffee, but it was evident that he had no intention of preparing one for Lin Peng. However, Lin Peng had no desire for coffee. What he truly needed was an energy drink. Consequently, Ham tossed him a bottle of energy beverage, a concoction not available for purchase outside, specifically formulated by the nutritionist of the Los Angeles Lakers. This drink not only avoided any ingredients prohibited by NBA regulations but also swiftly replenished players' energy and hydration, a feat that ordinary drinks could not achieve. "Lin Peng, your performance today was quite impressive," Ham remarked. Lin Peng was taken aback. He had assumed Ham summoned him to discuss tactical matters, not to offer praise. "Thank you," he replied. "I also hope to achieve great results." His words were not mere modesty. Lin Peng understood that Ham had intentions behind this meeting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the time to speak with him. Ham raised an eyebrow at this response. He had expected Lin Peng to engage in polite banter, but the young man's directness surprised him. Yet, there was something admirable about youthful exuberance. After all, if the young lacked fervor, could they truly be called young? Haha, although you're a guard, you possess the physique of a forward. Standing at 6 feet 6 inches in this era of small ball, you would excel as a forward. In fact, what our Los Angeles Lakers lack most is wing players, and I believe this could be the avenue for you to vie for a spot in the rotation. Ham articulated slowly. Lin Peng listened, furrowing his brow as he felt the weight of pressure upon him. After all, the current LeBron James is no longer the soaring, earth-defying player of 2018. He has now reached the age of 38, an age at which most athletes have long since retired. Yet, LeBron James remains a formidable presence on the NBA stage, exuding dominance. However, the inevitable decline in physical stamina and skill is unavoidable, even for someone of James's caliber. Thus, in the small forward position, particularly on the wings, it is crucial to have players who can alleviate the burden on James. This presents a potential opportunity for Lin Peng. In fact, at this juncture in his career, Lin Peng possesses a distinct advantage in terms of height, weight, vertical leap, skill, and even defensive positioning. Given the current circumstances surrounding the Los Angeles Lakers, these advantages have become even more pronounced. Therefore, Lin Peng holds a strong competitive edge in this respect. I will strive to do my best, Lin Peng replied earnestly. Haha, Ham chuckled heartily. It's wonderful to see your confidence. I look forward to your performance. You are still young, and while I hold great faith in you, I cannot place you in a pivotal role right from the start of the season. However, opportunities will abound. It is up to you to seize them. Lin Peng attentively listened to Coach Ham's instructions. He realized that the head coach possessed a profound understanding of each player's characteristics. This left him in awe of Ham. It is noteworthy that Coach Ham had observed them for less than half an hour on the court, having only previously viewed them through video recordings. Yet, on the very first day of team practice, Coach Ham demonstrated such a deep comprehension of each player's personality and condition. I understand your thoughts. You are still a novice, which is quite fitting for your age. You will require some time to acclimate to the life of the court. This is perfectly acceptable. However, during this period, we must seize the opportunity to enhance your abilities. I believe in your talent, and I am confident that you can shine on this stage. Therefore, this represents a splendid opportunity for your development. Lin Peng nodded and replied, Indeed, Coach, you are absolutely right. I shall strive to do my best. With that, Ham waved his hand, signaling Lin Peng to take his leave. Lin Peng received encouragement and high expectations from Coach Ham, which evidently took him by surprise. However, he understood that he must not become complacent. Lin Peng emerged from the lounge, his head still spinning, as if he were lingering in a dreamlike state. What's the matter, Lin Peng? What did the coach say? Zhang Fanbo approached him, his eyes shimmering with a hint of envy at the sight of Lin Peng being taken aside for a private conversation with the coach. The coach didn't say much. We merely discussed the team's situation, Lin Peng replied, shaking his head. Oh, I see, Zhang Fanbo responded, his demeanor visibly deflated. Indeed. Although he had secured an opportunity to remain in the NBA, the prospect of converting that chance into a formal contract seemed, at this juncture, a distant dream. Lin Peng clearly noticed the disappointment in Zhang Fanbo. He placed a reassuring hand on Zhang's broad shoulder. Brother, you must believe in yourself. You are undoubtedly an exceptional forward. Do not lose heart. It is simply the current state of the team that has hindered opportunities from arising. However, if you prepare diligently, when the opportunity presents itself, you will certainly seize it. Zhang Fanbo managed a wry smile. Such words seemed easy to say, yet he did not view himself as an outstanding forward. Nevertheless, Lin Peng's words of comfort brought him considerable solace. It's all right. Let us head to training now. Zhang nodded, feeling renewed vigor. Lin Peng, witnessing his comrade's exuberance, felt a surge of vitality within himself. After all, in a foreign land, having a fellow countryman by his side to offer mutual encouragement made the path of his professional journey less arduous and daunting. Chapter 89, The Opening Game. The Los Angeles Lakers season opener commenced as they faced their city rivals, the Clippers, at the Staples Center. This match garnered significant attention, particularly due to the presence of elite stars, attracting a multitude of media coverage. To be candid, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver certainly knows how to create excitement. Scheduling the Los Angeles Derby for the opening night. Although both teams reside in Los Angeles, the rivalry between the Clippers and Lakers is fierce. This particular game featured a constellation of talent, including LeBron James, Anthony Davis, Russell Westbrook, Kawhi Leonard, and Paul George, all of whom are colossal figures within the league. Thus, it promised to be a spectacle teeming with intrigue and anticipation. During the warm-up, James, Davis, and Westbrook engaged in lively conversation, exuding an air of camaraderie that heightened expectations regarding their synergy on the court. Even before the match commenced, a considerable influx of media flooded into the Staples Center. Among them were several representatives from Chinese media, their intentions unmistakable. They had come specifically to interview Lin Peng, who had distinguished himself in the Summer League. While numerous players from China participated in the Summer League, Lin Peng's performance stood out as unparalleled, making him the most prominent figure among both Chinese players and the entire roster of the Summer League. In the hearts of Chinese fans, he is regarded as a future superstar, enjoying an esteemed reputation both domestically and internationally. Lin Peng was dribbling the ball alone on the sidelines, adorned with Bluetooth headphones. Meanwhile, a stunning beauty from Huaxia was stealthily approaching him. Lin Peng evidently noticed her, and naturally, he recognized her as well. She was Meng Chao, a journalist from ESPN, covering the NBA. The stunning Meng Chao, as one of the few field reporters from the Huaxia nation, possessed both the professional prowess and beauty that rivaled her predecessor, Zhou Anling. This time, she made a special trip to the Staples Center, and after submitting several applications, she finally met Lin Peng's agent, De Zhuang. Upon seeing the beautiful reporter, De Zhuang's eyes widened in admiration, but he quickly remembered that his heart belonged to Monica. Thus, he could only silently lament the fact that Lin Peng was indeed a man of great fortune and love. Lin Peng gazed at Meng Chao, who stood elegantly in high heels, and could not help but exclaim that, viewed through a Western lens, this woman was truly exceptional. Particularly striking was her form-fitting pencil skirt, accentuating her ample bosom and curvaceous figure. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Meng Chao." The stunning beauty extended her hand. "It is an honor to meet you. Your legendary story has left a profound impression on me. Here is my business card." She presented a card inscribed with her name, Meng Chao. Lin Peng took the business card and placed it in his pocket, smiling as he said, "Thank you, Miss Meng." Meng Chao observed the basketballs soaring from all directions on the court, sensing that if she let her guard down, one might land on her head. Thus, she smiled and said, "I know you must have quite a few questions for me at this moment. Shall we find a quieter place to converse?" Lin Peng evidently grasped her meaning and pointed to another corner, suggesting, "We could go to that corner over there. It should be safe from flying basketballs." Meng Chao, an experienced journalist with a wealth of interview skills, spoke with remarkable wisdom, yet the merit of her words extended beyond the content of her speech. The form-fitting pencil skirt accentuated her exquisite curves, embracing her soft bosom snugly. Even when adorned in towering stilettos, she appeared diminutive in the presence of the towering Lin Peng, who stood at an impressive height of 196 centimeters. Lin Peng lowered his gaze and was met with the sight of the curvaceous form enveloped in a striking red dress, causing a slight flush to rise to his cheeks, compelling him to avert his eyes. Thus, he was left with no choice but to fixate on the camera. Meng Chao, with a warm smile, inquired, "Mr. Lin, during your warm-up, you appeared to be engaged in delightful conversation with your teammates, suggesting a remarkable rapport among you. Could you share how such a profound understanding has been cultivated between you?" Lin Peng nodded with a smile, confidently responding, "Indeed, we share a remarkable synergy. This is not merely a product of our warm-up discussions, but rather the result of prolonged training and the refinement that comes from competition. Each of us possesses a deep understanding of one another's characteristics and strengths, enabling us to collaborate effectively during critical moments. The establishment of such harmony requires time and dedication. However, I believe we have reached an exceptionally high level." Meng Chao, listening to Lin Peng's assured reply, couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems you truly are a team with extraordinary cohesion. What specific tactics and strategies do you have for the upcoming matches?" Lin Peng smiled gently and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Certainly, we possess specific tactics and strategies. However, I believe that the essence lies in our team spirit and mutual trust. Ultimately, our objective is to perform at our utmost level and strive wholeheartedly for victory." Meng Chao, listening to Lin Peng's response, continued to address the camera, saying, Mr. Lin's answer is truly remarkable. As I listened, I could sense his emphasis on teamwork and his fervent desire for triumph, which only heightens my anticipation for his performance in the upcoming matches." Meng Chao then inquired, "Mr. Lin, as an exceptional player who has shown in the Summer League and is regarded as a future superstar of Huaxia, how do you perceive such an evaluation? What aspirations and goals do you hold for the forthcoming NBA season?" Lin Peng replied with a smile, "First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude for everyone's evaluations and support. The Summer League is merely the beginning. I am acutely aware that there remains much for me to enhance and learn. As for the forthcoming NBA season, my aspirations and objectives are distinctly clear: to secure more victories for the team and assist the Lakers in their pursuit of the championship. Meng Chao, listening to Lin Peng's resolute response, could not help but feel admiration for his professionalism and relentless pursuit of victory. After addressing several more interview questions, the time until the match approached rapidly. As the interview delved deeper, Meng Chao gained a more profound understanding of Lin Peng's professional demeanor and work ethic, intensifying her anticipation for him. Naturally, fans of the Chinese national team across the globe shared in this growing expectation. Just as the interview was nearing its conclusion, the whimsical Rivers playfully dashed into the frame, grinning as he addressed Lin Peng. "Hey, Lin, superstar. Engaging in interviews before the game has even begun? Don't forget about your good brother." Lin Peng chuckled softly and shook his head, saying, "Of course I haven't forgotten. How could I, when you are so captivating?" Rivers raised his eyebrows in delight and addressed the camera. "Miss Meng Chao, should you find me intriguing, I would be more than willing to grant you an exclusive interview at another time." Meng Chao immediately recognized that Rivers was merely jesting with her. For some reason, handsome men, particularly those from abroad, often indulge in such flirtatious banter. Chapter 90. Lin Peng takes the stage. With a signature smile, Meng Chao shook her head and replied, "Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Rivers, but my focus remains on Lin Peng's performance." A subtle smirk graced Rivers' lips as he turned to Lin Peng, teasingly remarking, "Brother Peng, be cautious. Miss Meng Chao seems to have a particular fondness for you. I, on the other hand, have faced her rejection." Lin Peng chuckled lightly and nonchalantly replied, "That's only because you lack my charm, Rivers, my brother." Meng Chao, overhearing their exchange, couldn't help but laugh, retorting, "Mr. Rivers, do not presume that your good looks alone can easily captivate me. As a professional journalist, I have faced countless challenges. You must put in more effort." Rivers widened his eyes in surprise but maintained a smirk, playfully teasing, "Oh, this is no ordinary challenge. Miss Meng Chao, brace yourself to be conquered by my charm." Meng Chao shook her head with a smile, responding, "Very well, Mr. Rivers, I look forward to your performance. Of course, but when I win the match, remember not to interview only Lin Peng. Be sure to interview me as well." Rivers continued jokingly. An atmosphere of exuberance and joy enveloped the trio. After the interview concluded, the scene shifted back to the domestic commentary studio, where the standard trio of commentators, Wang Ming, Yang Yi, and Xiao Qi, were set to cover the opening match. Commentators Wang Ming and Yang Yi offered a multifaceted evaluation of Lin Peng. Wang Ming earnestly remarked, "Lin Peng's performance in the Summer League has been truly outstanding. His skills and physical attributes have reached an impressive level. He displayed exceptional dribbling and breakthrough abilities, posing a significant threat to his opponents." Yang Yi nodded in agreement, unable to suppress his admiration. What Teacher Wang said is absolutely correct. Furthermore, he consistently maintains his composure during critical moments, making the right decisions, which is exceedingly rare. We assert that only players who can maintain absolute calm in pivotal moments have the potential to evolve into leaders. Wang Ming concurred. Indeed, Lin Peng's performance inspires great expectations. Thus, we at Penguin Commentary sincerely hope he can sustain this form and secure more victories for the Lakers. Without further ado, the NBA regular season opener featuring the Los Angeles Lakers against the Los Angeles Clippers is about to commence. We welcome our audience to enjoy the spectacle. The match between the Los Angeles Lakers and the Los Angeles Clippers officially begins. The players from both teams have taken to the court. On the side of the Los Angeles Lakers, Coach Ham has chosen to field a lineup consisting of Westbrook, Lonnie Walker, Beverly, James, and Davis. Notably, Lin Peng has not been included in the starting roster, a decision that comes as no surprise to him. For it is indeed a formidable challenge for a second-round draft pick to secure a starting position on a championship contending team. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Clippers boast a remarkably powerful and illustrious lineup. Their starting five features Wall, Paul George, Leonard, Morris, and Zubac. It is worth noting that Wall, a recently acquired player, once commanded a salary of $40 million and was the star of the Wizards, having previously led his team in fierce competition against James during the playoffs. His prowess should not be underestimated. Furthermore, the presence of superstars Paul George and Leonard adds to their formidable strength. As the game commenced, it was unsurprising that Zubac, the sole traditional center on the court, successfully secured possession for the Clippers. Wall advanced the ball into the front court, with Leonard positioning himself at the left corner beyond the arc, signaling for the pass. To his surprise, he was matched up against Beverly, who stands under 2 meters tall. Upon noticing Leonard's request for the ball, Beverly aggressively closed in to limit his options for receiving the pass. However, the significant height disparity proved to be an insurmountable obstacle, as Wall effortlessly lofted the basketball to Leonard, who, without hesitation, initiated his offensive maneuver, executing a series of swift crossovers. He aimed to penetrate the defense and drive towards the basket. Beverly, known for his tenacity, attempted to thwart Leonard's advance but ultimately fell short. The physical attributes were simply too disparate. Beverly, being a guard, found it exceedingly challenging to impede Leonard, a powerful forward, with an unwavering demeanor. Leonard skillfully maneuvered past Beverly and launched himself skyward, emphatically slamming the basketball through the hoop. Oh, splendid. Leonard has scored. The Clippers lead with a score of 2-0. Remarkable. The Los Angeles Clippers have opened the scoring. Subsequently, the Clippers intensified their play, showcasing a multifaceted offensive strategy and surging to a mini run, while the Lakers found themselves relying heavily on the individual talents of James and Davis. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Clippers held a commanding lead of 31-20, ahead of the Lakers by 11 points. For the Lakers, James tallied 9 points, Davis contributed 6, while the remaining players could only muster a combined total of 9 points. In contrast, Westbrook struggled, managing only 2 points from 2 attempts. Conversely, the Clippers flourished offensively, with both Leonard and Paul George shining as the team's premier stars. Can you believe it? In the first quarter, the duo managed a mere 5 points. While the prowess of the formidable player mirrored that of a Ferrari, once the engine roared to life, no one could keep pace, scoring 9 points in a single quarter. He proved that his skills remain undiminished. As the first quarter concluded, the game paused momentarily. Clearly, the Los Angeles Lakers were engulfed in disappointment, for this was the season opener, and notably on their home turf. Trailing by 11 points in a single quarter was indeed a disgraceful predicament. Nevertheless, the match was far from over. Coach Ham continued to passionately rally his team, while the indomitable leader, LeBron James, urged his teammates to persevere. In Lin Peng's heart ignited a fervent desire for victory, which Ham naturally perceived in the longing reflected in Lin Peng's eyes. Lin Peng, as the second quarter begins, "It is your time to shine. I hope you can bring us a delightful surprise," Ham said to Lin Peng. Lin Peng did not respond, but silently nodded. As the second quarter commenced, the Los Angeles Lakers introduced their bench lineup. The backcourt featured Rivers and Lin Peng, while the frontcourt included Troy Brown, LeBron James, and Jones. Following Ham's strategy, Davis and Westbrook were given a break as LeBron took charge of the substitutes. Chapter 91. An imposing momentum. Lin Peng has entered the game. From the distant Penguin studio across the Pacific, Wang Ming exclaimed with excitement. Just listen to the applause from the crowd. The audience here truly shows their appreciation. It seems that no matter where one is, fans from Huaxia are always present. Yang Yi added in response. Indeed, indeed. We hope Lin Peng can surprise us once more. In the home arena of the Los Angeles Lakers, upon Lin Peng's entry, many spectators erupted into applause and cheers. Amidst the throngs of people, numerous white cardboard signs emerged, adorned with colorful lettering spelling Lin Peng's name. There were also foreign fans holding similar whiteboards, featuring the name Lin Peng in English. Additionally, some admirers expressed their affection for Lin Peng using Huaxia characters, albeit with a somewhat clumsy execution, reminiscent of undeciphered ancient Chinese script. Among the crowd, a significant number were female fans. After all, Lin Peng's visage could easily captivate attention even in the glamorous entertainment industry of the United States. This phenomenon exemplifies the adage, one could easily thrive on looks alone, yet chooses to pursue basketball. Throughout the Summer League, Lin Peng's performance has been remarkably outstanding. If one were unaware, they might mistake him for a lottery pick. Yang Yi elaborated. So, Mr. Yang Yi, what are your thoughts on Lin Peng's performance today? Wang Ming inquired, continuing the discussion. I believe this is Lin Peng's inaugural game. The NBA regular season differs significantly from the Summer League, as it features the world's elite players. Nevertheless, we should maintain our expectations for Lin Peng. Thank you for your insights, Mr. Yang Yi. Wang Ming nodded. And with the game about to begin, let us focus on the action on the court. Powell smirked, taunting Lin Peng. Show us your defense. You little NBA rookie. Prepare to be crushed by me. Lin Peng, undeterred, responded with a cold laugh. There is no shortage of trash talk, but you're still far from the mark. I want to be easily crushed. Prepare to savor the taste of defeat. Although the audience could not hear this exchange, the palpable tension was evident. leading to an immediate eruption of sharp cheers. They were electrified, eagerly anticipating the looming one-on-one showdown. The dialogue and confrontation between the two players infused the match with even more intensity. Whoosh! Powell swiftly launched into action, seizing a momentary lapse from Lin Peng. Humph! With a dismissive snort, Powell took two powerful strides and rapidly penetrated towards the basket. A smug smile graced his face, as if he had already foreseen an effortless score. At that moment, the commentator's voice resonated in the broadcast booth. It's a one-on-one showdown. Powell is making his move. Let us see how Lin Peng's defense holds up. The atmosphere on the court was palpably tense, with the players' movements becoming increasingly incisive. Lin Peng and Powell locked their gazes upon one another, their eyes revealing an ardent desire for victory and a challenge to their opponent. The audience was ablaze with fervor, their cheers and encouragement resonating in a rhythmic crescendo. The fans of Lin Peng, unwilling to be outdone, raised placards emblazoned with his name and waved their national flags, fervently cheering for their idol. In the face of Powell's leap, Lin Peng exhibited no fear. As Powell confronted the vast, open hoop, a gleam of joy flickered within him. He believed the 2 points were assured. However, it was evident that he underestimated Lin Peng's explosive power and vertical leap. With an extraordinary surge, Lin Peng ascended. His long legs resembled springs, propelling him into the air. Indeed, he could only be described with one word: a flyer. With a resounding crack, Lin Peng's enormous hand forcefully struck the basketball. What? Powell's heart raced in shock, but it was already too late. Wow, what an astonishing block! Lin Peng is simply incredible! Wang Ming exclaimed with exhilaration, his voice brimming with awe and admiration. Indeed, this block showcased Lin Peng's exceptional physical prowess and defensive acumen. His explosive power and leaping ability surpassed all expectations. Yang Yi excitedly commented, his tone revealing deep appreciation and anticipation for Lin Peng's talent. Amidst the fervor, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers, driven wild by Lin Peng's performance. Those fans brandishing placards bearing Lin Peng's name were particularly ecstatic, their unwavering support rewarded by his remarkable display. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Hem also applauded Lin Peng's efforts, urging, quickly, launch the counterattack, elevate the pace. Lin Peng's block on Powell transcended mere individual brilliance. It served as a significant boost to the morale of the Los Angeles Lakers. Subsequently, Lin Peng's block secured possession for the Lakers, allowing him to swiftly find the relentless LeBron James, who was racing down the court. It is well understood that should James charge forth, even a formidable power forward like Morris would merely be a fleeting obstacle against James's driving layup. James's speed was astonishing, as he propelled the ball towards the basket in a flash, leaving Clippers player Mann with no choice but to resort to a tactical foul. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a shooting foul against Mann. Following a defensive stop against the Clippers, James seized the ball and dashed forward. In the blink of an eye, he sliced through the defense like a dagger, penetrating straight to the basket. The ball arced gracefully through the air before finding its mark, swishing through the net with precision. In a mere span of under a minute, James had single-handedly scored 4 points. A thunderous applause erupted within the arena, with Lakers fans exuberantly celebrating. Aware that James's basket was merely the beginning, this moment ignited James's competitive spirit, his gaze resolutely fixed on the opponent's hoop. Hey, Lin Peng, Jones, let us move, he urged, sensing the urgency of the game and recognizing his responsibility. As a leader, James understood that in such critical moments, he must rise to the occasion. Let me handle this, he declared, his voice resonating like thunder throughout the arena. His muscles tensed, radiating an aura of formidable power. At that moment, he resembled a mighty beast awakening, poised to showcase his strength. Lin Peng immediately sensed the formidable presence of James, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. As a teammate, he was compelled to offer his unwavering support to James, charging forth alongside him. Meanwhile, the players of the Los Angeles Clippers remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis, still basking in the euphoria of their recent scoring triumph. Man, Powell? And Wall wore expressions tinged with arrogance. Had James truly aged? Yet, they were gravely mistaken. Thus commenced the battle to close the gap. James surged forward across the court, his speed dazzling. He deftly maneuvered past each adversary, swiftly penetrating to the basket. Mann attempted to block his shot, but James had anticipated his move, nimbly passing the ball to the awaiting Lin Peng behind him. Chapter 92, The Unstoppable Leonard. Hey, Lin. Lin Peng seized the ball, his gaze transforming into one of unwavering determination and sharp intensity. He understood that this was his moment to showcase his prowess. He bent his knees, preparing to leap. The soaring Lin Peng ascended once more, his form soaring through the air. His body seemed to meld with the atmosphere, exhibiting an astonishing buoyancy. The basketball in his grasp resembled a brilliant shooting star, slicing through the night sky as it hurtled towards the hoop with ferocious intent. Thud! The ball crashed against the rim, producing a deafening sound. The players of the Los Angeles Clippers finally grasped the gravity of the situation. They rushed towards the basket in a desperate attempt to thwart Lin Peng's advance. Yet, they were already a step too late. Lin Peng soared high, his arms stretching to their utmost as he forcefully sent the basketball through the hoop. In that instant, the entire arena fell into a profound silence, with only Lin Peng's triumphant shout and the sound of the ball swishing through the net reverberating in the air. The spectators erupted into thunderous cheers, utterly captivated by Lin Peng's astounding performance. Fans brandishing placards emblazoned with Lin Peng's name were beside themselves with excitement, their efforts and support rewarded by his brilliance. On the sidelines, his compatriot Zhang Fanbo waved his arms in exhilaration, cheering for Lin Peng's offensive prowess. He understood that this basket represented not merely a personal triumph, but a significant boost to the morale of the Los Angeles Lakers. This momentum invigorated the Lakers, inspiring every player to rise to the occasion, successfully defending against another shot. Center Jones snatched the rebound, seizing possession of the ball before swiftly passing it to LeBron James, who initiated a rapid counterattack. As LeBron received the ball, a glint of victory sparkled in his eyes. This time, he was resolute in showcasing his true capabilities. Meanwhile, the players of the Los Angeles Clippers, Mann, Powell, and Wall, finally recognized the formidable threat posed by the Lakers. Observing from the sidelines, Clippers head coach Tyronn Lue's expression grew grave. His accomplishments were inextricably linked to LeBron, making him one of the most knowledgeable figures regarding the superstar in the league. He understood that once LeBron found his rhythm, no one on earth could impede him, even at the age of 38. As Lue gazed at the bald figure across the court, a smile flickered on his face. Yet his heart simmered with anger, silently cursing, "Damn it. What makes you think you're so special just because you have LeBron? I never boasted about having a peak LeBron." He thought, "You have LeBron, but I have Leonard and Paul George. Everyone has their star players." On the court, LeBron charged forward, harnessing his unparalleled athleticism to draw another foul. Free throws had always been a weakness for him, yet today, he exhibited remarkable form, sinking both shots effortlessly. With the collaborative efforts of LeBron and Lin Peng, the Lakers unleashed an 8-0 surge at the start of the second quarter, swiftly narrowing an 11-point deficit to just 3. In response, Tyronn Lue immediately called for a timeout. Lin Peng returned to the sidelines, greeted by a thunderous roar akin to a tsunami, a sensation he relished immensely. As he momentarily lost focus, he caught sight of SCHR's malevolent gaze. Lin Peng pondered. It was evident that Lin Peng, a mere rookie, was exhibiting remarkable prowess, placing considerable pressure on the team's primary competitors. This was particularly true for SCHR, who had recently joined the Lakers, eager to secure a lucrative contract through his performance this season. For him, Lin Peng was undoubtedly a formidable adversary, and the threat was palpable. With a cold huff, SCHR averted his gaze, refraining from confronting Lin Peng directly. After all, he recognized that Lin Peng's performance was indeed impressive, and most importantly, he was still a teammate. Lin Peng, dismissing SCHR, focused intently on the court, aware that the match was far from over. With Leonard and Paul George set to enter the game, the challenge was about to intensify. Upon returning from the timeout, as anticipated, the Clippers promptly substituted in Leonard and Paul George, reshaping their lineup into a formidable trio featuring Leonard, George, and Wall. On the other hand, Coach Ham made no alterations, sticking to the regular rotation. Leonard was now on the court. The audience erupted in applause, their cheers rising like a tide, filled with animated discussions. Leonard was the cornerstone of the Clippers, an offensive weapon of unparalleled sharpness and one of the league's strongest defenders. Now that the Clippers had deployed Leonard, it posed a significant challenge for the Lakers. Indeed, they needed to reinforce their defensive core, as the Lakers lacked depth on the wings. Who would emerge as the defensive anchor? LeBron James? If he were to take on that role, his stamina might falter. So, who could fulfill this vital position? Troy Brown? Yet, he remained merely a minimum salary player. Let us observe the game. Perhaps the Lakers might resort to a zone defense. On the Clippers side, the immediate impact of Leonard's entry was palpable. In the commentary booth, the matchup against Leonard was none other than Troy Brown. Wang Ming exclaimed. It appeared they had opted for man-to-man defense rather than a zone, but could he truly contain Leonard, or merely restrict him slightly? Yang Yi expressed his concern. Perhaps Upon realizing that he was being guarded by a minimum salary player, Troy Brown, Leonard waved his hand, signaling for space, intent on isolating his defender. Leonard, with the ball in hand, flashed a peculiar and mechanical grin. Troy Brown was drenched in sweat, exerting every ounce of effort as he stretched his arms wide, resolutely blocking Leonard's path to the basket. His movements were compact and agile, akin to a cheetah poised to pounce on its prey. Leonard swiftly accelerated, his body fluidly swaying as his keen eyes scanned the hoop, ever ready to launch an attack. In an instant, he propelled the ball off the ground with his powerful thighs. Though his physique appeared cumbersome, his footwork was as swift as lightning. Troy Brown strained to keep pace, yet Leonard's speed and strength rendered him hopelessly outmatched. He continuously adjusted his stance, striving to impede Leonard's advance. "Hey, you won T-score." But, in a sudden twist, Leonard shifted the ball from his right to his left hand, taking a significant step forward and surging ahead. His body soared like a bolt of lightning, leaping high into the key. His frame ascended, seemingly reaching for the very apex of the backboard. Troy Brown exerted himself, attempting to disrupt Leonard's shot. Whoosh. Chapter 93. Defending Leonard. The two figures intertwined in midair, creating a stunning tableau, yet it was evident that Troy Brown appeared diminutive in Leonard's formidable presence. At that moment, the other Lakers players sought to reinforce the defense, but it was already too late. The basketball arched gracefully from Leonard's hand, slicing through the air with a whisper. It spun once in the sky before finding its mark in the hoop, resonating with a crisp sound. A mid-range shot succeeded, a demonstration of prowess. This was Leonard's signature move, an enigma within the league. "Oh my, Leonard's mid-range shot is truly indefensible," Yangi exclaimed, captivated by the artistry of Leonard's shot. The Clippers fans erupted in enthusiastic applause, celebrating Leonard's score. "Damn it." Troy Brown watched helplessly as the ball descended into the hoop. Acutely aware of his lack of defensive opportunity against Leonard, he sighed deeply, feeling a wave of embarrassment and anxiety wash over him. After scoring, Leonard returned to his position with a smile, showcasing his dominance and skill as a top-tier NBA player, delivering a splendid score for the Clippers. The Lakers players on the bench exchanged solemn glances, clearly concerned. In the next sequence, the Lakers' offensive play was thwarted by the Clippers, leading to a stoppage in play. Coach Ham approached Lin Peng, his gaze imbued with expectation and trust. "Lin Peng, I have an important task for you. I need you to guard Leonard." Lin Peng was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated being assigned to match up against the league's elite player, Leonard. He pointed to himself in disbelief. "Me." However, he was acutely aware that he was one of the few forwards on the Lakers roster. Without hesitation, he nodded in affirmation, replying, "Coach, rest assured, I will give it my all." Coach Ham smiled and nodded in return. "Lin Peng, I understand this presents a significant challenge for you, but I have faith in your strength and capabilities. You possess exceptional awareness and defensive skills, and I am confident that you can rise to the occasion." Lin Peng felt the trust bestowed upon him by his coach, nodding in acknowledgement. "Haha, rest assured. I am grateful for your confidence, Coach. I will strive to defend against Leonard and prevent him from scoring easily." Coach Ham encouragingly patted Lin Peng on the shoulder. "Lin Peng, you possess the ability to rise to this challenge." Lin Peng took a deep breath, aware that this match held immense significance for the team, and that his defense bore a profound responsibility. Coach Ham nodded in satisfaction. Lin Peng felt a tumult within his heart. Coach Ham smiled and nodded, watching as Lin Peng departed to prepare for the match. "Go forth, Lin Peng, showcase your strength, and give it your all." Lin Peng re-entered the court, and it was immediately evident to the discerning eye that the matchup had shifted, placing him against Leonard. Wang Ming furrowed his brow, observing the unfolding scene with a sense of perplexity, and inquired, why would Coach Ham assign Lin Peng to guard Leonard? This seems excessively risky. After all, he is merely a rookie, and facing a top-tier player like Leonard may impose considerable pressure on him. Yang sighed deeply, his expression tinged with resignation. "Wang Ming, you are aware of the Lakers' shortage of forwards. Coach Ham has little choice. Lin Peng may be a newcomer, but he possesses remarkable awareness and defensive skills. This is his opportunity to prove himself." Wang Ming shook his head, still struggling to comprehend the decision. However, Leonard's prowess is not something an ordinary player can contend with. His techniques and dominance are truly formidable. This is an insurmountable challenge for Lin Peng. Yang Yi's face revealed a hint of resoluteness, his tone imbued with trust in Lin Peng. "Wang Ming, I understand your concerns. Yet, this is the essence of competitive sports. Everyone must confront various challenges." Coach Ham's choice of Lin Peng stems from his belief in the young player's abilities. We must not underestimate this rookie, especially as he represents our nation. Perhaps he will surprise us. Wang Ming fell silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Perhaps you are right. Regardless, let us support Lin Peng. I hope he can endure this trial and bring us joy. Yang Yi smiled and patted Wang Ming on the shoulder. Indeed, supporting him is what matters. The dialogue between the two commentators was laden with emotional fluctuations, their worries and hopes intertwining amid the tension of the match. Yang Yi and Wang Ming were correct. Despite Lin Peng's debut on the NBA stage, he was among the few forwards on the Lakers roster. Upon seeing a rookie defending him, Leonard felt a surge of confidence. Steady now, all is well, he thought. With the ball in hand, Leonard knew that since the elite James was not there to guard him, Lin Peng would have to pay the price for the challenge. Leonard's imposing physique loomed large before Lin Peng. He swiftly received the ball, aiming to capitalize on his reliable mid-range shooting. With agility, he pivoted and confidently raised his arm, preparing to shoot. However, Lin Peng, with his keen perception, astutely sensed Leonard's every move. You shall not score. Lin Peng responded with remarkable swiftness, akin to a leopard pouncing upon its prey, as he intercepted Leonard, obstructing his path to the basket. He elevated his arms, creating an imposing barrier with his solid physique that obscured Leonard's line of sight, rendering it difficult for him to execute his shot with ease. Sensing the formidable pressure exerted by Lin Peng, Leonard attempted to recalibrate his shooting stance. Yet Lin Peng remained in close proximity, denying him any respite. Lin Peng's arm resembled an impenetrable fortress, providing substantial interference to Leonard's shot. Oh, Lin Peng executed that splendidly, Wang Ming exclaimed in astonishment. To everyone's surprise, Lin Peng, standing at an impressive height of 196 meters, managed to withstand Leonard's prowess. The ball was released. All eyes in the arena were fixated on the sphere, which soared through the air like a shooting star, seemingly destined to conjure a miracle. It arched above the rim, slicing through the atmosphere, only to meet an unforeseen conclusion. Thud! The ball struck the backboard and ricocheted away. The crowd collectively gasped, astonished that the shot had failed to find its mark. After all, he was one of the league's elite stars, renowned for his mid-range accuracy. Meanwhile, Lin Peng contentedly relaxed his defensive stance, having successfully thwarted Leonard's attempt. Coach Ham, standing at the sidelines, nodded in approval, fully aware that Lin Peng's defense was precisely what they required at this pivotal moment. Lin Peng's remarkable awareness and defensive skills have showcased his prowess, establishing him as a prominent figure within the team. Truly impressive, Lin Peng. Even SCHR on the sidelines could not refrain from expressing his admiration. As the match intensified, both teams displayed their capabilities and techniques. The spectators, particularly fans from Huaxia and those of the Los Angeles Lakers, united in their applause and encouragement for Lin Peng at that moment. Chapter 94. A back-and-forth encounter. The audience witnessed the potential and determination of this rookie, perhaps signaling a bright future for both the Los Angeles Lakers and basketball in Huaxia. Lin Peng's defense invigorated the spirits of the Lakers, sending a wave of confidence through the team as they valiantly countered. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Clippers, led by their stars Leonard and Paul George, remained undeterred, striving to maintain their lead. As the first half approached its conclusion, the Lakers trailed the Clippers by 6 points, with a score of 52-58. With the referee's whistle, both teams entered halftime. Lin Peng, you are incredible. Your defense is superb, remarked the team's core player, Anthony Davis, as he approached with a thumbs up. As a close friend, Westbrook was also generous with his praise. Well done, Lin Peng. Thank you. I will continue to work hard. After all, we are still behind and need to push forward, Lin Peng replied with a beaming smile, cherishing the rare recognition from his teammates. The other players joined in to congratulate Lin Peng, showering him with compliments. On the other side, Clippers head coach Tyronn Lue appeared somewhat gloomy. A hallmark of Lue's coaching style is his ability to elevate the performance of a struggling team. But he certainly knows how to maximize the potential of a fully equipped roster. As the timeout concluded, the Clippers substituted in their full-strength lineup, bringing in Wall, Paul George, Leonard, Morris, and Zubac. In contrast, the Lakers opted for a lineup featuring Lin Peng, Rivers, Beverly, James, and Davis, showcasing a 3-guard formation. 3 guards. Such a bold strategy from Coach Ham seemed to intrigue commentator Wang Ming, who recognized the significant size disparity, given that the Clippers boasted nearly an all-forward lineup. Yang Yi's voice carried a hint of concern. The 3-guard setup emphasizes mobility, necessitating a center to protect the boards, but Davis would be up against Zubac. Following Yang Yi's words, Wang Ming elaborated further. Perhaps Coach Ham has his own strategies in mind. The camera then panned to Xiaoqi, whose elegant legs clad in stockings epitomized the quintessential image of a basketball female broadcaster. Let us redirect our focus to the game. Indeed, at the commencement of the second half, the first shot was taken by Lin Peng, who, after a screen, astonishingly found himself matched up against Leonard. There was no alternative. A top-tier team like the Clippers, rich in forward talent, would never be lacking in wing players. Consequently, their most formidable weapon on the defensive end was the ability to switch seamlessly. Lin Peng took a deep breath, aware that he could not afford to let his guard down in the presence of Leonard, for he was undoubtedly the most formidable defensive player on the front line in the entire league, perhaps without rival. At this moment, Leonard's gaze became even more intense. Come on. Lin Peng dribbled with all his might, yet Leonard's defense was extraordinarily fierce. Alas, Lin Peng exclaimed in alarm. Clearly, he had underestimated Leonard's defensive prowess and awareness. In an instant, Leonard reached out to intercept, his large hand snatching the ball from Lin Peng's grasp. As the ball slipped from Lin Peng's control, Leonard promptly propelled the counterattack, his gaze cold and unyielding, reminiscent of a machine. Lin Peng gazed in astonishment as the ball was intercepted. A sense of urgency swelling within him, soon followed by a wave of despondency. Hey, kid, do not let your confidence get the better of you. Leonard jeered coldly. In the wake of Leonard's long pass, Wall swiftly seized the ball, shedding Lin Peng and the other defenders like a flash of lightning, hurtling towards the basket with the swiftness of an arrow. The audience erupted in a thunderous cheer almost in unison. Lightning. He is remarkably fast. Even after sustaining a significant injury, his speed had diminished only slightly. Rather, it was merely slower than his former self, not slower than the rest of them. The Lakers players gritted their teeth in pursuit, exerting every ounce of strength in a futile attempt to thwart Wall's advance, but it was already too late. Wall, at an astonishing pace, sent the ball soaring through the hoop, scoring effortlessly. Swish. Wow, that was incredibly fast. The audience gasped in awe. Lin Peng stood still, evidently disheartened. Given his current prowess in his rookie season, he still fell significantly short of the caliber displayed by elite players. At that moment, Westbrook encouraged him, saying, "Don't be discouraged. Lin Peng, we still have a chance." As he patted Lin Peng on the back, Lin Peng took a deep breath and nodded. He needed to refocus his attention and regain his form to strive for victory for his team. On the sidelines, Los Angeles Lakers head coach Ham stood with his hands buried in his pockets, intently observing the game, his brow furrowed in concentration. Three guards, Ham murmured to himself. After a few moments, as if awakening from a deep slumber, he urged, "Keep pushing, stay focused." He shouted at the Lakers players sprinting on the court. The tension in the arena grew ever more palpable. Lin Peng gazed dejectedly at the scene before him, fully aware that his misstep had imposed considerable pressure on the team. Fortunately, Westbrook stepped in just in time to offer words of comfort, helping him regain his confidence. Indeed, Westbrook is a genuine and warm-hearted presence within the league. "Allow me," he proclaimed, asserting himself for the next play. As he called for the ball, Westbrook, with the sphere in hand, faced off against Paul George, who appeared visibly tense. Having once been teammates on the Thunder, George knew Westbrook all too well. Despite only scoring 8 points in the first half, if he found his rhythm, he could become an unstoppable force. "Haha, Westbrook, let me see how much of your former prowess remains since our days together in Oklahoma City." Paul George smirked, his words laced with challenge. Westbrook responded with an equally confident smile. "Let us put it to the test." He then executed a swift change of direction to penetrate the defense. His ability to drive was predicated on sheer speed, rendering technique unnecessary. "Damn," Paul George exclaimed. But it was too late to alter the outcome. As Westbrook barreled into the paint, he drew defensive attention, prompting Zubac to step up for support. In a flash, Westbrook dished the ball to an incoming Davis. "Good pass," Westbrook shouted in exhilaration, even before the ball had found its way to the hoop. In the next instant, without a moment's hesitation, Davis leaped and emphatically slammed the basketball into the rim. Boom. The arena erupted with cheers over such a spectacular dunk, keeping the score tightly contested. Chapter 95. The Stamina Dilemma. Such an exhilarating display of competition was rare, particularly with one of the protagonists being a rookie making his NBA debut. However, beads of sweat trickled down Lin Peng's forehead as he gasped for breath, his body gradually revealing signs of fatigue. He fixed his gaze on Leonard, his eyes still sharp and fierce, akin to that of a hawk. "You are indeed a remarkable rookie, Lin Peng. Alas, your defense is far from sufficient to withstand my prowess," Leonard coldly taunted. Lin Peng bit his lower lip tightly, remaining silent. He understood that at this critical juncture, words could no longer alter the course of events. He could only demonstrate his prowess through action. Is this all you can do? Just talk big? If you have the ability, then at least smile. After all, you are merely a robot incapable of laughter. Lin Peng remarked with a tone of mockery and jest. This statement left Leonard momentarily bewildered, for his nickname was indeed the Robot, a title earned due to his uniquely expressionless demeanor. Now, with Lin Peng's words, it seemed as if he had transformed into an emotionless robotic assassin on the court. Let me show you the might of a robotic basketball assassin, Leonard retorted, casting a sidelong glance before driving toward the basket, evading the defenders. Lin Peng's awareness was remarkable. He immediately discerned that it was a feint. With a swift lateral movement, he kept pace, his arms reaching skyward in an earnest attempt to disrupt Leonard's line of sight. Leonard, however, steadied himself and pressed on with his assault, leveraging his physical advantage to forcefully breach Lin Peng's defense. Towering over 2 meters and possessing the physique of a formidable forward, he collided with Lin Peng's frame as if a tank had struck him. You, a diminutive player from Huaxia, truly believe you can thwart me? What a jest! Leonard scoffed. Lin Peng felt his stamina waning, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead to the ground. Yet, he remained undeterred, fixating intently on Leonard's movements. Drawing upon every ounce of his strength, he sought an opportunity to wrest control of the ball from Leonard's grasp. Is this all you've got? Come back when you've learned a few real trash-talking lines. Lin Peng gritted his teeth, uttering the words with fervor. At that moment, Leonard suddenly pivoted, catching Lin Peng off guard, causing him to momentarily lose his balance. However, he swiftly compensated for his misstep with remarkable speed, rapidly closing the distance to Leonard once more. Lin Peng's gaze was firmly fixed on Leonard's ball, and he dared not let his guard down for even a moment. Leonard suddenly executed a feint, attempting to shake off Lin Peng's defense, but Lin Peng's reaction was remarkably swift. He astutely discerned Leonard's intention and decisively thwarted his advance. Is that all? Lin Peng remarked coldly. Lin Peng's defense ignited a surge of fury within Leonard. Damn it, he exclaimed, intensifying his offensive efforts in an attempt to widen the lead single-handedly. Yet, Lin Peng showed no signs of retreat. He stayed closely aligned with Leonard, exerting relentless pressure on his adversary. You are still too inexperienced. I will show you what the true NBA entails. Leonard roared. Lin Peng felt his stamina dwindling, his legs growing heavier, and his breath becoming increasingly labored. Yet he understood that retreat was not an option. The team relied on his defensive prowess to have any hope of turning the tide of the game. However, due to his fatigue, he momentarily lost focus, allowing Leonard to exploit the gap in his defense. With a decisive stride, Leonard maneuvered past him, leaving Lin Peng behind. By the time Lin Peng attempted to recover and reinforce his defense, he realized it was already too late. Damn it! Lin Peng couldn't help but shout in frustration. Beneath the basket, Zubac had effectively blocked Anthony Davis, who was trying to assist, while Leonard flashed a cunning smile. He effortlessly drove in for a layup, scoring 2 points. After the basket, Lin Peng appeared visibly defeated and despondent. At that moment, Leonard pivoted to face the rookie defending him, bellowing, "Welcome to the NBA." This proclamation instantly ignited the atmosphere in the arena. Even the commentators, such as Wang Ming, were taken aback, having never witnessed the usually robotic Leonard exhibit such emotion, especially toward a newcomer. Clearly, Lin Peng's defense had provoked Leonard, suggesting that his potential was indeed boundless. Yang Yi couldn't help but marvel at this realization, while Wang Ming suddenly grasped the magnitude of Lin Peng's formidable abilities. Nevertheless, with the formidable duo of Leonard and Paul George, alongside an array of elite role players, the Los Angeles Lakers were struggling against their evident roster deficiencies. As the third quarter reached its 2/3 mark, the Lakers' deficit had widened to 9 points, intensifying Lin Peng's anxiety and that of his teammates. Damn it, Lin Peng growled under his breath. He knew he needed to contribute more to the team. Yet he felt the limits of his endurance, his legs heavy and his breath quickening. Just as he sensed his energy depleting, a powerful presence drew near. Turning his head, he was pleasantly surprised to see his teammate, Westbrook. "Let me handle it. I'll guard Leonard," Westbrook exclaimed. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Peng's eyes. He had not anticipated that Westbrook would voluntarily request to take on the defensive duties against him. Westbrook had remained on the court, not granted a moment's respite by Coach Ham. As the second half unfolded, Westbrook's shooting touch had notably returned, were it not for his performance. They might have found themselves trailing by more than 9 points. "Are you certain, Westbrook?" Lin Peng inquired. "Absolutely." We are a team. I believe I can bring more offensive firepower, and you should conserve your energy, while I will give my all to defend against Leonard. Westbrook replied without hesitation, his gaze revealing an ardent desire for victory. Damn it, it's just Leonard. Wasn't I just as glorious when I won the MVP? Lin Peng smiled. Indeed. Westbrook spoke the truth. During his MVP season, he achieved an astonishing triple-double average. Such statistics are truly remarkable and unprecedented. Lin Peng nodded with gratitude, shaking hands with Westbrook and exchanging defensive positions. He was assigned to guard Wall, who, though not an easy adversary, was a guard and thus matched Lin Peng's position. At this moment, their gazes sharpened with resolve. They were determined to fight for their team until the very last moment. Indeed, as an NBA player, a professional athlete, the ultimate goal is to strive wholeheartedly for victory. This sentiment evidently resonated with all the players of the Los Angeles Lakers. Chapter 96. Lin Peng and Westbrook's cooperation. Come on, Leonard. In terms of defense, you might be a dope, so let's see how your offense fares. When I reached the finals, you weren't even in the league. Westbrook taunted. He immediately confronted Leonard's offensive advance. In the next play, upon realizing that Westbrook was defending him, Leonard couldn't help but chuckle. It was amusing how the Lakers relied on guards to defend against him. Even legitimate forwards would struggle to halt his assault. How could a guard possibly contain him? And even if he had once been an MVP, what of it? Seeing Leonard smirk, Westbrook's temper flared. What are you laughing at? Have you forgotten who I am in just a few days? He retorted, seething with anger. Leonard paid no heed to this, thinking, if you wish to engage in a rotational defense, then so be it. Who among you can truly stop me? No one. Absolutely no one. There is no one on the Lakers capable of halting my advance. A proud expression unexpectedly graced Leonard's typically stoic visage as he held the ball beyond the three-point line, surveying the Lakers' positioning. LeBron James squatted in the corner, ready to defend against a corner three, while Anthony Davis and Rivers stood at the baseline, prepared to collapse defensively at a moment's notice. Lin Peng positioned himself near the mid-range, orchestrating the movements of his teammates, although he was not a traditional playmaking forward. Years of court experience had honed his instincts to be sharper than those of many elite point guards. Now is the time. Leonard dribbled forward, his massive right hand drawing the basketball from the right to the left, the ball slipping through his legs as his body moved with a mechanical precision. This rhythmic alteration momentarily distracted Westbrook, whose gaze remained fixated on the ball. However, as a guard, Westbrook, even when partially outmaneuvered by his opponent, relied on his speed to reclaim any disadvantage. With a powerful stride followed by two quick steps, he positioned his body squarely in Leonard's path. Leonard, unfazed, prepared for the impending challenge. Yet, as Westbrook puffed out his chest, his well-defined pectorals intensified the physical confrontation. His agile frame and keen reflexes caught Leonard off guard. Westbrook repeatedly thrust his body against Leonard while disrupting his shooting rhythm, making it difficult for Leonard to perform at his usual level. Clearly irked, Leonard scoffed. You think you can stop me? How naive. To which Westbrook calmly retorted, let's see who is truly naive, as he unwaveringly continued to apply defensive pressure. The battle between the two intensified, with Westbrook utilizing his remarkable speed and agility to thwart Leonard's advances time and again. He shadowed Leonard like a relentless specter, offering him no respite. Westbrook's athleticism was astonishing. His speed and explosiveness were beyond imagination. Teacher Wang Ming, witnessing Westbrook's bulldog-like defense, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, Leonard and Westbrook, one a guard and the other a power forward, were of entirely different weight classes, yet Westbrook's formidable physicality was unexpected. Yanni concurred, noting that although he had been critical of Westbrook's performance last season for the sake of garnering attention, he was nonetheless impressed by Westbrook's display today. It was as if Westbrook contained a surging energy within him, perpetually brimming with vitality and passion. Perhaps that is why so many fans adore him. Wang Ming enthusiastically commented. The constant pivoting and relentless pursuit of opportunity echoed with the sound of sneakers gripping the wooden floor. Westbrook moved across the court with the swiftness of a cheetah, exerting immense pressure on Leonard. He showcased his prowess on the defensive end, leaving Leonard struggling to find an easy scoring opportunity. The typically composed Leonard, now seemingly losing his rationality, stubbornly refused to pass the ball, as though he was holding his breath in defiance. Even Paul George, the team's second-in-command, slipped from the baseline to the three-point line, reaching out for the ball. Leonard, upon noticing, chose to feign ignorance. In that moment, a fierce determination ignited within Westbrook. He recognized that this was his opportunity to shine, a moment to fight for the team's victory. He took large strides, closely mirroring Leonard's every movement, intent on diminishing his offensive prowess. Meanwhile, Lin Peng, standing at the baseline, felt a surge of admiration for Westbrook's performance. He understood that Westbrook's exceptional defense breathed new life into the team. Initially, he had perceived him as merely a perpetually youthful, carefree giant. But he was astonished to discover that Westbrook was always brimming with fervor on the court, forever possessed by an intense desire to win. Haha. We absolutely must seize this game. Come at me if you dare. Lin Peng gritted his teeth, silently resolving. He sensed his fatigue gradually dissipating, confidence rekindling within him. On the court, the clash between Westbrook and Leonard began to draw all eyes. As time dwindled, with 24 seconds consumed, only 8 seconds remained. Their figures spun like twin tempests, enveloping the entire arena. With each time Westbrook thwarted Leonard's advance, the crowd erupted in cheers. Westbrook's defense left Leonard feeling stifled. He had anticipated an effortless breakthrough but was taken aback by Westbrook's formidable defensive abilities. Anger began to simmer within him, fueling his resolve to unleash an even fiercer offensive assault against Westbrook. Suddenly, Westbrook exclaimed, "Oh no, damn it." Leonard had seized the moment, expertly timing his breakthrough. Despite Leonard's seemingly cumbersome physique, once he accelerated, his speed and explosiveness resembled a high-performance sports car racing down the highway, resonating with a thunderous roar. Westbrook, however, was aging and had endured numerous injuries. His reflexes and explosiveness paled in comparison to Leonard's. "Is that all you've got?" Leonard smirked triumphantly. This infuriated Westbrook. Yet he continued to rely on his speed to close the gap. Leonard, a top-tier one-on-one player in the league, was not lacking in awareness or speed. He remained unhurried. Knowing Westbrook was renowned for his swiftness, offensively, he never changed direction while driving. He simply accelerated with the ball. Defensively, he relied on his speed to pursue without ever losing his position. Thus, Leonard's tactic of altering the rhythm inadvertently disrupted Westbrook's flow. More significantly, Leonard's mid-range shooting posed a dual threat, capable of both offensive and defensive maneuvers. The presence of a shooting threat was immensely advantageous. Westbrook hesitated to pursue too aggressively, fearing Leonard's swift mid-range shot, yet he was equally reluctant to ease off, apprehensive of being bypassed and allowing Leonard to drive to the basket. Indeed, Leonard was a formidable force, exceedingly difficult to defend against. With 6 seconds remaining, the scoreboard displayed the dwindling time for offense. A shot clock violation would result in a turnover, granting possession to the opposing team. At that moment, Westbrook momentarily lost focus, a lapse keenly observed by the ever-watchful Leonard. In a flash, Leonard maneuvered past Westbrook, yet to Westbrook's surprise, there was no sign of frustration on his face. Instead, he gazed ahead, prompting Leonard to feel puzzled. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Lin Peng was positioned right in front of him. Leonard was evidently caught off guard. Curse it, he thought. I've fallen into the trap set by these two underdogs. Chapter 97, entering as Leonard and Westbrook faced off. The astute Lin Peng had already been attuned to Leonard's potential movements. Lin Peng was prepared to step in and provide defensive support. Thus, Westbrook's apparent moment of distraction was, in fact, a deliberate signal to Lin Peng, a tactic they had practiced numerous times in training camp. Their aim was to counter a player like Leonard, who relied solely on aggressive one-on-one play without regard for his teammates' positioning. Confronted by Lin Peng's advancing defense, Leonard felt a twinge of apprehension. Yet it was merely a fleeting concern. With Lin Peng's slender frame, attempting to thwart him seemed overly naive. However, should the formidable presence of Westbrook emerge from behind to bolster the defense, the scenario transforms entirely. Westbrook and Lin Peng, positioned strategically in a front and back formation, effectively encircle Leonard. Despite Leonard's wealth of experience, prompting an instinctive urge to pass the ball, he soon realizes that his teammates are nowhere to be found. This predicament reveals a critical flaw in Leonard's game, his struggle to navigate double teams. Moreover, his Clippers teammates are not particularly adept at playing off the ball, rendering their movements futile in securing advantageous passing positions. Westbrook and Lin Peng immediately converge on Leonard, creating an overwhelming pressure akin to a sandwiching effect. For hands fiercely reach for the basketball, while Lin Peng, operating under the radar of the referee, simultaneously constricts Leonard's driving space and applies pressure around his waist to restrict lateral movement. Oh, what a magnificent display of defense by Westbrook. Indeed, it seems that even the combined efforts of Lin Peng and Westbrook are proving futile against Leonard. Aha! Leonard is forced to halt his dribble. Under the intense pressure from Lin Peng, Leonard's footwork falters slightly, allowing Westbrook to make contact with the ball in his left hand. At this critical moment, time is slipping away. The shot clock is about to expire. In a frantic rush, Leonard leaps and releases the ball with his right hand. Swish. The basketball grazes the rim, bouncing erratically. Ding. It ricochets away, prompting Lin Peng to immediately position himself against Leonard to deny any chance of reclaiming the offensive rebound. Closer to the basket, Westbrook seizes the opportunity, pivoting smoothly into the paint, accurately predicting the trajectory of the rebound. Haha, rebounding is my forte, Westbrook exclaims with exuberance. He then springs into the air like a coiled spring. Swish. The rebound lands squarely in his grasp, and Westbrook erupts with joy. Oh my goodness! Cheers resonate from the stands. The synergy between Lin Peng and Russell Westbrook is truly remarkable. When defending against Leonard, Westbrook effectively utilizes his physicality to confront Leonard, while Lin Peng adeptly provides timely assistance, compelling Leonard to hastily release his shot. Ultimately, Lin Peng secures his position, allowing Westbrook to seize the rebound. The harmonious interplay of these three actions resembles a masterpiece of art. Infuriated, Leonard vented his frustration directly at Lin Peng with expletives. The previous offensive sequence had left him utterly vexed. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Peng felt a surge of delight. It appeared that even a robot could engage in verbal altercations. In a flash, as the former premier fast break artist of the league, Westbrook had already surged forward with the ball. Meanwhile, lauded as the swiftest point guard, Wall immediately rushed to the forefront to provide support. Yet, despite Wall's speed, he could not outpace Westbrook, who had already taken an additional step ahead. Consequently, Wall was left with no choice but to resort to a tactical foul. A sharp whistle pierced the air as the referee signaled a shooting foul against Wall for his contact with Westbrook, sending him to the free throw line. After halting the play, Westbrook, evidently invigorated, bellowed toward the heavens, I am he. I am he. Let the counterattack commence. This fervor was so infectious that even the commentators struggled to suppress applause, while the fans grew increasingly exhilarated. Wow, is Westbrook a madman? Wang Ming exclaimed in astonishment. No. Westbrook has always been quite the intriguing character, Yang Yi chuckled, shaking his head. Honestly, he is one of the few genuine men in the NBA. Little Seven, utterly captivated by Westbrook's fervor, realized that he had undoubtedly become a diehard fan. Subsequently, Westbrook sank both free throws. The defensive synergy between Westbrook and Lin Peng gradually bore fruit, significantly curtailing the scoring of Leonard and Paul George. One would effectively guard, while the other would opportunely double-team, just when one anticipated an impending double-team. The other would seamlessly shift back to single coverage. The interplay of deception and strategy was remarkable. Who could have imagined the chemistry between Lin Peng and Westbrook would flourish so beautifully? Moreover, on the offensive front, both players exhibit remarkable agility of mind, often referred to as playing with intellect. Even the connection between Peng and Wei has emerged. Under the leadership of Westbrook, the Los Angeles Lakers have gradually begun to close the gap, rekindling the suspense regarding the outcome of the match. As the third quarter concluded, the Lakers trailed the Los Angeles Clippers by a narrow margin of 5 points, with a score of 85-90, poised to enter the final showdown of the fourth quarter. During this third quarter, Westbrook scored 11 points, dispelling earlier shadows, along with a steal and a block. However, his contributions to the team extend far beyond mere statistics. Likewise, Lin Peng delivered an outstanding performance, playing a pivotal role within the trio of guards, pursuing the opponent's smaller guards, contesting the perimeter forwards, and even securing rebounds. He truly embodies the spirit of undertaking all the arduous tasks. Thus, although he recorded only 5 points in that quarter, his impact cannot be fully encapsulated by numbers alone. Lin Peng's substantial playing time in the third quarter is indicative of his importance. He was on the court for 9 out of the 12 minutes. To put this into perspective, his combined playing time in the preceding 2 quarters was merely 11 minutes. Consequently, by the end of the third quarter, Lin Peng had already played for 20 minutes, making him the second most utilized guard on the Lakers roster, following only Westbrook. Even more astonishing is the fact that Lin Peng is merely a rookie. This game marks his debut in the NBA, and he faces the formidable forward duo of Leonard and Paul George from the Los Angeles Clippers, arguably the most formidable in the league. Lin Peng exhibited an unexpectedly mature performance. During a brief intermission, commentators Yang Yi and Wang Ming were effusive in their praise for Lin Peng's display. Today's performance is simply unparalleled. To debut with such excellence is something even the legendary Yao Ming could not claim, Wang Ming exclaimed, filled with emotions. This young man's future is immeasurable. Yang Yi nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, this child possesses both potential and dreams. With a beaming smile that crinkled his face, Wang Ming declared. Let us anticipate further brilliance from Lin Peng in today's match. I have a strong feeling that his limits extend far beyond what we have witnessed. Yang Yi, with a serious demeanor, concurred. Absolutely. I am convinced that Lin Peng will undoubtedly create a stir in the league. After a brief respite, the fourth quarter commenced. Right from the start, under Coach Ham's strategy, fully rested LeBron James and Anthony Davis were poised to showcase their prowess. By the conclusion of the third quarter, James had already amassed 21 points, largely thanks to the defensive efforts of Westbrook, Lin Peng, and Beverly, who had effectively neutralized the opposing front line, providing James with ample opportunity to flourish offensively. Meanwhile, Anthony Davis had been less involved in the offense, having taken only a handful of shots for a meager 12 points, primarily contributing on the defensive end. The interior of the Los Angeles Lakers was notably fragile, with only Lin Peng and Beverly capable of challenging the opponent's perimeter. However, it was unfortunate that they were up against the Los Angeles Clippers. The Clippers boasted several high-caliber forwards, a lineup that, it could be said without exaggeration, could adequately support 2 or 3 NBA teams. This significantly diminished the Lakers' perimeter defenders' effectiveness, thereby intensifying the defensive burden on Davis. Nevertheless, the reduced pressure on the offensive front allowed Davis to manage his stamina effectively as the fourth quarter unfolded. As such, the audience was eager to witness their performance in the final stretch. James, ball in hand, was met with a defensive assignment from Morris. A subtle smile graced LeBron James's face as he opted not to engage in isolation, instead choosing to judiciously allocate his energy and make the most strategic offensive decisions, a hallmark of his prowess as a playmaker. He gestured with his hand, prompting every Lakers player to immediately understand the signal, calling for Anthony Davis to set a screen. For the Los Angeles Lakers, the most lethal offensive weapon was indeed the LeBron Davis pick-and-roll. Two elite forwards, both embodying remarkable impact and explosive power, are on the court. Moreover, LeBron James, a premier ball handler, is nearly uncontainable in his pick-and-roll execution. Should one pursue Davis, then James, with an astounding 80 shooting accuracy in the paint, becomes an unstoppable force. Conversely, should the focus shift to James, the formidable Anthony Davis, towering at 2 meters, poses an immeasurable threat in the paint. Thus, defending the Davis-James pick-and-roll is akin to choosing a poison to ingest. The other players of the Los Angeles Lakers positioned themselves beyond the three-point arc. Upon receiving the signal, Anthony Davis promptly moves to set a screen for James, drawing Zubac away from his defensive post. Davis's massive frame looms over Morris, effectively blocking him. Zubac finds himself unable to approach James, for any effort to do so would result in being forcefully contained by Davis, leaving him powerless to stop James's advance into the paint. LeBron James, unwavering, charges forward. With impeccable timing, he abruptly halts, propelling himself into the air. Launching the basketball from his hands, the ball soars through the air, tracing a beautiful arc swish. It's in. Wow. LeBron James has scored once more. This exquisite pass from James suggests that he is poised to score 30 points in the season opener. One can hardly fathom that he is, in fact, 38 years old. Yang Yi exclaimed with excitement. How old are you? Oh, LeBron, how old are you really? At this age, he continues to dominate the NBA. Wang Ming's emotions surged, astonished by James's graceful scoring. It is worth recalling that several years ago, during LeBron's final season with the Cleveland Cavaliers, in the second round of the playoffs against the top-seeded Raptors, he received the ball in the backcourt, advancing single-handedly and executing a high-bank shot for a buzzer beater. That electrifying moment prompted Wang Ming to exclaim, "How old are you?" Remarkably, after all these years, that sentiment remains relevant. Now, the Los Angeles Clippers lead the Los Angeles Lakers by a score of 90-87, with the gap narrowed to just 3 points. Once again, both teams found themselves at the same starting line. After an intense battle, the Los Angeles Lakers and the Los Angeles Clippers exchanged blows during the fourth quarter, where the stakes were high and the prowess of superstar players became paramount. The formidable trio of LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and Russell Westbrook faced off against the star-studded combination of John Wall, Kawhi Leonard, and Paul George in a fiercely contested showdown, with neither side yielding an inch. Such intensity is seldom witnessed by ordinary spectators, even within the realm of the NBA, where such high-caliber confrontations are rare. As the game progressed and 6 minutes remained in the fourth quarter, LeBron James, gripping the ball in his right hand, advanced into the paint for a back-to-the-basket play. With a signature fadeaway jump shot, he effortlessly shed the defensive coverage of Covington and executed a graceful layup. This remarkable play showcased James's skill as he maneuvered on the left side, capitalizing on Covington's defensive lapse to deliver a stunning back-to-the-basket move. Following the basket, an exuberant James raised his arms in celebration, radiating joy. In the commentary booth, Yang Yi and Wang Ming were visibly elated. Even the usually indifferent female commentator, Xiao Qi, could not help but commend LeBron James's performance. Wow, James scores. LeBron James. That has 2 consecutive baskets. Incredible! LeBron appeared invigorated, his performance akin to one electrified, marking his second scoring drive. The score was now tied at an even 101. At the age of 38, the athletic condition James exhibited was remarkable. Indeed, at this age, Michael Jordan pales in comparison. The audience of Lakers fans erupted in thunderous applause, a roaring wave of cheers resounding. James, 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 I adore you. The Staples Center was alive, with Lakers and James supporters fervently chanting their hero's name, the sound reverberating as if the entire arena were trembling. With a splendid basket, James had leveled the score with just 5 minutes remaining, now standing at 101 apiece. At this moment, Clippers head coach Tyronn Lue hastily called a timeout, while Lakers head coach Ham rose from the bench, applauding. Well done, guys. You've impressed me. Thank you, Coach Ham. We will not lose this game. LeBron James approached with unwavering confidence and proclaimed his determination. Anthony Davis wrapped his arm around LeBron's shoulders to celebrate his remarkable performance, as LeBron had already amassed 31 points thus far. At the age of 38, he continued to shine on such a grand stage during the season opener. Naturally, his teammate and close friend Anthony Davis was elated. Coach Ham nodded and then glanced towards the Lakers bench. I hope you all continue to give your utmost. We must secure victory, Coach Ham stated. Haha, rest assured, Coach, we will certainly achieve victory, exclaimed Westbrook, appearing from seemingly nowhere, thumping his chest. Indeed, Coach. We shall win this game. With the timeout over, the game resumed. At the top of the hoop, the black scoreboard displayed the crimson numbers, indicating 5 minutes and 36 seconds remaining. The arena resonated with the thunderous cheers from the Los Angeles Lakers fans, such as the reality in Los Angeles, where the majority of basketball enthusiasts unequivocally support just one team, the Los Angeles Lakers. Rarely does one think of the Los Angeles Clippers, which is precisely why Clippers owner Ballmer is willing to invest heavily in constructing a new arena. Back on the court, the Los Angeles Lakers initiated their offense. Lin Peng received the ball on the perimeter and advanced it forward. He had not played in the first half of the fourth quarter due to Coach Ham's considerations regarding his stamina. Now, in this critical moment, the synergy between Lin Peng and Westbrook became paramount. Lin Peng swiftly surveyed the situation on the court. He noticed that Anthony Davis had already established his position at the baseline, extending a large hand to signal for the ball. Lin Peng made an immediate decision, gently tossing the basketball with precision to Anthony Davis. Upon receiving the ball, Davis surveyed his teammates' positioning on the offensive front, swiftly orienting his body towards the hoop. It was time for a back-to-the-basket play, an unmistakable signature move of Anthony Davis. With his towering stature and exceptional skill, he showcased a remarkable display of individual prowess. Chapter 99. The injury of the brow defending him from the baseline was the Los Angeles Clippers' Morris, a fellow power forward. However, the concept of a power forward embodied by Davis was entirely distinct from that of Morris. Davis's prowess in the 4 position was indisputable, and he could even adeptly assume the 5 spot, representing the epitome of the small ball era's center. Davis confidently shielded the ball, backing into Morris for his isolation play. You think you can stop me? Dream on. Davis taunted quietly, his words dripping with provocation and bravado, placing immense pressure on Morris. With a deft lateral movement, Davis obstructed Morris, maintaining control over the ball. This maneuver illustrated not only his remarkable technique but also his formidable strength. Such finesse resembles that of a guard. The commentator Yang Yi exclaimed in awe. Indeed, this epitomizes Anthony Davis's technical style, Wang Ming concurred. Suddenly, Davis executed a swift pivot, launching his assault towards the basket. Morris immediately reacted, attempting to thwart Davis's path to the rim. Yet, the combination of Davis's speed and power left Morris daunted. Just as Davis was poised to complete a spectacular layup, Morris realized the futility of his defense. No way, damn it, he shouted, recklessly extending a foot in an attempt to trip Davis. With a sudden lunge, Morris entangled Davis's legs, causing him to encounter significant resistance during his turn. Struggling to maintain his balance, Davis ultimately succumbed to Morris's foul. What the hell? My damn it. before Davis could fully comprehend the situation. He lost his equilibrium and fell to the ground, a pained expression twisting his features. The teammates of the Los Angeles Lakers rushed to Davis's side. Squatting down in concern, anxiously inquiring about his condition, their hearts collectively aching. Gritting his teeth, Davis laboriously sat up, confronting the aftermath of the fall. He pressed his hand against his chest, the expression of agony on his face still lingering. Despite his injuries, he resolutely insisted that he was fine. The referees promptly halted the match and approached the location of Anthony Davis. The players of the Los Angeles Lakers hesitated to touch him. Yet the sound of Anthony Davis's cries resonated with palpable pain. The team physician rushed to conduct an examination, attentively surveying the situation on the court before issuing a warning to Morris of the Los Angeles Clippers. The Lakers players gazed in shock at their fallen teammate, their hearts heavy with worry and anxiety. In that moment, the entire Staples Center seemed to freeze, with only Anthony Davis's pained expression lying on the ground, rendering the atmosphere even more desolate. As Anthony Davis collapsed, silence enveloped the arena. The Lakers players remained in disbelief, their concern and trepidation growing. "Anthony, are you all right?" Lin Peng hurriedly rushed to Anthony Davis, crouching down nervously to inquire with genuine concern. Gritting his teeth, Anthony Davis struggled to sit up. Still pressing his hand against his chest, the pain etched on his face. "I'm fine. I just tripped, but it really hurts," he replied with effort, his voice betraying a hint of determination. Meanwhile, on the Clippers bench, head coach Tyronn Lue observed the unfolding situation with a complex expression, feeling both concern for his team and dissatisfaction with Morris. "Morris, what's the matter with you?" Tyronn Lue shouted, angrily striking the armrest of the bench. Morris bowed his head, filled with guilt and regret, never anticipating that a minor action of his could lead to an opponent's injury. Despite his reputation as a troublemaker, intentionally causing harm was inexcusable, marking one of the most remorseful moments of his career. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as Anthony Davis was assisted off the court by the team physician, departing to a chorus of concerned applause. Nevertheless, even with Anthony Davis's exit due to injury, the game had to continue. Boos directed at Morris echoed throughout the Staples Center. After reviewing the footage, the referees ejected Morris from the game. Coach Ham of the Lakers wore a grave expression as he addressed the players on the bench. Speaking with a serious tone, "Anthony is injured, but the game must go on. I need you all to perform at your utmost to secure this victory for our teammate." The players nodded in understanding, aware that now was their moment to shine. In the face of adversity, they must rise to the occasion and secure victory for the Los Angeles Lakers. At this critical juncture, LeBron James stepped forward as the leader of the team. Feeling compelled to address his fellow teammates, "We all witnessed Anthony Davis's unfortunate exit due to injury. It is imperative that we muster every ounce of our spirit. For our task is formidable. This match holds immense significance for us. I refuse to accept defeat in this game." LeBron James spoke passionately, urging everyone to exert 200% of their efforts in the contest. "I am confident that we shall emerge victorious." His words resonated deeply, invigorating the morale of the Lakers players. They recognized the importance of this pivotal game, one that attracted considerable attention. "Together, we shall seize victory in this season opener." Subsequently, LeBron raised a fist, prompting all players to join in solidarity, their fists converging as they silently recited prayers, determined to claim victory. "Go, Los Angeles Lakers!" During the brief timeout following Anthony Davis's departure, Coach Ham swiftly retrieved the tactical board, methodically orchestrating adjustments among his players and rapidly altering the strategy and lineup. With Anthony Davis absent, the Lakers' interior presence was virtually non-existent. Thomas Bryant was still recovering from injury, and Damian Jones was unable to shoulder the burden. As for Gabriel, his status as a minimum contract player rendered him unlikely to make a substantial impact in such a high-stakes environment. This predicament left Coach Ham in a state of exasperation, pondering the dire need for a center. What to do? Damn it, if only Anthony Davis hadn't been injured, we could have secured this game. But now we are at a disadvantage, Coach Ham murmured to himself. Suddenly, inspiration struck as his gaze shifted to James. There was no alternative. A small ball strategy was the only option. With just under 5 minutes remaining in the game, LeBron James' stamina should be sufficient. LeBron sensed Coach Ham's intent and nodded with a knowing smile. Ham breathed a sigh of relief, feeling reassured. "LeBron, I need you to fill the void left by Anthony Davis and play the 5 position," Coach Ham stated slowly. LeBron hesitated for a moment, yet soon nodded resolutely, his gaze sharpening. "Absolutely, for the sake of the team's victory, I am willing to do whatever it takes. As the game resumed, both teams made adjustments and returned to the basketball court. In the commentary booth, Yang Yi and Wang Ming eagerly anticipated the strategies and arrangements from both coaches. Upon resuming play, we observed how the Los Angeles Lakers would adapt in the absence of Anthony Davis. Would they substitute Damian Jones, despite his dismal performance in today's match? After all, he is a legitimate center, Wang Ming speculated. To our astonishment, the Los Angeles Lakers deployed a small ball lineup. With LeBron James positioned as center, Yang Yi scrutinized the players on the court, confirming the presence of 5 Lakers players, realizing that indeed, the Lakers had opted for this unconventional strategy. Chapter 100. A tense moment. It appeared that the Los Angeles Lakers were running out of options, Wang Ming lamented with concern. However, Yang Yi shook his head, asserting that the situation was not so straightforward. Look closely, he continued. With little time remaining in the game, LeBron as center can maximize the spacing on the court, allowing Russell Westbrook to perform effectively as a key player. Is that so? Wang Ming paused, striving to remain objective. Indeed, but last season, Coach Vogel attempted a similar approach with LeBron at the 5 spot, and it did not yield favorable results. This was one reason for the Lakers' disappointing record last season. However, the current roster of the Lakers differs significantly from last season's lineup. Yang Yi reflected thoughtfully. What do you mean? Wang Ming inquired, puzzled. Precisely, this season, the Lakers have added Lin Peng, although he has yet to complete a full game as a rookie. His previous playing time indicates a high compatibility with both Westbrook and LeBron. His exceptional shooting ability and solid defensive skills can greatly enhance the effectiveness of LeBron's role as center. Wang Ming nodded, expressing hope. Let us indeed anticipate the performance of the Los Angeles Lakers, particularly Lin Peng. As the game resumed in the NBA regular season opener, the Los Angeles Lakers faced off against the Los Angeles Clippers. In the final 5 minutes, the Lakers deployed an ultimate small ball lineup featuring Dennis Schroeder, Rivers, Westbrook, Lin Peng, and LeBron James. Meanwhile, the Clippers maintained their standard closing lineup. Although Marcus Morris was ejected, the overall structure of their team remained largely unaffected, consisting of Wall, Powell, Paul George, Leonard, and Zubac. As the players took to the court, Paul George couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the Lakers lineup. The audacity of those 5 diminutive players to believe they can triumph over our Clippers is utterly absurd, Paul George's resonant voice echoed, reaching the ears of nearly every player on the Los Angeles Lakers. LeBron James, esteemed and dignified, would naturally not stoop to engage in such trivial banter. As the saying goes, those who ascend the mountain mock those who descend, and during their time with the Heat, Paul George had faced LeBron only to suffer a series of defeats. However, the hot-headed Dennis Schroeder was far from pleased. Who are you calling small? Say that again. Do not presume you hold any significant status in this league. Just you? I'll tell you what. You lot are nothing but trash, and you refuse to admit it. Paul George exclaimed arrogantly, fully aware of the disparity between himself and LeBron. Thus, he only feigned humility in LeBron's presence, while maintaining an air of superiority against others, especially those insignificant players in the league. Moreover, there was no way the Clippers could lose these games. As Dennis Schroeder pointed a finger at Paul George, he was halted by Lin Peng's hand. Let it go, Lin Peng said, patting Dennis on the shoulder. It's fine. We'll be serving soon. Let us see how the game unfolds before we speak. We will undoubtedly win. Indeed, we cannot possibly lose. Dennis gritted his teeth in agreement. Humph. Paul George scoffed. Just wait. You Lakers will be left in tears after we dominate you. With both teams positioned, the Clippers regained possession, and the game continued. On the Clippers side, Powell swiftly dribbled past the halfway line, showcasing impressive footwork that kept his defender, Rivers, at bay. As a shooting guard, Powell's ball-handling skills were often underestimated. However, Rivers quickly closed in, preventing him from entering the paint, thus thwarting any attempt at a forceful drive. At that moment, Lin Peng seized the opportunity, advancing to form a double team with Rivers. This is bad, Powell thought to himself. He recognized Rivers' strategy. Even if he managed to bypass Lin Peng, he would still face a 2-player assault, making further advancement exceedingly challenging. Consequently, Powell opted to pass back to Paul George and then moved forward to seek an opening. Instantly, upon the pass, Lin Peng contracted his defense, returning to his assigned opponent. Coach M observed the unfolding situation with satisfaction, nodding in approval. It was evident that Lin Peng, as a defensive anchor, displayed remarkable mobility, effectively ensuring the team's defensive flexibility. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The Lakers have truly struck gold. Young Buss has an exceptional eye for talent." Though his vision as a general manager was somewhat lacking, he finally found himself in a realm where he could truly shine as the scouting director. The game was intensely competitive, with the Los Angeles Clippers' offensive formation applying immense pressure, while the Los Angeles Lakers' defense proved equally formidable, rendering positional swaps between the two teams exceedingly challenging. During a crucial minute on the court, the Clippers' wall capitalized on a defensive gap from the Lakers, scoring a layup for 2 points. Meanwhile, the Lakers could only rely on SC Chargers' signature mid-range jumper to secure a meager 2 points, leaving them otherwise scoreless. Clearly, both teams faced significant offensive bottlenecks at that moment, and the match remained tightly contested. However, the Clippers soon found a breakthrough. Despite their offensive struggles stemming from a lack of a cohesive rotation system, largely due to the absence of a genuine playmaker, Wall, often regarded as a hybrid guard, fell short in organizational skills. While Leonard and George possessed some organizing attributes as forwards, they could not match the capabilities of a dedicated point guard, failing to uphold an efficient offensive rotation for the team. Nevertheless, Leonard and George's synergy on the wing remains one of the most elite combinations in the entire league. Lacking a robust organizational structure, Leonard and George operate like two sharp blades, eschewing elaborate maneuvers for a straightforward approach that aims directly at the opponent's heart. As Leonard received the ball in the corner, he prepared to isolate against Lin Peng, signaling to his teammates to congregate on the opposite baseline, effectively clearing their positions and transforming the area into a weak side. Lin Peng comprehended Leonard's intention and immediately propelled himself forward, striving to engage Leonard in physical confrontation and exhaust his stamina. However, Leonard, having navigated the NBA for numerous years, possessed an exquisite mastery of basketball skills and awareness. He was no novice. As soon as Lin Peng made his move, Leonard discerned his opponent's intent. With a subtle shift of his arm to the right, he evaded Lin Peng's challenge, then stepped left, deftly sidestepping the impending collision while passing the ball to Paul George, who had positioned himself beyond the three-point line. In front of Paul George stood the diminutive Schroeder, who flashed a sly grin and launched a mid-range jumper. The basketball traced a smooth arc through the air. Swish. A three-pointer. Splendid. This marked Paul George's third three-pointer of the evening, as the Clippers, after an extended stalemate, finally scored on their first offensive attempt. Wang Ming exclaimed with excitement, "Oh my, Paul George is on track for 30 points. Yang Yi remarked, marveling at the intensity and thrill of the game, feeling fortunate to be commentating this match. Meanwhile, a dark cloud loomed over Lin Peng's expression. Damn it, just you wait. Following this, the Los Angeles Clippers surged forth with an unstoppable momentum, as Leonard and Paul George executed a series of piercing attacks that swiftly opened up the game. As time elapsed, the Clippers' offensive pace quickened, with Paul George sinking 2 more mid-range shots. The Clippers had seized control. Ryan Gomez declared, "Paul George has scored 7 consecutive points." His exceptional form delighted the spectators. With less than 3 minutes remaining in the match, the Los Angeles Lakers found themselves trailing the Clippers by a 6-point margin. Coach Ham promptly called for a timeout. During the break, Coach Ham gathered all the players, their expressions somber. With 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, "We must devise a strategy to equalize the score." Coach Ham continued, "It appears we should concentrate on limiting Leonard and Paul George's offensive prowess. Our objective is to fully leverage our speed advantage, continuously apply pressure, and execute effective defensive support." Lin Peng listened quietly, his gaze resolute, clearly having devised a strategy to confront the impending challenge. "Lin Peng, are you ready?" Coach Ham inquired, recognizing that the upcoming 2 minutes would undoubtedly be the most intense of the entire match. If the momentum could not be swiftly regained, the Clippers would hold an undeniable advantage. It was indeed astonishing that a head coach would place such expectations on a rookie player rather than on the team's stalwart. LeBron James, or the superstar, Russell Westbrook. What innate charm did Lin Peng possess to captivate Coach Ham so profoundly? Momentarily, Lin Peng glanced at the clock. "Let me catch my breath. Trust me, I need to adjust my focus first." Coach Ham nodded in understanding. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed. The Lakers regained possession, with the basketball once again entrusted to James, who, standing beyond the three-point line, held the ball with one hand, awaiting the strategic movements of his teammates. His fellow guards, Lin Peng, Schroeder, Westbrook, and Rivers, exhibited remarkable agility. Regrettably, only Lin Peng boasted a high accuracy from beyond the arc, while the others, despite their ability to shoot three-pointers, lacked the reliability to pose a significant spatial threat. Utilizing their agility, the four guards swiftly evaded the Clippers' comparatively sluggish forwards, securing advantageous positions through their speed and maneuverability. However, when James passed the ball to Schroeder, he found himself with a partial opportunity for an open three-pointer. Yet, hesitance clouded Schroeder's judgment, and before he could act, Powell had already closed in on him. Faced with no space to drive or shoot effectively, Schroeder reluctantly passed the ball to Rivers. Yet Rivers confronted a similar dilemma. The pressure was immense. This shot was too crucial to take lightly. Even with a completely open look, he hesitated. The weight of expectation bore down heavily. Rivers passed the ball back to Lin Peng, who immediately recognized the gravity of his predicament. Missing the shot could widen the gap in the game, risking defeat in this inaugural match. All prior efforts would be rendered futile. The pressure was overwhelming. Lin Peng's eyes widened in anticipation, his gaze fixated on the hoop with a palpable tension. His mind raced, calculating the fleeting opportunity for a three-pointer. Such transitional chances are ephemeral, slipping away in an instant, leaving no room for hesitation. A decision must be made. With only 10 seconds remaining on the clock, a single pass could suffice. Yet, should he choose to pass the ball, he would merely transfer the burden of this challenging decision to a teammate. Rather than relinquishing control, it would be far wiser to take the initiative himself. Lin Peng understood that he needed to make a decision, for time did not permit him to linger. Moreover, and most importantly, since others were hesitant to take the plunge, he would seize the moment. Just as Lin Peng was wavering on whether to act, his opponent, Leonard, was swiftly closing in. If he did not take his chance, the opportunity would vanish. This was a fleeting opportunity. Damn it, here we go. Lin Peng took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on the hoop. And with a sudden burst of energy, he released the ball. Thud. The basketball traced a magnificent parabola before striking the rim. Clang, clang, clang. Will it go in? Can it possibly go in? Go. Nice. The commentator exclaimed with fervor, even leaping into the air while vigorously pumping his fist. The shot was successful. The ball danced precariously on the rim for a moment before settling triumphantly into the net. Goal. 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 The fans erupted in ecstatic cheers. The shot had indeed gone in. A three-pointer. After the shot, Lin Peng stood momentarily stunned, lost in the moment. Oh my, that was incredible. Hey buddy. LeBron James clapped Lin Peng on the shoulder. Well done. You looked fantastic just now. That was a crucial shot. Your performance was simply unparalleled. Clearly, Lin Peng's shot was pivotal, narrowing the score gap to a mere 3 points with only 2 minutes left in the game. Observing their player hit such a critical shot, Wang Ming and Yang Yi felt a surge of excitement. They exchanged glances and saw the joy and exhilaration reflected in each other's eyes. Amazing. Lin Peng. Wang Ming shouted with enthusiasm. Well done. Yang Yi echoed, urging Lin on, keep attacking. This is a crucial shot. If this one had gone in, the Los Angeles Lakers might have been slipping further away from victory. Wang Ming explained. That three-pointer was executed with such determination and resolve. Yang Yi couldn't help but admire Lin Peng's decisiveness and courage in that moment. Keep it up. Keep it up. Make that damned shot. Wang Ming shouted, clearly inspired by Lin Peng's audacious three-pointer. In response to LeBron's praise, Lin Peng nodded, yet he remained vigilant, refraining from rushing forward to celebrate. Lin Peng was acutely aware that merely a minute remained until the conclusion of the match. What he needed to do was to seize the moment. The crisis for the Los Angeles Lakers had not yet been averted. They still needed to defend against one more shot, as every point consumed precious time. And they continued to trail behind. Lin Peng's mood is one of unease. He finds himself in a rather unfavorable state, unable to secure additional assists on the offensive front, which breeds a sense of urgency within him. The crisis remains unresolved as we turn our attention to the defensive performance of the Lakers. Wang Ming, the commentator, remains intensely focused, keenly observing the developments on the court. With 2 minutes and 1 second left in the game, the Los Angeles Clippers maintain a slender 3-point lead. The Clippers opt for a deliberate pace. Paul George advances with the ball, his body swaying rhythmically from side to side. Lin Peng concentrated intently, acutely aware that Paul George was seeking an angle. The moment the Los Angeles Lakers defense exhibited even the slightest crack, he would launch his assault. The Lakers had dispatched Lin Peng to directly match up against the opposing star, Paul George. It is noteworthy that he had just made a crucial three-pointer in the presence of Leonard, an elite defender. At this moment, Lin Peng was in exceptional form. Unafraid of anyone, Lin Peng's gaze followed the swaying figure of Paul George, his eyes fixed intently upon him. Lin Peng directly matched up against Paul George. Observing the smug demeanor of George, Lin Peng felt nothing but disdain. Even if you are a star player, you shall falter in my presence. Lin Peng launched a barrage of trash talk. Hey, Paul George. To his surprise, Paul George actually responded, quite comfortably. Lin Peng understood that even at this moment, Paul George still looked down upon him. Therefore, let him bear the consequences. I believe that tonight, you might not emerge victorious, for I shall reserve the triumph of this season's opener for the Los Angeles Lakers. Upon hearing Lin Peng's words, Paul George chuckled, astonished that this kid dared to utter such trash talk. This young man is exceedingly arrogant. Does he truly lack the understanding of respecting his elders and valuing youth? Does he not comprehend the essence of honoring predecessors? Oh, how amusing. Just based on your status, a rookie who has yet to complete a single full NBA game. Do spare me your bravado. Just you? Paul George gritted his teeth and retorted. Chapter 102. Continued Performance. The disparaging remarks made by Lin Peng have irked Paul George, who perceives Lin's words as mere theatrics intended to intimidate him. However, it appears that players from their nation have always been prone to such fanciful notions. Allow me to demonstrate what constitutes a true NBA-level player. What the essence of the NBA truly is, Paul George proclaimed defiantly. Lin Peng let out a cold laugh, refraining from responding. This fellow certainly had quite the temper. However, at that moment, Lin Peng's expression grew serious. Although Paul George's words were harsh, they undeniably held a grain of truth. Presently, Lin Peng had indeed yet to partake in a game of NBA caliber. Yet, I am no longer the person I once was. This statement left Paul George utterly perplexed. Indeed, in an alternate realm, Lin Peng had already experienced countless matches. Having partnered with Anthony Davis to reach the finals and joined forces with James Harden to advance to the Eastern Conference Finals. Just Paul George? He hardly regarded him as a threat. With the ball in hand, Paul George sought an opportunity to initiate an offensive play. With the clock winding down and the Los Angeles Clippers maintaining their lead, he understood the importance of managing the remaining time and focusing on efficiency. Nevertheless, Lin Peng would not allow him such ease. He immediately advanced to apply pressure, resembling a relentless beast. Paul George opted not to pass, but instead maneuvered the ball to evade Lin Peng's defensive onslaught. He was biding his time, waiting for Lin Peng to reveal an opening, so he could slip past him. Is that all you've got? Lin Peng chuckled, fully aware of Paul George's intentions. Lin Peng began to closely pursue and encircle Paul George. Paul George, thoroughly annoyed by Lin Peng, suddenly pivoted, backing against him. In an instant, Paul George accelerated, driving the ball directly into the paint. However, he clearly underestimated Lin Peng's true capabilities. To underestimate one's opponent is to invite dire consequences. As Paul George launched his move, Lin Peng also sprang into action. His speed remarkable as he intercepted George from the side. Paul George had no time to react. He could scarcely comprehend how Lin Peng seized the opportunity before he found his arm colliding with Lin Peng's body, causing the basketball to slip from his grasp and soar away. Magnificent. Lin Peng's interception was nothing short of flawless, exclaimed commentator Wang Ming. The fans watching the live broadcast on CCTV were left in astonishment. No one anticipated that the most formidable threat on the court, Paul George, would be so effortlessly thwarted by Lin Peng, sending the ball flying. What a spectacular play, Wang Ming couldn't help but exclaim. Although Lin Peng's action bore the potential for a foul, it is crucial to note that during such moments, referees often adopt a more lenient approach, typically refraining from penalizing certain actions. Commentator Yang subsequently added an explanation. Indeed, had this occurred in a regular match, the referee would have certainly called the foul without hesitation. However, I can assure you that at this critical juncture of the game, referees often modify their standards to enhance the excitement of the contest, frequently allowing the players to dictate the flow of the game. Now, let us turn our attention to the Los Angeles Lakers counterattack. Yang suddenly shouted in excitement, his exuberance reminiscent of a fervent gorilla. On the court, Lin Peng, having successfully stolen the ball from Paul George, showed no hesitation as he immediately initiated the counterattack. Meanwhile, Paul George was seething with rage, directly shouting, "Fuck you. What the hell are you doing? No way will you level the score against me." Lin Peng disregarded him and accelerated towards the hoop. Wow, he is going for a solo play. This movement is so impressive. The beautiful commentator in the studio couldn't help but exclaim with excitement. After all, to speak candidly, Lin Peng's handsome face is undeniably superior. This is true prowess. He possesses the kind of charm that can utterly captivate even the most formidable female streamers with just his appearance. Moreover, Once Lin Peng steps onto the court, his graceful demeanor becomes even more striking. Like a gallant steed, he flows through the air poetically. This illustrates that he could easily rely on his looks. Yet he insists on demonstrating his formidable skills. Lin Peng provided Paul George with no opportunity for a response. He swiftly advanced the ball, leaving Paul George trailing behind him. Lin Peng is undoubtedly a player of remarkable intellect. He meticulously observes the movements of all the players, striving to identify the optimal opportunity to send that infernal basketball soaring into the hoop. However, as he approaches the 3-second mark, he halts his advance. For he notices Paul George has arrived, raising his arms high in an attempt to thwart him. Lin Peng focused intently, then executed a feint that deceived Paul George. Following that, Lin Peng abruptly halted, pivoted, and sprinted towards the left. Paul George immediately pursued, intent on guarding Lin Peng. Lin Peng did not require his defensive prowess. Even if he wished to defend, he would be unable to do so, for the astute James had already arrived swiftly at his side. Witnessing his teammate James approach, bolstered by his remarkable explosiveness and speed, he had effortlessly eluded Zubac, who, after all, was a traditional center. Thus, Zubac's retreat speed was inevitably much slower. This indeed highlighted the advantage of LeBron James playing the center position, fully leveraging the benefits of a smaller, more agile lineup characterized by heightened mobility and rapidity. Faced with the threat posed by James, Paul George was compelled to divert some of his focus to guard against him, inadvertently granting Lin Peng an opportunity. At this moment, Lin Peng had arrived beneath the basket. With a swift pivot, he used his shoulder to push Paul George aside. Then, as he leaped, he swung his right hand in a wide arc and released the basketball. Whoosh! The ball traced a graceful curve before descending through the net. Goal. Oh. Yes. Magnificent. Absolutely stunning. Remarkable. Lin Peng has done it again. From the commentary booth, the exuberant Yang Yi from CCTV exclaimed, completely forgetting his restraint against profanity, his words tumbling out in a flurry. Indeed, it was extraordinary. The female commentator, nodding and clapping, marveled at the beautiful counterattack. What a splendid shot, Wang Ming added, acknowledging Paul George's formidable defense, yet Lin Peng consistently managed to deliver a decisive blow at critical moments. I contend that this was not merely a beautiful counterattack. This basket was a result of the collaboration between Lin Peng and LeBron James, showcasing an agility that defies belief. While it certainly highlighted individual prowess, Wang Ming discerned deeper truths. Indeed, had it not been for LeBron's timely assistance, Lin Peng would have faced a far greater challenge in scoring. This achievement was a testament to LeBron's swift support. Yang Yi nodded, recognizing that this play had exerted considerable pressure on the Los Angeles Clippers, revealing the terrifying athleticism of Lin Peng. This guy is nothing short of a demon. It seems we have drastically underestimated him. His physique appears to be crafted for athleticism, Wang Ming remarked. Indeed, I am firmly convinced of that. He truly embodies the prowess of a Chinese basketball player. Yang Yi's smile brimmed with pride as he declared, I believe we are witnessing the emergence of a great new star in this game. Absolutely, Wang Ming replied with a grin. Let us look forward to this Chinese athlete creating miracles in the future. Meanwhile, on the court, Paul George seethed. Damn it. He had just watched Lin Peng's dunk unfold before his eyes, unable to keep pace. The frustration boiled within him. How could a prominent NBA star be outmaneuvered by a player from China? This was utterly humiliating. Yet, he had no time to dwell on such matters. His sole hope was to avoid defeat against Lin Peng. Otherwise, he would face immense embarrassment. He had to seize every moment to turn the tide. Chapter 103, Leonard's Counterattack? At that moment, however, the head coach of the Los Angeles Clippers, Tyronn Lue, wore a grim expression, as if shrouded in a dark veil. To be frank, just as the legends of the Los Angeles Lakers have advised, do not assume stability. They were, in fact, far from secure now. Tyronn Lue glared fiercely at Lin Peng. This rookie had unexpectedly proved to be a formidable force. In this quarter, they scarcely gained any advantage. He felt the mounting pressure. Tyronn Lue's expression appeared rather grave. Damn it, it's one thing for James to bully me, but you, a mere NBA rookie, think you can thwart my pursuit of victory in this season's first game? What a delusion. Tyronn Lue gritted his teeth inwardly. His thoughts were not unfounded. He could only hope that his defense might withstand Lin Peng's onslaught, or rather, he needed to balance defense with offense. Tyronn Lue called for a timeout. During the break, he discarded the tactical board and summoned all the players of the Los Angeles Clippers together, forming a circle around him. Tyronn Lue's gaze was fixed ahead, toward the Clippers' half-court. Hey, listen up. I don't care how you usually play. I ask for one thing. You must not repeat today's mistakes. My defensive task is formidable. We need to focus on two things. First, we cannot allow James and Westbrook to penetrate for layups or create opportunities for assists. LeBron James and Westbrook are MVP-level players, particularly adept at leading their teams to victory during critical moments of such games. Thus, I am aware that defending against them is a daunting task. But we must strive to do so, for this is essential on our path to securing the O'Brien Trophy. Evidently, every player on the court for the Los Angeles Clippers was stirred by Tyronn Lue's words, like dry kindling set ablaze. They roared, shouting for the honor of the championship. Second, we must avoid fouling during defense. We need to win this game. Thus, we must handle every offensive player with caution, ensuring they do not get shots off. Especially Lin Peng, do not let him shoot. Tyronn Lue paused and continued, we must stifle the connection between the star players, LeBron James, Westbrook, and the role players, with particular emphasis on Lin Peng. In this quarter, we cannot allow Lin Peng too many shooting opportunities. If he gets a chance, you must block him, even if it means committing a foul to prevent his shot. Remember, do not allow him to shoot unless I call for a timeout. Do you understand? Understood. Understood. The players of the Los Angeles Clippers unitedly exclaimed, recognizing Tyronn Lue as the quintessential motivational coach. His impassioned address ignited a fervor within the Clippers, who were eager to charge onto the basketball court at that very moment. Lue understood that, at this juncture, devising intricate strategies was unnecessary. Rather, uplifting team spirit was paramount. With 47 minutes of the game elapsed, the Clippers had possession and were determined to secure victory, reveling in celebration on what was traditionally the home court of the Los Angeles Lakers. With just 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining, and following Lin Peng's remarkable 5 consecutive points, the Lakers had narrowed the gap to a mere point behind the Clippers. All the players of the Los Angeles Lakers huddled together, mirroring the Clippers' enthusiasm as they encircled their coach, Pam, attentively absorbing his words of guidance. Lin Peng's expression was grave, for the match had not yet reached its conclusion, and they must strive for a final victory. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure, instantly filling him with joy. Hey, Lin Peng, you're doing an exceptional job. Upon hearing his name called, Lin Peng paused momentarily, then turned to see James waving at him. Hey, boss. This marked their second collaboration in the match, and this time, LeBron James was fully cooperative, as he was indeed the leader and star player of the team. The game isn't over yet. Let us push through, Lin Peng exclaimed with excitement. Okay. James clapped Lin Peng on the shoulder, appreciating the young lad. Despite his youth, Lin Peng was astute, understood teamwork, and possessed courage. Moreover, he was a devoted fan of James. Did you hear that? He said the game isn't over. James turned his gaze towards the Los Angeles Lakers half of the court. We will win this match. The Lakers players chorused in unison. At that moment, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the continuation of the game. With only a minute left on the clock, the players returned to the court, and the Clippers maintained their established closing lineup: Wall, Powell, Paul George, Leonard, and Zubac. Meanwhile, the Lakers made a slight adjustment, substituting Rivers for the taller and more defensively adept Beverly, who could better disrupt the opponent's perimeter. Thus, the current Lakers lineup consisted of Schröder, Beverly, Lin Peng, Westbrook, and LeBron James, forming an exceptionally small but agile 5-man unit, for guards accompanied by a forward. This configuration was even more unconventional than the famed death lineup of the Golden State Warriors. The game resumed with possession belonging to the Los Angeles Clippers. This time, Wall was exceedingly cautious. After bringing the ball to the front court, he directly passed it to the undeniable leader of the team, Leonard. After all, in such a critical moment of the game, only Leonard could effectively manage the ball. Leonard seized the opportunity. Wall shouted, and he watched as his teammate approached. Receiving the basketball, Leonard has the ball, exclaimed Yang E from the commentary booth, his excitement palpable. He was an unabashed admirer of Leonard, and while he admired the Lakers' resilience, especially with Lin Peng representing China, it did not diminish his enthusiasm for Leonard. Oh, once Leonard received the ball, he opted not to pass. Is he going for a solo play? He is up against Lin Peng. After several crucial performances, what will he deliver this time? Is his stamina still sufficient? As Wang Ming observed Lin Peng, who was panting heavily, a wave of concern washed over him, and he found himself silently offering prayers for the player. In this match, Lin Peng's performance had indeed faltered, yet he had recently single-handedly secured 5 points, a testament to his undeniable prowess. Undoubtedly, The execution of that particular shot was devoid of any embellishment, but even if there were traces of luck, achieving such a feat was nothing short of astonishing. At this moment, Lin Peng had become the focal point of both the arena and its spectators, igniting the fervor of countless fans on the sidelines. They rose in unison, chanting his name. In this stadium brimming with luminaries, LeBron James, Anthony Davis, Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, Russell Westbrook, and even John Wall, who could be considered a true star, Lin Peng commanded the highest level of attention. However, he had no time to relish such adoration. Lin Peng took a deep breath, disregarding the gazes of those around him. At that moment, he was solely focused on unleashing his utmost potential to defend against Leonard and seize this crucial point. Lin Peng felt Leonard's gaze upon him, a hint of provocation glimmering in the latter's eyes, as if challenging, "Young man, can you withstand me?" This ignited a fiery determination within Lin Peng. He resolved to respond to Leonard with his prowess. Leonard, with deft ball-handling skills, executed a sudden feint and, in an instant, prepared to break through Lin Peng's defense, launching an assault towards the hoop. Lin Peng swiftly reacted, pivoting and pursuing with urgency. In that fleeting moment, the entire arena seemed to freeze. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixated on the fierce confrontation between Lin Peng and Leonard. Whoosh! Every spectator's heart raced in unison. Chapter 104. The Victory Within Grasp. Lin Peng pursued with unwavering determination, his body contorted to its utmost as he extended his hands towards the hoop, striving to block Leonard's offensive thrust. The two figures collided midair, producing a resounding impact. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience, who bore witness to this high-stakes confrontation. Leonard's strength and agility left them in awe. In this encounter, Leonard exhibited the prowess befitting a superstar. However, he underestimated Lin Peng. During their clash, Lin Peng's right knee inadvertently pressed against Leonard's thigh, concealed from the referee's view, as he exerted his full strength to contain Leonard's form. In that fleeting moment, Leonard lost control of his body, and Lin Peng, regaining his strength, surged forward in a desperate attempt to block Leonard's shot. Leonard leaned back and attempted a jump shot. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. What an unexpected miss! Lin Peng nearly succeeded in blocking Leonard's shot. Although he ultimately did not achieve the block, he effectively disrupted Leonard's attempt, resulting in a commendable defensive display. Commentator Yang Yi was utterly captivated, clearly enthralled by Lin Peng's performance this evening. Lin Peng's prowess was undeniable. Even as a representative of Huaxia, he certainly had the potential to triumph in this match, echoed commentator Wang Ming. Wang Ming, too, was taken by Lin Peng's remarkable display. At that moment, the referee's whistle pierced the air, and head coach Ham, standing at the sidelines, gave Lin Peng a thumbs up, his face flushed with excitement, resembling a rosy egg, brimming with fervent emotions. The game was far from over. Following Leonard's missed jump shot, teammates from both the Clippers and Lakers surged forth to contest the rebound. LeBron James, displaying his seasoned wisdom, recognized that to regain possession, he needed to box out the towering Zubac. Standing at 6 feet 9 inches, he positioned himself strategically behind the 7 feet 2 inches Zubac. Oh! The commentary booth erupted in cheers as Lakers fans went wild, their voices echoing with exhilaration. They had never seen LeBron exhibit such ferocity before. At this juncture, Lin Peng had turned back, seizing the opportunity created by Leonard's retreat. Rather than continuing to contest Leonard, he dashed towards the paint, leaping to extend his reach into the key, eager to snatch the basketball. His movements were swift, a testament to his habitual training. Would Lin Peng secure this rebound? Commentator Wang Ming exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, guest commentator Yang Yi responded almost simultaneously. Lin Peng's long arms reached skyward as he soared, a colossal hand firmly grasping the basketball right over Zubac's head. Go! Push the fast break! Wang Ming exclaimed with excitement. If we score another goal, we can take the lead. However, Lin Peng opted not to launch a swift counterattack. Instead, he chose to slow down the pace and exert control over the game. He single-handedly dribbled the basketball to the front court and, after ensuring all his teammates were in position, passed the ball to the team's leader, James. Lin Peng observed James, attentively monitoring the movements of his teammates. However, at that moment, James executed an astonishing maneuver. He passed the basketball back to Lin Peng and signaled for everyone to spread out. What could this possibly mean? The team leader, in a critical moment, placed his trust in a rookie player, and notably, a player from Huaxia, Lin Peng. Holding the basketball in his hands, Lin Peng felt a tinge of confusion. Yet he grasped the essence of the moment. James was entrusting him to leverage his own ability to draw defenders, thereby facilitating a scoring opportunity. He positioned himself as a pivotal point capable of tearing through the opposing team's defense. As long as James occupied the court, Lin Peng's offensive maneuvers would become effortless. However, being entrusted with the responsibility of executing this crucial play left him astounded. He sensed the faith bestowed upon him by James, a trust emanating from a true superstar. He truly embodied the essence of selflessness in greatness. Nevertheless, Lin Peng was acutely aware that this represented an opportunity, one that could not be squandered. The current score stood at 117-116, with his team, the Los Angeles Lakers, trailing the Los Angeles Clippers by a single point. If he could successfully convert this shot, they would reclaim the lead. With merely 48 seconds remaining in the season, the stakes could not be higher. Lin Peng gripped the basketball tightly, feeling the beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. He understood the significance of this moment and the weight of the responsibility resting upon him. His gaze was resolute and composed. He recognized that he was not naturally inclined to score, yet he possessed exceptional defensive prowess and the ability to disrupt opponents. LeBron James chose to place his faith in him precisely because of this attribute. Lin Peng's gaze began to traverse the field, surveying his teammates who had already created space, thus crafting an opportunity for him to launch an attack. He could sense the anticipation and trust emanating from his comrades, which fortified his resolve. Lin Peng suddenly resolved to liberate himself, no longer constrained by his opponent's defense. He chose to employ his unique style to score. The defender he faced was none other than Leonard of the Los Angeles Clippers. The fact that such a premier superstar was assigned to guard Lin Peng underscores the Clippers' significant regard for him. Lin Peng took a deep breath, extending his long legs as he charged towards Leonard like a fierce beast. With a sudden stride, his body accelerated with the swiftness of lightning, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Leonard's eyes. Lin Peng suddenly raised his hand, and the basketball soared from his grasp, slicing through the night sky like a bolt of lightning. Leonard attempted to intervene, but he could not react in time. The ball flew past his fingertips and headed towards the hoop. In the air, the basketball traced a beautiful arc, resembling a shooting star streaking across the heavens. The audience collectively held their breath, all eyes fixated on the trajectory of the ball as it approached the net. Time seemed to freeze for a moment as the basketball lingered in the air, before gently descending into the hoop. The net emitted a crisp sound, and the entire arena erupted in a frenzy. The commentary booth was in absolute chaos. Wow, Lin Peng, that was a magnificent three-point shot. This basket dramatically altered the course of the game, allowing the Lakers to take the lead. The commentator, Wang Meng, was beside himself with excitement, noting how the Los Angeles Clippers formation had been thrown into disarray. LeBron passed the ball to Lin Peng. This moment was exhilarating, as if everything was unfolding according to LeBron's master plan. With the shot, the Los Angeles Lakers had completed their comeback, now leading the Clippers by 2 points. Yang Yi shouted with fervor, declaring it a spectacular match. The Lakers, thanks to the explosive prowess of their new recruit Lin Peng, had scored a pivotal basket. This young man is a source of pride for fans of our homeland. Indeed, this young talent shone brightly in a critical moment, decisively sinking a three-pointer that provided his team with a significant scoring advantage, leveling the game, and now the Lakers were firmly in the lead. Wang Meng was ecstatic, however. This was merely the beginning, and the defensive pressure on the Lakers would undoubtedly intensify. From the very start of the match, Lin Peng's remarkable performance earned him the respect and trust of all his teammates, including head coach Ham. As the game entered a timeout, it marked the Clippers' final pause. Only 31 seconds remained on the clock, and they trailed by 2 points. They needed to score on their next possession. This responsibility fell squarely on their star players, Leonard and Paul George, a moment that would test the mettle of true superstars. Clippers head coach Tyronn Lue stood solemnly before the team's strategy board, directing his players with gravity. He understood that this was a pivotal moment in the game. They could afford no further mistakes. Leonard and Paul George stood resolutely nearby, their eyes reflecting determination and resolve. They knew this was their moment to showcase their true abilities and lead their team in turning the tide of the game. Chapter 105, Seize the Moment. The players of the Los Angeles Clippers returned to the court, and the game resumed. Lin Peng positioned himself defensively, intently focusing on Leonard. He sensed the weight of pressure emanating from Leonard, yet he did not falter. Instead, it only fortified his resolve. As Leonard received the ball, he promptly initiated his offensive maneuver. With unwavering control over the dribble, a glimmer of indifference shone in his eyes. He resolved to counter Lin Peng's defense with his impeccable skills and composed demeanor. Lin Peng closely followed Leonard, every nerve in his body taut and poised for action. Leonard abruptly accelerated, attempting to evade Lin Peng's defense. However, Lin Peng's reaction time proved even swifter, maintaining his proximity to Leonard and denying him any room to maneuver. In a sudden twist, Leonard halted, his body swaying slightly, disrupting Lin Peng's balance. Seizing the opportunity, Leonard leaped into the air, ready to take his shot. Lin Peng's gaze sharpened, for he recognized that this was his final opportunity. With all his might, he summoned his keen intuition and formidable physical prowess. Extending a powerful hand in an attempt to block Leonard's shot, Leonard was poised to seize a two-point basket. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, as Lin Peng and Leonard's hands nearly collided with it simultaneously. The convergence of their immense forces caused the ball's trajectory to deviate ever so slightly. The basketball spun through the air, plummeting with astonishing speed. The atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch, with every spectator holding their breath in anticipation of the ball's fate. Just as the basketball was a mere breath away from the hoop, an unexpected twist occurred. Its trajectory subtly shifted, veering towards an implausible direction. Fans widened their eyes in disbelief, utterly astonished by what they beheld. The basketball grazed the rim, rebounding in an arc reminiscent of a rebellious child reluctant to fall into the hoop. A moment of silence enveloped the arena, only to be shattered by an eruption of wild cheers. The spectators rose to their feet, applauding and celebrating this astonishing spectacle. Lin Peng stood still, exhaling deeply. He understood the critical importance of his recent block. He had successfully thwarted Leonard's offensive attempt. With merely 26 seconds remaining in the game, the Los Angeles Lakers maintained a slender lead of 2 points. Lin Peng felt the expectations and trust of his teammates behind him, and he resolved to step up once more. LeBron James similarly entrusted the decision to Lin Peng. He surged towards the front court, immediately launching an offensive upon receiving the ball. Utilizing his speed and agility, he evaded the opponent's defense and charged towards the basket. Leonard and Paul George swiftly converged, determined to prevent Lin Peng from scoring. Gripping the basketball tightly, a fierce determination radiated from his gaze. Suddenly, he leaped, arms elevated, lifting the ball high. Leonard and Paul George attempted to intervene, but their movements were a moment too late. The basketball traced a beautiful arc, resembling a meteor streaking across the night sky. It hung in the air for an instant before gracefully descending into the hoop. The Los Angeles Lakers led the Los Angeles Clippers by 4 points, with a score of 121-117. The entire arena erupted, with fans exuberantly cheering. Lin Peng's basket granted the Lakers a significant advantage, now leading by 4. The Clippers' final offensive attempt faltered, and the game concluded. With a 4-point lead, Lin Peng emerged as the hero of the night. Only 16 seconds remained. There was insufficient time for an offensive play, yet the Clippers trailed by 4 points over 2 possessions. The Lakers players were nearly on the verge of joyful embraces. Aware that victory was within their grasp, Lin Peng felt a surge of pride and fulfillment. As the game approached its final 16 seconds, the Clippers needed 2 possessions to equalize the score. The tension in the arena reached its zenith, with everyone holding their breath, awaiting the outcome. Clippers head coach Tyronn Lue anxiously paced the sidelines, fervently contemplating strategies. He recognized that time was fleeting, and his team needed to swiftly identify an opportunity. His gaze fell upon the court, ultimately resting on the Clippers' point guard, Paul George. As the team's leading scorer, he was crucial, especially since Leonard had missed 2 shots. His shooting and driving capabilities were formidable, and Tyronn Lue believed he could turn the tide of the game. Lue swiftly made a decision, signaling the players to initiate a fast break. Upon receiving the ball, Paul George immediately rushed towards the front court, deftly weaving through the Lakers' defense in search of a shooting opportunity. Lin Peng fixed his gaze on every move of Paul George, acutely aware that this moment was pivotal to the outcome of the game. He swiftly adjusted his position, exerting every effort to thwart Paul George's offensive path. In a sudden burst of speed, Paul George endeavored to shake off Lin Peng's defense. However, Lin Peng's reflexes were even swifter, as he remained glued to Paul George, denying him any room to maneuver. Abruptly, Paul George came to a halt, his body swaying slightly, which disrupted Lin Peng's balance. Seizing the opportunity, Paul George leapt into the air, poised to take his shot. Lin Peng's gaze sharpened as he summoned all his strength, employing his keen intuition and formidable physical prowess to swat away Paul George's shot. The attempt failed. The Los Angeles Lakers secured the rebound. A moment of silence enveloped the arena before erupting into a cacophony of exuberant cheers. Fans rose to their feet, applauding and celebrating this astonishing spectacle. Lin Peng stood steadfast, exhaling a long breath. He was aware that he had once again successfully thwarted Paul George's offensive efforts. As the game clock dwindled, the Los Angeles Lakers held a 6-point lead on the brink of defeating the Los Angeles Clippers. Coach Tyronn Lue of the Clippers anxiously observed the unfolding events. Acutely aware that time was of the essence, his team needed to swiftly seize an opportunity for a comeback. The Clippers resorted to a strategy of fouls, with Leonard committing a foul against Lin Peng, sending him to the free throw line. Lin Peng stood before the free throw line, inhaling deeply as he summoned all his strength. With unwavering precision, he sank the first shot, eliciting a chorus of cheers and applause from the crowd. Following suit, he released the second shot, which also found its mark. The Los Angeles Lakers widened their lead further. As the match entered its final countdown, the prospects for the Los Angeles Clippers grew increasingly dim. They attempted to seize scoring opportunities through rapid offensives, yet the Lakers' defense remained impenetrable, granting them no openings. At this juncture, the outcome of the game was all but decided. Both teams ceased their desperate scrambles, opting instead to run down the clock. Ultimately, victory belonged to the Los Angeles Lakers. Team leaders LeBron James and Russell Westbrook rushed forward to embrace Lin Peng, fully aware of the hard-won triumph. "Lin Peng, you were remarkable," James exclaimed, patting Lin Peng's shoulder with fervor, his eyes brimming with admiration and respect. "Thank you, James. This is the result of our collective effort. We triumphed over a formidable foe together," Lin Peng replied with palpable excitement. The Lakers' teammates gathered around, offering their congratulations and gratitude. They recognized that it was Lin Peng's stellar performance that secured their victory. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Clippers head coach Tyronn Lue shook his head in resignation. Acutely aware of the reasons behind his team's defeat, the Lakers' defense proved too formidable, and more critically, the presence of Lin Peng from the Celestial Empire served as an X-factor that left them at a loss. To be candid, they had underestimated him. As the interview segment commenced, Tyronn Lue took full responsibility for the team's season opener loss. "Coach Lue, how do you perceive the outcome of this match?" a reporter inquired curiously. Lue sighed, responding with a hint of resignation. "A loss is a loss. They possess exceptionally talented players, and we do as well. But we were just a touch short on luck." Another reporter pressed, "Coach Lue, what role do you believe Lin Peng played in this game?" Lue managed a wry smile, stating, "He was one of the decisive factors of the match. We did not adequately recognize him beforehand, and that was our oversight. His physical prowess and defensive acumen caused us considerable trouble. He was like an omnipresent specter, leaving us at a loss. It was impossible to discern that he was a rookie from the Celestial Empire." Chapter 106. Rising popularity. Reporters diligently recorded Lue's words, noting his frustration over the loss. Yet he maintained confidence in their future contests. After all, the outcome of a game is not solely determined by individual players, but rather by the collective effort of the team and tactical adjustments. In this match, the Los Angeles Lakers ultimately triumphed over the Los Angeles Clippers with a score of 123-119. In the realm of the Los Angeles Lakers, their star player LeBron James delivered a stellar performance, amassing a remarkable 32 points, 10 rebounds, and 6 assists. Russell Westbrook, not to be outdone, contributed 19 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists, while the injured Anthony Davis managed to secure 16 points and 12 rebounds before exiting the game. The trio of the Lakers showcased